Chapter 1201, Sending a Level 5 for an Errand. Senior Bai, I will help you ask my master about reforging this. However, I cannot guarantee that my master would agree to help you. Jiang Fei said hesitantly, even though he was set to help Bai Shuren. I'll leave this in your care, said Bai Shuren as he bowed ever so slightly. It was a surprise for Jiang Fei, since no level 5 master would ever lower their heads to those weaker than them. The truth was, Bai Shuren had the pride and arrogance of a martial artist, but the temptation of an actual weaponized god blade was too much. Having one in his hand would greatly increase his overall lethality against his enemies. Please, I'm only the messenger. Jiang Fei bowed lower and said. To be honest, things went better than he had imagined. Not only he could have a level 5 owing him a favor, but he could also acquire himself a good amount of Valium. Alright, I believe that you have something else to talk about, said Bai Shuren as he crossed his arms and returned to his prideful demeanor. More importantly, he had already requested Jiang Fei help to reforge his god blade. It would be rude of him to chase him away. Actually, I am here bringing infuriating news, said Jiang Fei. What is it about? Bai Shuren asked. Judging from what Jiang Fei and his mysterious sect had done, it would be something severe that Jiang Fei would even discuss with him. I assumed you have heard about the massacre of the Martial Artists Alliance? Jiang Fei inquired. Ho ho, young one. I'm assuming you are talking about the machines. Yes, I heard of it. To call it a massacre would be exaggerating, said Bai Shuren, smiling nonchalantly. When the Supreme Androids attacked the Alliance, it was a brutal massacre. However, stronger sects like the Snow Mountain sect did not suffer as much as the others. That was why Bai Shuren had not thought of it as serious. Whether or not it was as you heard, I am infuriated to think that these foreign whoresons had actually brought us down to our knees, said Jiang Fei, pretending to be aggravated. Continue, said Bai Shuren. Bai Shuren actually twitched a little when he heard Jiang Fei said foreign whoresons. Old folk such as he had no good reason to participate in any worldly affair. However, their mentality was so traditional that they would not tolerate any insults or demeaning gestures directed to his own people. They had already disliked foreign people. What more foreign entities that had never existed during his prime? Jiang Fei knew the way they think, and had purposely used the word foreign to provoke Bai Shuren further. These foreign bastards had actually dared to cross the line and disturb the peace of China. The peace of all martial artists. Jiang Fei exclaimed purposely, dragging the entirety of the alliance into the matter. If he had straightforwardly mentioned about attacking the unknowns to steal energy crystals, not even the kindest level 5 master would be willing to help. They would not even lend a hand if Jiang Fei had used revenge for a small sect as an excuse. It would never work, since helping other sects was not the norm for all martial artists across the alliance. However, it would be another matter if Jiang Fei brought in the entire martial artists alliance. Now, Jiang Fei had managed to falsely create a problem, where the honor of martial artists were challenged for being attacked by foreign entity. As a full-fledged martial artist his entire life, Bai Shuren deemed as the honor of martial artists was more important than his own life. As such, Jiang Fei had managed to get on his nerves. What do you plan to do? Bai Shuren asked, no longer smiling. What else but to teach them a lesson? I could not bear to walk on this earth, knowing full well that they had made us fall on our knees, said Jiang Fei. Does your master know about this? Bai Shuren might be infuriated but he was no fool. He had lived for more than 200 years. He had seen the nature of humans and knew when he was being used. I did, but my master had left this matter for me to solve. If the opponent proved to be too strong for the alliance to handle, he would personally descend. He had intended to leave this matter in my hands, as one of the training he had for me, Jiang Fei explained. He was prepared in case Bai Shuren had doubts. It went without saying that Jiang Fei's sect was probably the strongest sect amongst the others. If Jiang Fei had such a strong master, why did he not handle the problem himself? A wise man indeed. Your master is. He cared for your training as he did for the honor of us all, said Bai Shuren, nodding understandingly. It would be fair to send Jiang Fei to resolve this issue as his training. If not, it would be odd, as Zhuge Shanzhen, as rumor had it, was strong enough to eliminate all the foreign whoresons with ease. So it seems. I know my limits, and it is impossible for me to take them all at once. Hence, here I am, trying to rally the alliance to move as one. I understand that level 5 grandmasters such as yourself would find it hard to spare time for this. Hence, these are to be given away as a souvenir, said Jiang Fei as he fiddled with the dart tips. It was a well-crafted lie, as the dart tips were meant to be payment for the level 5 fighters. Instead of saying that, Jiang Fei twisted his words to pay homage to the level 5 grandmasters. Bai Shiren's eyebrow twitched when Jiang Fei had offered the dart tips as presents. He had thought of that possibility, but never expected it to be true. Even though the dart tips were so small, they were still a form of god blade. These things were the ultimate weapons for level 5 fighters. Even though they were worthless in other form, in their battle-ready form, they would be the greatest treasure any level 5 could have. So, you are certain to give these out? Bai Shiren ascertained his doubts. Yes, I am certain, Jiang Fei confirmed. Bai Shiren scoffed. Looks like the old farts will be able to gather together again. The temptation of having a weaponized godblade was strong, and he believed if he were to spread the word out, the other grandmasters from all over the alliance would come together. In that case, I'll leave contacting the others to you. I'll leave these in your hands, said Jiang Fei, as he placed all the dart tips in Bai Shiren's palm. Aye. Bai Shiren was hesitant at first, but it was already too late for him. He was already holding the dart tips, and it would be incredibly offensive to Jiang Fei if he had rejected his request for help. All right. It is time for this old one to run some errands, said Bai Shiren. No food to those who didn't work, as long as the reward was good enough. Anyone, even level 5 grandmasters, would get their lazy ass up. Now that he had achieved his goal with Bai Shiren, Jiang Fei bid farewell and left the mountain to go home. He was certain that Bai Shiren would keep his words and rally the other sect's level 5 grandmasters. Back in his base, Jiang Fei came to one of his mansions, which was used to place the medical biopods. Progress in reviving the girls was slower than usual, but their basic human body parts were already completed. How is it? Jiang Fei asked 0543. Report. Captain, due to the absence of the biolaboratory and the main biopod facility, the entire process of revival will take longer than usual. No time to waste then. I need to speed things up. F*CK the unknowns? Jiang Fei frowned and grunted. He had lost the biolab and the main biopod to the unknowns. As a consequence, the revival of the girls was delayed. Worst of all, he would not be able to revive Hua Mulan without the proper equipment. Chapter 1202, An Offer of Help by Akit series. Things went on, and after 2 days, all 12 biopods were done synthesizing the girls, and revived them all. Everyone was dispatched into Hong Ye's team, and Isabella arranged them weapons to be familiarized with. These girls, and other level 4 girls, were Jiang Fei's true fighting force. As for the other martial artists, they were merely cannon fodders. As the numbers rose and were about to hit 0541's standards of extraction, Hua Mulan was getting ready to be revived, and Jiang Fei got more anxious about it. Right now, he was robbed of the biolab and the main biopods. What's more, he was severely lacking in energy crystals. All that was left for him to do now was to execute the mission to launch an attack on the unknowns and steal all their energy crystals. Darling, someone's here to see you, said Bella when Jiang Fei was thinking hard about the problem of energy and about the other level 5 grandmasters. Who is it? Is it Bai Shiren? Is there others with him? Cried Jiang Fei as his heart skipped a beat. It was about time Jiang Fei heard some good news. For the past 2 days, Jiang Fei had spent a good amount of energy using the super radar system to locate the enemy base. He found their base, but it was only lightly fortified and contained a luxurious amount of energy crystals. Although the number could not be compared to the base they had raided before, it was more than enough for him to last for some time. Sorry, it's Straz. Bennett Straz. Bella apologized and revealed the second last person Jiang Fei wanted to see right now. What's he doing here? Jiang Fei frowned and grunted. It was odd. Why would the ex-dragon god be looking for him at this time? Love, you don't have to see him. I can always send him away. Sylphie chimed in. What's the harm? Let's listen to that sack of metal for a bit, said Jiang Fei after he came up with an idea. All right. I'll bring him to the 3rd guest room. Bella answered and went away. Come along. Let's hear what he has to say. Jiang Fei invited Sylphie to follow him. He knew well that Stress had a motive behind this visit, and it would not be good. When Jiang Fei entered the room, Stress shot to his feet and greeted Jiang Fei with the same friendly face. It's been a long time. Apparently not long enough. What do you want? Jiang Fei sneered. The only reason why Jiang Fei was not punching him in his organic skill-covered metal face was because there was a larger fish at large. He needed Akatsura's help to face them. We have heard rumors that you are forming an assault force to attack the enemy unknowns. The leader had sent me here to offer you help, said Straz. Oh, did she now? Jiang Fei gasped whilst arching an eyebrow. The last time he talked to her, she rejected Jiang Fei's request for help on the reason that she had more than enough energy crystals. Why would she be offering her help now? Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, something had happened in the moon base that had forced Akatsiri to offer her help in helping Jiang Fei to raid the enemy base. Back when she had looted everything, she had supposedly gathered enough energy crystal to finish the entire ship. However, accidents happen. Due to the demand to increase work speed, a large number of energy crystals were used, and something went wrong. A piece of faulty equipment caused one of the energy crystals to vaporize instantly. This set on a chain reaction with the other energy crystals nearby, leading to a massive explosion. The explosion destroyed a large portion of the ship. Even though the fire was extinguished and many were rescued, they would require a large sum of energy crystals to fix everything. Energy crystals which they do not have. Based on her current attack force, Akatsiri was more or less at the same conundrum as Jiang Fei. She could not attack them by herself, and would require Jiang Fei's help. The leader has succumbed to her feelings for you. She did not want you to go and risk yourself. That is why she had sent me here to discuss the assault team, said Straz. To be honest, Akatsiri was also in dire need of energy crystals, but Straz was never going to reveal that. Instead of asking to claim some energy crystals, which was their goal, Straz twisted it into an offering of help. No help necessary. We have more than enough manpower to complete this mission, Sylphie roared before Jiang Fei would give an answer. Ariel and Nina were present in the room, but neither one of them had the heart to be rude. Isabella was Akatsiri's little sister, and to prevent awkward discord, she chose to be quiet. Sylphie was the only one that had nothing to lose. To be honest, she was still pissed by Akatsiri's previous betrayal. Jiang Fei had no need for an alliance with Akatsiri at the moment, because he had already found other powerful allies. Moreover, attacking this unknown base was to only gather energy crystals. It was not an attack on the main unknown base. Until then, there was no need for Jiang Fei to work together with Akatsiri. What is your answer? Our leader is extending her help to you, Straz stressed on. Ignoring Sylphie's reply, he knew Jiang Fei was an emotional, emphatic man. A man that bent with a gentle wind, but never the strong gale. Straz was confident that if he used Akatsiri's name, Jiang Fei would cave in. I don't think I need your help with this. As she said, we have enough manpower. Don't trouble yourself for something this minor. Straz's face was frozen. He had never expected Jiang Fei to directly reject his offer. Do you not wish to think about it? Straz pressed on. The construction of the ship was almost reaching its fruition. All they needed was a little more energy crystals. Without enough energy, the entire project would be halted. No need. If that is all, you'll be leaving now. See yourself out? I trust you know the way, said Jiang Fei before he stood up and left the room. All right. Straz felt defeated. He had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei would cave in at the mention of Akatsiri. He left without further discussion since Akatsiri did not give him the order to reveal about the incident about the explosion. Darling, you did the right thing. I had a feeling that they were only going to wrong you again, said Ariel when Straz left the building. She had never trusted Straz. Not since she had discovered about the secret messages he was passing around with 0542. Thanks. I also felt that way. Let's not dwell on it any further. Be it the truth or not, I feel that we should just steer further from them. I don't think I will even work with them unless it's about attacking the main unknown base, said Jiang Fei. The more he thought about it, the less trustworthy Straz was and Akatsiri's words are. I have a feeling that we should hastily increase our force. Something is coming and it is big. I just hope that it is not an omen, said Nina by the side. After this raid, I would have enough energy crystals to revive all the new Saints guards. After that, you'll find a way to force them to reveal the location of the biolab. Jiang Fei snarled. The energy crystals he had was scarce. He had only used the super radar system for a short moment. He managed to locate a few high-energy reading bases, but not the location of the biolaboratory. Chapter 1203, Bearer of Good News. 2 days after the distasteful visit, while Jiang Fei and the other girls were training the low-ranking martial artists, Sylphie flashed herself to the training grounds. Smiling, Love, the dwarf man is here, she squeaked. The dwarf that she was referring to was none other than Baishuren. Jiang Fei smiled happily as his eyes widened with joy. Invite him in. He had been waiting for him to bring him the good news about recruiting the other level 5 grandmasters. As soon as he had enough of them, he could launch the raid, acquire him some energy crystals, and lay down the fire on the unknowns. Jiang Fei entered the house and quickly made his way to the grand guest room. This time, Baishuren was not alone. There was another older gentleman standing behind him. Forgive my tardiness. I am a little busy at the moment. Jiang Fei bowed and apologized to the two masters. No need to be so polite. We are all but the same, said Bai Shuren, smiling like a Buddha whilst treating Jiang Fei as an equal peer. Thing is, even though he was a level 5 Grand Master of a reputable sect, Bai Shuren could not be more humble than he had ever been in his entire life. The man was depending on Jiang Fei to reforge his god blade into a usable weapon by a mysterious Grand Master rumored to be a level 6 metahuman. The line Jiang Fei would need to cross in order to offend Bai Shuren was far. From another perspective, Jiang Fei was only a level 4 fighter, and yet he was able to affect a level 5 girl to the point where she welcomed him in like a servant. What kind of person was he to be able to command a higher level fighter? Senior Bai, who is this gentleman? Jiang Fei bowed and asked. He could clearly feel the tremendous level 5 aura that was emitted of the man standing behind Bai Shuren. Oh, this is the Grand Master of the Rainbow Longsword Sect, Xiaoho Shangyuan. Bai Shuren introduced him before turning to face him. Oi, old fart. This is the young boy that I've been talking about. He's Jiang Fei, Bai Shuren teased. I say, short one, you just couldn't hold your nasty tongue back during the introduction. Xiaoho Shangyuan rolled his eyes and snorted. Jiang Fei snickered. As he could see, these two gentlemen were rather close. How else could Bai Shuren tease and insult Xiaoho Shangyuan so nonchalantly and get away with it? Greetings, Senior Xiaoho. Jiang Fei bowed and greeted. No need for that. Based on your age and talents, you will soon be standing amongst us. Let us skip ahead and greet each other as equals, said Xiaoho Shangyuan. He did not bow to Jiang Fei, not even a little as Bai Shuren did. Thank you for the praise. This one is not worthy. Jiang Fei bowed again, respectfully, even though the man did not reciprocate it. It mattered to Jiang Fei since the man in front of him was helping him to do his bidding. Come now. Lighten up a bit here. Call him whatever you like, and don't stand on ceremony here, said Bai Shuren as he clapped his hands to diffuse the atmosphere. Without waiting for Jiang Fei's invite, he got to the guest room center and made himself comfortable on the sofa. Senior Xiaoho Shangyuan, please have a seat. Jiang Fei gestured as he invited Xiaoho Shangyuan to the sofa. Ariel came in from behind, silently, with a tray of tea in hand. She too was a level 5 fighter, and was serving tea to the Grand Master. Thank you, Xiaoho Shangyuan exclaimed. Even though the two of them were relaxed with Jiang Fei, they were now terrified of Jiang Fei's master. He was only the junior disciple of the sect, or so they thought. Yet he was accompanied by multiple level 5 seniors. How did the master deem Jiang Fei to be superior to the other level 5 fighters there? When Ariel approached them to offer them tea, Bai Shuren and Xiaoho Shangyuan humbled themselves and thanked Ariel for the tea. Like proper guests, Ariel was quiet the entire time. She only responded with a nod and a smile. After serving tea, she went behind Jiang Fei and stood there obediently, like a dignified maid. Bai Shuren and Xiaoho Shangyuan viewed Jiang Fei differently now. It was more prominent than ever that Zhuge Shanjun was treating this particular student better than the others. Why else would the level 5 fighters obey him like a senior? Since Bai Shuren and Xiaoho Shangyuan were very close to each other, everything about the dart tips and the reforging of the god blade was shared. The purpose of this trip was to have Jiang Fei arrange a meeting with Zhuge Shanjun and to request him to reforge a god blade. It was a common dream to all level 5 metahumans. Besides breaking through the barrier and reaching level 6, to have their own personalized god blade. Reaching level 6 was purely theoretical. While in theory, it could be achieved, no one has ever reached that level of power. On the other hand, owning a personalized god blade was a different story. Even though owning the aforementioned weapon was a more achievable dream, no forger on the face of Earth had the capability of melting down that unknown metal. They were still physically able to own a god blade, but the dream of using a personalized god blade, fashioned into a preferable form, was still a dream. The phrase, so close yet so far, fit perfectly here. Now, that dream was within reach as Jiang Fei had offered to reforge the weapon, knowing that every level 5 fighter would definitely be kissing Jiang Fei's feet now. Senior Bai, how is the matter that you partook? Jiang Fei finally broke the silence when everyone was keeping their thoughts to themselves. I was waiting for you to bring it up. Bai Shuren laughed as he explained his journey. It took him many sleepless nights for him to help Jiang Fei spread the word. His efforts paid off when the other Grand Masters noticed how hard Bai Shuren was trying to rally an army of Grand Masters to follow Jiang Fei. Even though it cost him merely his energy, Bai Shuren was happy. The harder he worked, the happier he was. The culture of martial artists was based on gratitude. If Jiang Fei knew how hard he worked, it would only push Jiang Fei to return the favor even more, which would help Bai Shiren in his effort to persuade Jiang Fei to convince Jiang Fei's master to forge the god blade for Bai Shiren. Bai Shiren would literally bend over backward just to have his dream fulfilled. I have already rallied the other old farts. Just say the word, and we will wreck those machines. We will teach them a lesson they will forever remember. They will know that we, martial artists, are a force to be reckoned with, Bai Shiren explained, rather glamorously at that. Thank you very much for the hard work. Jiang Fei stood up, bowed, and exclaimed his thanks loudly. It's barely hard work. Sure, I scraped my heels and lips while running around and talking too much. But it's all in a day's work. Bai Shiren brushed it off as nothing but the intention was there to impress Jiang Fei, to emphasize how much effort he had put in. Thank you. By the way, I have great news for you. My master has agreed to help reforge the weapon, said Jiang Fei when it was time to reward Bai Shiren for his efforts. From his past experience, Jiang Fei had learned to see the light of desire shining from another person's eyes. He knew when to cast the bait out and when to reward the target well, if they had done his bidding. Is that so? Ha ha! You have my thanks. Bai Shiren laughed loudly. He was so happy that his efforts were recognized by Zhuge Shanjin. Reforging the weapon would take some time. You will have to hand me your original god blade first. If you're worried about it, I can give you some of mine as insurance, said Jiang Fei. No need for that. I trust the great Zhuge and his talented disciple. Bai Shiren gestured nonchalantly at Jiang Fei and laughed. Chapter 1204, A Little Valium on the Side. To express his gratitude and his trust toward Jiang Fei, Bai Shiren immediately handed over the god blade to Jiang Fei after removing it from its box. It was the only sensible move, as he was the man with a request. There was literally no one else on earth to trust but Jiang Fei to forge his weapon. I will pass this to my master as soon as I can. He will then reforge the weapon you requested. I'm afraid it would take several days for him to complete it, said Jiang Fei. No rush. No rush. Bai Shiren retreated and croaked. An ordinary weapon took months to make. So did making an extraordinary weapon. Making a personalized god blade was an entirely different matter. Bai Shiren would also have nodded happily if Jiang Fei had claimed that it would take a few years. Ah, that reminds me. Do you carry your current weapon with you? I need to measure its size and weight, said Jiang Fei. Of course. Here. Bai Shiren flinched and quickly unsheathed his current weapon from his pouch and gave it to Jiang Fei. He had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei had forgotten to inform Zhuge Shanjin about fashioning it into a form he preferred. Even so, he was fine with it. Even a god blade in the form of a sword would be lethal to his enemies. He wasn't even expecting Jiang Fei to take the weapon's measurements. When Jiang Fei received the water-splitting air Mei needle, he pretended to examine it thoroughly. At the same time, he ordered 0543 mentally to start analyzing it. It took merely a second for 0543 to finish scanning the entire weapon. Once the schematic was acquired, 0543 started working on the weapon immediately. It would be completed in merely a few hours. While Bai Shiren was having the time of his life, Xiahou Shangyuan was gritting his teeth, suppressing his jealousy of Bai Shiren. Having a personalized, or even a usable god blade was the dream of every level 5 fighter. What would he feel when he saw his own friend with one right in front of him? Young Jiang. Xiahou Shangyuan accidentally croaked Jiang Fei's name. But when Jiang Fei turned to him, Xiahou Shangyuan felt ashamed and kept quiet. To be honest, ever since Bai Shiren had been going on and on about how he was about to get a god blade reforged by the renowned Zhuge Shanjin, Xiahou Shangyuan had felt envious of him and wanted to have himself a god blade as well. Thing is, the only man he could ask was Zhuge Shanjin. He was not an ordinary man. He was an extraordinary blacksmith if he was able to reforge the god blade. He could not just run up to him and simply ask the man to reforge a god blade for him. Bai Shiren was only able to get his weapon because he had already paid the toll by helping Jiang Fei rally other level 5 grandmasters. But what about Xiahou Shangyuan? What had he done to deserve Zhuge Shanjin's help? Besides having befriended Jiang Fei, what else could Xiahou Shangyuan use to ask Zhuge Shanjin for a favor? MHM? Did you call me? Senior Xiahou Shangyuan? Jiang Fei asked curiously. A mere pretense, since he could see the glint of envy in his eyes. Jiang Fei knew that the man would be jealous of Bai Shiren, which was why Jiang Fei had purposely discussed about reforging the god blade. By doing that, Jiang Fei would not lose anything from his side, but only profit in the form of Valium and a favor from a level 5 grandmaster. How could he just let this opportunity pass? It's nothing, said Xiao Shangyuan. He had only met Jiang Fei for the first time today, and he knew his place. At best, Xiao Shangyuan was not an acquaintance to Jiang Fei. He could not simply ask Jiang Fei to help him ask his master to reforge his god blade. Oli, what are you being so bashful about? Are you perhaps jealous that I'm having my god blade reforged? Said Bai Shiren, snickering like a little kid. Even though he was seen teasing Xiao Shangyuan, he was actually trying to help him gather his nerve to talk to Jiang Fei. It worked like a charm as they were now on the topic. If Jiang Fei agreed, Xiao Shangyuan would be in debt to him. And since Bai Shiren was half serious half teasing, Jiang Fei rejecting Xiao Shangyuan would not be as hurtful to his pride. Senior Xiao Shangyuan has a god blade to be reforged as well? Jiang Fei asked again, continuing his pretense. It is. As you said, Xiao Shangyuan said humbly. He was not as thick-skinned as Bai Shiren. He was embarrassed about it that he was blushing. Come now. Wasn't Senior Xiao Shangyuan the one who said we should skip to the part where we are all equals? If you wish to have your god blade reforged, just say it. Jiang Fei smiled. Would it trouble Master Zhuge? Xiao Shangyuan asked. There was a hint of joy in his voice. If Jiang Fei was sincere about it, Xiao Shangyuan couldn't be more thrilled about owning his own weaponized god blade. Consider it convenience. If it were any other time, I would not dare to promise you anything. But as of now, my master is preparing to fire the forge. Once the fire is hot enough, forging 1 or 2 god blades is only a matter of extra time. Jiang Fei explained nonchalantly. Really? You're a godsend. No words can express my gratitude. Please inform Master Zhuge that Xiao Shangyuan owes him a great favor. Xiao Shangyuan cried, bowing to Jiang Fei. Ho ho ho! To think that you would be borrowing my light to shine like the moon! It makes me so happy! Bai Shiren laughed as he pat Xiao Shangyuan on the back. Both Bai Shiren and Xiao Shangyuan trusted Jiang Fei. And now, they were greatly indebted to him. Unbeknownst to them, that Jiang Fei was merely making things up. In that case, could Senior Xiao Shangyuan please leave your god blade here? If you have a specific design you wish to make, please show it to me, Jiang Fei said, smiling happily like Bai Shiren. Excuse me for a moment. I'll go and retrieve it now, said Xiao Shangyuan. The next second, the man disappeared from his seat. Jiang Fei had already gotten used to level 5 fighters disappearing and reappearing out of thin air. It was only expected of him. When Xiao Shangyuan left, Bai Shiren took the liberty to talk with Jiang Fei, discussing matters about the attack on the machines. Little Jiang Fei, I have already gathered all the other grandmasters. Where are we going to attack? It should be in 3 days' time. By then, the god blade should be ready. I'm confident that Senior Bai Shiren and Senior Xiao Shangyuan would be undefeatable with the new weapons in hand, said Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei wanted to start the attack tomorrow since creating the weapons would only take several hours. However, to garner enough attention, Jiang Fei had purposely stalled the attack for a few days. Giving them the weapons too soon would only deteriorate the weapon's value. What would they think of the weapon if they were delivered in only a few hours when they had expected it to be delivered in a few years? The best way to truly maximize both Bai Shiren and Xiao Shangyuan's favors would be Jiang Fei delaying the attack for another 6 months. That would then show that even the greatest master, Zhuge Shanjin, took that long to forge the ultimate weapon. However, Jiang Fei did not have the luxury of time to wait. He needed to increase his forces quickly. To arm the 2 Grand Masters with their weapons of choice would undoubtedly increase the attack power of the entire assault team. I see. This not an issue. I will inform the others about it. Bai Shiren acknowledged Jiang Fei's words. Counting himself and Xiao Shangyuan, Bai Shiren had rallied a total of 14 level 5 Grand Masters. Adding Jiang Fei's level 5 companions, Bai Shiren was confident that the assault on the machines would be easy. He lacked information about the enemy, and truth be told, he was oblivious to what sort of danger he was exposing himself to. At that point, he believed that he was helping Jiang Fei with his training. Half an hour later, Xiao Shangyuan teleported back. He held a box that was roughly the same size as Bai Shiren's and a long sword. Jiang Fei took the god blade and analyzed the long sword before discussing about the attack for a bit. The two bade farewell after spending such a long time with Jiang Fei. After they left, Jiang Fei ordered 0543 to start the reforging process for the second god blade. After a short calculation, 0543 informed Jiang Fei that he would have more than enough Valium obtained from cutting corners during the reforging process of the 2 god blades to forge Jiang Fei a Zhanlu sword. Chapter 1205, Akut Series Terms. 2 days after Xiao Shangyuan and Bai Shiren visited him, Jiang Fei finished preparing all 3 god blades, including his own. The 3 blades looked very much alike, all containing Valium coats. However, due to Jiang Fei cutting corners here and there, Xiao Shangyuan and Bai Shin's were only bamboo swords as compared to Jiang Fei's. All 3 weapons had different Valium compositions and concentrations. Jiang Fei's Jianlu sword was reinforced with Valium, whereas Xiao Shangyuan and Bai Shin's weapons merely had coatings. Killing 7 or 8 level 5 opponents wouldn't be a problem for the Jianlu sword, but Xiao Shangyuan and Bai Shin's weapons could only kill 1. At best, they could kill a second before it would be completely useless against level 5 opponents. Now that he had his sword, Jiang Fei's threat level against the other level 5s had returned to its lethal state once more. The Jianlu sword worked best, or in other words, synergized extremely well with Jiang Fei's absurd domain ability. It worked best against level 5 metahumans, as they would be forcefully dragged down to Jiang Fei's power level, allowing him to kill them with a mere paper-cut-sized cut. Right now, with everything ready, he was good to go at any moment. The only thing he was waiting for was timing. He had already agreed to the date, in 2 days' time, which was when he would group up with the other level 5 fighters to launch a full-scale assault on the Unknown's base. With so many superpowered fighters, even if the Unknowns were to work with the mutants, Jiang Fei predicted that he would still walk away unscathed. "Honey, Straz is here again!" Sylphie cried out as she came running to the courtyard where Jiang Fei was joining the others to train the new Saint's guards. "Well, it'll be damned. Again?" Jiang Fei grunted. He had made it clear to Strez a few days back. Things had been quiet between him and Akut Series for a few days before Strez showed up again. "Did he say anything?" Jiang Fei asked with a frown. "No, but from the looks of it, he seems a little anxious," Sylphie said. "MHM?" Jiang Fei pondered a little. He knew Bennett Strez well enough to know that he was not the kind of person that would express his emotions. What could have happened that the man would expose himself that way? Was it deliberate? "Darling, I think we should at least hear him out," Isabella said. In the end, even though it was Straz who showed up, it all came down to Akut Series, Isabella's last blood relative. Even though she did not want to hinder Jiang Fei in any way, she wanted to at least have her sister's back. "True," Jiang Fei barked. He agreed to meet with Straz, not because he had listened to Isabella, but because of the curiosity he had for Straz's sudden appearance. Sylphie led Straz into the guest room and Jiang Fei came to attend to him a little after. This time, Jiang Fei took his sweet time, purposefully dragging it out. "Aw, Fei! It's been a while!" Straz repeated the same greeting every time Jiang Fei showed up. At the first second, Jiang Fei saw the anxiousness on his face, but at the next, it disappeared. It was obvious that the man was planning something. "It's not even been a few days, what do you want?" Jiang Fei snarled coldly while averting his gaze. Right now, Jiang Fei was not depending on Akut Series, so there was no need for him to be courteous to either Strez nor her. "It's nothing really, but the leader wishes to have a word with you." Strez paused and coughed, as if the next sentence he was about to say was extremely embarrassing. "She misses you." "Huh?" Jiang Fei was taken aback. It was odd enough that she would resort to playing with his feelings, but to have Strez say, "I miss you," there was definitely a larger game afoot. "She thinks she could have an audience with my beloved just because she misses him? Just who does the little Nephilim be *TCH think she is?" Sylphie roared out with contempt that she did not bother to veil. She had interjected before Jiang Fei could say anything. On one side, Straz was clearly agitated. On the other, Isabella was not looking too good either. Even though Sylphie was clearly insulting the other side, the enemy, she was still insulting Isabella's sister. Insulting Akut Series as a little Nephilim be *TCH was the same as insulting Isabella. "Humph," Sylphie scoffed proudly, holding her large bosom high and proud when she noticed she had not only provoked Straz, but Isabella as well. There had always been a cold war between Sylphie and Isabella, but today, she was finally able to do something about it. "What does sister want with Jiang Fei?" Isabella asked Straz as she threw a nasty glare at Sylphie. "I am not at liberty to know about it. The leader had only tasked me to deliver her message. One important thing to take note of is that she only wants to meet Jiang Fei. That, she was adamant about," said Straz, clearing hiding the rest of the sentence. "No one else is allowed." "Me? Alone?" Jiang Fei said, stumped again. "Over my dead body." Ariel was the first to reject the notion. The ever-so-quiet Ariel had never raised her voice. But this was about Jiang Fei's safety. This is the last straw. Why should my beloved listen to every little yelp and whimper of that little b***tch? Sylphie took the opportunity to shoot another insult. If sister has something important to say, she should come over here herself. If she wants to talk to Jiang Fei, she would have to talk to us all. This time, Isabella stood together with Sylphie despite the insults. She did not tolerate insults. When it came to her race, her thoughts were similar to Ariel's. It was all about Jiang Fei's safety. Going to the moon alone had proven to be a fatal move before. Strez retreated. Emotionally, not physically. The orders he had received from Akatsiri was clear, to take Jiang Fei to the moon. Alone. If she wants to meet Jiang Fei that badly, she can come down here. Don't expect a red carpet. Sylphie was the last to bark out. To be fair, if it weren't for the calm and composed Ariel lashing out so adamantly, Sylphie and Isabella might not have done the same. Sending down an emissary was an arrogant move that Sylphie could not tolerate. The last straw was when the message was delivered by Strez, to have Jiang Fei to come to the moon just because she was missing him. Even if the female-shaped machine were to come down to Earth, Sylphie would still be that hostile. With that thought in mind, Sylphie had nothing held back. All the negativity that she had portrayed was solely to chase Strez away. To send a message to Akatsiri, to never disturb Jiang Fei again. Strez was speechless as he was helpless at that moment. He turned to Jiang Fei, wanting to ask for help, but only saw a calm Jiang Fei, shutting his eyes off from the scene. The truth was that Jiang Fei was not feeling anything in particular, even though he admitted to feeling guilty for having wronged Akatsiri in the past. It was not as bad as killing her entire family. Still, he would not be able to lash out insults like how Sylphie could at whim. That was her department. As for the entire picture, Jiang Fei felt that there was nothing serious happening. If there was a real threat, Akatsiri would have came down herself to ask for Jiang Fei instead of sending Strez. "You'll go to her," said Jiang Fei all of a sudden. His words were like a thunderclap in the quiet night. Strez managed to expel a breath of relief. The girls, on the other hand, sucked in a deep breath. Chapter 1206, Collecting a Support Fee. Half a second after Jiang Fei had agreed to meet Akatsiri, Strez sprung from his seat like a jack-in-the-box and spoke to him. "Thank you. The leader will personally come to you instead." "That's good," said Jiang Fei. Something was up since Akatsiri was willing to come down herself to meet Jiang Fei. "Tisk, shameless b***tch," Sylphie sneered. A few minutes later, a pillar of light flashed down from the sky and Akatsiri was teleported outside of Jiang Fei's base. Like any other base, Jiang Fei had installed a safety precaution. A powerful signal jammer that would prevent anyone without proper authorization to teleport inside. Sylphie was the bouncer of Jiang Fei's house. She was tasked to deal with any visiting guests, both expected and unexpected. When Sylphie was escorting Akatsiri into Jiang Fei's base, she never stopped trying to send in a thinly veiled contempt message to Akatsiri, trying to derail her from her main goal on purpose. Alas, all of Sylphie's attempts to get Akatsiri distracted was for naught. She was the leader of another faction of the Unknowns after all. Not to mention that she was once the third princess of the Royal Nephilim. Even though she was ticked off by the cruel remarks and sneers, she had to endure everything. She was alone without the support of machineries, supplies, and other unknowns. She might have the power output of a level 5, but she was not like Sylphie, who could easily destroy her in the blink of an eye. Sylphie was acting out on purpose. She wanted to find the trigger button to push Akatsiri to make the first move against her. With that excuse, Sylphie could then teach her a lesson, which would involve rigorous beatings that would send her packing back to the moon and never to return again. Sylphie could then finally vent her anger and never have to see Akatsiri's face again. Akatsiri was an android, having a powerful CPU in her head. She had managed to calculate Sylphie's true objective. Even though the emotional side of her was not taking it well, the logical side of her was winning. All the sneers and contempt were ignored. She did it so well that at a certain point, she managed to make Sylphie look like a fool. "My master, my sweet, loving master, how I have rushed over when you wanted to see me," cried Akatsiri with sugar-coated words that were so sweet it almost gave Jiang Fei diabetes. "Have you no shame? You were the one that asked Jiang Fei to meet you, not the other way around. Do what you came here to do, then leave. I can't stand another second of your vile breath." Sylphie hissed like a python. "Ah, you must be Sylphie, the beloved disciple of the moon god. Tell me, did the moon god teach you to behave like that?" Akatsiri made a quick comment and returned to butter up Jiang Fei. "Please, You of all people know that it was all made up. If you truly believe the humans had programmed us, you should have come with a leash with Jiang Fei holding the other end. Sylphie made a comeback, while Akatsiri was keeping her emotions in check. Through much effort, Isabella was feeling every hurtful attack that Sylphie had shot toward Akatsiri. Isabella was also once Jiang Fei's pet. Everything that Sylphie said, even though it was meant to insult Akatsiri, was also directed toward Isabella. Although not intentional, Isabella was taking every hit. There was nothing she could do but to become a temporary mute. Although she had her own comments to make against Sylphie, she knew better. Sylphie had only said those spiteful comments for Jiang Fei's sake. While hurtful, it was not meant for her. Enough, said Jiang Fei, and both women went silent. If Jiang Fei had not stopped them, the banner would evolve into a battle of insults that would only escalate further. What do you need? Asked Jiang Fei, only when the women were quiet. You discarded me when you were done with me. What do you think I am here for? Like other females that were discarded after being used. I am here to collect support fees, said Akatsiri. You want me to pay you? Jiang Fei was on the verge of bursting with rage. He knew exactly with what Akatsiri would want to be paid. Her fees would be energy crystals, the currency of the universe that governed power over chaos and order. Problem was, he was as rich as the poorest beggar in the world when it came to energy crystals. Where on earth would he find energy crystals to pay Akatsiri? What this? Are you going to deny me? Are you going to discard me now that I'm all used up? Said Akatsiri, purposely using words that would hurt a prideful man. It was worse since she was eyeing Jiang Fei in a suggestive manner. Know your place, woman, Sylphie snapped. She had almost manifested her powers there and then. If it wasn't for Jiang Fei actually holding his hands up, gesturing her to stop, Sylphie would have flash stepped behind Sylphie and ripped her head off her shoulder. Right then, Akatsiri was playing victim. She would not budge no matter what kind of insult was thrown at her. Jiang Fei knew better than to let Akatsiri provoke others into attacking her. The most he would do then would be to not listen to her request. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do to harm her. If Akatsiri died, all the other unknowns that served her would be freed. She was the head of the organization, and when she dies, the restriction protocol she had installed in all her underlings would be purged. In the worst-case scenario, they would return to the main faction of the unknowns, surrendering everything they had built to them. Watch what you're saying. When have I ever discarded you? Jiang Fei roared with eyes flared full of fury. He had never touched Akatsiri. He had never even held her hand before. Akatsiri was accusing him of something he had never done. What did you say? Are you suggesting that Jiang Fei had wronged you? Isabella yelled after keeping it together for so long. It was the last straw. Insults were one thing entirely, but when it came to romance with Jiang Fei, Isabella would never let it slide. Bella, pipe down. Take Sylphie and get out of the room, said Jiang Fei. He was already troubled with Akatsiri, and he could not handle two more females throwing more trouble at his direction. I'll deal with you later, said Isabella as she eyed Jiang Fei before she left the room with Sylphie. Both Jiang Fei and Akatsiri were the two most important people in the world to her. Having to raise her voice against these two people would be rude. Hence, she left, disgruntled but still willing. It was best for her to just get out of the room. Before Sylpy left, she whispered to both Ariel and Nina, telling them to watch out for Jiang Fei. Knowing Akatsiri, she would pry into Jiang Fei's emotions and guilt him into doing her bidding. Once Sylphie and Isabella left, the entire room went quiet. Nina and Ariel were always the quiet ones, hence, to them, nothing had changed. So, where was I? All right. Pay up, said Akatsiri. Pay up? I have nothing but my life. I was even about to ask from you, said Jiang Fei, rolling his eyes. He would never surrender any energy crystals to Akatsiri, not when he was in dire need of them. But even if he had a surplus of them in hand, he would still not give them away. Didn't you want to steal from the others? Did you steal them at all? Said Akatsiri playfully, suggesting that Jiang Fei had never had the ability to do it. Heh. So what if I did? What you do have against me for me to surrender them to you? Jiang Fei scoffed. Take responsibility of me, said Akatsiri with eyes filled with lust. Enough already? Aren't you getting tired of it? It's getting really old. Tell me, really, what do you need energy crystals for? Jiang Fei asked. He knew now that Akatsiri would only play the succubus card just to fool around with him. Not to mention to provoke both Isabella and Sylphie. Fine. It'll come clean. They are for repairs. Something went wrong with Braveheart's construction. I do not have enough energy crystals to fix it, said Akatsiri with a straight face. Chapter 1207, Progress Check. Something wrong with Braveheart? Jiang Fei exclaimed. That is correct. And as of now, I am without energy crystals to even initiate repairs, said Akatsiri straightforwardly. She was confident that Jiang Fei had already fallen into her ploy. Rebuilding Braveheart was started by Akatsiri, and was aided by Jiang Fei. Right now, she had all the right to ask for help. From where Jiang Fei stood in this situation, he needed Braveheart to be completed in order for him to seize the ship and become its captain. Akatsiri, through information smuggled from 0542 and 0543, knew all about Jiang Fei's plan. That was why she had all the confidence she needed to ask for energy crystals. If she were to be blatant, she would have just said, "If you want the ship, give me energy crystals." Be it as it may, the message was properly received by Jiang Fei. Even though it was not voiced out verbally, Jiang Fei was being forced to surrender energy crystals to Akatsiri to finish Braveheart's construction. Even though finishing the ship without Jiang Fei's help would only be a matter of time, there was a threat that both Jiang Fei and Akatsiri knew well about, the other faction of the unknowns. If the construction was delayed, either the enemy would seize the incomplete ship or destroy it when they arrive at the moon base. I want to check the ship, said Jiang Fei abruptly. Even if Akatsiri was telling the truth and something happened to the ship, Jiang Fei would not 100% trust everything that came out of Akatsiri's mouth. Sure. By all means, Akatsiri replied in a heartbeat. This time, she was telling the truth. There had been an explosion in the hangar, and the ship had been damaged. That was all there was to it. Arrange the transport, Jiang Fei demanded. A vile feeling rose in his chest, like vomit that he could not fully expel. That's why I had invited you over instead of personally coming down at first. Sheesh, Akatsiri snorted. Her eyes glowed with a faint blue light. She was in communication with personnel on the moon base to arrange the transport. Half a minute later, Akatsiri nudged Jiang Fei, who was talking with Ariel. We are ready now. MHM. Jiang Fei acknowledged her before he turned to Ariel once more. Ariel, disable the signal disruptor here, said Jiang Fei. With the disruptor in operation, no one was going to be teleported out of the base. Oh, Dragon God! Please do me a favor and inform Isabella and Sylphie. Tell them that I will be back soon, said Jiang Fei before he left with Akatsiri. For this trip, Jiang Fei decided to take Ariel and Nina with him. He needed someone to inform Isabella and Sylphie. Who better to tell the news than Straz, the person they all loathed and distrusted. If anything were to happen to Jiang Fei, Straz could be held accounted for. Leader? Straz nodded at Jiang Fei, but turned to Akatsiri to seek her approval. Any command that was not given by Akatsiri needed to be sanctioned by her. Akatsiri merely nodded, granting Straz the permission he needed to do Jiang Fei's bidding. Pillars of light gushed down from the heavens and enveloped all those that were heading to the moon base. A second after, they were teleported there, with a hovercraft Akatsiri summoned over. Everyone sat on it to be ferried to the hangar bay. What the hell happened here? Were you attacked? Jiang Fei exclaimed when he saw the extent of the damage on the hangar. Half of the gigantic hangar was covered in spots of soot, scratch marks, dents, even pieces of a broken hull were all over the place. Unlike humans, Android operated simply by prioritizing functionality instead of aesthetics. After the accident, repairs of the hangar were completely abandoned. For them, soot marks and dents were left unattended, as fixing or cleaning them would only be a waste of resources. Having them cleaned and fixed would not increase their work efficiency. Attack? This is but an accident in the hangar. If we were attacked, the ship would have been destroyed. I would not have sought for your help if it happened. Akatsiri nonchalantly brushed it off. The ship's hull was currently under repair, and almost 1/3 of the damaged hull had been repaired. The rest was unfinished due to the lack of energy crystals. They could not continue without Jiang Fei giving them more energy crystals. Jiang Fei made his way straight to the command bridge instead of checking the hangar bay. Soot spots and dents could be easily planted. He could only check through the ship's logs to know whether they were genuine. 0543. Check the surveillance logs. I want to know if they had been tampered with, said Jiang Fei. At the same time, Ariel was paying her full attention for any signs of communication between 0543 and Akatsiri. Why are you so tense? Akatsiri came to Ariel and teased her. 0543 might have smuggled many data packs to Akatsiri before, but this time, she had not needed 0543 as help. To be fair, the accident was real, and there was no need for her to do any sleight of hand. The surveillance tapes had not been tampered with. Ariel did not care for what Akatsiri said. Her attention was not focused on her, but on the surroundings between 0543 and Akatsiri's. If there were any communication between them, Ariel would know about it. Nina, albeit not having electromagnetic powers, was focusing on the general surroundings. She would react immediately if something were to threaten Jiang Fei or Ariel. 20 minutes after Jiang Fei had gone through all the related surveillance logs, he had reached the conclusion that the accident was indeed real. He nodded ever so slightly to signal Ariel that nothing was out of the ordinary. Only then, when Jiang Fei had verified the truth, could he breathe normally. Alright. How many energy crystals do you need? Jiang Fei cut to the chase. 0543 was asked to calculate the estimate value, as she had seen the ship's blueprint. Calculating the cost would only take a few seconds. I need 250 million, Akatsiri said without batting an eye. Based on 0543's estimated calculations, they only needed around half of that. The B*TCH had actually dared to demand double the amount. I'm definitely not going to give you that much, for I too have plans of my own. I'm only going to give you 100 million. Make up for the rest yourself, said Jiang Fei. That number was not picked at random. It was the amount of crystals that Akatsiri could use to repair and build Braveheart till completion. At that state, Jiang Fei could seize control of it and revive 0541. But it was not enough to actually start the ship. What if we join your forces for the next raid? Akatsiri promptly offered her help to join forces for the next assault on the Unknown's base. Don't even think about it, Jiang Fei wholeheartedly rejected. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. He would not be betrayed again after the first incident. Chapter 1208, The Perfect Plan. Humph. Fine. Don't act like I'm the one begging here. Akatsiri raged as she sulked. Akatsiri was not having it. Not after she was the one who had begged Jiang Fei. Behave yourself, Akatsiri. Fei already listened and agreed to help. Mind you that there are limits to what he is capable of giving. Ariel hissed. Huh? Behave myself. You say? If you have anything against my demeanor, why not do something about it? Akatsiri scoffed. Enough. Jiang Fei barked at Akatsiri as he moved to stop Ariel. Ariel might always be cool and composed at all times, but that didn't mean she would take a provocation like that without doing anything. Knowing well that Akatsiri could provoke even the timid girl to act, Jiang Fei quickly stepped in. As much as he wanted to, there was no way he could allow anything to happen to the alliance between Akatsiri and himself. At this point, Jiang Fei felt like he had made the best decision ever, having brought only Nina and Ariel. If Sylphie were there, she might have already beheaded Akatsiri. No matter who emerged victorious, the true victor would be the unknowns on Earth. Send us back, Jiang Fei demanded after he had calmed Ariel down. Very well. Akatsiri nodded. She stood still for a moment, eyes glowing with faint blue light. 2 seconds later, Jiang Fei, Nina, and Ariel were enveloped in the same bright light before they were teleported back to the same guest room they were in. Darling, why do I get the feeling that she has been purposely trying to provoke you? Ariel prompted. I wouldn't know anything about that, said Jiang Fei. Everything that happened in the game was not told to the girls. When asked about the reason behind Akatsiri's hostility toward Jiang Fei, he could not explain it properly. Fei, how do you plan to deal with those people? Nina asked out of the blue. Jiang Fei paused to think, but nothing came to mind. I don't know yet. What I know is that we cannot afford to go against them before Braveheart is completed, said Jiang Fei. He knew well enough that he had all the power he needed to completely destroy Akatsiri if he wanted to. However, Akatsiri had Braveheart in her hands. That was her chip. If anything went wrong, she could always surrender to the enemy unknowns, taking the ship with her. If that ending came true, Jiang Fei will be in for a whole new kind of trouble. That's true. Our main objective now is to seize control of the ship. Ariel joined in. Once 0541 returned, the ship would definitely be in Jiang Fei's hands. After that, it would be a snowball effect. Jiang Fei's forces would reach its peak, with Jiang Fei in control of Namek's most powerful battleship, orbiting Earth from space. Nothing could rival Jiang Fei in terms of power then. Not even level 5 metahumans or the unknowns. Hence, at this point, it all came down to energy. Jiang Fei needed to get his hands on more energy crystals and hasten the construction of Braveheart. Jiang Fei's plan to assault the unknown's base was viable at the beginning. The base was small, and the energy crystals stored there would be little. Initially, that estimated amount would have been enough for Jiang Fei, but since Akatsiri has demanded a portion of that, Jiang Fei had to make an adjustment to his plan. Should we change our target? Ariel chimed in. No. We stick to the plan, said Jiang Fei adamantly. The base he was aiming for had the weakest defense force. Attacking it would have the highest success rate, albeit having the lowest yield. Even so, Jiang Fei had planted his legs firmly in the plan. The idea was simple. He would attack the base, rob all the energy crystals he could find, and keep them for himself instead of sharing with Akatsiri. Even though she was playing desperate, Jiang Fei had found something in the ship's log that proved one statement of hers false. Akatsiri had claimed that she did not have enough energy crystals to resume Braveheart's construction. That was not entirely true. The repair and construction of Braveheart was not completely halted but only slowed. Based on this finding, Jiang Fei planned to delay giving Akatsiri the agreed amount of energy crystals. The loot from the planned assault on the Unknown's base would be kept for himself. If the ship was completed, it would not belong to Jiang Fei straight away. Jiang Fei needed to actually physically snatch it over from Akatsiri. That required an attack force, which would be fulfilled with Jiang Fei reviving the rest of the new Saints guards. Even though the biolaboratory and the main biopod was in the hands of the enemy unknowns, Jiang Fei could still use the supplementary biopod he had to revive the weaker female army. Once the raid was a success and Jiang Fei had gotten hold of enough energy crystals, Jiang Fei would first revive all the members of New Saints Guard, then arm them with powerful weapons. With proper training, they would possess combat prowess that could rival or even surpass that of the unknowns. Even though the unknowns had achieved level 5 power with energy crystals, their power was not genuine level 5 power, and the girls would still be stronger than them. Having an actual body proved to be faster in combat than having a metal body. Even though Jiang Fei's girls could never fight the unknowns with 1 against 2, they would still prove to be a threat in a large group. Once Jiang Fei's amassed enough attack force, Jiang Fei will then launch another attack on the enemy unknown's base. This time, he could target a bigger base, increasing his yield and perhaps even retrieve the biolaboratory and the main biopod. With them, he could revive Hua Mulan as a real level 5 metahuman, and provide Akatsiri with the agreed amount of energy crystals for her to finish Braveheart. If everything goes smoothly, Hua Mulan would be revived when Braveheart was just about to be completed. By then, Jiang Fei would have 5 genuine level 5 fighters by his side, and an army of female soldiers armed with level 5 power weapons and armors. With such a powerful attack force, Akatsiri would be overwhelmed easily. Seizing control of Braveheart would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Still, these plans had yet come to fruition, and anything could happen. He was ready for changes, but would prefer if everything went according to his original plan. He would have to move carefully, making sure that nothing would deter him away from his original plan. 2 days after that, the promised day arrived. The day of the assault had come. Jiang Fei, my friend, how are you able to hold back the urge? Bai Shiren said to Jiang Fei for not contacting him for so long. It was merely a tease. To be honest, Bai Shiren was the one that could not hold it any longer. He had been waiting anxiously for the god blade that Jiang Fei had agreed to help him reforge. Ah! All in good times. Great senior. The weapon has been completed. Please take a good look at them. Hold it in your hands and see if it fits properly, said Jiang Fei as he gestured Ariel to come in with a box in hand. The first box was a fair blue-colored box. When Bai Shiren got hold of it, he opened it as gently as he could and was greeted with an exact replica of the water-splitting air May needle he owned. Oh! How marvelous! How marvelous indeed! He cried as he held the weapon in his hands. The spinning needle was forged to fit perfectly in Bai Shiren's palm. Bai Shiren could even pass it off as his own old weapon, except for the fact that he could feel the prickly aura of the god blade. Thank you. Your praises will be directed to my master. For now, please gather the other level 5 grandmasters. I will now pass Master Xiahou Shangyuan's weapon to him myself, said Jiang Fei. No need to trouble yourself. Friend, I have arrived, said Xiahou Shangyuan before Jiang Fei could even bow to Bai Shiren. His voice rang in the air before he teleported into the room. Based on that feat, Bai Shiren was not the only one that had power to rival Isabella. Chapter 1209, Gathering of the Level 5s. Ho ho! Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Senior Xiahou Shangyuan, I was just about to send your weapon to you, Jiang Fei greeted. I have already gone over the line by asking Master Zhuge Shanjin for a weapon. How could I ever trouble you further to deliver the weapon? Xiahou Shangyuan bowed ever so slightly before cracking a large smile. The desire to own a weaponized god blade could not be hidden from his face now that it was ready. Ha! Poppycock! I know the truth. You are only here because you heard that the weapon is ready. Spit the truth, Bai Shiren teased Xiao Shangyuan, poking his sides. It was an expression of true friendship, not knowing when to stop teasing one another. So, WL. Xiao Shangyuan stammered. He was ignoring Bai Shiren for teasing him, as he was dying to know where the weapon was. Still, ashamed of his demeanor, Xiao Shangyuan did not know how to ask Jiang Fei for the sword. Senior, please wait for a moment, said Jiang Fei before turning to Ariel. Could you please be a dear and fetch the sword for me? Sure thing, Ariel replied before she removed herself from the room to retrieve the sword. Ha ha! You? Tree pole you! Look how you are behaving! Bai Shiren laughed. The man already got his weapon. It was only natural for him to gloat and tease Xiao Shangyuan, who was still expecting his. In no time at all, Ariel returned with a long, rectangular box wrapped in red silk. The box carrying the god blade was far longer than Bai Shin's. To be fair, the water-splitting air Mei needle was only a foot long, while Xiao Shangyuan's requested long sword was at least 3 foot long. Senior, please hold it in your hand. Test if its built is suited to your liking, Jiang Fei said, as Ariel handed the box over to Xiao Shangyuan. Xiao Shangyuan was still being reserved around Ariel, as she was also another level 5 metahuman. Thank you for this. I will not hold back now, said Xiao Shangyuan when he opened the box. Please, Jiang Fei replied and took a step back. Xiao Shangyuan took the sword out from the box and held it in his hands. He concentrated for a moment, and in a split second, the sword had unsheathed, releasing a powerful wave of sword chi. This is a good sword, Xiao Shangyuan exclaimed. Be it the design of the blade, the build of the hilt, the sharpness, the weight balance, everything was exactly the same as his own sword. Using it was as natural as using a sword that he had been using for years. There was no need for him to get used to it, as he was already familiar with it. If it wasn't for the presence of god blade that the sword was giving off, Xiao Shangyuan would have thought he was wielding his own sword. Seniors, are you satisfied with your respective weapons? Jiang Fei asked humbly. Very much indeed. Master Zhuge Shanjin is truly a man of wonders. Such craftsmanship could never be rivaled. Xiao Shangyuan did not hold back on his praises. He was truly admiring the man even though he had never seen Zhuge Shanjin in person. Enough with that. We are indebted to the boy, and we must repay the work of Zhuge Shanjin, said Bai Shiren, laughing like Santa Claus. Ho ho! You're right. My little fat dwarf, Xiao Shangyuan bellowed. So, my friend, when do we depart? Xiao Shangyuan asked. Whenever you are ready. Seniors, said Jiang Fei. All right then. I shall summon the rest of the old folks. However, I am compelled to remind you to prepare the dart tips, said Bai Shiren. He had only come over earlier to collect the water-splitting air Mei needle. If the other level 5 Grand Masters were present during the collection, they might be tempted to request Jiang Fei to reforge their god blades as well. If so, Jiang Fei would only be in great trouble. Not only that, but the great Zhuge Shanjin might be offended. Hence, Bai Shiren and Xiao Shangyuan had thought that it would be wise to separate collecting their weapons and summoning the other Grand Masters to save Jiang Fei from future trouble. However, the 2 Grand Masters had thought too much about the matter. Even if they were to hide their weapons away from being discovered by the other Grand Masters, Jiang Fei would figure out a way to bait them. It was all according to plan. If no one were to request Jiang Fei to reforge their god blades, where on earth would he be collecting Valium from? Right now, Jiang Fei had forged a Zhanlu's sword for his own use, while the other girls were not armed. Jiang Fei would do whatever he could to arm the girls with weapons the same grade as the Zhanlu's sword. Thank you, Senior Bai, said Jiang Fei before bowing respectfully. All right, let's go outside. Bai Shiren barked before exiting the house and moving to the courtyard. There, Bai Shiren crouched on the ground, gathering power to his legs, and suddenly, he shot into the sky, like a rocket. H! Bai Shiren bellowed. His voice was muffled by the surrounding clouds, but even so, with powerful chi, the man's voice traveled far and wide. Perhaps even level 4 masters could hear his voice at several hundred kilometers away. Ariel, quickly disable the spatial disruptor, said Jiang Fei. If the spatial disruptor was still active, the other Grand Masters could only teleport outside Jiang Fei's base, even though they were more than capable of running at breakneck speed. Having guests enter from that distance would be disrespectful. Once the disruptor was deactivated, silhouettes started appearing in the courtyard. All of them were of Chinese descent. There were men and women, both young and old. Even so, Jiang Fei knew that their looks had nothing to do with their age, for surely all of them were older than his own grandfather. These old folks were having the time of their lives in their respective sections. It was Jiang Fei's bait, the little dart tips that had lured them out into the open. Like Bai Shuren, these folks were greatly intrigued by the notion of a weaponized form of Godblade. Come! Come! My friend, let me introduce you to these folks, cried Bai Shuren as he appeared. This old Taoist is Zhuge Qinlong of the Qincheng Mountains. He might be from the same family as your own master, said Bai Shuren as he pointed to an old Taoist of pale face. The man was very much like how Zhuge Shanjun was designed, eloquent and dignified, even though the man was now old and wrinkled. Jiang Fei could still see the distinct look of when he was in his youth. Greetings, Taoist Master Zhuge. Jiang Fei bowed. No need to stand on ceremony, Zhuge Qinlong replied courteously. Everyone was giving face to Jiang Fei, as they were all courted there by the dart tips. This tall freak is called Zhang Shan, and the tiny goblin there is Li Shi. Those two may not be from any sect, but their strength is true, said Bai Shuren, as he turned to a pair of level 5 grandmasters. The unaffiliated ones had nothing to turn to during their distress, but they were able to achieve level 5 power levels without anyone's help, earning themselves respect. I'd say, Bai, you dare claim that I'm short? Who's to say that you're tall in the first place? The tall one, Zhang Shan, appeared to be quiet and composed, but not the shorter one, Li Shi. The man was so short that he was shorter than Bai Shuren. Li Shi was fat and round, very much like the laughing Buddha. Perhaps Li Shi was even shorter, standing about 2.5 feet tall. Chapter 12:10, Assert Dominance. Her. It doesn't matter who's taller. What's important now is that you're the shortest. Bai Shuren laughed louder. For someone who was already abnormally short, who else could Bai Shuren direct his pain to? Thankfully, Li Shi won the competition of who's the shortest. Ugh! I'm taller now! Li Shi grunted and tried to puff his chest while standing on his toes. Unfortunately, even after trying his best to look taller, he was still inches away from actually being the same height as Bai Shuren. Ha ha! Don't bother trying. Too bad you skipped all the milk your mama had been offering, Bai Shuren teased. The man was breathing slightly faster. He was actually nervous when Li Shi claimed to be taller. But once he was sure that Li Shi was still the shorter one, he calmed down and told one last joke before ceasing entirely. All that mattered to him then was that someone else carried the title of shortest man. Xiaoho Shangyuan distanced himself away from Bai Shuren when the other level 5 grandmasters arrived. He knew well that Bai Shuren would tease Li Shi, and that would make a scene. If he could, he would put up a sign that said, "I'm not with these idiots," since they were still teasing and throwing friendly jabs at each other. Xiaoho Shangyuan quickly took the baton and introduced the other level 5 grandmasters to Jiang Fei. This man here is Zhuge Qinlong's good friend, Louis. Jiang Fei was paying attention to every word he said. It was not only to be polite, but to also observe. Because while he was listening, when Xiaoho Shangyuan said, friend, he noticed a sudden and slight dip in his intonation. To others, it might only not be anything, but Jiang Fei knew better. Something was going on between Louis and Xiaoho Shangyuan. Greetings, Senior Liu. Jiang Fei bowed and greeted Louis. The Grand Master of the Shushan sect must be hundreds of years old, but the woman looked extremely young, like someone in her late 20s. Her beauty had only reached its peak, and time could not taint her appearance further. The one flaw that she had was her cold, distant look. A look that served as a warning to any interested parties that she was not someone to be trifled with. Louis responded to Jiang Fei's polite bow with only a simple nod. The hair that draped down from her side moved ever so slightly, and stayed stationary after. Unlike the others, she was not as sociable as she was the epitome of introverts. Oh ho! This one. You know, I shall skip the introduction and let you two get reacquainted, said Bai Shuren, while Xiaoho Shangyuan was introducing Louis to Jiang Fei. Bai Shuren was just done playing around with Li Shi. He came back to Jiang Fei and continued his job of introducing the rest of the grandmasters to him. We meet again, Senior Feng. Jiang Fei bowed, but only a little, as he maintained eye contact with the man he once had an argument. Even though Feng Tianqi and Jiang Fei had crossed paths, leaving a bad taste in each other's mouths, neither side still bore any negativity toward one another. Feng Tianqi, like the other grandmasters, was tempted by the dart tips. That temptation was so strong that Feng Tianqi almost forgot about how Jiang Fei killed the entrance guard of his sect, and about the incident where he actually created a ruckus at his doorstep. There was a separate incident where Yi Tianshun's misdeeds were brought to light, and Jiang Fei had killed him openly. The man had betrayed the martial artist's code by colluding with the mutants and selling out his own people. Even if Jiang Fei had spared him, Feng Tianqi would have ended the man's life nonetheless. Betrayal was something that had zero tolerance in the martial artist community. Compared to Jiang Fei throwing a tantrum, the case of Yi Tianshun was far more severe. Moreover, Feng Tianqi had more reason to befriend Jiang Fei than to hate him because of his deeds. After the war in Tokyo, many surviving disciples of the Soaring Cloud sect had been talking of Jiang Fei. He had saved all of their lives, and was the sole reason why they had actually won the war. In a way, the only reason Soaring Cloud sect was still standing that day was because of Jiang Fei. As such, even though Feng Tianqi still did not like Jiang Fei, he had no reason to hate him. "MHM. It's been a while." Feng Tianqi smiled and greeted back. There was no need for him to be hostile toward the young man. Even though he could not bring himself to be all chummy with him, he could still smile nicely and remain being acquaintances. "Right. Hey Race, another person who you should know," said Bai Shuren as he gestured Jiang Fei to an older woman. The smile on his face spoke of malice. Not the kind that could cause Jiang Fei suffering. But it was something else entirely. "Thank you very much, little dwarf. I'll take it over from here," said the old woman as she pulled Jiang Fei's hands and cupped them in her own. Jiang Fei was mildly taken aback when the old woman did that. He had no idea who he had crossed paths with. "This old one is from the Aqua Moon Heavenly Palace. Yang Ruoshi is the name. Little Fei, you may address me as Granny Yang," said the old woman. Judging from the way she scanned Jiang Fei, she had a rather satisfied smile on. It was as if Jiang Fei was a fine specimen. "Greetings, Granny Yang." Jiang Fei greeted politely. Sweat dripped from the side of his forehead as he sensed something bad was coming for him. Not the kind that would end his life, but the kind that would stir his life into a mess. "I'd say, old Yang, what are you doing there?" Bai Shuren snorted disgruntledly. The others kept quiet, but they were obviously not happy with how Yang Roshi was allowing Jiang Fei to address her as Granny. The rest of them had their sense of pride, and in this case with Jiang Fei, they were only willing to stoop as low as being Jiang Fei's senior. A friend rather than an acquaintance. Yang Roshi was not the same. She was stooping much lower than that, going as far as allowing Jiang Fei to treat and address her as family. "You have your own way in dealing with little Fei here, but being a little more caring for him." Yang Roshi snorted back. "OF*CK no. This old hag is not doing that." Jiang Fei thought to himself. He was no longer that naive little boy that would allow himself to be toyed around, based on what the old hag was trying to do. Jiang Fei understood that she was trying to reel Jiang Fei closer to her. God forbid if she were to mention the Yang twins. "Ariel, please fetch Bella and Sylphie quickly," Jiang Fei whispered to Ariel. Even though Ariel and Nina was literally next to Jiang Fei, the two composed girls could not be more than decorations in this situation. Asking them to help him would be the same as asking a baby to boot up a computer. On the other hand, Bella and Sylphie, the hot-tempered troublemakers, would not be as useless. With the two by his side, even if the old hag was a level 5 Grandmaster, surely she would feel threatened to make a move against the two. "What's wrong, hubby?" Bella flashed herself in between Yang Roshi and Jiang Fei. It was a desperate move since she heard from Ariel that Jiang Fei was about to be reeled in for other girls. Teleporting next to a level 5 metahuman was circumstantial dependent. It would be an impossible feat to teleport next to another level 5 metahuman, as each level 5 metahuman had a unique energy field surrounding them. That same energy field would interfere with spacetime and would disrupt the teleportation process. Bella being able to teleport right next to Yang Roshi had only proved that she had mastery in spacetime manipulation. Not to mention showing that was a strong one. "Who dares to court my darling?" Sylphie's voice was so cold that Jiang Fei could swear that the air around Sylphie froze. Compared to Isabella, Sylphie's entrance spoke volumes of her powers. She did not teleport in like Isabella, but appeared behind Yang Roshi. Like a shadow. Hardly any presence was given off before in her appearance behind Yang Roshi. Another level 5 metahuman had startled all other Grandmasters. The two that had a mini-heart attack were Bai Shuren and Xiaohu Shangyuan. They were both wielding personalized god blades that Jiang Fei had made for them, yet they were helpless against people like Sylphie. How does one fight a silent killer like her? An assassin that was capable of hiding her presence in a room filled with level 5 Grandmasters? She would be more than capable of crawling next to them and end their lives before they could even unsheath their weapons. Interesting. Jiang Fei hummed quietly. He would be lying if he was not surprised to see this new side of level 5 Grandmasters. Sylphie and Isabella had asserted their dominance so admirably that he was able to establish a position that could not be swayed. For once, he was thankful that the two girls were the kind that got jealous easily. Looking at the bigger picture, these level 5 Grandmasters were only there because of two reasons. the first being the dart tips, and the second was Bai Shuren. All of them were Bai Xin's closer friends. At the beginning, when they were asked to help Jiang Fei raid an enemy base, their pride as level 5 metahumans would only get them as far as being present in the battlefield. They were not willing to be ordered around by a young brat only as strong as a level 4 disciple. However, that all changed with the appearance of Isabella and Sylphie. Now the mysterious background of Jiang Fei was shrouded in even more mystery. Chapter 12:11, Attack Indiscriminately. There were 6 other level 5 Grand Masters that came after Bai Shuren had howled louder than a train in the sky, including Xiaoho Shangyan and Bai Shuren himself. Jiang Fei would have a total of 8 backups, including the other 4 girls with him. Jiang Fei had a squadron of 12 level 5 metahumans fighting alongside him. To be honest, he was liking the odds. Excuse me. If you would. The rest is up to you now. We are yours to command. Xiaoho Shangyuan smiled and said. On the one hand, he was only being so polite to Jiang Fei because he had accepted something from Jiang Fei. On the other, he was a little terrified of what he was capable of, especially after Sylphie and Isabella had made such a dramatic entrance. True. You have a better understanding of our enemies as they are machines. We would be better following you. Zhuge Qinlong agreed. Looks like you're at the center stage now. My friend. Lead the way. Conduct the orchestra. Bai Shuren chimed in. Since he had gathered everyone, it was best if he made the communal decision. I thank all of you for trusting this one. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Jiang Fei humbly said. Even if they did not intend to listen to Jiang Fei, he was going to make them listen. Their objective was the base of the unknowns, armed with powerful Namekian weaponry. The base would be impregnable if they were raided by regular humans. There was still a chance that this group of level 5 Grand Masters would be defeated. He came to the center of everyone and projected a small image on the ground. This is the rough schematics of the enemy base. Fellow Grand Masters, you will teleport here, at this spot. Kill all threats there, and wait for my signal before proceeding. Jiang Fei continued to explain the variety of threats that they would face. Enough with this. We understand the enemy, but traps and scientific crap are harder to grasp. Either way, just give the word on who and where we will attack. Bai Shuren represented the entire group and said, although they had lived for so long and had experienced things no other man had, understanding advanced technology was beyond their capability. Even though they were proud of their powers, they understood the threat they would be facing. All right then. If you would excuse me, said Jiang Fei before turning to Isabella and the girls. Shall we depart? As soon as Jiang Fei gave the green light, Isabella and Sylphie gathered with all the Grand Masters and teleported away. As soon as they landed, the other Grand Masters were quickly attacked by the unknowns. The attacking forces were nothing but armies of guards. They were not heavily armed and were quickly dispatched. A buffer zone was created by eliminating all enemies within a certain range. Even though the enemy had powerful large-scale weaponry, the area Jiang Fei had chosen as a buffer zone was considered to be a blind spot for the said weapons. They could not be targeted by the weapons, and could only be dealt with by sending in more soldiers. Unfortunately, these were level 5 Grand Masters, the epitome of martial artists of their respective sections. Clearing a few scraps were as easy as wiping dust off a table. We are clear. I repeat, we are clear, Sylphie reported. Copy that. Jiang Fei replied through a communicator. He turned to Ariel and gave a simple nod. Although Ariel was only a pseudo level 5, she was the best in space-time teleportation. Besides Jiang Fei, Ariel was also teleporting 15 other new Saints Guard girls. These girls were armed and equipped with powerful weapons and armors. They had also brought along various instruments, the same kind that Akit series had once used to disperse the light prison that could be trouble for the level 5 Grand Masters. This instrument was only one of the plethora of equipment that Jiang Fei had raided from the previous attack. Even though Akit series had betrayed Jiang Fei by taking all the energy crystals for herself, Jiang Fei was still able to get something out of the raid. It was only because he was in possession of these equipment that Jiang Fei dared to launch an all-out attack on the unknowns. Without the light dispersion machine, he might have to work with Akit series once more. Please hold. Secure the perimeter as I disable the base's defensive system, said Jiang Fei. Instead of sending in the level 5 Grand Masters, Jiang Fei's first move was to disable the enemy's defenses. The weapons they used were so strong that not even a Grand Master would survive taking a full blast of antimatter beam to the face. Captain, enemy's firewall has been upgraded. ETA until system disable, 15 minutes. 0543 reported. MHM. This is troubling news, said Jiang Fei to himself. Maluya's incredible hacking capability had destroyed the main computer during the previous attack. The unknowns were forced to switch to using their backup system to get everything working again. As such, their firewall capability was so weak that 0543 was able to hack in easily. This time, they were careful enough to upgrade their system. Even so, they could only do so much. 0543 was obviously too strong for them. Time ticked away slowly, and the wait seemed to be an eternity later. Jiang Fei grew anxious. He was there to steal energy crystals. And even though he was there to raid, he was hoping that he could avoid a fight before the unknowns could react to him stealing their stash. The last thing he wanted was for them to realize his purpose and move the energy crystals somewhere else.
Little Fei, what are we waiting for? Are there reinforcements coming?
Bai Shuren prompted. The Grand Masters had zero understanding as to what was hacking and disabling security systems, much less of what Jiang Fei had originally planned. All they were hoping for was to crush metal skulls and break steel bones.
Give me a few more minutes. I am almost ready,
Jiang Fei replied calmly. He was anxious, and it would be bad if the rest were too.
Captain, I have successfully infiltrated into the system. However, if I proceed to disable the enemy's defense system, they will be alerted to my presence,
0543 reported. 0543's previous hacking went smoothly. She went in and out like a ghost. Now, if 0543 were to proceed deeper into the system, she would be detected by the enemy's support system.
How long before you could disable everything?
Jiang Fei asked.
2 minutes. Make it happen.
Jiang Fei bit down and made his decision. Literally the next second, alarms blared off. Red flashes of light went off like a disco in the entire base. In that instant, 0543 entered the system core and broke the enemy's support system. Unfortunately, they had doubled their security protocol. 0543's act of breaking the enemy's support system had caused an unstoppable warning system to go off, alerting the entire base that they were under attack.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are all cordially invited to attack,
said Jiang Fei invitingly. 2 minutes was not long in the grand scheme of things, but Jiang Fei could not wait any longer. Be it the enemy or the level 5 Grand Masters, both sides had skills to teleport. If he delayed the attack any longer, the enemy would either bring in more reinforcements or disappear entirely with all the energy crystals. Right now, the security system had not been fully disabled, but it had been interrupted by 0543. The antimatter cannons could not focus their beams onto one target, causing them to be weakened ever so slightly. Even so, it was good enough that the Grand Masters would still have their faces instead of getting them blown off by the cannons.
I say, my little friend, you are being too cautious. Just so you know, we are Grand Masters. What sort of fortress can we not destroy?
Said Li Shi, laughing arrogantly. Like a spring, the man charged himself with energy before launching off deeper into the enemy base.
Be careful,
said Zhang Shan before he flashed toward Li Shi to support him. The rest of the Grand Masters followed, as did Isabella and Sylphie. Chapter 12:12, Biting More Than One Could Chew. Defending against a coordinated attack comprised of a squadron of level 5 metahumans was a feat few could accomplish. Nevertheless, that feat would not be today. Not when Isabella was going in with her domain ability fully activated right from the start. There was no need for her to watch for her energy count as the core of life was there for her. Her scale armor allowed her to fully ignore all enemy attacks, be it hypercompressed high-energy particle or antimatter beams. All of these projectiles would just bounce off Isabella's armor. Perhaps a concentrated fire by the antimatter cannons could hinder Isabella's movement, but that had been rendered impossible after 0543 did something with their targeting system.
I say, our friend Jiang Fei might have been a worrywart for nothing. What are we supposed to be scared of with this technology? Nothing beats a solid punch to the face.
Li Shi laughed it off when he saw how Isabella was taking hits after hits of cannons without sustaining even a scratch. Just then, when Li Shi came too close to Isabella, he took a hit from the concentrated bombardment. The attack was not strong, but as Li Shi saw and determined how weak the attacks were after observing Isabella, he was caught off guard. The attack did not cause any damage to him, but it did manage to send him rolling on the ground.
What the hell is that?
Li Shi roared after he got back to his feet, and embarrassingly dusted himself off.
Ha ha ha! Little fat shorty. Look where you're walking or you'll be tripping over a banana peel.
Bai Shuren laughed, enraged by Bai Xin's friendly jab and the fact that he, a level 5 Grand Master, got sent flying by a random cannon. Li Shi kicked the ground hard, leaving deep chasm as he did, and zoomed across the battlefield. With a well-aimed shot, Li Shi knocked over several unknowns before he punched the unknown that was responsible for his humiliating display of weakness.
Just when he thought his fist was about to land on the unknown, a blue faint barrier materialized, stopping his fist dead in its tracks before it could land on its target. The barrier merely rippled at the punch. It was not strong enough to break it yet. At this point, Li Shi was so mad that he failed to understand why his punch would not disintegrate his enemy like how it always did. The shame he felt grew stronger when the punch that was supposed to be a redemption for his shame did not do anything. Unfortunately for him, the enemy had a means to defend against the superhuman punch. The unknown reacted quickly. Before Li Shi could throw a second punch, it quickly retreated. Li Shi, not wanting to allow his enemy to stay alive, chased after it easily whilst throwing more punches. It was only after 8 punches did the shield finally get destroyed. Once the shield was gone, the 9th punch did exactly how Li Shi had always thought it would, the moment his fist made contact with the unknown. The sheer amount of force behind the fist caused the unknown's head to disintegrate. Even so, Li Shi was not satisfied. Instead, he was worried.
Are all of these bastards this strong?
Li Shi said to himself, when Li Shi was having trouble killing one enemy. At the 5th and 6th punch, the rest of the Grandmasters were jesting with each others, thinking that Li Shi was not focusing his powers properly. Only when the 9th punch came did everyone start being worried. The smiling faces were quickly replaced with a frown. It was then that they knew that Li Shi was taking things seriously, and the enemy was just too strong. The enemy were not the same kind of enemy that they had encountered in their 1,000 years of journey. It was something else entirely. If they had not attacked with the element of surprise, things might turn ugly quickly.
Time to show these folks how we do things,
said Bai Shiren as he made a look towards Xiao Shangyuan. Xiao Shangyuan saw it and gave a quick nod. The two got together and unsheathed their weapons, the personalized god blades that Jiang Fei's master had reforged for them. When the aura of Valium filled the atmosphere, other Grand Masters turned to them in awe. The two had thought that God Blade would have a strengthening effect on the user, but they had it all wrong. The prowess of Valium would only work against living beings with flowing blood. Their enemies were unknowns, living machines that were made up of metal. Their frames were even protected by a powerful layer of barrier. As such, the greatness of God Blade could not be used on them. Compared to the Grand Masters, Isabella had things easier, because of her almost permanently active domain ability. Her combat prowess exceeded even the strongest Grand Master then. 3 punches was all she needed to kill an unknown, compared to Li Shi, who had needed 9.
This young girl is something else,
Zhuge Qinlong thought to himself. At first, everyone was wary of Sylphie for being able to hide in a room filled with Grand Masters. She could very much kill everyone without them knowing with a God Blade. Isabella, on the other hand, was like an unstoppable force that kept on killing. The enemies were clearly trying their best to stop her, but no beams, no cannons could even slow her down. The girl was exhibiting strength that superseded any level 5 Matihum in strength. Assassination was not her forte, but if it was, she might truly be the one entity that no one could stop. At that moment, all Grand Masters had the same thought. How much of a mystery could Zhuge Shanjin be? What is Jiang Fei's background, and how is he going to be stronger in the future? Seconds later, all 10 Grand Masters got together to make a formation. Cooperating with each other was now the key to defeating the enemy fast. They were doing it so well that all of the unknown's forces were now directed toward them. At the same time, 0543 was using this opportunity to hack deeper into the enemy's system.
Something's coming! There is a disturbance in space-time.
Ariel flashed herself closer to Jiang Fei and informed him. As soon as the message was delivered, pillars of white light came flashing down from the sky. These were undoubtedly the unknown's reinforcements. The mutants. High-energy beams were fired, this time concentrated and organized. The unknowns did not have a large army, but they managed to compensate this by arming the mutants, providing them with a means to attack and defend. The situation had only gotten from bad to worse when 0543 did a quick count and revealed that there were at least 500 mutants.
Sheesh. I cannot catch a break with these guys.
Jiang Fei sighed. They were all intermediate-ranking mutants, but it did not matter, as they were not fighting with their abilities, but with weapons provided by the unknowns. With their new alien tech, attacking was made easier, and with hundreds of concentrated fire, not even Isabella dared to charge in without worrying about them. During this moment of crisis, a thicker, larger beam of light was fired toward Bai Shiren. The white light encased Bai Shiren and solidified into a light prison.
What nonsense in this? Let me out!
Bai Shiren roared as he tried everything in his powers to escape. Unfortunately, be it his punches or energy expulsions, everything was absorbed by the walls of the prison. Not even chi, or the water-splitting air May Needle could do anything against the prison.
Fire the dispersion beam!
Jiang Fei roared. He was prepared for this. He knew the one effective method to stop a level 5 metahuman, as well as the method to release them. The girls from the New Saints Guards quickly started the machine they brought along and fired a beam of 7 colors toward the light prison. As soon as it hit, the light prison cracked open a small opening, allowing Bai Shuren to flash himself out of it. As the battle continued, more and more Grand Masters were trapped in the light prison. Even though they were quickly released from it, their killing efficiency dropped by a notch.
How ridiculous!
The bold man, Feng Tianqi, roared disgruntledly at the thought of being captured. He, as well as the other Grand Masters, could not fathom the thought of being overpowered by these inferior beings. If it wasn't for Jiang Fei's magical light thing, they feared they might even be captured as slaves.
0543. What's the ETA?
Jiang Fei pressed. The energy he had in possession was extremely scarce, and the machine releasing trapped Grand Masters was consuming a L amount of energy to work. If he were to prolong this entire process, he would run out of energy and might send these Grand Masters off to a bad ending.
60 seconds until complete shutdown.
0543 replied.
Ariel, I think they need your help out there,
said Jiang Fei, sending Ariel out into the battlefield. He had no other choice but to suck it up and fight until the end. Chapter 12-13, Level 5 Mutants.
But you'll be alone,
Ariel muttered worriedly. Nina was not with them, as she was tasked to protect the house in Winter Islands. At this stage, Isabella and SLYPHY were out in the field, killing unknowns and mutants. Only Ariel was left to protect Jiang Fei. Now that Jiang Fei had forsaken his own safety by having Ariel join the fight, she could not help but feel worried.
Calm down. In 1 minute, their defenses will be disabled, and when I have taken control everything, the unknowns will be forced to leave,
said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. Firstly, he was standing inside a barrier generated by a large shield generator he had brought along. He should be fine for a while even without Ariel.
Very well,
Ariel acknowledged, albeit still skeptical about the idea. In the end, she obeyed obediently. With the shields up, even a level 5 enemy would have a hard time breaking into it, giving Ariel, Isabella, and Sylphie more than enough time to return to Jiang Fei. With Ariel joining in the fight, the other Grand Masters could finally have a breather. At the very least, they were now able to focus on attacking instead of being on the defense. Of all other level 5 fighters, only Isabella was able to make progress. Her powerful energy armor and claws gave her the upper hand in the fight. Compared to the others, Isabella had killed more than anyone could count. Unfortunately, even though she was truly unstoppable, Isabella was the only one capable of ignoring any oncoming attacks. The rest did not have such luxury. It would be a while for her to kill all enemies then. The attack plan changed with the emergence of mutants. Their current mission was to keep the fight within the Unknown's base, and to prevent them from coming out of the base to attack Jiang Fei. The barrier that was protecting Jiang Fei was considered as the last line of defense. If the shield was destroyed, so will the other equipment. Not to mention the girls of the New Saints Guards. Even though they were armed with powerful weapons and armory, there were only 10 of them. Even if one of them were taken down, they would be leaving one of the machines vacant. The domino effect would take place, leading to the other machines overloading. All in all, if the main equipment, the dispersion beam that was used to release Jiang Fei's allies from the light prison, was destroyed, the entire fight would immediately turn to the enemy's favor. Ignoring the fact that Jiang Fei would never be able to steal energy crystals, he might be looking at an ending where all of his allies, including the girls, get captured by the unknowns.
Come on!
Jiang Fei muttered nervously. The front lines was being held up, and was unable to progress further. The only hope left was for 0543 breaking into the enemy's system, and taking full control of their weapons system. Beams of hypercharged particle and energy beams filled the sky, and all of a sudden, pillars of light flashed down. 200 more mutant soldiers had come to join the fight. These were only lower-ranking mutants, but they were all armed with the same powerful weapons and armors. Them joining the fight had only made things worse for Jiang Fei's side. It did not take long before the Grand Masters were overwhelmed.
How long?
Jiang Fei asked 0543.
40 seconds.
0543 replied calmly. For what seemed to be an eternity. Only 20 seconds had passed in the real world.
My lord, generator number 4 has run out of power. My lord, number 6 is also out.
Bad news after bad news piled up one after another. Due to the constant use of light prison by the enemy, Jiang Fei's side had to constantly release the trapped Grandmasters from their binding. This exhausted a great amount of energy. Energy that was meant to run barriers and weapons. Due to the lack of energy, fewer machines were operated, and the rate of releasing Grandmasters from the light prison got slower. This was only hindering the attack progress. Worst of all, the other machines were also flashing red. Warning signs that they were running low on power. Being trapped was one thing, but being trapped and targeted by all the mutants then was a whole other scenario. Once trapped, the Grandmaster could do nothing to escape. Attacks that came from the enemy were able to penetrate the light barrier and damage the person trapped inside. A few unfortunate Grandmasters that were trapped had to endure the massive bombardment of attacks. One of them, Feng Tianqi, a new member of the level 5 Grandmasters, had to use his domain ability just to survive. Not everyone had an energy core fused into their being like Isabella. Activating their domain ability, as well as maintaining it, consumed a considerable amount of energy. As soon as Feng Tianqi was released, he quickly flung himself into the horde of unknowns. However, he had to time it perfectly, and must withdraw from the fight before his domain ability ended. In the worst case scenario, he would be severely weakened and would succumb to the enemy. Although they say level 5 metahumans were immortals, that was under the presumption that fights and threats all originated from Earth. Jiang Fei understood well that Namekian's technology would tear the logic into shreds. Even if they could survive being rained down with powerful beam weaponry, there are hundreds of other ways to truly defeat a level 5 metahuman. Even though Jiang Fei was not close to Feng Tianqi, he was still considered his ally. He could not allow Feng Tianqi to give up his life without doing anything about it. Worst of all, if Feng Tianqi died during this fight, Jiang Fei might not get to work together with the rest of the Grandmasters. While these Grandmasters might have a high moral and a good sense of gratitude, they were still not obligated to put their life on the line for someone like Jiang Fei.
Direct the energy from the barrier reservoir into the dispersion beam,
Jiang Fei ordered. Compared to his safety, keeping the Grandmasters free and about was more important. At this point, he was better off diverting the enemy into the dispersion beam machine, as he was not under heavy attack.
Yes, my lord.
One of the girls acknowledged the order and quickly got to work. The intensity of the barrier quickly dropped, and the two machines that had ran out of juice started to work again. As soon the rate of releasing Grandmasters from light prison returned to its optimal rate, Feng Tianqi quickly deactivated his domain ability and withdrew from the front lines. Burning too much energy in such a short amount of time had taken a toll on him.
0543. What's the ETA?
Jiang Fei asked again. He had lost count on how many times he had asked 0543 the same question. However, something happened at the horizon that drew Jiang Fei's attention. There were 5 narrow and thin light pillars flashing down from the sky. If they were teleporting someone, that party of 5 was teleported in not far from where Jiang Fei was.
What's going on? Did the spatial disruptor stop working?
Jiang Fei quickly asked. Before the attack even started, Jiang Fei had made sure to have 0543 deploy the spatial disruptor to prevent anyone from teleporting in too close to him, and only within the enemy base. This time, something went terribly wrong as the enemies were able to move in close to where he was.
Great ones! This is the boy that had been the bane of my existence. Kill him and our guest will deliver the items we seek,
said Lincoln as he revealed himself amongst the party of 4. He was angry, and his eyes showed it all. His 2 sons were killed by Jiang Fei, and he had slipped past his fingers more times that he wanted to remember. He was not the only one that had a bone to pick with Jiang Fei. The American government as well as the entire body of the Mutant Brotherhood wanted nothing more than to kill Jiang Fei and tear him apart.
Nothing personal, kid. You're just too important to be left alive,
said one of the mutants.
We're here to do nothing more than what we're paid for. Let's get this over with,
said another. One of them, a blonde woman who looked extremely beautiful, lifted her hands into the sky and conjured a ball of fire so large that one could mistake it for the moon itself. The woman hurled the fireball effortlessly toward Jiang Fei and hit the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, and just when it looked like it was about to give, the barrier stabilized and maintained its integrity.
Shall we move together? Time is of the essence here. If they took control of the base, they will be able to use our weapons against us,
said Lincoln, a little nervous. Chapter 1214, Anti-Level 5.
Consider yourself cursed to be born. I shall rid you now of your unfortunate living,
said another older mutant, wearing an iron armor. With a flick of his hands, his armor disintegrated into countless of smaller iron filings. With another flick, the iron flings morphed into beads that accelerated at breakneck speeds toward Jiang Fei. The other level 5 mutants started their attacks, hammering at the barrier. The metal beads were damaging the barrier, and the additional attacks by the other mutants pushed the barrier to the verge of breaking.
Oh no! My love!
Ariel was the first to react, but before she could move, she was quickly jumped by an uncountable number of mutant soldiers. These soldiers were using their energy cannons to shoot and pin down Ariel in place.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to work for a living here,
Baisharan roared. Despite his still cheerful demeanor, Baisharan, as well as the other Grand Masters, were nervous. They were all helping out Jiang Fei in the name of getting closer to Zhuge Shanjin. If something were to happen to him, these Grand Masters would not dare to show their faces when Zhuge Shanjin made an appearance. Or worse, he might even bear a grudge against them for not protecting the weaker Jiang Fei. Compared to the others, Baisharan and Xiaoho Shangyuan had only just obtained the blessing of Zhuge Shanjin in the form of the weapons. Those two were the first to react when it came to saving Jiang Fei. The other Grand Masters saw the weapons they were wielding, and each had the same thought of requesting Zhuge Shanjin to have their god blades reforged as well. With that thought in mind, they could not let Jiang Fei be harmed in order to gain favor from Zhuge Shanjin. At that instant, when Baisharan roared out, all level 5 Grand Masters activated their domain ability. Unfortunately, in the next instant, these Grand Masters, and even Isanella and the girls were all simultaneously captured by the light prison. Even though the new Saints Guards girls were working their best to release the Grand Masters, the speed was so slow that as soon as they were released, they were captured almost immediately. It was a tactic, and a very clever one at that. These unknowns had no intention to protect the base, as their main goal was to use the base as a bait to lure Jiang Fei. The next step was to capture and, if possible, kill him. That was their goal all along.
Move!
Isabella bellowed as she brute forced her way through the hordes of unknowns. Whenever she was captured by the light prison, with sheer strength alone, she was able to pry herself out of it. Even so, she could not get closer to Jiang Fei, as she was repeatedly imprisoned. As soon as she got out from one, she was locked up again. Both the mutants and the unknowns had invested a lot for this plan to work, as they had brought in over 30 light prison machines, as well as a F***CK ton of energy crystals to power them. It was all to kill Jiang Fei. As the 4 level 5 mutants were unleashing L upon Jiang Fei, Lincoln could only support them by using the energy weapon he had. If this continued on for even 5 seconds, the barrier would collapse and Jiang Fei would be exposed.
Humph! Did they seriously think that I'm that powerless?
Jiang Fei snapped. To be honest, Jiang Fei was not the unfortunate one, as these level 5 mutants did not know what Jiang Fei was capable of. The Jiang Fei now was not as powerful as them. He might not be able to fight on the same level as them, but he can force them to fight him on the same level as he was.
Heh. Beat it. Burn it. This barrier is not going down that easily. I still have more than enough time to take over the base,
said Jiang Fei tauntingly, as he stepped closer and closer to the edge of the barrier, whilst making a smug face to further aggravate the lot.
Boy, you must be out of your mind. I can see that the barrier will only last for 5 seconds,
said a mutant with a snout like a monkey or a baboon.
Is it really? Why, I must be dreaming then,
said Jiang Fei. As soon as he gave his retort, Jiang Fei vanished from sight. Like a cannonball, Jiang Fei shot out of the barrier, and was in close proximity to the 4 level 5 mutants.
Is he daft?
The blonde woman snorted. A level 4 martial artist with no equipment whatsoever had charged toward 4 level 5 mutants, besides giving his own life to them. What else could the reason be for him to do something so retarded?
Time for a show!
Jiang Fei howled as he released his domain. All 4 level 5 mutants were immediately affected and came down to the ground with a crash.
What the F***CK? My powers! They're gone! What did he do?
The lot of them quickly became disoriented. The shock of knowing their powers were gone had rattled them to the core.
5 seconds. Was it? I reckon all I needed is 1.
Jiang Fei sneered as he quick-stepped his way behind the mutant, with a snout like a baboon. The man's ability was spatial manipulation, an ability that Ariel had a knack for. This sort of opponent would be the hardest to kill, but since he was not teleporting away, killing him would be as easy as snapping a pair of wooden chopsticks in half.
Humph!
Jiang Fei grunted as he swung the Zhanlu sword with all his might. The mutant was able to react to the attack and quickly dodge the swing. Unfortunately, the man had been a level 5 mutant for as long as he could remember, and moved just as how he would as one. Problem was, he was now only a level 4 mutant. The strength in his body could not react in time. The mutant had calculated his move, as he was supposed to fully dodge the swing with only a millimeter margin of error. However, because of his weaker body constitution, He was slashed and received a full inch through his abdomen. 1 inch long wound. For some, was nothing but a scratch. A simple band-aid would be sufficient to fix it up. But a wound, made by the Jianlu sword. And on a mutant? Nothing good was going to come from that. The mutant might have level 5 power, but he was forced down, and could only exert as much power as a level 4. With whatever strength he had left, he used them all to suppress the rampantly raging power that was coursing through his veins.
"This is Godblade,"
said the mutant before exploding in the most spectacular manner. The others were quickly to catch what he said, and when they had fully understood the situation, neither one of them could view Jiang Fei as before.
"You're next,"
said Jiang Fei with a grin as he pointed his sword to the blonde woman. He quickly leaped into action, as giving them time to adjust to their current state of power would be detrimental to him. Once they had gotten used to their weaker self, although not threatening, killing them would be a hassle. With the teleporting mutant defeated, the rest were basically a game of catch. Speed was king when it came to martial artists of Jiang Fei's current power level, coupled with various forms of martial arts. These weakened level 5 mutants were no more than tortoises. They were even weaker than Lincoln now.
"Die! Be asterisk TCH!"
Jiang Fei roared as he delivered his blow to the blonde mutant.
"Annie!"
cried another mutant, as he quickly jumped in to push the blonde mutant to take the blade for himself.
"No! Klaus!"
Annie cried as she was filled with horror. The blade that was meant for her was now protruding from Klaus' chest. Before Klaus could even open his mouth, his entire body exploded violently, leaving nothing but his ruptured innards and mangled limbs everywhere. Chapter 12:15, Double Happiness. Klaus' death was the trigger for Annie. For all he knew, Klaus might have been Annie's elder brother, or even her lover. That was probably the reason why Annie charged toward Jiang Fei with eyes that shed tears of sadness and resentment. Jiang Fei could not bring himself to feel anything toward the man, even though he admired the selfless act of protecting someone else. Sympathizing with the enemy would only be fatal to him, for better or worse. If Jiang Fei did something like that, Isabella and the other of the girls would be leading a mass to attend Jiang Fei's funeral.
"Die! Pig!"
Annie roared relentlessly as she hurled balls of fire toward Jiang Fei. While dodging the oncoming fireballs, a shadow appeared behind Jiang Fei. One of the weakened level 5 mutants had gotten used to his state of power and quickly joined the fight.
"Took you long enough,"
said Annie. At this moment, Jiang Fei was facing with one ranged mutant and a melee fighter. Even though he could not fight a level 5 mutant, provided that he or she was not affected by Jiang Fei's enfeeblement, he could still fight any other mutant at level 4. With quick steps, Jiang Fei moved aside to dodge the mutant's fist that was coming for his head, whilst keeping an eye out for the oncoming fireballs. In a split second, Jiang Fei managed to bring the melee fight away from the ranged mutant. Both of them traded blows and dodged each and every attack flawlessly. Even though both of them could not yet kill each other, it was only a matter of time before one succumbed to the other. The fight was not going to end so quickly, giving Annie more than enough time to chase after Jiang Fei and rain balls of fire down onto him. Even so, he still had more than enough breathing space to dodge all attacks coming from the melee mutant and Annie. The melee mutant was not impervious to Annie's attack, as he had to stop attacking a few times to avoid getting hit by the fireballs. Feats like this was considered as a walk in the park for Jiang Fei, but not the mutant. In just a split of a second, Jiang Fei saw an opening when a large fireball came hurling down from the sky, and the melee fighter had to take a giant leap back. In that moment, Jiang Fei ran all the way around the giant fireball, which was roughly the size of a stadium, and delivered a quick slash when he got behind the fleeting mutant. When one had been innervated of someone else's power, a single slash from a god blade would be lethal. The melee mutant had only a second to scream in terror before the fast-acting poison of Valium seeped into his body, causing spontaneous combustion, which ended with a huge gory explosion.
"Kyle!"
Annie screamed as she lost her mind. Without even thinking about herself, she conjured even more fireballs, more than Jiang Fei could count, and hurled them all toward him, almost like a meteor shower. This sort of aimless barrage was working well, as Jiang Fei could only focus all his attention onto finding openings in between attacks. In that moment, Lincoln appeared out of nowhere and shot Jiang Fei right in his back. It was a careless mistake on Jiang Fei's part, as he had thought he had control of the situation by facing all 4 enfeebled level 5 mutants. He had completely ignored Lincoln, who was armed with weapons of level 5 power output. Weapons were more than capable of delivering any kind of attack without being affected by Jiang Fei's domain ability. If it wasn't for 0543 creating a barrier to protect Jiang Fei from the blast, he might have already died on the spot, with a large hole in the center of his chest.
TCH. I'm too careless.
Jiang Fei scolded himself. He was too preoccupied with the thought of the enfeebled level 5 mutants running out of his domain range and escaping. That was why he had been investing all his attention into killing them first. An ordinary level 4 mutant like Lincoln had been completely ignored, granting him the luxury of becoming invisible to Jiang Fei. He had been watching and observing the fight from afar, and when Jiang Fei had struck down the third level 5 mutant, he was wide open, and that was when Lincoln shot him. The beam attack landed a direct hit on the barrier that 0543 had manifested at the last second. Even though Jiang Fei was not in imminent danger, he was blasted of his stance and toward Annie. In that moment, Jiang Fei was full of openings. Annie took this chance and conjured a smaller, energy-packed fireball and hurled it toward Jiang Fei. The fireball hit Jiang Fei directly, but was completely absorbed by the barrier 0543 had created. These two attacks at 0543 consume a lot of energy.
Enough of this,
Jiang Fei snarled. Even though he had managed to escape completely unscathed, he was not having it, and it showed on his face. He had just killed 3 level 5 metahumans, a feat no ordinary human could claim. Yet he was attacked by a level 4 mutant. The shame of being protected, being shielded for such a shallow attack was not being taken well by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was still a young man. Succumbing to shame was like being humiliated by the mass. The rage built up in his chest, and was rushing to his head. In that moment, Jiang Fei was only thinking about redeeming himself. With effort, he manifested all the energy in him, and forcefully activated Blood Rage, granting him temporary powers of a level 5. And there he stood, stationary, when the last fireball came. With a simple slash, Jiang Fei cleaved the fireball in two. Before Annie could make any sense of what was happening, Jiang Fei appeared behind her. Like any other level 5. Defeating a level 4 mutant was as easy as snapping his fingers. Annie, in her current power level, was but a little rabbit being targeted by a veteran falcon. Before she could even turn her head to face Jiang Fei, before she could even channel her powers into manifesting a fireball, Jiang Fei's sword was already halfway through her chest. The deed was done and Jiang Fei still had another to kill. As he flashed away, literally in the next fraction of a second, Annie had finally moved her hands closer together to conjure the fireball. In that power level, Jiang Fei's movement was almost light speed. The entire kill was done in only less than 1/3 of a second. Just as a complete second passed, Jiang Fei was already in front of Lincoln.
You? This isn't fair. How is it that you're alive?
Lincoln roared, his voice filled with vile anger and resentment. He knew that he was about to be killed by Jiang Fei, but the vengeance in him did not allow him to accept death right then. He was facing the man that had murdered his sons. Right now, Lincoln was not afraid of death, but of the thought of not having his revenge on Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei didn't care for any of Lincoln's words. He raised his sword and swung it down with such force that the ground beneath his feet cracked. Any other day, that cleave would have sliced a mountain in half. But Lincoln was protected with a powerful level 5 grade barrier. A genuine level 5 already took more than a single hit to break it. What more a pseudo level 5? The cleave had only made the barrier tremble a little, like a wave created by a dragonfly landing on calm waters. At that second, Lincoln knew better than to lay down on his knees. He quickly got up to his feet and started shooting at Jiang Fei. Unfortunately, rifles and guns were just too slow for Jiang Fei. Temporarily ditching his attacking stance, Jiang Fei focused all his powers into evasion. Lincoln had lost the element of surprise. All he could hope for was a lucky shot. After dodging thousands of beams, Jiang Fei landed a few heavy cleaves and managed to break the shield. It took him more than 10 hits to break the level 5 barrier. Even though it sounded tedious, landing 10 hits in a row had only taken 1/10 of a second. The 15th strike broke the shield and cleaved Lincoln in half. He died, still regretting not being able to have his revenge. Once the deed was done, Jiang Fei quickly exited Blood Rage and fell to his knees. He had only spent close to 4 seconds in Blood Rage mode, yet the damage inflicted on him was too sudden and too much for him to bear. At this point, Jiang Fei was incredibly weakened. Still able to fight, but only with 20% of his combat power. The mutants had everything planned, and had even invested 4 level 5 metahumans just to kill Jiang Fei. They would have known about Jiang Fei's ability if the enemy unknowns had informed them about it. But they didn't, and that was why all 4 level 5 mutants were killed.
Captain, I have control over the base.
0543's female voice rang in Jiang Fei's ears when he was still on his knees.
Just in time,
Jiang Fei said as he cracked a smile. How lucky he was. Not only he was able to fend off the enemy's sudden reinforcements, he had also gained control of the enemy's base.
Reactivate the defense system. Target all enemies and exterminate them with great prejudice,
said Jiang Fei as he roared the command. The cannons unfolded from inside the base, and when they started to rise above ground level, the bombardment began. Chapter 12:16, Wholesome Reward. The tables had turned immediately when 0543 took control over the entire base. The signal beacon that was activated to allow ease of teleportation was turned off. As a consequence, the unknowns were unable to teleport in more reinforcements. The machines that were used to project light prisons were also disabled. Isabella and the other girls, as well as the Grand Masters, were now able to move freely. The fight was now a massacre, and the mutants was forced to retreat.
Retreat! Fire the retreat signal! Move back!
Once Jiang Fei had the grand upper hand, the mutants started to call off their attacks. Fewer and fewer unknowns remained in the battlefield now. Even though Isabella, the girls, and the other Grand Masters were killing as they go, they weren't able to hold all the enemies due to their sheer number. In no time, the survivors, mutants and unknowns alike, were able to break out of the Thunderdome and move toward one of the secret teleportation chambers to be teleported away. Even though some of the mutants and unknowns escaped, the damage inflicted on them was severe. That mutant brotherhood had lost 4 of their level 5 members and hundreds of level 4s. The unknowns had suffered a great loss as well. In order to bait Jiang Fei into attacking this very base, they had allocated a large amount of energy crystals to draw his attention. Their original intention was to trap and kill Jiang Fei in this very base. Once Jiang Fei, their leader, was removed, the followers would be running around like headless chickens. The base would be safe. That was supposed to be their ironclad winning factor. With that thought in mind, they did not find the need to teleport the energy crystals as well as the other equipment in the base. Now that their plan had crumbled down in the most spectacular manner, everything there was now Jiang Fei's. The one factor that was the cause of their failure was Jiang Fei's enfeeblement domain ability. Before his entrance, everything was going according to plan. The level 5 fighters were constantly being disabled via the light prisons, and they even sent in reinforcements. As soon as Jiang Fei had participated in the fight directly, everything changed. Not only did they lose to him, they had also lost an entire base filled with precious resources to him. Jiang Fei may have won, but his victory came with a great cost. Even though he came out completely unscathed save for the extreme fatigue due to the effect of blood rage, his trump card, the enfeeblement ability, was no longer a secret. Jiang Fei was not able to kill everyone in sight, and surely the survivor would spread the word.
Brother Jiang Fei sure has a lot hiding under his sleeves,
said Bai Shuren as he returned to Jiang Fei once the battle had reached its conclusion. The rest of the Grand Masters joined in to help Jiang Fei. At this point, everyone had a change of perspective, and even in the manner with which they addressed Jiang Fei. Everyone was now treating Jiang Fei as one of them, a fellow level 5 fighter. To be honest, some of them were even threatened by him. Before this war started, everyone was friendly with Jiang Fei because of the benefits. All of them, like Bai Shuren and Xiahou Shangyuan, wanted to have their god blades reforged into proper weapon. They wanted to have Jiang Fei owe them a favor, and speak them up in the face of Zhuge Shanjin. Why else would a group of level 5 Grand Masters be nice to a lowly level 4 martial artist? Their perception toward Jiang Fei had now changed. Or rather, elevated when they saw what Jiang Fei did to the level 5 mutants. To be able to force a level 5 metahuman down back to level 4 was unheard of. What more being able to kill them off with a powerful god blade? Killing 4 level 5 mutants with only that technique was a feat no one, not even Bai Shuren or the rest of the Grand Masters then, could do. Jiang Fei had done it, and he did it with such elegance. His prowess in the battlefield had made the other Grand Masters treat him like one of their own, even though he was still a level 4 martial artist.
No wonder the boy is the grand disciple of Master Zhuge Shanjin,
said Zhang Shan as he and Li Shi discussed the reason why Isabella and the other level 5 girls were obeying him.
Just how mystical is Master Zhuge Shanjin? How did he manage to cultivate such a powerful disciple?
Li Shi said. To support Zhang Shan's notion, they already feared Sylphie, for she was able to sneak around a room filled with level 5 Grand Masters without being detected. Not to mention Isabella for having an almost inexhaustible amount of energy even when she had activated her domain ability for the entire time. However, compared to those two, Jiang Fei's achievement of killing 4 level 5 mutants in such a short period of time had placed him on the top of the list. If Jiang Fei was the master, those 2 girls were only the students. One thought that all level 5 metahumans had was self-preservation. Nothing was more important than their own livelihood. They were fine if someone else was stronger than they were. They were not self-gratifying to the point where they would walk around the earth feeling invincible. The problem they had with Jiang Fei was his ability to dethrone them from their power level. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. While they did see it, they were still confounded by it. Jiang Fei got to his feet, clasped his fists together, and bowed respectfully.
Thank you all for the help today. This one would never have succeeded without your help. Please, Brother Jiang Fei, we are all but our own. Please do not stand on ceremony with us. It's a slap to the face, if you know what I mean,
said Bai Shiren as he quickly stepped in to release Jiang Fei from his humble form. Everyone else felt the same way. If they had not seen Jiang Fei in action, they would still feel inclined to accept Jiang Fei's humbleness. Now, things had changed as they were all accepting Jiang Fei as one of their own. Perhaps someone who was even stronger than they were. How could they remain as they were when Jiang Fei was bowing his head?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your help today. I hope to return the favor next time,
said Jiang Fei as he accepted the demeanor and respect he was offered. Just then, a thought came to him. How would Bai Wanli or Gan Yongzhenren react when they see him? Would those sect elders address him as master? Fortunately, those sect leaders had been mingling with Jiang Fei, both as a friend and brother-in-arms. They would still be able to face Jiang Fei without feeling too left out. After distributing the dart tips to the level 5 grandmasters, Jiang Fei then heard whispers of interests in having their god blades reforged. Instead of waiting, Jiang Fei himself dropped hints to them, telling them to come to him if they wanted to have a personalized god blade made. With that said, all the level 5 grandmasters only respected Jiang Fei even more, coupled with the fact that they had shed blood and sweat together in the battlefield. Everyone was walking away with a strong camaraderie. When everyone left, Jiang Fei stayed back to examine the base. At this point, he was all by himself. Even so, he was not afraid should the unknown suddenly decide to have a second round. The base was now under his control, and he could easily defend himself with the weaponry in the base. Even if they were to fight through all that defenses, Jiang Fei would have long gone by the time they reached the inside of the base. As for the mutants, they were all but last week's problems. Jiang Fei had killed 4 level 5 mutants in a single battle. If they weren't terrified yet, they would be when news about their deaths and the method Jiang Fei used to kill them reached their ears. Until they find a way to counter this ability, no one would be knocking on Jiang Fei's door lest they would have another go with Jiang Fei, only to find themselves beheaded. Chapter 12:17, Whereabouts of the Third Energy Core.
0543. Time for spring cleaning,
said Jiang Fei when he entered the base.
Yes, Captain.
0543 acknowledged his words and started working around. 5 minutes later, 0543 gave Jiang Fei a report which gave him a shock. The unknown's original plan had gone completely south, leaving all their stocked resources in place to bait Jiang Fei into attacking this base. They had purposely stocked mountains of energy crystals. At the end of it all, the plan failed and Jiang Fei rose victorious. According to 0543's report, the base contained an unbelievable amount of energy crystals, as much as 2/3 of what the previous base had, which was more than 400 million energy crystals. A large portion of that were freshly stocked even. What was once a mere bait was now Jiang Fei's battle loot.
Besides these energy crystals, what else do they have?
Jiang Fei asked. He was beyond content. With such a large amount of energy crystals, not only he could revive Hua Mulan as a genuine level 5 metahuman, he could even revive the rest of the entire New Saints guards.
Oh dang, that's a good haul,
said Jiang Fei after 0543 gave him another report. Not only did he have the light prison machine, he also had the blueprint to build it. This was one of the machines that he had wanted to have. Although he had obtained the blueprint for the light dispersion machine from Akut series, he had also obtained the machines from her. These machines had been tampered with to prevent Jiang Fei from reverse engineering it. Once the machine detected any signs of tampering, the machine would initiate a self-destruct program, melting all the parts inside to prevent Jiang Fei or 0543 from ever discovering its mechanics. Even though they were in an alliance, both Jiang Fei and Akut series were always on the alert. Jiang Fei had the biotechnology to give birth to level 5 metahumans, and Akut series had the method, the light machines, to trap them. As of now, Jiang Fei had just obtained blueprints of the light prison machine. As such, he had no longer needed to rely on Akut series for the light dispersion machine. He could simply build them himself. He could even manufacture the light prison machines.
F***ing awesome.
Jiang Fei cheered. This battle had turned out for the better, as rewards kept on coming in. Having the light manipulation technology, Jiang Fei was now stronger than ever. He would not have to be afraid of level 5 metahumans anymore. There were bound to be metahumans strong enough to break the prison. Like Isabella. Even so, they would be momentarily incapacitated. Long enough for hundreds of New Saints guards to blast them. Even if they could not be killed, the sheer power of the level 5 cannons would be powerful enough to shed their hide. Besides that, Jiang Fei had also acquired many other equipment. However, these equipment were but familiar to Jiang Fei. Obtaining them did no harm to him. But they were not a boon to him. At the end of it, Jiang Fei still walked out of the base with his heart full of content. The 400 million energy crystals and the light manipulation tech were more than enough to save him for a long time.
Shall we?
Jiang Fei called after he had left nothing but dust in the base. With his heart filled with joy, Jiang Fei returned back home. While he was going back home jubilantly, the mutants in America were crying their eyes out. Level 5 mutants were hard to come by. Even with the power and influence the Mutant Brotherhood had, they did not have many level 5 members. That day, in a span of 30 seconds, 4 of the strongest level 5 members had been killed. Not to mention the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood, Lincoln. The loss of 4 level 5 mutants as well as their own vice president was a huge blow to the entire Brotherhood. Before, only part of the mutant community hated Jiang Fei. But now, everyone else had joined this circle of hatred. That was the ugly side of humanity. Feelings always triumphed over logic. They didn't care about why Lincoln had died. All they knew was that he had died by the hands of Jiang Fei. As for the level 5 mutants, not everyone in the Brotherhood knew the truth. They didn't know that it had been their side who had brought the fight to Jiang Fei. It did not matter as Jiang Fei has had the blood of their kind on his hands, and they would have him pay for it. However, logic would still come crawling back. A little kid had managed to kill 4 level 5 mutants. What did that say about his powers? Not even a combined venture of all level 5 mutants and the Brotherhood would have enough courage to face Jiang Fei. Not at the moment at least. In order to bolster their ranks, they had to seek out allies. This time, they headed to the far west to seek for the European Church. That and the unknowns as well. From their point of view, anyone who could fight and had hatred toward Jiang Fei, their common enemy, would be considered as allies, even if they themselves had a bone to pick with each other. Due to the presence of a common enemy, these 3 factions joined forces quickly and smoothly. The previous alliance was more of a mercenary type. Now, the mutants did not care about gaining benefits. All they cared then was for the destruction of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was, of course, oblivious to the sadness, rage, and sorrow of the other side of the world. He was on cloud 9 for having such an abundance of resources. Like a beggar striking the lotto, the man was spending everything he had. If it wasn't for the fact that he had limited number of biopods, he would have revived the entirety of the New Saints guards at the same time. Right now, he had only about 20 biopods. He could only revive a small number of girls at a time. Even so, in about 2 weeks, he would be able to revive all 300 New Saints guards.
The next step is to locate and retrieve my biolab and the main biopod,
said Jiang Fei to himself. He was neither lacking in resources nor manpower. With that thought in mind, he was not going to rest and relax. He needed to find the unknowns and take back what was rightfully his.
0543. Activate the super radar system and find me my biolab and biopod,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Yes, Captain,
0543 answered. With so many energy crystals in hand, Jiang Fei could afford to spend energy to use the super radar system. Spare the biolab and biopod. With so much power invested, the radar system could even find a tiny needle in the vast ocean.
Oh right. Didn't you mention about a 3rd energy core in Braveheart? Isabella has the core of life, and I have the core of will. What and where is that 3rd core? Find it,
Jiang Fei added. Now that the super radar system was activated, he might as well hitch a ride and search for that core. Chapter 12:18. Not enough for guests.
As you wish, Captain.
0543 acknowledged and started to work. The radar system was activated, and it started to scour every inch on the surface of the Earth to search for what Jiang Fei was looking for. With so much surface area to scan and data to analyze, it would be quite some time before 0543 would return with an answer. Right now, Jiang Fei had to bolster his own forces. Even if he had the report right there and then, he could not simply barge into the enemy's base with the forces he had then. At the very least, it would be 2 weeks later, after Jiang Fei had revived all the New Saints guards. He had to counter in the additional time needed to train them to use the alien weapons. Only then could he be strong enough to fight toe-to-toe with the unknowns. So now, all Jiang Fei could do was wait. He was waiting for the radar system results. Waiting for the slow revival process of the new Saints Guards. During this period, Jiang Fei had nothing better to do than to offer his service to the other level 5 Grand Masters, with them offering their god blades to Jiang Fei to be reforged. He could collect more Valium via cutting corners, to craft powerful weapons for Isabella and the other girls. Valium-based weapons might be as useful regular steel when used against the unknowns. They were exceptionally strong against every other metahumans. As long as they had blood flowing in their veins, they would be subjected to death in the face of Valium. When the entire ordeal with the unknown ended, after the Grand Masters had returned to their own resting place, everything calmed down. It had happened just as fast as it had started, and the peace lasted for at least 5 days. Both Jiang Fei and his enemies were resting, licking their wounds, and preparing for the next war. 1 week was all the time Jiang Fei had when Bennett's stress came knocking on his door, disrupting said peace.
Well, if it isn't the great dragon god, what can I do for you?
Jiang Fei snorted with great arrogance. Currently, he knew he was stronger than ever. There was no need for him to beg Akatsiri's on his knees. In fact, if it weren't for the construction of Braveheart, there was no need for an alliance.
Fei, I heard of the news. Looks like you have fought and won over the unknown's base.
Bennett Strez went straight for the bat. He was there to ask for energy crystals, a treaty made by Jiang Fei and Akatsiri's. Jiang Fei had promised to lend them 100 million energy crystals if he had successfully won the war. As such, it has already been a week since the conclusion of the fight and Jiang Fei was quiet. That was why Akatsiri's had sent Bennett Strez down to Earth, to knock on Jiang Fei's door to ask about the aforementioned energy crystals.
Well, you hear things,
said Jiang Fei, neither agreeing nor denying what Strez had said. Jiang Fei had no reason to be anxious about Akatsiri's, as he was growing stronger day by day. In fact, he was going to disband the alliance with Akatsiri's after the deal with Braveheart was over.
WL. One hears good news in the wind and could not help but ask for. Well, if you don't mind, the leader had sent me here to ask about the agreed amount of energy crystals.
Strez stammered and whimpered like a little girl asking for allowance from her father. At first, Strez had intended to demand the energy crystals instead of lowering his head for it. However, he immediately changed his mind when he entered the base. As a superior android, Strez had various functions embedded inside his body, one of which was a radar system. Even though his radar system was definitely inferior to Jiang Fei's radar system, and somewhat worse than 0543's, he could still pick up on signals beaming from all around Jiang Fei's base. There were at least 100 level 4 energy readings that could only be emitted by level 4 metahumans. That was the reason why Strez decided to play the meek little gentleman in the face of Jiang Fei. Level 4 metahumans were nothing when compared to the superior androids. No matter how hard they tried, they would never break a level 5 Namekian shield barrier. They would be turned to dust with a single blast of a level 5 energy weapon. However, things were different when they are Jiang Fei's level 4 metahumans. Like Jiang Fei, they would surely be armed with Namekian tech. Their combat prowess would definitely be far superior than metallic machines. With a little training, they would be able to move faster than the superior androids. Give them proper weapons and armors, and they could take out someone like Strez easily. Worst of all, there were at least 100 of them lurking around the base. That made Strez to think twice before doing anything in his turf. He had a bad feeling that Jiang Fei might even call off the alliance at that very moment. Even if he wished to maintain their alliance, it was only temporary. That explained the reason why Strez was behaving like a little girl. He was careful with his words, as he was afraid that Jiang Fei might call off the alliance, or even hold him hostage against Akatsiri's. It was a feat that Jiang Fei could accomplish.
MHM. About that.
Jiang Fei purposely choked. With the amount of energy crystals he had with him then, even after giving away 100 million, Jiang Fei could still revive Hua Mulan and the entire new Saints Guards. However, after everything he had learned, he knew well enough to not cave into Akatsiri's request. 100 million was no small amount, and if Jiang Fei did follow her words, the little b asterisk tch might actually do something that would make him regret his decision. At this point, Jiang Fei sighed heavily and said,
"Oh my sweet loving dragon god. Do you know that I don't even have enough to give away?"
Strez was stunned. He had never thought that someone as honorable as Jiang Fei would go back on his words. He reasoned that Jiang Fei was inevitably human and could succumb to his greed.
"Dear Jiang Fei, we are but allies. The others are threatening us. Right this moment. It would only be a matter of time before they discover the moon base. If Braveheart isn't completed by then, they will destroy it. Wouldn't this be a loss for you as well?
Straz brought out the big guns. Of course, with Akatsura's approval, Straz was ordered to do anything he could in his power to get resources from Jiang Fei. Without energy, Braveheart would be sitting in the hangar, with a gigantic hole in its hull, gathering space dust.
You're right about that,
said Jiang Fei as he started to think about it. It pained him to say it, but he did not want the effort he had poured into Braveheart, however small it may be wasted as it gets destroyed by the enemy.
Please, I beg of thee.
Straz lowered himself further and begged desperately.
All right, he'll try to make it work. Know that I would have to suffer for it,
said Jiang Fei as he materialized 2 hypercondensed energy crystals. These 2 energy crystals were only as large as a carry-on, but each of them had the energy capacity of 5 million energy crystals. Straz's eyes glowed blue as he scanned the 2 crystals and affirmed the amount. 10 million energy crystals was far from what they had agreed upon. At most, these would only be enough for 2 days of work.
Thank you.
Straz sighed heavily as he blatantly expressed his disappointment to Jiang Fei before thanking him. Right then, he had no power to decide his next move. All he could do was inform Akatsura of what had taken place and let her decide what to do next. Chapter 12-19, Akatsura's Decision. After leaving Jiang Fei's base, Straz returned to the moon and reported everything that had transpired to Akatsura.
If what you say is accurate, Jiang Fei might have obtained more than what we have expected,
said Akatsura. She had no idea that Jiang Fei had mastered the light manipulation technology, but based on Straz's report on energy reading, she was sure that Jiang Fei had somehow managed to gather a substantial amount of energy to revive so many level 4 metahumans. In time, he would come to her with the sole intention to call off the alliance.
Leader, I think we should strike the iron while it's hot. We need to do something about that boy before he does us,
said Bennett Straz.
I understand what you are trying to say. The boy is inevitably human. There is no way we could live together in harmony.
Akatsura sighed. She understood that better than anyone else. Jiang Fei was a human, and she was an android. The best they could hope for was a peaceful habitation, but never a coalition. As for Jiang Fei and Akatsura, things could never turn back to the way it was before. Even if Jiang Fei had some leftover feelings from when they were still in the game, neither side could, and would be together earnestly.
Leader, Jiang Fei is growing day by day, and I fear that one day he would set his eyes on us. We should turn to Vega. Be it as it may, we are all androids. Set aside everything that sets us apart. We should return to where we belong,
Straz advised.
Never.
Akatsura roared with eyes glowing red.
Leader, based on the current circumstances, that would be the best MOV. Enough.
Akatsura interjected before Straz could continue.
There will be no further discussion about this matter. Vega is something that you can never work with. Besides, there are too many things that you could never process. I don't care what circumstances we are in right now. We will never turn to that side.
Akatsura refuted gallantly. With a wave of her hands, she gestured Straz to leave her sight.
Yes, leader.
Straz obeyed. Even though he still had questions, he was programmed to obey each and every command of Akatsura. Even if he wanted to, he could not disobey or there would be consequences.
Damn it! There's always something or someone standing in my way.
Akatsura whined when Straz left. She pulled back her cloak and paced back and forth nervously. Energy was one of her biggest problems then. She wouldn't have sent Straz and have him grovel at Jiang Fei's for energy crystals if she had enough. However, as predictable as Jiang Fei was, Akatsura had not expected Jiang Fei to go back on his promise. She had only received 10 million of the 100 million energy crystals that was promised. Such an amount was not even enough to finish repairing the damage inflicted on Braveheart. She already had enough on her plate. With the reparation and construction of Braveheart being delayed, she still had to worry about the threat of the other unknowns. Vega and his men, attacking the moon base. Based on her current power and forces, she could not even maintain her current progress with Braveheart, much less defend the base. The least but possible threat was Jiang Fei himself. Since the start, Akatsura had never truly trusted Jiang Fei. No matter how strong Jiang Fei grew, his only weakness, as all humans shared, was his emotions. Akatsura knew well that if she were to willingly put herself in a pitiful state, while Jiang Fei might not be more than willing to help, at the very least, he would not attack her. However, Jiang Fei had blatantly gone against his words. This made Akatsura worry about Jiang Fei turning against her. She did not know what had changed Jiang Fei to this extent. It could be because of the girls making the final decision for him. Either way, the lust tactic would never work as well as it did before. If Jiang Fei had enough and decided to turn against her, Akatsiri would never be able to fend off an army of hundreds of biohumans.
This cannot continue. I need to think of a way to get more energy crystals and fix the goddamn ship. Only with Braveheart can I truly overcome any force in the universe.
Akatsiri snarled. That was the only thing she had that could save her from every threat in the world. Be it technology, resources, or even attack force. She was miles behind Jiang Fei and Vega. Once Braveheart could operate, everything would bend to her will. The disparity of strength would be turned around with her rising from the lowest to the highest. She would be so strong that not even Vega working with Jiang Fei could defeat her.
Energy! 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 I need energy! I need all the energy!
Akatsiri repeated herself. It was only at that moment did she understand the troubles that Jiang Fei had always felt. Being a user that relied on power. Her dependency on energy crystals was so strong that it was her everything.
Come to me! Bennett Straz!
Akatsiri called for Strez after a thorough thinking.
How may I be of service?
Strez responded as he entered Akatsiri's chamber.
I need you to do something for me,
said Akatsiri as she transmitted a large amount of data to him.
Would this work?
Strez asked with a tone of surprise after he had analyzed the amount of data.
Just do it,
Akatsiri snorted.
As you wish, leader,
said Strez without any resistance. When Akatsiri made plans and had Strez execute them, Jiang Fei was in his base training the newly born girls. They had only just been born hours before, and they had already started their training session with the previously revived girls. Ariel and the other girls were teaching them about weapons and armor, as well as the mechanism of the light manipulation machine. After so many days, Jiang Fei had now produced a number of machines, 2 types of which were now the temporal prison emitter and the light energy dispersing beam. These 2 machines would be a means of disrupting the enemy. It would be useful in facing the unknowns, or even Akatsiri. The fight would then be a tug of war, and the side that runs out of energy first would be the loser. They would not be as useful when used against mutants. Temporal prisons were exceptionally useful against level 5 metahumans, as long as they weren't familiar with its mechanism. Or be ridiculously strong like Isabella. Except for those exceptions. No one could escape the temporal prison. Besides Valium. This would be another anti-level 5 metahuman mechanism.
In just a few more days, I would be able to settle scores with the unknowns,
said Jiang Fei with confidence. Everything the unknowns had were now debunked. Once the new Saints Guards were ready, Jiang Fei would have no need to hide away from the mutants, the unknowns, and perhaps even Akatsiri. The day until Jiang Fei reclaimed the throne as the main protagonist was near. Chapter 1220, almost complete. 3 days after meeting with Straz, 0543 reported good news in the early hours of the day.
Captain, I have the scan results. Tell me the good news,
said Jiang Fei as he rubbed his hands vigorously.
I have the location of both the biolaboratory and the main biopod. The biolab is located on an island toward the east side of the Pacific Ocean. The biopod is located within America.
0543 reported.
Huh? Separate?
Jiang Fei stuttered.
It's not that simple.
0543 interjected.
According to the scan results, radar is detecting high energy signatures around the 2 machines. I fear that someone is currently using them both for experiments.
Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. It didn't take long for him to understand what was going on. The unknowns might have stolen the machines from Jiang Fei, but they didn't know how to use them properly. That would mean that the mutants were given the machines, and were using them to experiment on themselves. After witnessing how strong Jiang Fei had become, both the unknowns and the mutants had forged a strong alliance with each other. The unknowns, not being able to properly use the biolab and biopod, had given them to the mutants to enhance their own people. It was a means and a gesture to bolster their own ranks to defeat Jiang Fei.
Fine. Let them have the machines for now. The day after tomorrow will be the day we take back what are rightfully mine,
Jiang Fei claimed. Almost all of the new Saints Guards were out of the game. The last batch of girls would be revived tomorrow morning. Jiang Fei would then dedicate an extra day for training.
Ariel, contact Bennett Straz for me. I wish to inspect Braveheart,
said Jiang Fei. He was planning on examining the ship before he launched an all-out attack on the unknowns. He had given Akatsiri a considerable amount of energy crystals. If he did not check on her, who could guarantee that the B*TCH wouldn't hoard the energy crystals for some other reason besides building Braveheart? What if Akatsiri suddenly sped things up with Braveheart and drove away with it, while Jiang Fei was having his war with the unknowns and mutants? Jiang Fei would be inconsolable then. He was sure it could happen since Akatsiri's had betrayed him before. Who's to say that she would not do it again?
Alright. I'll be right back,
Ariel replied and sped off to the edge of the island. Jiang Fei headed outside to check on the girls. Considering the fact that heading to the moon base was dangerous, bringing Ariel with him on every trip was the most sensible thing to do. Of all the girls, Ariel might be the weakest, but her mastery in teleportation was the strongest despite being only a pseudo-level 5 metahuman. Other level 5 metahumans could teleport as well, but they could only use that skill on themselves. No one else besides Ariel could bring another person along during teleportation. Not even Isabella. At any moment Jiang Fei was subjected to danger. Ariel could teleport him away with a flick of her finger. Besides Ariel, Jiang Fei had decided to bring Sylphie along. The cutesy assassin had never held her words when it came to insults. Should Jiang Fei be in a situation where he was about to be taken advantage of, Sylphie would step in and fight on his behalf. Since Sylphie was coming along, Isabella was forced to stay behind. Those two could never be together, or it would be a scene, and they were the subject of laughter. In the end, Jiang Fei had decided to take Ariel, Sylply, and Nina along with him. Nina was the break Jiang Fei needed to stop Sylphie if she went too far. Jiang Fei might be their beloved, but Nina's position, as the ex-Saint of the Light, would render Sylphie helpless in disobeying her persuasions. Ariel returned quickly and soon after. Strauss sent his reply and waited for Jiang Fei at the edge of the Winter Islands. With Ariel's teleportation prowess, Jiang Fei and the party arrived in a flash. Unlike the previous time where Jiang Fei was the one that had to wait, Strauss dared not allow Jiang Fei to wait for him this time, since he was the one that was wanted to borrow energy crystals from Jiang Fei.
Let's go,
said Jiang Fei with a cocky smile.
Sure thing,
Strauss answered with his head lowered. With a white flash of light, everyone was teleported away into Akatsiri's moon base.
Lead the way,
Jiang Fei barked.
Please wait here. Jiang Fei, the leader will be arriving soon. She wishes to personally escort you around the base,
said Strauss as he summoned a hovercraft, but did not mount on it.
Akatsiri is coming?
Jiang Fei said curiously. For every time he came to the moon base to inspect the ship, Akatsiri had never made an appearance. Yet, this time, Strauss claimed that she wished to become Jiang Fei's escort. Be it genuine or some hocus pocus, Jiang Fei was on the alert. 2 minutes later, Akatsiri came into the waiting room with a dignified look. It was out of her character since Jiang Fei had always seen her with a pretentious, saddened, pitiful one.
Mr. Jiang Fei, shall we head out?
Akatsiri jumped on the hovercraft and invited Jiang Fei straightforwardly.
MHM.
Jiang Fei hummed as he quickly stopped Sylphie. She was about to open her mouth, most likely to say something insulting to Akatsiri. This time, there was no need for a ruse since Akatsiri was not playing any games around him. Besides, he was about to launch an attack on the enemy, and he did not want any other drama to start. The hovercraft whirled a little before it started to move. With speed, the craft zoomed past the main base and entered the hangar. When the gigantic Braveheart entered Jiang Fei's view, he could see that most of the ship was already finished. What was left was the damaged hull outside the ship. Unknowns and machines alike were working hard on the ship.
Let's go to the bridge,
Jiang Fei said simply.
Very well,
Akatsiri replied immediately. The craft zoomed across the hangar and arrived at the entrance of the bridge. Based on the reading on the console, Braveheart was already at a 90% completion rate. The only thing that was still under construction was the shield projector around the main hull. Without that barrier operational, the ship could fly, but it would be extremely dangerous. Braveheart was designed to be a massive battleship capable of housing civilians. The size of the entire ship was at least 100 kilometers. Such a large object in space was bound to be bombarded with space debris. Agility was never its forte, and to move about avoiding every tiny speck of asteroid would be impossible. Relatively speaking, objects in space moved at high speeds. Being hit by a single rock the size of a car at high speed would result in large damage to the ship. That was only around the solar system. Flying across interstellar space would be worse. Without protection from the shield, the ship would be like a beehive in just a single day. Chapter 12:21. A plan for her, a plan for him.
You've made quite the progress here,
said Jiang Fei. After viewing the ship's condition, Jiang Fei made a decision to stop supporting Akatsiri. The last thing he wanted was Akatsiri taking off with the ship while he was fighting the unknowns.
Be as it may, we do not have any more energy to continue our work,
said Akatsiri with a straight face.
No rush. I do not have any more energy crystals myself. However, I have some news that you might be interested in. I am now organizing a strike team to attack the Unknown's main base. I am offering you half of what we can haul from there if you are to join us, said Jiang Fei. Even though he had decided not to give any more energy crystals to Akatsiri's, he was not convinced that everything would go as planned. The B*TCH might be hiding some energy crystals somewhere in the base, which would be enough for her to finish the work. His plan was to force her to join him in attacking the Unknowns lest she left Earth with the ship. Akatsiri's went silent when Jiang Fei extended his invitation. Her plan was as exactly what Jiang Fei had thought, to leave Earth while he fought Vega. After obtaining full control of the ship and registering herself as the captain of Braveheart, she would return to Earth. Not as a supreme android, but as the supreme ruler. To join Jiang Fei and attack Vega's forces would be a huge gamble. If the joint venture was a success, Jiang Fei would be stronger, and she would be the next target of elimination. Even if she were to be given energy crystals, Jiang Fei would come along to take control of the ship. He was, after all, much stronger than she was at this very moment. What's wrong? Did you have something planned? Jiang Fei asked with an underlying tone of curiosity mixed with a hint of doubt. It's not that. Did you forget about me offering to join you during your previous raid? I am curious as to why you have only extended the invitation now. Akatsiri's answered. Lextra's behaving himself back in Jiang Fei's base. Akatsiri's had to act innocent in front of Jiang Fei. Even though he was in her base, there was nothing she could do to stop Jiang Fei from acting against her. If anything, Jiang Fei could return to Earth and come back with his army of biohumans. Alright then. I take it as a yes. Jiang Fei answered. Oh, I have a favor to ask. Akatsiri's quickly chimed in. What favor? Said Jiang Fei as his fingers danced about on the console. I would like to ask for Miss Ariel's help in examining the electrical conduit of the ship. As you know, an accident befell the ship, causing several internal damage to the ship's integrity. We may have fixed some of it, but with Ariel's keen senses, she could detect faulty conduits with extreme precision. Akatsiri's explained. A reasonable request. Jiang Fei agreed to help. Taking care of the ship was worth investing in as Jiang Fei saw it as his own property. Surely, he would want the ship to be in its best condition. Bidit Straz, please lead Miss Ariel to the ship's hull. Akatsiri's ordered. Right away. Leader. Straz acknowledged her words and proceeded to invite Ariel to the hovercraft. Sisters, keep both eyes peeled. I leave the safety of our beloved in your hands, said Ariel before leaving the room. Leave it to us, Nina answered. It'll make sure our darling will be safe. If anyone or anything wishes to act against him, it'll be pulling her head out of her body before you know it. Sylphie answered as she eyed Akatsiri's. Ariel left the bridge, leaving Jiang Fei alone with Akatsiri's. Even so, with Nina and Sylphie watching out for him, Akatsiri's dared not make a move on Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei moved away from the console and took a tour around the bridge, he gave a look to Sylphie when Akatsiri's was within sight, signaling Sylphie to start a fight with Akatsiri's to draw her attention away. I'm warning you, Tinhead. My darling is but an honest man. You best not squirt any kind of pheromone or he'll make sure that's the last thing you do, said Sylphie after she took 2 steps closer to Akatsiri's. The girl was delighted when Jiang Fei had given her permission to lash out at Akatsiri's. Excuse me? Akatsiri's frowned furiously before she clicked her tongue at her. Her eyes glowed and flickered with blue hue. The last time Sylphie lashed out at her was during her previous meeting with Jiang Fei. The word she had used previously was so vile that Akatsiri's could never forget them. Now that Sylphie started lashing out again, spitting out venomous insults to her, Akatsiri's was not having it. What? Is that all you can say? Excuse me? What I said is true. You are nothing but a pet. A lowly, forgotten pet that my darling once owned and tied with a leash. How does it feel being abandoned by my darling? Did you feel sad that you're too useless for him? How did it feel having been thrown away? It must have hurt so bad. Huh. An unwanted slave. Sylphie had cleared practice this before. How else would she be using worse insults at Akatsiri's? It was fortunate that Isabella wasn't around for this, or she would have taken Akatsiri's side and fought with Sylphie. Shut your mouth, Akatsiri's hissed. Sparks of electricity could be seen leaking all over her body. This is working better than I thought. Perhaps a little too well. I should have Sylphie dial it down a bit. Jiang Fei thought. He had only wanted Sylphie to distract Akatsiri's for a bit. Just for a moment to draw her attention away from him. He hadn't expected the girl to be so vile. While Sylphie was spitting venomous insults continuously, and Akatsiri's was trying her best to endure her rage, Jiang Fei moved ever so quietly toward the captain's console.
Currently, the ship was already past 80% completion, and the console was operational and active. He could now connect to the data management center and assume the role as the ship's captain. He could finally unseal 0541. Jiang Fei used every technique he had learned and poured it into dancing around the ship's console panel. In a blink of an eye, he had already moved in between panels of the console. His fingers danced around the keys, leaving after images even. What was supposed to take a tedious amount of effort was shortened to the least amount of time. On the other side of the bridge, Akatsiri was still enduring Sylphie's insults. There she was, hating the fact that she was not made human. If she was human, she would have already passed out from all the tension and stress. As an android possessing supercomputer-level processing speed, she understood Sylphie's words and could not opt out from listening to them. To make things worse, she had no idea how to refute Sylphie's vile insults. Nina turned her head around to look the other way as Sylphie continued to spit out words of poison. If it weren't for Jiang Fei's orders, she would have already stopped Sylphie at the first sentence. While Sylphie was throwing out insults, Nina turning the other way, and Jiang Fei busy clicking and clacking his way to become the ship's captain. A small orb of light, the size of a grain of sand, floated out of Jiang Fei's ring. The orb drifted slowly to the ground and flew slowly toward a machine on the side. Chapter 1222, Seal Undone. Jiang Fei was already moving at the fastest speed possible without using blood rage. Even so, unlocking the seal on 0541 was tedious work. It had been 20 minutes since he started. Sylphie was almost at her limit, and was about to run of negative adjectives to use against Akatsiri, but Jiang Fei was not done yet. Jiang Fei had taken a peek, and he knew that Sylphie was already worn out. He knew very well that the girl was trying her best to last longer. If asked for more, she would have to start dancing around. Not literally. However, the consequence of stopping then would be epically negative. Akatsiri would surely disband the alliance, which would hinder Jiang Fei's attempt in attacking the Unknown's base. Naturally, he would not, and could not afford that. Jiang Fei gave another look at Sylphie, telling her to last for a little while he was about to reach the end of his work. Why you? Fuh. You best stay away. Away. From my darling. Or I, ill. Sylphie started to slow down as she panted for breath. While she did, Akatsiri's sour expression turned calm. At the beginning, she was clearly trying to resist her wrath, but now she was enjoying it all. It was like watching a clown that had run out of tricks. Thankfully, her attention was still glued to Sylphie and away from Jiang Fei. 0543. Inject all the relevant data and affirm my authority as the ship's captain. Jiang Fei ordered. Yes, Captain. 0543 replied. The procedure to start the unsealing process was completed. The last step was to let 0543 upload Jiang Fei's data, as well as records of the previous ship, which included the information about the death of all the ship crew. Only then would Jiang Fei be promoted to the ship captain. Even though Sylphie was already running on fumes, she was still going strong. Thankfully, 0543 worked fast. In just a few seconds, the first batch of data, Jiang Fei's information of being the representative captain of the ship, was uploaded. The next batch of data dump would be information about the death of all the original ship crew. Uploading. 0543 reported. Unfortunately, during this critical moment, Sylphie was done scolding. Are you done? Akatsiri asked. She was completely calm when Sylphie stopped. It was as if she was completely unfazed by the entire scolding session. No, I just need to catch my breath. Am not done with you yet. Sylphie barked. Her voice was extremely coarse. Masculine even. How human you are. You could even hurt yourself while insulting others. How amusing. Akatsiri teased. Upload complete. Confirming authority as Braveheart's captain. Jiang Fei's heart was beating so fast from all the anxiety. And then 0543 reported good news. I'm more than willing to. What about you? Could you do the same? Sylphie barked once more. At this point, she could only distract Akatsiri with facial tics and gestures. Could I? Wouldn't you like to know? Akatsiri snorted. Captain's authority confirmed. Congratulations. You are now the second captain of Braveheart. 0543 reported. Unseal 0541 right now. Jiang Fei ordered immediately. Commencing. Just when the seal of 0541 was beginning to come undone, Jiang Fei noticed Akatsiri turning away from Sylphie. Damn it! Jiang Fei thought. He could not afford Akatsiri finding out about what he had done. The ship was inoperable at the moment without Jiang Fei investing more energy crystals. In the worst-case scenario, she would rather just blow up the ship than allow Jiang Fei have it.
Put the unsealing program in the background. Turn off the main console. And revert the entire system back to hibernation mode. Let it run on its own and terminate all connection to the main data management center.
Jiang Fei ordered as he quickly removed the ring from the console board. The blinking lights all across the consoles turned off immediately. When Akatsiri's finally turned around to look, all she saw was Jiang Fei plastering his face to the buttons and switches on the console, as if he was admiring a piece of art.
My sweet loving master. I never thought you would have such peculiar taste in women. It's no wonder I could not win your affection,
said Akatsiri as she giggled mockingly at Sylphie. The thinly veiled insults behind her words did not go unnoticed. Most importantly, Jiang Fei couldn't tell whether or not she had noticed what he was doing. Was she trying to hide it? Be it as it may, Sylphie had done a marvelous job and Jiang Fei had officially become the captain of the ship. And the unsealing process of 0541 had begun. Although 0541 was still not free, Jiang Fei's hands was off the board now. Given time, 0541 could finish the program himself. However, 0541 could not return to the ring as he was still stuck in the data management center. Jiang Fei would only be able to fetch him the next time he returned to the bridge.
I brought nothing but trouble this time. I shall call it a day. Oh, do not forget about our deal. Meet me at the corner of the Winter Islands the day after tomorrow. We will then attack the Unknown's main base, said Jiang Fei as he put up an awkward expression, trying to sell it as his embarrassment for what Sylphie had done. I shall see you then,
Akatsiri answered plainly. In no time, Ariel returned to the bridge with Stress following behind.
How did it go?
Jiang Fei asked. To be honest, he was genuinely curious about the well-being of the ship since it belonged to him.
It's nothing. Everything was done perfectly. Signals between each heavy instrument and equipment were concealed properly. There would not be any interference in between. The electrical conduit had been mended perfectly as well,
Ariel reported. She had taken her time to examine each of the damaged section of the ship, and was even asked by Straz to check them over and over again. Ariel, knowing that the ship was going to Jiang Fei, did not reject Straz's plea and checked the ship again and again until Straz was satisfied with the result.
MHM, thank you for your work. Shall we head back now?
Jiang Fei said. His mission to the moon was a partial success.
Be on your way then. Straz, please escort our guests to the teleportation pad.
Akatsiri ordered and left the room by herself.
Please, if you would,
Straz invited, and the mass followed him to board the hovercraft. When Jiang Fei and the three girls left the bridge and went off to the teleportation pad, Akatsiri returned to the bridge frantically. Chapter 12:23, all according to plan.
Ho ho! My master, did you really think you could hide your thoughts from me?
Akatsiri snickered as she watched Jiang Fei heading toward the teleportation pad. She then went toward the console and bent down. Underneath the large console panels, she reached out her metallic hands and summoned the light orb. It floated for a bit before it speedily rested on her palms.
Initiate decompression sequence,
Akatsiri ordered. A tiny beep was heard from the corner of the room, and a small black ball lit up. It was an automaton, and it flew toward Akatsiri, projecting a tiny beam of light at the light orb. The light orb floated upward and grew in size. The orb expanded quick and became a large 1-meter square crystallized cube. Akatsiri examined the cube and projected 2 beams of light from her eyes as she scanned it.
TSK. Only 20 million. This is too little. But it's enough to finish the ship,
said Akatsiri. Even though she was dissatisfied with the amount of energy crystals then, she could not have asked for more. To have siphoned 20 million energy crystals directly under Jiang Fei's nose was not an easy feat. It was already a miracle that Jiang Fei had not caught 0543 committing such a treacherous act. Everything that 0543 had done was according to Akatsiri's plan. 0543, on Akatsiri's orders, had taken advantage of the reviving process as well as any other orders from Jiang Fei that required energy. She had blatantly lied about the energy crystals needed, purposely citing more than the required amount. As such, after so many orders and commands, 0543 had managed to stow away 20 million energy crystals. Jiang Fei would not have noticed it since these energy crystals were gotten by cutting corners. The next miraculous act was how 0543 had smuggled the energy crystals to Akatsiri. To facilitate 0543's moves, Akatsiri had sent Ariel away with Straz. Even so, with Jiang Fei, Sylphie, and Nina watching over the room, It was not easy doing something suspicious and trying not to get caught. Fortunately, due to her being distracted, 0543 was able to drop the goods undetected when everyone was busy acting their parts. Sylphie lashing out. Jiang Fei doing his thing across the console. Nina enduring Sylphie's negative words. And Akatsiri's pretending to be offended. 0543's espionage activities had allowed Akatsiri to finish her work with Braveheart. If Jiang Fei knew about it, he would be devastated.
Leader, Jiang Fei and his company has left the base,
said Straz when he returned to the bridge. Akatsiri nodded, which prompted Straz to walk to the bridge and closer to her.
Leader, how do we proceed from here? Are we really going to participate in Jiang Fei's attack on Vega? Yes. As a matter of fact, we need to participate. Everything would be ruined if Jiang Fei noticed the completion of Braveheart.
Akatsiri replied.
I still believe that we should return to Vega and cooperate with him.
Straz was still buying into the concept of
their own people.
From his vantage point, Jiang Fei represented all of humanity. And with his every movement against the machines, he reached the conclusion that humans and machines could never coexist.
I recall telling you not to bring that topic up,
said Akatsiri, arching an eyebrow as a warning.
Very well,
said Straz as he retreated, subdued.
Leader, I have reasons to believe that Jiang Fei had ulterior motives besides checking the ship,
said Straz.
You are right. Jiang Fei had came here to promote himself as the captain of the ship,
said Akatsiri with a smile. Even though Sylphie had gone all the way in lashing out at her, Akatsiri had noticed something behind her act. Machines, in the end, acted and moved with logic and reasoning. A few minutes after Sylphie started her act, Akatsiri had reasoned that it was only a ploy to draw her attention away from something. Naturally, she played along and noticed Jiang Fei's shadowy movement behind her. Even so, Akatsiri pretended not to notice. She was still incapable of fighting Jiang Fei at that very moment. Even though Jiang Fei was already confirmed as the captain of Braveheart, Akatsiri had contingency plans for it. She still had a method to bypass the system codes and gain control of the ship. Right now, everything was going according to plan. The reparation of the ship will go as scheduled, and when it is completed, she would seize control of the ship and its captainship. With full control, she would be unstoppable. Jiang Fei would bow down to her.
Leader, what would our next step be? Continue with the reparation. After we are done with Jiang Fei's attack, we will start with the final stage of the grand scheme.
Akatsiri laughed.
Very well. I will do as you ask.
Straz replied and left Akatsiri to herself. With 20 million energy crystals, the reparation of the ship could now resume its progress.
You will regret the day you turned against us, Jiang Fei,
Straz muttered to himself as he went to the hangar bay. Back on Earth, Jiang Fei had started manufacturing a larger shield projector and a few temporal prisons. These equipment would be useful in the coming war with the unknowns, and since he had more than enough energy crystals, the development of his very own base was growing exponentially. A few days prior, Jiang Fei had just welcomed 3 Grand Masters into his house: Zhuge Qilong, the Dwarf Li Shi, and Yang Roshi of the Aquamoon Heavenly Palace. These 3 Grand Masters were there to ask a favor from Jiang Fei, to have their god blades reforged into a usable form. Naturally, they brought along their own treasures and delivered them to him. Feng Tianqi and the other Grand Masters had the same intention to own a personalized weapon, but they did not own a god blade. Without Valium, Jiang Fei could not create the formidable weapons for them. Ask if they would want Zhuge Shanjin to make a weaponized god blade for them, and these Grand Masters would give their answer in a heartbeat. Unfortunately, there was no free lunch in the world. They knew how precious these weapons were, even if Zhuge Shanjin had extra god blades lying around in his mysterious house. These Grand Masters did not have anything of equal value to trade. The reforging of 3 god blades had earned Jiang Fei a good amount of Valium. So much so that Jiang Fei was able to make weapons for the girls. Daggers utilized the least amount of Valium. Hence Jiang Fei had decided to arm Sylphie first. Isabella was given a Valium-infused claw. The latter never liked weapons in the first place, since she could simply conjure dragon scales and dragon claws with her domain ability. Nevertheless, since she had gotten used to clawing her way around, Jiang Fei had decided to craft one for her. Chapter 1224, A Trip to the Snowy Peaks. After crafting weapons for Isabella and Sylphie, Jiang Fei still had some Valium to spare, but it was not enough to make Hua Mulan a spearhead. Ariel and Nina had no need for weapons, as they fought using energy projections and shields. Not physically. Having a weapon would not grant them any advantage. Isabella, being a truly powerful fighter, had only become much stronger than before. living up to the title of the Destroyer. Sylphie, on the other hand, was not as destructive as Isabella could be. In comparison, Isabella with her domain ability activated would be akin to a nuclear bomb. Sylphie, on the other hand, was like a surgeon. She might be as powerful as Isabella when it came to dealing with unknowns. But when it was a battle against metahumans, Sylphie was just like a Death Reaper, a silent entity with no presence that could reap your life away without you even knowing it. One day before the Day of Reckoning, the last batch of New Saints Guards NPC girls were revived. Jiang Fei sent them off to Isabella for training, as he went his own way to make his preparations.
0543. How are all the equipment I've ordered?
Jiang Fei asked.
They are all ready to be deployed, Captain.
0543 replied, even though she would blatantly betray Jiang Fei when Akatsuris ordered her to. She was still Jiang Fei's support system. She would, as long as it was within her parameters, support Jiang Fei with all her might.
Thanks.
Jiang Fei called for Ariel, and the two of them went to the Snow Mountain sect, which was where Jiang Fei's base was located close to. He did not need to rely on Ariel, but his own 2 feet to reach the Snow Mountain sect's doorstep.
Mr. Jiang Fei, welcome.
The guardsmen who were standing guard outside the sect greeted Jiang Fei. It was awkward for them, since they were all either the same age or slightly younger than Bai Zhongwei. Hence, based on seniority, they should be addressing Jiang Fei as senior or even master. Even so, they could not bring themselves to address Jiang Fei in such a manner, since he was just too young. In the end, the best way to address him was to add the title, Mr.
Thanks. Please announce my arrival,
Jiang Fei said as he laughed awkwardly. To be honest, he did not care about honorifics. He was already playing on a whole other level, in the realms of level 5 metahumans and an advanced alien race.
What are you saying? Mr. Jiang Fei is a welcome guest in the Snow Mountain sect. Please do not hold any reservations. Please treat this sect as your own. If you would allow me, I'll be more than happy to be your guide,
cried the doorman. They knew very well that Jiang Fei was extremely friendly with their Grand Master. How else would they treat him? As they proceeded into the sect, they came to a larger building that was better decorated and fashioned, and with Bai Wanli waiting inside.
Welcome.
Bai Wanli cut himself off. He was so used to addressing Jiang Fei as Ah Fei, or Little Jiang Fei. Now, he could not call him that lest he would be dishonoring him. Then again, he could not label Jiang Fei as senior, since he was old enough to be Jiang Fei's grandfather.
Please, allow me to relieve you of this conundrum. Just call me by my name.
Jiang Fei chimed in as he smiled. Jiang Fei had shed blood, sweat, and tears with him, and there was a bond between them. Then again, he could only feel this way because of his strength. He had killed more level 5 metahumans than his fingers could count.
Alright. What are you doing here, Mr. Jiang Fei?
Asked Bai Wanli as he finally decided to just use Mr. As a veteran martial artist, the man had the utmost respect for all level 5 grandmasters. He would kill himself before he dared to place himself next to Bai Shuren. In the end, the best, most neutral manner to address Jiang Fei was,
Mr. Jiang Fei. Oh, I'm here to see Senior Bai Shuren. Very well. Please wait here for a while. I shall inform the Grand Master of your arrival.
As soon as the name, Bai Shuren, was dropped, Bai Wanli quickly leaped to his feet and sped off to the mountains. However, before he could exit the building, a howl like laughter was heard echoing from the mountains. It was none other than Bai Shuren himself. He had arrived.
Brother Jiang Fei, how nice of you to see me,
said Bai Shuren. Before he could even finish his sentence, Bai Shuren had appeared in front of Jiang Fei. A gust of wind blasted into the building only after Bai Shuren appeared. That was not teleportation. That had been him moving faster than wind.
Greetings, Grandmaster. Greetings, Grandmaster.
As soon as Bai Shuren appeared, everyone in the entire hall dropped to their knees and kowtowed to Bai Shuren. That was how a level 5 Grandmaster was greeted in their respective sections. To be fair, that was how Jiang Fei should be greeted if he was older by several years.
At ease, Brother Jiang Fei. On your feet. Do not feel the need to bow to me that way. Come, let us retire to my place. It's more quiet there,
said Bai Shuren as he held Jiang Fei's wrist. Before Jiang Fei could even stand, he was dragged so fast that everything around him became blurred. The sound of wind dragging beside his ears was so deafening that he could feel it. It was that fast. It felt like he was dragged away by a F-22 fighter jet. Even though Jiang Fei was at the pinnacle stage of level 4, he was nowhere close to how strong a true level 5 fighter was. He was only able to survive such whiplash because of 0541's specialized crafted skills. While Jiang Fei was being dragged like a ragdoll, Ariel followed closely behind. As her physical strength was not on par with a true level 5, she could never achieve such speeds to match Bai Shiren. However, using her teleportation skills, the girl appeared next to Jiang Fei like a broken video that was buffering constantly due to bad internet connection. From a further perspective, Ariel's movement across the entire mountain was repeated short-range teleportation. This feat was not the same as teleporting once, as any level 5 metahuman could teleport to the moon and back. The key point was teleporting rapidly, repeatedly. This required extremely high mental process speeds. Nothing a long-range teleporter could replicate.
"Oh my! You have my respect, little sister," said Bai Shiren.
It was supposed to be praise, yet there was hardly any tone of positivity in his voice. He could feel the power in Ariel, and deduced that she was not a true level 5 metahuman. Even so, her feat in teleportation was commendable enough to make him actually praise her.
"Thank you. This one is unworthy,"
said Ariel, being polite, before retreating behind Jiang Fei.
"Ho ho! Come! Let's talk here,"
said Bai Shiren. Seeing that Ariel was not the kind to start empty conversations, he went ahead and dragged Jiang Fei deeper into his cavern.
"So, brother Jiang Fei, what brings you to my humble abode?"
Bai Shiren asked as he poured a cup of tea.
"Actually, I have something to ask of you,"
said Jiang Fei.
"Speak. Don't be shy. We're amongst friends here,"
said Bai Shiren with the most welcoming smile. Chapter 1225, Greed.
"The same as last time. I need your help in gathering the other level 5 Grandmasters,"
said Jiang Fei after a short silence.
What are you up to now?"
Bai Shiren frowned. Jiang Fei might be a treasure cove, but during the most recent attack on the machines, the Grandmasters had learned that they weren't all that powerful. During the previous venture, the Grandmasters had all assumed that they were merely helping Jiang Fei in his training, to supervise him in actions. After all, there were so many level 5 Grandmasters then. With such a powerful squad, who would dare to stop them? Who could stop them? However, after the war, humility hit them hard at a deeper level. The unknowns had possessed technology so advanced that they could hardly bring themselves to fight at their best. To make things worse, the enemy were only at level 4 and level 3. Even though these Grandmasters were not hurt or injured, the thought of being disarmed by a bunch of lowly mutants with mysterious machines was hurtful. Not physically but mentally. Most of them had had to activate their domain ability, and had spent so much energy that they had yet to fully recover since the event. They might be all-powerful, almighty, and all-destructive, but these folks were still human in the end. After spending so much power, they would need an equally long time to recover. Not everyone had an energy core fused in their body like Jiang Fei and Isabella. For others, the domain ability would be the last skill they would use. Only during critical moments, like imminent death.
"I have a plan to attack 2 of the Unknown's bases,"
said Jiang Fei without hiding anything.
"I say, brother Jiang Fei, there are things that should be taken slowly. Still, we're close enough that I will say this now."
Bai Shiren barked and explained his discomfort about his idea. He was ashamed to speak against him, since he had taken advantage of Jiang Fei and his master.
"Please, don't hold back."
Jiang Fei broke the silence when Bai Shiren had difficulty in opening up.
"Ugh, fine. If it's just me, I would swim in the sea of flames and fight a mountain of enemies for you. However, I can't say the same for the others. I will help you to spread the word, but I cannot."
Bai Shiren sighed before he finished his sentence. Even so, Jiang Fei understood what he meant. Bai Shiren could not reject Jiang Fei's plea, but the other Grandmasters were not in line with him.
"I understand. How about if my master presented a god blade as a prize?"
Jiang Fei smiled before he revealed the grand reward. He knew well that these Grandmasters were greedy for god blades. That was the reason why he had come to Bai Shiren in the first place. The Grandmaster owed him a favor, and had obtained a personalized weapon. The others would surely wish to own the same.
"Brother Jiang Fei? Are you for certain?"
Bai Shiren asked again. This time, he was off his seat.
"Very much so. To be clear, the god blade I am offering is a personalized weapon,"
said Jiang Fei. Such a simple sentence, like the flutter of a butterfly wing, was akin to a meteor dropping down from the sky, rattling the entire earth that was the heart of the Grandmasters. Bai Shiren had already had one made for him, and Jiang Fei knew well that he owned the man. However, in order to recruit more Grandmasters into his party, he needed something to lure them in. All the previous Grandmasters that had joined the fight were good friends with Baishuren. To ask them to join again without any payment would be moot. Now that Jiang Fei had such a luxurious bait placed, the other grandmasters would offer themselves to help him instead of being asked to.
Alright? Just to be clear, you are giving out one weapon as a reward?
Baishuren asked. His voice squeaked with excitement. Knowing how precious god blades were, Jiang Fei could not offer one to everyone, like how he did with the dart tips.
I have 3 god blades to be given to the 3 grandmasters that contribute the most. I will also plead for my master to reforge them into a proper weapon,
said Jiang Fei. To be fair, Jiang Fei had very little Valium left. He didn't even have enough to make a spearhead for Hua Mulan. The reason he could offer 3 weaponized god blades as rewards was the discovery of Valium in the base where the biolab was kept. Based on the amount the unknowns had stocked, it was more than enough to make 3 weaponized god blades.
This is just a question, but could 2 people work together to claim 1 god blade?
Baishuren asked as he returned to his seat and assumed the thinker pose.
But of course,
Jiang Fei answered spontaneously. If Jiang Fei had limited the conditions to personal contributions, those that already owned god blades would not want to participate. However, if a few were to cooperate with each other, they would not only be able to increase their probability in obtaining a rank, but also help others who did not own a god blade. Grandmasters like Zhuge Qinlong could help someone else obtain one of the weapons.
Brilliant!
Baishuren cried with joy. Besides Zhuge Qinlong helping out Lui, Baishuren had someone else in mind to help.
Oh! Senior Bai, could you please contact Senior Zhuge Qinlong, Senior Li Shi, and Senior Yang Roshi? My master has already finished their weapons.
Jiang Fei quickly requested when he noticed Baishuren was about to move.
I got it, little brother. Please wait here while this big brother has a roar in the sky. Ensure the folks you mentioned will make their way here right before you know it,
Baishuren said before vanishing from sight.
Love, how many people do you think Mr. Bai could gather?
Ariel asked when she was alone with Jiang Fei.
The more the merrier. Greed is good, especially when it's not yours. These grandmasters might be nonchalant the entire time, because earthly materials are already beyond their wants. But not god blades, especially reforged ones. No one can resist them.
Jiang Fei replied in a collected manner.
How wise your words are, brother Jiang Fei.
A voice echoed in the caves, interrupting Jiang Fei and Ariel's conversation. Before the echo ended, the Taoist, Zhuge Qinlong, appeared beside them.
Greetings, Senior Zhuge. Ah, you have caught me red-handed,
said Jiang Fei apologetically. Truths were always bitter, and when spoken of in someone else's face, things could turn awkward at best.
But it is the truth. Even the most civilized men would be swayed in the face of temptation,
said Zhuge Qinlong with a dignified look. Just as Jiang Fei predicted, Zhuge Qinlong already owned a weapon, but he still came to help because of Lui. These two were so obvious that Zhuge Qinlong could not allow himself to let Lui to go empty-handed.
Master Taoist, I believe this is yours,
said Jiang Fei as he quickly changed the topic of conversation.
Ah, so this is it.
Zhuge Qinlong lowered himself slightly as he accepted the long sword from Jiang Fei. Just as he said, even the most civilized men would sway in the face of temptation. In this case, it was the god blade. A personalized, reforged god blade. Having one in battle with another level 5 would be a grand factor in winning the fight. Chapter 1226, Prelude to War. Not long after Zhuge Qinlong accepted his sword, Li Shi and Yang Roshi arrived. After the two had retrieved their god blades from Jiang Fei, Yang Roshi excused herself from the gathering, saying that she had things to tend to in her sect. The old hag was as blatant as a machine. When she realized that she had no chance in winning over Jiang Fei's attention with the Yang twins, she had decided to stop trying to butter up to Jiang Fei and leave him be. She had come to terms with it when she realized that the girls around Jiang Fei were not only more attractive, but a lot more stronger than the twins. Most importantly, she had gathered from the others that Jiang Fei had displayed zero affection toward the sisters. As such, she came to the decision to stop chasing after Jiang Fei lest she face the wrath of the other girls around him. With that said, Yang Roshi had no reason to stay and work for Jiang Fei anymore. Not when she herself had witnessed the strange powers of the unknowns. She might be strong, and had always thought so, but she now knew that there were others stronger than her. Yang Roshi left, but Li Shi stayed behind. He did not have further ulterior motives behind this. He was there to help his friend, Zhang Shan, earn a weapon, while Jiang Fei was having a boring conversation with Zhuge Qinlong. The rest of the level 5 Grand Masters arrived. The last one to appear was a beautiful, young maiden dressed in heavenly silk. Before the meeting officially started, there were a total of 12 level 5 grandmasters gathered. Of the previous gathering, Yang Roshi and Feng Tianqi was absent. Feng Tianqi wanted to come, but he was unable to, as he was still recuperating from the previous fight. He was a newly ascended level 5 grandmaster, and had the weakest power then. When he was imprisoned in the light prison by the unknowns, he had spent too long a time activating his domain ability just to survive. As he had spent more energy than he had, the toll on him was too much, rendering himself weakened.
Come! Allow me to introduce everyone,
said Bai Shiren as he started to walk around.
Damn it! You little fat F***CK actually did it. Say Yuxuan. Pardon my language. But what did this fat F***CK do to you? How could you have fallen into his hands?
Li Shi barked at Bai Shiren, before he turned to Chu Yuxuan, and spoke in a sympathetic manner. Even so, his voice was filled with so much envy, that even Jiang Fei had to hide his cringe.
Ho ho! Didn't you know that I've always been secretly in love with you? Sadly, you kept your feelings to yourself. I was depressed. That's when he came into my life. I thought he was actually similar to you. And so, here we are,
said Chu Yuxuan as she paraded herself before she flirtatiously traced her fingers around Li Shi's chin. Alas, before Li Shi could say or do anything, Chu Yuxuan turned around so quickly that her clothes slapped him in his face.
Sigh. I should have never wooed her that vigorously,
said Li Shi. Saddened, Chu Yuxuan was and still is dubbed the most beautiful woman in all of the Wuling community. All, including Li Shi, had a crush on her. Li Shi was aware of his appearance and had decided that he was unworthy of the goddess. Now, when Chu Yuxuan had admitted she had feelings for him, he could not help but feel anguish, although he could not help but doubt the truth of it. Hearing her say it to his face had too much of an impact to his heart. The guilt he felt was quickly replaced with a mild sense of hostility toward Bai Shiren. If he could win her heart for looking almost the same as him, he should have confessed to her a long time ago.
Nice one,
said Bai Shiren when he saw how dejected Li Shi looked.
All right. Enough chit-chat. Let us address the elephant in the room.
A middle-aged muscular man came and stopped the bickering. Bai Shiren had introduced him, but Jiang Fei had completely forgotten his name.
What is that supposed to mean?
Li Shi snapped, misinterpreting his message.
All right. Back to the main topic, please. Li Shi, you ought to read more,
said the muscular man as he pacified Li Shi with a simple, yet strong pat to the back. The other grandmasters quickly quietened down. They were all there for one thing: the god blades.
Mr. Jiang Fei, Bai Shiren here mentioned about you giving out god blades, the weaponized kind, as a reward for helping you in your endeavor. Could you clarify his claims? I've heard you could reforge god blades into a more usable form,
said the muscular man. Since it was the first time he was meeting Jiang Fei, he was still unfamiliar with the concept of reforming god blades.
Gladly. Senior Bai, Master Teos Juga, if you would, I'd like the two of you to reveal the god blades that my master had reforged for you,
said Jiang Fei. What better time than now to advertise his product to the mass?
Very well,
Bai Shiren replied without hesitation. Zhuge Qinlong, being composed as he always was, nodded. The moment the two unsheathed their weapons, the entire cave was immediately filled with the aura of Valium.
It's real! It's the god blade!
Everyone was shocked and in awe. They had only heard about the tales of the mysterious Zhuge Shanjin and his achievements, but today was the day they got to witness his work.
I am compelled to say that these god blades are individually priceless. As such, I am unable to provide more than 3 weapons for the time being. I am aware that there are more mouths to feed. Hence, I allow everyone here to form partners to earn a place. To be frank, all I cared for was how much you could contribute. With that said, the top 3 contributors will be awarded with a god blade each reforged to their liking,
Jiang Fei explained.
Understandable,
said the muscular one. Well explained, said the beautiful goddess. Bai Shiren had already explained Jiang Fei's intentions, and how he was going to reward them with only 3 god blades. They would still be in for it even if the reward was 1 god blade, since they knew well that Jiang Fei could never afford to reward each of them with a god blade.
Brother Jiang Fei, could you please explain the plan of attack?
Bai Shiren chimed in.
Of course. We will head to the Pacific Ocean and attack their base there. The god blades that we all covet are located in that facility.
Jiang Fei then proceeded to reveal about the Valium that he had detected in that base.
Sounds good. When do we attack?
Bai Shiren asked. Even though attacking someone else to get Valium just to forge a weapon for the Grand Masters was somewhat an act bordering on robbing, these Grand Masters did not care about it. All they signed up for was to help Jiang Fei and to earn themselves a personalized weapon.
We will depart tomorrow,
said Jiang Fei. Everyone agreed without any objection. After a little bit of further conversation, everyone left and Jiang Fei returned to his base. There, he explained his plan to the girls, and about how he was about to reward the Grand Masters with the Valium Lace weapons. After that, Ariel was tasked to inform Strez about the time and location to gather before the attack. When night came, Jiang Fei entered the game just to talk with Hua Mulan. There, he informed her about his plans to revive and bring her into the real world soon. As long as Jiang Fei retrieved the biolaboratory and the main biopod, reviving her would be as simple as a push of a button. Noon soon arrived and the skies had never been clearer. Figures of powerful people appeared one by one, each emitting powerful aura and strength. These 12 level 5 Grandmasters gathered together and boarded a large flying shuttlecraft. Chapter 12:27, Attitude Change.
Is everyone here?
Jiang Fei asked Bai Shiren as his eyes swam across the mass, and he did a quick head count.
They are,
Bai Shiren snorted. Including him. All 12 level 5 Grandmasters were ready and waiting.
Good,
said Jiang Fei as he jerked his wrist up, knowing how punctual the unknowns were. Jiang Fei started to count down the seconds until the clock struck the hour. If Akatsuris and her men were not present on time, Jiang Fei would immediately change his target to the moon. Although Braveheart was reconstructed by Akatsuris. And to be honest, Jiang Fei did not really care about owning the battleship. He would not want Akatsuris to take off with the ship while he was busy battling the unknowns. He needed to own the ship in order to unseal 0541. That was all that mattered at the moment. Just as the second hand was about to hit the hour, pillars of white light flashed from the sky. Akatsuris and her fellow Supreme Android Horde had arrived. Akatsuris pretended to raise her wrist and read a hypothetical wristwatch.
Right on time. My sweet loving master. I'm sure you would spare my tardiness as I wasn't late,
Akatsuris sing-songingly said. Jiang Fei was caught off guard. He had been pleased at how Akatsuris had behaved herself during his last visit to the moon base, and was hoping that this demeanor of hers, the professional kind, would last a little longer than a single visit. Be it as it may, the girl had reverted to her over-the-top flirtatious manner. Jiang Fei did not bother to answer her verbally, merely giving an arch of an eyebrow. Surely, there was something going on and Jiang Fei was only going to face Akatsuris with a wary approach. Did something happen on the moon base? At this point, it was best to have Ariel and Sylphie stand guard. He turned to them and gave them both a certain look that was combined with weird, unorthodox weaving of his eyebrows. The girls, paired with the obvious context, knew what had to be done. Ariel sharpened her senses around the androids, while Sylphie got herself ready to stand in between Jiang Fei and Akatsuris, in case the B*TCH decided to jump on him and plead for something. Sylphie would then be
Cinderella's evil stepmother
and chase the girl away. To be honest, her current appearance did not match her lustful look. She was fully armed, from head to toe, with perhaps even her teeth armed with miniature weapons. Her men were currently loaded with various machines. From the looks of it, they were really going all out in fighting the unknowns. Seeing this, Jiang Fei was slightly relaxed as Akatsuris was well prepared to go for war. Let's depart, Jiang Fei ordered, and everyone nodded. Everyone, including Akatsuris, who still wanted to tease Jiang Fei, boarded the shuttlecraft.
Here! Here! Let those metal freaks know how strong we are!
Cried one of the Grandmasters whose name Jiang Fei could not recall. There were a few of them that had never been in battle with the unknowns, and was still clueless as to how they fight. On a completely different topic, all the Grandmasters did not know that Akatsuris and her men were unknowns as well. Their appearance was so human-like. Had they bled after being struck down? The Grandmasters could never tell them apart.
Master, have you got an attack plan? Would you please indulge me with it?
Said Akatsuris, completely ignoring the other Grandmasters.
No plan needed. It's the Thunderdome.
Girl.
Everything is free for all,
Jiang Fei said. This time, he had not devised a thorough plan since their current formation was truly overpowered. Strength alone. Jiang Fei's force needed no use of strategy, as they could simply bulldoze their way in, including Ariel, Isabella, and others. There were 16 level 5 metahumans. All of them were capable fighters, and some of them even possessed god blades. The unknowns had their weapons as well as several level 5 mutants. In terms of numbers, they might have the advantage, but not in terms of true strength. From the perspective of technology, the unknowns possessed various instruments and weapons. Naturally, the low-leveled mutants were armed. However, Jiang Fei had over 300 new Saints Guards, and over 100 lower-ranking martial artists. To be honest, Jiang Fei could not give a solid answer when asked about their odds. Even though he was confident that he would win, there was no need to worry about the temporal prisons, as he had instruments that could disperse them. In fact, he also possessed the same kind of machines that could trap the enemy's level 5 metahumans. When everyone was ready and waiting inside the ship, Jiang Fei took the initiative and blasted away toward the island in the Pacific Ocean. Lo and behold, in just 50 minutes, Jiang Fei's forces was approaching the island. 0543. Locate and deactivate the island's defensive system, said Jiang Fei. The ship could not proceed further without having the defensive system shut down. He had learned his lesson after spending a good number of energy crystals on repairing the shuttlecraft once. He did not want to waste any more resources in fixing damages that he could easily avoid. Order acknowledged. Disabling island's defensive system. 0543 replied and started to work. Even though the hacking had just started, Jiang Fei got closer. Just as the tip of the ship entered the radar detection range, the entire island lit up and alarms blared. The shuttlecraft was huge, much larger than a regular Boeing aircraft. Even without a radar system, someone would surely be able to spot them coming. Not long after, Jiang Fei spotted several blinks of light flashing about throughout the island. That was teleportation, and the unknowns were bringing in more reinforcements. Come one, come all. It'll roast a lot of you, said Jiang Fei to himself. The main objective for this trip was to retrieve the biolab and the main biopod. If the unknowns were going to fight and defend with all their lives, Jiang Fei would gladly oblige to do so too. Jiang Fei was all confident in his current state of power. With so many new Saints Guards, Jiang Fei did not have to hide and cower anymore. As he said, "Come one, come all. He shall roast the lot of them." At that moment, the ship's radar system blared, showing 3 dots approaching them at high speed. They were coming to destroy the ship with all its occupants before it could reach the island. "Senior Bai, I believe this is where you start," said Jiang Fei through the intercom. He had spent so much just to arm them with god blades. It was high time they got to work. "Leave it to us," said Bai Shuren. The rest of the Grand Masters nodded simultaneously. As soon as the doors opened, 6 of them jumped out of the ship and started zooming across the sky and toward the oncoming threats. As the saying goes, those who work, eat. These Grand Masters were fighting to earn themselves the god-laid reward. With such temptation dangling in front of them, everyone would fight with all they had to earn it. "What the F***CK? It's an ambush!" cried one of the level 5 mutants. Even as equals, a level 5 mutant could never fight and survive a single level 5 martial artist. Right then, there were only 3 of them, and 6 martial artists were coming at them with eyes that hungered for their lives. To the Grand Masters, these mutants were nothing but points to collect. The more they killed, the more points they earned. "Backup! Call for backup!" One of the 3 fleeting level 5 mutants quickly hailed the main base as they fled for their lives. Chapter 1228, Ensnare. "Oh! You're not getting away!" cried Li Shi, leading the group to kill the fleeing mutants. Li Shi, being the leader of the charge, was wielding a god blade. He knew that even alone, he could fight and kill all 3 mutants with ease. With their heads, he would have the leading score in earning his good brother a god blade. "Do you think something is wrong here?" said Zhuge Qinlong as he came to Jiang Fei. "My thoughts exactly. These mutants are coming and going as if they're on a suicide mission. I dare say they were the bait leading the Grand Masters into a trap," said Jiang Fei. Like Zhuge Qinlong, he too noticed the oddity of the mutants. "Senior Bai, could you please call them back? I have a bad feeling about this," said Jiang Fei. At the same time, he felt a mild sense of admiration toward Zhuge Qinlong. Jiang Fei was only able to pick up the oddity on the mutants because he was not directly involved in the chase. On the contrary, even though they rushed out like hungry wolves, these Grand Masters had lived longer and had much more wisdom than many scholars. However, they were still human and was susceptible to greed and temptations. They were all too greedy trying to kill the mutants that they had forgotten to analyze the battle. Ignorance is bliss. These Grand Masters were completely closed off from the world that they did not understand the power of technology. To make things worse, the enemy was using alien technology that far exceeded the technologies of Earth. To them, no one on Earth could defeat them, and no weapon was stronger than god blades. Additionally, Jiang Fei was the only person that could have the means to reforge them. With that thought in mind, these Grand Masters had no fear as they charged toward the mutants. Thinking that they were all powerful, Perhaps even when they realized it was a trap, they would still continue their pursuit.
Leave it to me. I will lasso them back if I have to,
said Baishuren with a stern face. He, like the others, had experienced the power of alien technology. He had been imprisoned showered with bombardments of energy cannons before.
Stop! Do not pursue. Be wary of traps.
Baishuren channeled his chi to his throat and roared with all his might after he got out of the ship. His voice was so loud that the chasing Grandmasters heard him. Unfortunately, they ignored the call.
Stupid fat F asterisk CK. Do you want to be showered with cannons?
Baishuren added. When Li Shi heard the second calling, he stopped in his tracks immediately and shuddered at the thought of being bombarded with energy cannons. It was a traumatizing that Li Shi came to his senses. He had heard the first call, but had chosen to ignore it, as the thought of earning a god blade was too great a temptation. Having been baptized before, Li Shi knew well the power of those energy cannons. He knew not to fall into the enemy's trap. However, the other Grandmasters were not giving up that quickly. The others, even though Baishuren had given his warnings and Li Shi stopping in the middle of his tracks, still proceeded with their pursuit.
Sigh! These greedy folks!
Jiang Fei muttered. Even though he had predicted this sort of behavior, there was nothing he could do to prevent it, much less stop them. They were mighty level 5 Grandmasters, and had no reason to listen and obey the orders of a level 4 young boy.
Warning! They are leaving the range limits of the light dispersion beam,
said 0543. To be fair, they had already long left the range limit, and if they were imprisoned by the temporal prison, Jiang Fei could do nothing but wait until he got in range to rescue them. However, that would take longer than usual as the ship could not move forward until 0543 disabled the island's defensive system.
I'll go! I'll drag them back,
said Baishuren, volunteering to bring them back himself. These Grandmasters were his friends. Now that they were exposed to mortal danger, he felt it was his duty to pry them out of it.
I'm with you,
Xiahou Shangyuan chimed in. Baishuren was his close friend, and he would not allow his brother-in-arms to go alone. The two vanished from sight. In the next second, Jiang Fei could see them zooming across the clouds like lightning bolts. These two were like the Grandmasters among the Grandmasters. Their speed and strength were slightly better than the others. It took them just a short time to reach to the others.
0543. Please make haste,
Jiang Fei cried. Even though Baishuren and Xiahou Shangyuan had started their pursuit, it was only a matter of time before they too would be imprisoned.
Yes, Captain!
0543 shut down other unimportant background systems and channeled all processing cores into decrypting and disabling the enemy's defensive system. That being said, the hacking speed was still the same.
Bella, follow them. Help out a bit if they are in trouble. Please make sure that everyone is alive,
said Jiang Fei. He purposely lowered his voice, not wanting the other Grandmaster to hear. It was futile, since they were Grandmasters after all. Their keen sense of hearing allowed them to hear every single word coming from Jiang Fei. Instead of being mad and insulted, they felt ashamed.
Leave it to me,
said Isabella, ignoring the disturbed expressions of the other Grandmasters.
Mr. Jiang Fei, are they really in trouble?
Louis asked. She was one of the Grandmasters that sulked madly when she heard Jiang Fei ordering Isabella to save them. She had heard of the prowess of the unknowns from Zhuge Qinlong. Even so, she did not take them seriously and treated it merely as a hoax. However, seeing as how Jiang Fei was reacting, she feared that the childish hoax might be true after all.
I can't say for sure. If everyone had followed my instructions, no one would be in danger. Unfortunately, recklessness would be their downfall, and I fear that I cannot cast a safety net fast enough to save them,
said Jiang Fei nervously. The other Grandmasters exchanged a worried look. On the one hand, they did not believe that unknowns could be stronger than themselves. But on the other, if Jiang Fei was speaking the truth, they might be regretting agreeing to join the mission in the first place. At that moment, a blast of energy fired from the island and toward the chasing Grandmasters. The counterattack of the unknowns had only just begun. It was as Jiang Fei had guessed. Those three mutants were baits to lure the martial artists. It was a terrible gamble, but they had managed to reel in 5 Grandmasters. The first blast of energy was so large and powerful that the sea of clouds were blasted away, leaving no traces of them ever been there. When the energy blast dispersed, one Grandmaster was seen flying away with blood split on his chest. He was shot by a yellow-colored particle beam. Even though he had protective energy coatings, he was shot off his stance. Being shot by the particle beam was not mortally fatal, but that was the snap that brought everyone back to their senses. They knew that the beam attack was of level 5 power level. Being struck by it once was fine, but being struck by it multiple times would be fatal. They could survive if they used their domain ability, but it would only be a matter of time before they fall. Chapter 1229, Sniper. That blast of energy beam was only the first. In no time at all, before the Grand Master who got shot could even recover, a few streaks of yellow particle beam mixed with the mass of red streaks filled the skies, aiming at the remaining Grand Masters.
Oh no! Ready the dispersion beam!
Jiang Fei's face flushed to white when he saw the yellow streaks of energy beam. At this moment, the Grand Masters that were out in the open were desperately focused solely on dodging. Unfortunately, the streaks of energy beam were too close to each other. To make things worse, they did not recognize which was the one that they had to absolutely dodge. In the midst of chaos, all 5 of them were imprisoned. 1 second later, the red streaks of energy beam stopped. They were all focused on the imprisoned Grand Masters. A single wave of attack was enough to cause everyone in the prison to take powerful damage. Desperate, they quickly activated their domain abilities. Although it was not strong enough to help free themselves from the prisons, it was enough to help them survive the bombardment of energy beams.
Bella! Go! MHM!
Bella, who was already on her way to help the Grand Masters, sped up, creating multiple powerful sonic booms as she zoomed through the clouds. Right before the second wave of attack started, Isabella arrived at the scene. There, she burst out in power and activated her domain ability. With energy claws and armor, she pried open the temporal prisons with such brute force. It broke with just a single try. Disperse! Isabella grunted, scattering out her own scale armor, which was made thicker and larger, to protect everyone from the energy beams while they retreated to where the shuttlecraft was flying. Once they entered the range of the dispersion beam, Isabella's job would be done.
There is no escape!
Roared someone from beneath them. The unknowns, knowing that the first few martial artists were injured, would not let them escape. Even though Isabella was doing a good job in defending, the escaping Grand Masters could still be hunted down. In a split of a second, 8 people shot up from the island below. One of them was a church knight, while the others were mutants. All of them were undoubtedly level 5. All of them shot past Isabella and stopped the Grand Masters from reaching Jiang Fei's ship. They could not fight Isabella, and if they tried, things might turn ugly. Why attack the strongest first when you can weed out the weak? They knew all too well that Isabella's armor was so strong that nothing could break it. Hence, it would be a stalemate at best if they decided to fight her.
F***ck it. Sylphie, you're up.
Jiang Fei ordered when he noticed the predicament the Grand Masters were facing. 0543 was still not done hacking into the enemy system. The shuttlecraft could not fly closer to support them.
Leave it to me,
said Sylphie before vanishing without any sound. Sylphie might not be as strong as Isabella, who could pry open a temporal prison with a single pry, but she was still the fastest killer out there. As long as she proactively dodged the oncoming beams and looked out for sudden attacks, she would be untouchable.
Gentlemen, we ought to help out instead of watching,
said Zhuge Qinlong as he entered the lobby. Right now, he was ignoring the competition Jiang Fei had put out, and solely focused on the problem then. Their comrades were in trouble, and it was time to join the fight. Concurrently, outside the ship, Isabella and the other Grand Masters were already starting to fight.
Stop running and face me!
Isabella roared. When the fight started, Isabella became the last person anyone wanted to fight. When the mutants attacked, all of them avoided her, and even purposely steered the fight away from her. When Isabella managed to get close enough to fight, there would be someone else trying to shoo her away. Even though Isabella was the strongest level 5 then, she was not able to fight 3 or 5 mutants at the same time. The worst outcome would be a stalemate. Just when she was about to gain the upper hand in a fight, a yellow beam of energy would trap her and imprison her in a temporal prison. Despite being able to pry herself out of it easily, it gave the opponent a long enough breathing space to run away from her and face a Grand Master. If Isabella being unable to bring out her full potential was bad, the Grand Masters had it worse. They were already facing a crowd far larger than their numbers, coupled with the constant firing and traps. They were beaten up to a pulp. In their last breath, everyone activated their domain abilities. But even so, it gave them just enough strength to slow down their defeat.
0543. How long are you going to take?
Jiang Fei was pressured. Right now, Zhuge Qinlong and the rest of the Grand Masters had only just arrived to help Li Shi and others. Even so, with the endless firing and traps, the battle had only become a stalemate for both sides. This stalemate would not last long since it was maintained by the Grand Master's domain activation. Once they ran out of energy, everyone would die.
Captain, ETA 30 seconds.
0543 reported. Only then did Jiang Fei breathe a sigh of relief. 30 seconds was sufficient for the Grand Masters to survive. While time ticked away, Jiang Fei, sitting inside the cockpit of the shuttlecraft, finally saw Sylphie in action. She had been hiding all this time to find an opening. It was the perfect timing since a mutant was just about to attack. Just as he lifted his hands to attack, Sylphie appeared with a soft puff behind him. In that moment, besides sweating and panicking, the mutant could do nothing. The blade that was aimed at his heart was already on its way. The powerful pricking aura of Valium seeped across his entire body, informing him that his death was imminent. Sylphie was so fast that in a fraction of a second after she appeared, her blade was already halfway through the mutant's body, reaching his heart. Unfortunately, before Sylphie could withdraw her blade from the dying mutant, a small blast of energy hit her back, sending her flying across the night sky. She quickly regained her stance and vanished in the next second.
What the heck was that?
Jiang Fei said angrily as he traced the shot down to the island. It was too far for him to see with the naked eye, but there was a middle-aged man, lying on the ground with a long, larger than normal sniper rifle tucked around his body. Sylphie, who was hiding in the clouds, drew in a deep breath as she tried to endure the pain. The shot was neither fatal nor overwhelmingly powerful. The shot was fired from an energy sniper rifle that did not require a long charging time. The interval between shots was much shorter than the energy cannons. That affected the power of the shots. While cannons took a longer time to compress particles, they packed a punch. Handheld guns' compression ratio could never exceed cannons. Hence their shots were not powerful. Even if Sylphie took a shot to the head, it would only discombobulate her for a moment, but never inflict real damage. Sylphie followed the trail of energy back to the shooter and gritted her teeth angrily. She was fast, but not as fast as Lightspeed. With that sniper still in the open, she wouldn't be able to truly kill anyone, as the sniper could shoot her away before she landed the killing blow. If she wanted to deal with the mutants in the sky, she must first deal with the sniper on the ground. Chapter 1230, Core of Time. On the battlefield, a ranged attacker would be a prime target, second only to healers. Sylphie changed her objective swiftly and snuck around the entire battlefield to approach the sniper. The sniper, whose eyes were glued into the ultra-long-range scope, did not realize Sylphie approaching, since she had only appeared in the battlefield once. He had assumed that the girl had gone into hiding, aiming for the next target, and he was ready to shoot when she reappeared. With care, Sylphie made her way down to the island, and was only a few feet away from the sniper. When she was a few inches away from him, she burst out and thrust her dagger deep into the man's heart.
Ugh!
The sniper grunted as warm blood splattered everywhere. The Valium in the dagger quickly reacted with the man, sending a violent burst of energy, causing him to die. Jiang Fei, who was observing the entire scene, was mildly surprised.
Huh? He's human. Something's not right.
Nina quickly chimed in. Based on the trajectory of the shot, its aiming, and the distance from whence it came, the sniper could not be a novice. He was able to lock down Sylphie just as soon as she appeared and take the shot even from that distance. It was a feat no ordinary human could achieve. Even so, the effect of Valium burning through the man's veins like hot lava was real. Even a level 5 metahuman could be killed being stabbed in such manner. What happened next was something even Jiang Fei could not believe. He had seen things that were so complex and advanced that one would even say it's magic. But what happened to Sylphie and the sniper was completely unexplainable. The dagger, with Sylphie's hands pushing from its hilt, was coming out of his back. Sylphie was seen retracting the dagger from his body. If one were to observe without attention, one would think that the battle was over and Sylphie was simply pulling the dagger out. What Jiang Fei saw was different. Sylphie's expression was frozen in place, and her movement was odd and unnatural. The movement of the dagger was not of being pulled out, but it was as if a rewind button had been pushed, like a video being played backward. Her entire movement completely mirrored the second the dagger had been thrust into the enemy. All the blood that was splattered everywhere floated back into the man's body, and the open wound disappeared as if it had never been there.
Captain! I am detected energy reading of the Core of Time.
0543 blared.
F***CK! Bella, head for Sylphie. She's in trouble.
Jiang Fei roared in panic. He had finally understood what was happening. If the sniper was using the Core of Time, it would explain how he was able to reverse everything that happened to him. He was able to control the flow of time in an area around him. The man had been careless, letting Sylphie sneak behind him. But, as a level 5 mutant, he was still able to hold off being killed by the Valium inside of him. In just that second, he was able to activate his domain ability and the core of time. Everything was rewound to 1 second ago. 1 second was all it took for Sylphie to kill the sniper. And 1 second was more than enough for the sniper to do the same to Sylphie. Isabella might be hostile toward Sylpy, but that hostility was akin to a family feud. The two of them were still Jiang Fei's allies, and she would not let anything happen to her own. As soon as Isabella left the battlefield to help Sylphie, the Grand Masters had it hard. Even though Isabella was unable to kill a single mutant, she was still drawing the attention of more than 2/3 of the mutant forces. Now that they were free to fight, the Grand Masters were slammed hard. All sorts of energy beams were targeted at the Grand Masters faster and harder. One of them got careless and fell into the enemy's temporal prison, without Isabella helping them to break it open. The poor Grand Master instantly became the target for all cannons. Others tried to help, but the mutants were just as quick to react. That imprisoned Grand Master used his domain ability, but was still taking too much damage from the constant bombardment of energy beams. "Interesting," said the sniper, as he retreated from Sylphie. With the power of the core of time, time had reverted to when he was completely unharmed. Poof! Sylphie vanished from sight once more. However, as soon as she did, a beam of yellow energy flashed from the side and encased Sylphie in a cube-shaped temporal prison. "Using light bending techniques and energy camouflage is useless against me. Humph, you're like a frog trying to show off its jumping skills in front of a kangaroo. You best crawl back to your owner," said the sniper as he laughed menacingly. "Damn you!" Sylphie roared. Of her plethora of skills, every single one of them were specialized for assassinations. She had no skills for an actual fight. Just then, Isabella zoomed toward him, breaking the sound barrier several times that the sky roared her arrival. "Reinforcements? Bring it," said the sniper as he felt the presence of Isabella. Even though Isabella was clearing stronger than the other level 5s, the man wielded the power of the core of time. He had no reason to be afraid of her. He turned around to accept the oncoming attack. However, he had gravely underestimated her powers, and was punched away as a result. "Oh ho! You have an energy core as well. Do tell, is it the core of life or the core of power?" said the sniper as he grunted slightly. His arm was completely removed from his body. However, it was only temporary. A faint light flashed around him, and his arm came back to his shoulder. All the damage inflicted on him was negated with just a single use of his power. "Wouldn't you like to know?" Isabella snarled before launching herself onto her enemy. TSK. TSK. How feisty. You need to calm down and take a breather," said the sniper. He must have fully mastered the power of the core of time. How else could he fully control the flow of time around him? When Isabella was coming close, her every movement became dull. The man was able to control only a small area around him, rendering it slower or faster, according to his will. In that area around him, Isabella could not even touch him when the sniper had landed more than enough blows to kill her. However, all powers of the cores were equal to each other. Even though the sniper could completely stop Isabella's attack, his attack could never penetrate the powerful scale armor. If the sniper had been dealing with other weaker opponents, he could simply accelerate the time around his enemy, causing them to die literally of old age in just a second. However, when faced with an equal power level enemy, he could only bring out so much power to control a mere 1 second. Isabella's defense and attack were so powerful that even if he had the utmost control over time, he could never truly harm or kill Isabella. Knowing well that she could never truly kill the sniper, Sylphie went back to the battlefield. Her assassination skill was brought out to its peak then. As soon as she appeared in the battlefield, her blade had already tasted the blood of her enemies. Sylphie had appeared behind a mutant, but just as the blade managed to carve a tiny chunk of flesh from his shoulder, the mutant dodged it to avoid further damage. With everything he had, the mutant pushed the contaminated blood to his arm, before pulling his arm off entirely. Even though he had lost an arm, causing him to lose more than half of his combat power, he was still alive, and that was all that mattered to him. Chapter 1231, Gathering on the Moon. While Isabella was holding off the sniper and Sylphie was able to kill the enemy freely, the burden on the Grand Masters were not as pressuring as before. Still, the battle was heading nowhere as it was a stalemate. The enemy constantly fired yellow beams around to trap the Grand Masters. When they were trapped, the Grand Masters would do everything in their power to free them. As such, they were unable to truly fight their enemies, as much as they were preoccupied with trying to evade and disengage. As the entire battle continued on, Jiang Fei's mood got better by the second as 0543 was about to crack the security of the island's defense system. If the island was under his control, Jiang Fei could simply direct all the firepower of the island toward his enemy. As such, His victory would be sealed. Just then, in the last 30 seconds of 0543's countdown, Ariel noticed something and quickly flashed out of the cockpit and into the airspace outside the ship. From the corner of the battlefield, a few extremely faint lights could be seen.
What the heck?
Ariel grunted as she flashed closer to the scene. Before Jiang Fei could ask what was going on, Ariel teleported back instantly with a panicked look.
Akatsiri and her men are gone,
she cried, as blood flushed away from his face. Jiang Fei felt his heart sank. He was completely inept in detecting spatial disturbance and had not felt anything about the temporal evacuation. Even so, the news about Akatsiri missing from the battlefield hit him hard like a truck. Since the start of the fight, Akatsiri and her men had not been fighting to make a difference, but merely to make a presence. Then again, Jiang Fei had not placed any hopes on them actually making any contribution. The sole reason Akatsiri was invited to join the fight was to keep an eye on her. Now, with her absence noticed, Jiang Fei could only think of one reason why. To escape with Braveheart.
Damn them all!
Jiang Fei roared. He had been right about one thing. Akatsiri had a hidden stock of energy crystals and had finished the ship under his nose. Right now, she had no bone to pick with the other unknowns. Jiang Fei knew that. He also knew that her priority was to leave Earth with a completed Braveheart.
Make it go faster!
Jiang Fei roared at 0543. He was extremely nervous then. His heart was pumping so fast that he could actually hear the intense blood flow in his veins. There was nothing he could do to stop Akatsiri. Isabella was busy with her fight. And so was Sylphie. With Nina and Ariel, Jiang Fei was still powerless to actually stop Akatsiri.
10,
9, 8, 0543 began the countdown to help Jiang Fei, but it only made things worse. Like a ticking time bomb, Jiang Fei was only counting the seconds hoping that Akatsiri was still on the moon after he won this fight.
3, 2, 1. Security override successful. Take control of all the guns and cannons and fire them all at the mutants and unknowns,
Jiang Fei roared. After that, he turned to Nina and said,
Call back Bella and Sylphie. Tell the other Grandmasters to retreat to the ship and stay within range. Do not, under any circumstances, get too far from the ship, targeting mutants and unknown signatures.
After accepting the order of attack, 0543 controlled all the weapons on the island and started to fire at the mutants and unknowns. Because Jiang Fei had taken over the entire island, the portable weapon systems of the army of unknowns was cut off from being resupplied. All they had now were their own power cores. Right now, it would be the best chance for Jiang Fei to completely take over the island. However, his priority lied somewhere else, mainly at the moon. Even though the biolab was of great importance, he must proceed to the moon as soon as possible. Compared to a small biolab, the ship itself was of higher significance. However, Jiang Fei understood one thing. He was strong enough, and he could simply reschedule the retrieval of the biolab whenever he wanted. But if Akatsiri were to leave Earth with the ship, even if he was the strongest entity on Earth, there's no telling when he could take the ship back. A short while later, after the mutants and unknowns were bombarded with energy beams, they left the island and headed to another one far enough to get out of the target range. The Grandmasters had enough of the fight and stopped their pursuit.
Thank you, Brother Jiang Fei. If it weren't for you, who knew what would have happened to us?
Said Baishuren.
No need for formalities. Just stay close to the ship and you won't need to be afraid of being shot,
said Jiang Fei in a hurry. He had no time to attend to the Grandmasters as he was needed on the moon.
I'm truly sorry. I have an urgent matter to tend to right now. Please wait here for a while. I'll be off to take care of said matter and return as soon as I can,
said Jiang Fei. Even though they were level 5 Grandmasters, Jiang Fei dared not take them with him to the moon. He held too many secrets, of which if they were discovered, especially the secret of Zhuge Shanjin, Jiang Fei feared that the Grandmasters would not be talking to him with the same respectful manner.
Ariel! Now!
Jiang Fei roared. Nina and Ariel quickly gathered 50 of the strongest New Saints guards and armed them with weapons and armor. That should give them some leeway if they were all attacked by Akatsiri's moon-based defense system.
We're ready,
Ariel replied, with Jiang Fei giving the green light. Everyone was teleported to the moon. Ariel was full of power since Jiang Fei had only had her watch over Akatsiri. He didn't allow Ariel to participate in the battle, as he was holding her on standby to teleport the second it was needed. With a great disturbance in spacetime, Jiang Fei and his army arrived at the moon base. As soon as they landed, Ariel dropped to her knees. Although she was unharmed, She had used too much energy and was rendered powerless.
Leave everything to us. I will make sure no harm befalls Jiang Fei,
said Isabella as she helped Isabella to her feet.
Thank you,
said Ariel weakly. It took her a lot of energy to teleport so many people at once from Earth to the moon.
To the hangar.
Jiang Fei took command and quickly ordered everyone to head to the hangar bay. He had no idea what Akatsiri had planned, but if she had started the ship as soon as they escaped from the battlefield, they might have already left the base. As soon as Jiang Fei and the others left the lobby and went toward the hangar bay, a few flashes of light appeared in the lobby. More than 10 figures materialized and started to move.
So this is where the bastards had been hiding. No wonder we could never find them on Earth,
said the blood god. Vega.
It is fortunate that we had our eyes on Jiang Fei, or we would never have found this place,
said the divine light god. Truly, if Ariel had not caused such a large disturbance across the space-time by teleporting so many people across such a large distance, they would never have been able to trace her path and discover the moon base. Out of the blue, 3 more figures teleported in. One of them was the sniper that Isabella and Sylphie had fought. Chapter 1232, The Fight for Braveheart. Welcome, said Vega humbly, as he bowed down so low he looked like a 90-degree angle.
MHM.
All 3 of the new arrivals did not bother to look, but merely hummed a noise to acknowledge his presence.
Great lords, we have traced Jiang Fei and the others. Should we pursue?
Vega asked with the humblest tone he could do.
Order your men to stand by for orders. That is all. No need for you to handle anything else,
said the sniper with a snarky expression.
Yes, Lord Neptulin,
said Vega as he shrunk away like a rat.
Don't waste your breath on him. We must be away,
said the fat, older lady in the front.
Very well.
Sister. Neptulin nodded and hurried over to join his sister.
You, and you, follow me,
said a bald man as he ordered Vega and his fellow men.
Yes, Lord Ragnaros,
Vega replied and took a few of his men with him. The group of men and machines followed the same path that Jiang Fei took to the hangar. If Jiang Fei could hear their conversation, he would immediately know who they were. The 3 special individuals were 3 of the great elemental lords from the game. Besides the now dead Alakir, the others were very much alive. The fat lady that was walking the fastest was the one that bore the greatest grudge toward Jiang Fei. The Earth Mother, Therazane.
Sister, what do you think the rats are doing here?
Asked Neptulin.
I have nothing to say, for I do not know what they are up to. C0-11, on the other hand, was a peculiar one. How she managed to disobey our command, I do not know,
Therazane replied after a short silence, without turning to face Neptulin. Vega might be the first real artificial intelligence to be extracted and placed in a machine, but he was bound by superior programming to always obey the 3 elemental lords. Akatsiri, on the other hand, was supposed to be just a regular artificial intelligence. Yet she managed to break her programming and disobey the 3 elemental lords. Something about her was off-putting.
Be wary, for we are approaching our destination,
said Ragnaros with a solemn, husky voice. Concurrently, the oblivious Jiang Fei was sprinting at full speed toward the hangar. The young man was literally chasing after fleeting time. If he missed the ship, he could never seize control of it.
We are getting close,
Jiang Fei panted as he ran. He could now see the doors of the hangar bay from afar.
Huh?
At that moment, Jiang Fei noticed a few flaprons opening from the walls, all around the entrance to the hangar bay. The pods opened up and revealed countless turrets. Before he could warn anyone, the turrets started to open fire. The turrets were firing with the most intense firepower, damaging the entire base. It was obvious then that Akatsiri had every intention to abandon the base. What was a moon base when compared to Braveheart?
Watch out!
Nina roared with her might. That was the first time Jiang Fei had truly heard Nina's powerful voice. With speed, the girl flashed herself in front of Jiang Fei and deployed countless barriers in front of everyone. As a defense specialist, protection was her forte. Having her by his side was the best decision Jiang Fei had made.
It'll open a path,
Isabella cried when everyone was being shielded by Nina. With time running out, Isabella activated her domain and headed straight to the wall of turrets. Before she could land a hit, blast door after blast door came down from the ceiling, all equipped with the same amount of turrets embedded in them. With her powerful armor and claws, the turrets did not inflict the slightest damage on her, as every beam that landed on her was deflected like a ping-pong ball. The entire pathway was cleared just as quickly as they were established.
It's just ahead. I can still sense Braveheart. It's still there,
Ariel cried. She might not be able to participate in the fight, but she had recovered just enough energy to sense and observe.
Make haste! We must make it in time!
Jiang Fei roared as channeled every ounce of energy into his legs. When the entire party reached the entrance, Isabella didn't stop to wait for the doors to open. Instead, she got ahead of the party and clawed the entire 1-meter-thick Namekian alloy opened. Before Jiang Fei could stop, Isabella punched the rest of the door away with a single strike.
Thank God! It's still there!
Said Jiang Fei when he entered the hangar bay and saw Braveheart still docked. The immensely large ship was so huge that even though it was already leaving, its acceleration was slower than a snail. Literally.
Board it!
Jiang Fei ordered, leading the charge to the entrance of the bridge.
Sorry, Representative Captain. You do not have sufficient clearance to board the ship.
0543 reported when Jiang Fei stood at the entrance to the bridge.
What the H are you saying? This is my ship. Bella, break it down.
Jiang Fei snarled angrily at 0543 before asking Isabella to break the door down. Isabella nodded and punched the door very hard. However, her fist bounced off the metal door, creating a powerful boom that knocked even Jiang Fei away.
*T. Do your best. Bella, do not stop until that door is opened. Okay.
Isabella replied and continued to land devastating punches that could have broken mountains apart. Braveheart's integrity was heavenly, as it had withstood almost 100 punches from Isabella, and only showed a small dent.
Damn it! 0543. Find a way to open this door.
Jiang Fei ordered frustratedly. Braveheart was obviously moving at this point. It was slow but in time. It would leave the dock and into space.
My word. Impossible.
Therazane gasped when all 3 elemental lords arrived at the hangar bay.
Did he really take control of Braveheart?
Neptulin muttered as he frowned worriedly.
Unlikely. The boy wouldn't be banging the door if the ship had recognized him as the captain.
Therazane answered.
What is that all about then?
Neptulin asked.
I have no answer for that. I believe it must have something to do with Z0-11.
Therazane replied.
Do we pursue?
Ragnaros hummed.
Not now. Let's see how the situation develops.
Therazane held her fatty arms out to stop Neptulin from proceeding. Akatsiris and Benedstrez were panicking. The ship was starting to move, but it was accelerating at such a slow speed that they could run faster than it.
Why is this ship so slow?
Akatsiris roared. At this point, she knew what was happening outside the ship, of Jiang Fei, and of the 3 elemental lords. This was her base, and everything was connected to her consciousness. Even though she knew about them, Akatsiris dared not intercept the 3 elemental lords, as she was incredibly weak. However, once she could truly escape with Braveheart, she could return with powers unimaginably strong. With the ship in interstellar space, and without anyone chasing her, she could take her time to slowly find a way to seize control of the ship. Once she gained full access to everything Braveheart had to offer, she would return to Earth. Not as a powerful machine, but an almighty god.
Leader, the ship has no support system. We are manually working on every aspect of it.
Strez replied with an excuse. The ship was a 1,000-kilometer-long interstellar battleship without the support of a powerful support system. It would be close to impossible to start it. Being able to move with just dozens of artificial intelligence Strez and his men was already considered extremely fortunate. Chapter 1233, Unprecedented Invitation.
Warning! Warning! Left wing engine failure. Insufficient energy supply. Brace! Brace!
Just as the ship was slowly moving out of the dock, a warning blared around the bridge.
What happened?
Akatsiris roared.
Leader! We do not have enough manpower to control each of the ship's controls.
Benedstrez cried as he handled most of the delicate controls. They were already lacking in manpower, and those that were already manning other controls were suddenly reassigned to divert power into the left engine, which in turn left the posts empty and unmanned. Even though they were flawless in design, they were not designed to have multiple copies of themselves. A long time ago, when the ship was fully operable, there were only 7 original crew members. They were able to fly the ship without any trouble because of the support system. With a support system like 0543 controlling other parts of the ship, even one man would be able to control the ship.
Leader, we are already doing our best. The ship must not take off now or the main power core will be compromised.
Strez warned sternly. He was thankful to be residing inside a machine frame, or he would already be suffering from a severe panic attack.
What can we do now? If we choose to stay, forget about Jiang Fei and his fellow cheese. The other 3 would be impossible to stop.
Akatsiri's face was almost plastered to the screen that was showing the movements of the 3 elemental lords. They might still be invisible to Jiang Fei, but not to her.
Leader, we need a support system. Without it, the ship will not fly.
Strez gave the most logical answer.
A support system.
Akatsiri's mumbled as she bit her synthetic, luscious lips.
Open the doors. Let Jiang Fei in.
Akatsiri suddenly yelled after 3 seconds of silence. Akatsiri was out of options. Without a support system to control the other parts of the ship, she would be stuck there. The only support system available then was resting in Jiang Fei's fingers. She had to allow Jiang Fei on the ship, and if all worked well, she could try and appeal to Jiang Fei's emotions and form an alliance. In the worst-case scenario, she could point at the 3 elemental lords and coax Jiang Fei into defeating them together. Either way, it was a better choice than having the ship destroyed.
Leader, are you certain?
Strez's sentence was left hanging as Akatsiri interjected harshly. He had only suggested acquiring a support system, not Jiang Fei, who knew what he might do when he got to the bridge.
Enough! I will hear no more objections about this.
Strez's statement was logical. Jiang Fei was not alone after all. He was accompanied by a group of powerful level 5 metahumans, one of them being Isabella, the Destroyer. There was also the squadron of 50 female soldiers. If Jiang Fei decided to use force, Akatsiri and her men would be powerless in stopping them.
Obey the command,
Akatsiri said in a calm tone, as if she was certain and confident that she could get by this predicament.
As you wish.
Strez acknowledged the order, albeit hesitant about it. Even so, he was programmed to never disobey Akatsiri's orders. As so, he went over the captain's console panels and opened the doors to the ship. Just then, while Isabella was still banging on the entrance door to the bridge, one of the side doors, which led to other parts of the ship, opened.
Did something happen? Did Isabella make a glitch in the system?
Ariel frowned.
Let me go in first,
said Sylphie. With a poof, the girl vanished from sight and entered the ship.
My sweet loving master, please hurry in, or else the rats from behind will come and get you.
Akatsiri's voice echoed from the inside of the ship.
Rats?
Jiang Fei muttered, surprised. He had not realized that there was someone else coming for him.
She's right. We're being followed?
Said Isabella as she turned to the general direction of the 3 elemental lords. She had noticed their presence from a while back, but had mistaken them for Akatsiri's men. A third party arriving was the last thing everyone would have thought.
TCH, I've messed up.
Jiang Fei clicked his tongue and scolded himself. Ariel was always the one that was keeping an eye on their surroundings. The girl was severely drained from teleporting so many people from such a distance. If she were in her prime state, she would have noticed their presence before they could even teleport in.
Come in quick.
Akatsiri's voice was heard again.
Get in. We can't stay here either,
Jiang Fei said. He then whispered in a slightly lower voice.
Keep your eyes peeled. Jiang Fei made sure that everyone else entered first before entering himself. As soon as he did, the door shut close from behind. It was 2 minutes later that the 3 elemental lords arrived. Now! They were not bothered to cover their tracks as Jiang Fei and Akatsiri were already in the ship. They had to force themselves in.
Open the door.
Therazane snarled.
I can't. This door is something else. I need to put in more force.
Neptulin grunted. Beside Neptulin, the others backed away.
Open sesame.
Neptulin yelled as he placed his palms on the silver door. Unlike Isabella,
who used brute force,
Neptulin had channeled his energy onto the door, forming a visible bubble that wrapped around it. The bubble glowed and in no time, the door opened up miraculously. He was using the power of time to revert to an instant when the door was opened. It didn't take long for Neptulin to open the door. Although he was forcing the door to travel back 2 minutes in time, it took him even less energy than picking up a pencil from the ground. Unlike metahumans that had power levels to resist the effects of the core of time, the door was an inanimate object. Neptulin could also simply make the passage of time flow to the beginning of the Big Bang itself if he willed it so.
No. He has the core of time?
Akatsiri grunted frustratingly when she saw how Neptulin was able to get into the ship.
I need a support system. I won't be able to use ship's defensive system without it,
Akatsiri explained. The ship was supposed to have a barrier around it which could have prevented Neptulin from opening the door so easily. However, due to the lack of manpower and an actual support system, the shield on the ship was left at its bare minimum output. That was why Neptulin had so easily used his power on the door. Concurrently, Jiang Fei and his army of girls were chasing down a long pathway that led to the center of the ship. He had no idea why Akatsiri had granted him entrance to the ship, but it didn't matter as long as he was on it. He had the superior strength in and if he was forced to, he could take over the ship by fighting Akatsiri's directly. Right now, Jiang Fei needed to focus on getting to the bridge before Akatsiri's could do anything else. Chapter 1234, The Last Scam. 2 minutes of running later, Jiang Fei stopped in his tracks. Akatsiri's was waiting for him in what seemed to be the central control room. Tada, did you enjoy my gift to you? Said Akatsiri's as she playfully spun around, much like a little girl showing off, before ending the charade with a captain's salute. Jiang Fei gave no attention to Akatsiri's ploy. He was far from where he once was. He had been bamboozled so many times to know that there was another one coming. He was very familiar with Akatsiri's behavior and mannerisms since he had been scammed by her more than once. If he had not been so vigilant around her, he wouldn't have noticed her disappearance from the battlefield. By the time he was done with the battle, Akatsiri's would have long traveled into interstellar space.
Oh, my master, why are you still doubting me? Said Akatsiri's with a playful frown. I was only just teasing you. Now, in giving you the ship itself, you couldn't possibly stay mad at me now. Could you? What do you want? Asked Jiang Fei with a poker face. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world. No one would give out something without asking for something else in return. Well, before that, let me show you something, said Akatsiri's. With a snap of her fingers, a projection blasted down from the top of the ceiling, projecting the surveillance images. The HL, how did they get here? Who are those two? Said Jiang Fei worriedly. Neptulon's face was familiar since he had fought both Sylphie and Isabella. The man was so strong that he could hold down Isabella, all by himself. If it weren't for Isabella's powerful defense, the man would have defeated her easily. Even now, Jiang Fei was worried that he would use the same power, and there would be nothing he could do but stall him. It matters not what they are. What matters is the core of time in his possession. Give and take a few minutes or seconds. He will open the door and enter the ship. Do you want them to take over the ship? Akatsiri started her speech. Even if they enter, what makes you think I couldn't defeat him? Jiang Fei replied with a condescending scoff. Oh, I've never doubted your strength. All I know is if there was a fight inside the ship, there would be destruction. Know this. It is much easier to smash things inside here. The interior of the ship is much more vulnerable than the outside. This time, upon listening to her explanation, Jiang Fei frowned with genuine concern. If Jiang Fei were to deal with Neptulon, he could simply activate his domain ability and dominate the entire fight. Then, even Isabella alone could hold off Neptulon while the others dealt with the other two mysterious people. However, what Akatsiri said was true. If a fight were to break out in the ship, everything in there would be broken and destroyed. Even if he won the fight, defeating all three, and even Akatsiri's if necessary, the ship would be destroyed. He might win the fight but lose the war. My master, here is the truth about them and myself. I betrayed them once, and for that, they would never let me go. If they enter, I will surely die. Henceforth, I am now giving you the ship. In exchange, I want you to promise me that you will kill all of them. Give me your word and the ship is yours, said Akatsiri's. Her offer made her sound like a man who was willing to surrender his treasure for his life. Jiang Fei could not answer her immediately. The girls behind him were sensing a larger game afoot. Yet even they couldn't say anything. All of them knew that Jiang Fei was already recognized as the captain of the ship. If Akatsiri's had anything planned, she wouldn't be able to do anything since Jiang Fei already owned the ship. Jiang Fei took his time to think about it. Would she be really giving up the ship just to have a route to live? He couldn't tell even as he scanned her face for facial tics. My sweet loving master, let us put aside our differences for a moment. They are breaking in, and believe me, they will. Very soon. Succeed? I urge no. I implore you to take control of the ship and activate the weapons system. Kill them now, before it's too late, cried Akatsiri's as she constantly monitored the surveillance feed. The door was already inches away from opening, and Akatsiri's panic could not be faked. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Fei turned around. Move back. The last thing he wanted was to have other enemies entering his ship. The most logical choice was to believe Akatsiri's. Even so, as a precaution, he had everything move further back and had Sylphie and Isabella available to protect. 0543. Take control. Jiang Fei roared as he allowed the ring to make contact with the Central Data Management Center. With a crisp clang sound, the ring made contact and started to glow. Begin integration process. 0543's female voice was heard. Integration complete. Authenticating. Complete. Initializing.
Error. Restarting main engine sequence. Success. Reinitializing. Complete. Starting main console sequence with support system 0543 authentication. Complete. The speed at which 0543 worked was insane. Before she could even finish her last sentence, she immediately started a new one. Hence it sounded like there were more than one support system working. In less than 30 seconds, the ship was starting up properly. The lighting of the ship changed, and when it restarted, every part of the ship was illuminated. With a loud whirring sound, the flaperons on the side of the ship unfolded, revealing countless menacing cannons.
"Oh shoot! That's awesome!"
cried Jiang Fei.
"Kill them all!"
cried Jiang Fei as he directed the targets to the three unknowns who were trying to gain entry into the ship. Neptune was so close that in just 20 centimeters, the door would be wide enough for everyone to enter.
Error. Insufficient clearance to operate weapon system. Error. Violation of Protocol 0001. Revision of Protocol 0001 initiated.
Complete. Authorization of Terran lifeform. Jiang Fei has been revoked. Applying new captain credentials. Complete. Your orders, Captain?
Something strange was happening and Jiang Fei was caught completely off guard.
Force teleport all Terran lifeforms into the prison.
Akatsiri's ordered with a sinister smile.
Order received. Commencing.
Before Jiang Fei could even react, everyone was encased in a pillar of light and was teleported away from the central control room. If Ariel was at her optimal state, she could have done something to stop it, but it was all too late. Not even Isabella could brute force her way out of it. Braveheart was the prized battleship of planet Namek. Its teleportation technique was so powerful that not even a level 5 metahuman could stop it. Not even when one was fused with an energy core.
Where is this? I can't use my powers. My strength is gone.
Isabella, Sylphie, and even the calm and composed Ariel and Nina started to panic. Everyone was teleported into a large room where all four walls were made of the same silvery white metal. As a prison designed by the Namekians, they had considered having to house powerful individuals and monsters alike. The room was protected and insulated with powerful barriers. Worst of all, it contained the powerful innervation effect that neutralized any means of power.
Now, do tell me, my sweet loving master, how do you like this gift of mine? Before you tell me, I have another special gift for you.
Akatsiri's voice could be heard coming from a small speaker on the ceiling. Chapter 1235, Welcome to the Thunderdome.
What's going on? Answer me. 0543.
Jiang Fei roared repeatedly. As a metahuman, losing one's power was akin to being stripped naked. It was not so much about the shame as it was the feeling of vulnerability. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, the ring was now an empty husk of its former glory. 0543 was no longer in the ring as she had integrated with Braveheart. Her allegiance was now with Akatsiri's. Just then, while Jiang Fei was still shouting at the top of his lungs, a few more figures flashed into the room.
You guys?
Jiang Fei puffed when he saw Neptune as well as the others who were with him. Upon taking control of the ship, Akatsiri's had quickly used all of Braveheart's powerful facilities to trap and teleport the three elemental lords, as well as Vagar and his men, into the prison.
Oh, no. This is the ship's prison.
Ragnaros cried.
What are we going to do?
Neptune asked Therazane when he noticed that they were not alone. Even so, he was less concerned about Jiang Fei and his army than the current condition they were in. Everyone in the room was rendered powerless. To be fair, Jiang Fei, Neptune, and the others who were human had it better. They were living beings with cells and blood flowing in their veins. The three elemental lords were humans since they had used Jiang Fei's biopods to create living bodies for them to reside in.
However, Vagar and the other unknowns had it worse. As soon as they entered the prison, their batteries were immediately deactivated, unless they were removed from the prison room. They were all literally just scrap metal now. Even their most basic functions had been shut down. When everyone in the room was stupefied, Akatsiri's evil chuckle rang.
My sweet loving master, I am now giving you one last chance to redeem yourself to me. Kill the three of them, and I shall grant you your freedom,
said Akatsiri's. Her laughter and tone completely embodied that of an evil empress.
What on earth do you mean?
Jiang Fei roared. He was not pleased about being captured as well as imprisoned, and he was much less happy about being forced to do her bidding.
Oh, my. Does speaking work? Didn't I make myself clear? Only one of you can get out of the room. To live is to kill the enemy. Neither of you is getting out of that room.
Akatsiri's howled. Everyone in the room was powerless, including Isabella with the core of life.
Jiang Fei with the core of will, and Neptune with the core of time.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei grunted as he slammed the walls hard. The pain he felt in his hands was a pure indication that his powers had been stripped away. To make things worse, Akatsiri had no intention of letting both sides free. She had forcefully placed everyone into the Thunderdome. Only one would walk free.
Love, what are we going to do?
Ariel asked in a calm manner. Even though everyone had just lost their powers, the fight between Jiang Fei and the unknown would be short. They only had the three of them, while Jiang Fei had over 50 of them. Jiang Fei alone could fight all three of them. Even though he was powerless, he still possessed martial skills that he could use. Sylphie had the movements of an assassin, while Isabella had the muscles for strength. Despite their weakened state, they could still fight the three elemental lords without breaking a sweat.
Calm down!
Jiang Fei cried. Even though fighting them would be an easy win, Jiang Fei did not want to comply with the rules Akatsiri had imposed on him.
Sister, what should we do? Do we fight?
As Jiang Fei discussed the matter, so did the three elemental lords.
Think this through. They have a bigger group. We will easily be overwhelmed by their sheer number.
Therazane explained.
What do you suggest? Then?
Ragnaros chimed in.
Delay them. We still have enough time to think of something.
Therazane replied. Right then. They were out of options. The room was sealed tight, and there was literally no way out of there. Seconds passed and minutes after. The room was still quiet and calm.
Oh! What's this here? Does either of you want to fight? That's all right. I guess,
said Akatsiri in a playful tone. After that, she spoke again, and this time, her voice sounded like she had something up her sleeves.
I forgot to mention that the oxygen in the room will only last for 20 minutes. If I were you, I would act now. Fight and kill. Or die together. The choice is yours. F***CK.
Jiang Fei slammed the walls again. His usual punches would have caused a crack in such a wall. But now, he could not leave any mark.
Darling, what should we do?
Sylphie asked worriedly. When they were still powerful, they could simply use the powers within them to recirculate vital resources to keep themselves alive. After being stripped, they became ordinary human beings who required oxygen to survive.
Killing them won't do us any good,
Jiang Fei exclaimed. Even if Jiang Fei killed them, Akatsiri could break her promise and simply hold them there. There were more than 50 people there in the room, and killing 3 of them would not save enough oxygen to make a difference. On top of that, fighting would only exhaust their air faster.
We need to make a move now,
screamed Ragnaros when he heard what Sylphie said. There were only 3 of them, and Jiang Fei had over 50. If somehow, through a miracle, they won, they would be killing over 50 humans. Just imagine the amount of oxygen they could spare. They had a genuine belief that if they followed what Akatsiri had decreed, she would spare their lives.
MHM may as well die in battle than die without a fight.
Neptune agreed with Ragnaros even though he was not fully on board with the idea of fighting in a cage. First of all, they were powerless and technically equal in level of strength. Then again, Jiang Fei had over 50 good men. The chances of them actually winning the fight against Jiang Fei was absolutely zero.
Very well. It is rare for us to actually fight and die together,
said Therazane as she accepted Ragnaros' notion.
Sister, don't think of it that way. To die on Braveheart is an honor on its own. We should bring as many of them with us,
said Neptune before he charged toward Jiang Fei with fists held high.
I guess they've made their decision,
said Jiang Fei when he saw that Neptune was approaching him. Even though he did not want to fight as it would burn away his oxygen quickly, they were already coming at him. How could he just stand there and allow them to throw the first hit? Chapter 1236. The Truth Unveiled. The 3 elemental lords made the first move, but in a parry between equal ground and equal powers, the one with more hands ultimately won. The odds differed so vastly that calling it a fight would be a severe overstatement. It was more like a large group of bullies ganging up on 3 little nerds. Jiang Fei took the haymaker and diverted it away with a mere elbow block. He speedily spun around and planted the back of his fist into Ragnaros' skull. The bald man was at least a foot taller than he and more muscular than he. Yet Ragnaros was easily outwitted by Jiang Fei. As soon as Ragnaros was brought down, Jiang Fei headed for Neptune. Like his brother, Neptune faced the same fate when he tried to fight Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not even need to deploy any fancy moves. All he did was dodge a sloppy forward punch and send Neptune down to kiss the ground with a simple downward kick to the head. In that prison, the core of time was as good as an ordinary stone. Therazane was struggling on her own as she tried to fend off the other girls. Since she was an elderly female, Jiang Fei could not bring himself to actually lay hands on her. However, Isabella and Sylphie were more than happy to bring the pain. They did not care for cultural moral values such as respect for the elderly. They only knew that the old lady was charging at them with hostile intent. It was only reasonable to return the favor. Therazane was brought down to her knees, with a chop to the neck from Sylphie, and a heel kick to the diaphragm from Isabella.
Enough. Don't waste your strength.
Jiang Fei hailed, as all three elemental lords were either knocked out or disarmed. Jiang Fei may have held some lingering grudges against the three elemental lords, but he was not going to act according to Akatsuri's will. A few seconds after Jiang Fei stopped, Akatsuri's claps could be heard through the speaker.
Well done, my dear master. I never thought you had it in you.
At that moment, Jiang Fei did not know what to say. He was angry about being deceived, angry about being betrayed, and worst of all, he was angry about not knowing the truth.
Answer me this. Who are you, and why did 0543 betray me?
Jiang Fei snarled.
Oh my! Finally asking the right questions now. Are you sure you want the truth?
Akatsuri replied, laughing like a hyena.
Speak.
Jiang Fei roared so loudly that he actually hurt his throat.
Sheesh. Where are your manners? Fine. If it will get you to stop barking, I shall unveil the truth about everything. Terran.
Akatsuri grunted. Everything was already in place, and the game was set. Victory was but a push of a button away. With such assurance, Akatsuri was prepared to tell Jiang Fei everything. She may have been hardwired to love Jiang Fei as a result of the game's programming, but she could never let Jiang Fei go free. She wanted him to suffer from the truth she was about to spill.
0543. Do me a favor and explain it to him,
Akatsuri said.
Captain,
said 0543. She never once used that phrase when Jiang Fei talking to her. The sudden change of words was both heart-wrenching and agonizing.
Terran Jiang Fei, you were once the representative captain of Braveheart, elected by support system number 0541. Since all your crew members have fallen, the next move, according to protocol, dictates that a suitable high-intelligence life form should become the next representative captain.
0543 was only repeating 0541's explanation.
In accordance with Section Zeta, Article 0001, if Braveheart is being manned by a representative captain who is not of Namekian origin, his or her authority as ranking captain or vice-captain will be revoked upon the arrival of an intelligent Namekian life form.
Jiang Fei's heart sank when he heard 0543 explain about the arrival of an intelligent Namekian life form. Finally, he understood why 0542 and 0543 had betrayed him on multiple occasions. He never had 0543 and 0542's allegiance, as they already belonged to someone else. They may have obeyed Jiang Fei's orders since he was elected representative captain by 0541. But he was never truly recognized by Braveheart. Even if he was the captain of the ship, he would immediately be dethroned if there was a Namekian around.
This can't be right. Akatsuri is but an artificial intelligence. How could she be a Namekian?
Jiang Fei thought about it hard and found something wrong with 0543's statement. From his understanding, Akatsuri, much like Isabella and the other girls in the game, was but a program created by humans.
Terran Jiang Fei, Akatsuri's current body may be part of a machine, but her mind is of Namek origin. Her credentials and authorization codes match those in the system.
0543 explained.
Jiang Fei, you should have heard about the cause of planet Namek's destruction from your support system,
Akatsuri said.
I know very well how your people destroyed your own planet. Your scientists were trying to play God, and they accidentally created a black hole. That's correct. We were all doomed by the crooks in the madhouse of Section 11 laboratory. Even so, there were 7 of us. Only 7 managed to escape. You died along with the rest of the ship's crew. I know about the mutiny,
said Jiang Fei. He had seen the remains of the dead aliens, and the reason for their deaths was thoroughly investigated before their remains were completely destroyed.
True. But what you didn't know was the method that allowed us to continue living after death. We are all short-lived beings. You and I, in the immense realm called space. We needed a way to keep living even when our bodies decayed. Do you know about cloning? I'm sure you do. Every person in this room except you is a result of cloning technology.
Jiang Fei kept quiet. Before he let his emotions get the better of him, he started to think harder, trying to pry out memories of 0541 explaining Braveheart's background. Namekians may have had technology bordering on magic, but in the immense void of space, they were all slaves to time. And time was cruel. be it the humans or Namekians. Their lifespan was too short for interstellar space travel. However, instead of solving the problem of having a short lifespan, Namekians managed to get around the problem simply by cloning new bodies and implanting a copy of their own consciousness into them. A recurring system was then established. Whenever death occurred, the support system would retrieve a backup consciousness from a physical drive and implant it into a newly cloned body. That was their method of beating death. Their explanation of eternal life. The death of all crew members started with the first officer of Braveheart killing the captain with fatal poison. Before the cloning sequence could begin, the first officer took the precaution to destroy the captain's memory in the databank. However, right before succumbing to death, the captain of Braveheart turned off all life support systems throughout the ship, killing everyone right then. The act of killing was but a hindrance since Braveheart's support system could simply start the cloning sequence and revive everyone again. Unfortunately, the ship lost control of its trajectory and was caught by the gravity of Earth. The ship fell apart when it entered Earth's atmosphere, and the entire cloning sequence failed to initiate, thus resulting in the death of all the Namekians. In a desperate attempt, right before the ship crashed into oblivion, the support system made a backup of all the ship's crew members and stored their consciousness in a physical drive, which was used as one of the servers in the game, Dawn Break. When the game started, all the crew members were awakened as characters designed and programmed by humans. They each had a conscience, but they could not control their own body because everything in the digital world was dictated via programming codes. To make matters worse, false memories were implanted into them.
Who are you? How do you know all of this?
Both Neptulin and Therazane shouted in dismay when they heard Akatsiri's explaining everything to Jiang Fei.
It's been too long. My fellow mates. 7,000 years too long.
Akatsiri's howled.
The captain? Impossible. You're dead. All of your data was destroyed. You're not the captain.
All three elemental lords started to show fear, the likes of which Jiang Fei had never seen anyone show in a very long time. Chapter 1237 of Karma. Of Destiny.
Dead? Do you really think any of us can really be dead?
Akatsiri's replied coldly. Death meant nothing to them, as they had experienced death countless times before they even entered the Milky Way. They had lived in cloned bodies numerous times, reviving again and again. What was one more death? The first officer had destroyed Akatsiri's main consciousness. That was the truth. The other truth was Akatsiri's role as a captain. She had a backup for her backup plans. Instead of just storing one consciousness in a single location, she had preemptively copied her memories and consciousness into the game machine's physical drive. The main reason for her creation of two backups was as a contingency move. She feared that the main physical drive would fail, even though it never did. Lo and behold, mutiny struck, and she still had one lifeline to spare. That was also one of the reasons why the support system had chosen to store everyone's consciousness into the gaming system's physical drive. The first officer thought of it all before he killed Akatsiri's. Before he delivered the poison, he went ahead and hacked into the main data management center, deleting her consciousness there. He had anticipated all outcomes, one of which was Akatsiri shutting down the life support system to kill everyone on board. Hence, before he killed Akatsiri's, he deleted her backup. If all went according to plan, the first officer would kill the captain, and she would then proceed to turn off the life support system or use any other means to take everyone with her to the grave. Even so, as long as Braveheart still flew and the support system still worked, everyone but Akatsiri's would be revived. That was supposed to be the end. However, due to unknown factors, the ship was caught in Earth's gravitational pull, causing it to fall apart into several sections. When the physical drive was restored by the Terran's humans of Earth, all 7 Namekians, including Akatsiri's, were awoken. Unfortunately, they were not themselves when they woke up because memories that were not theirs had been imprinted into their consciousness. Everyone had different appearances and abilities that came with their new character. Since all crew members aside from the captain were stored at the last minute, they were all connected like multiple files being kept in the same folder. The captain, Akatsiri's, had stored her own data in a separate location in the same physical drive. That was why the others had no idea the captain was still alive. Everyone was convinced that the first officer's assassination plan went through.
Come now! Where are the others?
Akatsiri's asked. There was a tone of hostility in her voice, like that of a lion before its kill. Her true grudge lay with the first officer. If it were not for him, none of them would be standing in the room.
Captain, we have nothing to do with the mutiny. You must understand that it was only the first officer and the 7th officer. They were the ones behind it all,
cried Ragnaros in fear.
Captain, you have to believe us. We have even killed the first officer to avenge you.
Therazane howled. Although Akatsiri's looked completely different from when she was the captain. Her cold and cruel demeanor was still fresh in their minds.
So, he's dead?
Akatsiri stuttered.
Explain,
she added.
Captain, we did not know about their plans. We only realized that the ship's life support system was failing right before we perished. When we woke up in the game, we were no longer ourselves. We were different,
Ragnaros explained. It was general knowledge that only the captain had authority over the ship's life support system. Despite that, he cleverly masked the incident as a system failure instead of accusing her of shutting down the life support system.
When we discovered the truth, we decided to hunt down the first officer and kill him. The sixth officer even sacrificed his life for the cause.
Therazane shed a tear as she explained.
Where is the seventh?
Akatsiri asked about the last person whom she would like to kill on her own.
He's dead. Killed by the likes of him,
said Ragnaros, pointing his fingers at Jiang Fei.
Me? When did I even?
Jiang Fei choked. He had no recollection of ever killing an alien character in the game. Nechlin started to explain everything. Besides Akatsiri, who had been randomly assigned a character in the Royal Nephilim family line, all the other crew members had been assigned extremely powerful entities. The third, fourth, fifth, and sixth officers were programmed into 4 elemental lords, while the first and seventh officers became the leaders of the high human race. The first officer was the emperor of the high humans, King Zhou of Shang, whereas the seventh officer was Jiang Fei's very own master. Oh Yezi. The story about the first battle of the heavens was merely a rendition of the mutiny on Braveheart. Nechlin explained that the 4 of them wanted to kill Zhou as revenge for killing the captain. Alas, Zhou killed the 6th officer before he was killed by the 3 remaining elemental lords. A while later, the human realm and celestial realm were separated, creating momentary peace between the 3 elemental lords and Oyetsu's forces. That was the intro when Jiang Fei, as well as players from all around the world, started to play the game. When Malia appeared, everyone had thought that she was the messenger of death sent by the captain. There was a certain familiarity to her presence, since she was created by O541 using Namekian programming. As such, when she appeared before Oyezi, he resigned to his fate because he thought that she had been sent by the captain. There was no resistance, only acceptance of his demise. The others shared the same thought. All 3 elemental lords went into hiding when Malia's presence was felt. They were aware of what they were about to face, as the captain they knew was never a kind-hearted one. Shortly after, Vagar, who was revived into the real world as a supreme android, came to understand the truth about the game. The Namekians, Jiang Fei, and Braveheart. Only then did they realize that the captain of Braveheart was no longer the same person. And only then did they charge to attack Jiang Fei with everything they had. It was not revenge, but simply a fight to retrieve what was rightfully theirs. Compared with Jiang Fei, they had all the moral justification they needed to kill Jiang Fei and claim Braveheart. He was but a Terran while they were the original owners of the ship. As a result, instead of fighting Jiang Fei directly, they decided to hypnotize Jiang Fei in the game and obtain the biolab as well as biopod from him. With that, the 3 elemental lords now had the means to enter the real world. They had held back for a long time because they did not want to be revived as androids. No matter what kind of technology one had, having a sack of meat was better than having a cold metal frame. Nonetheless, that was not the main reason. Having a mechanical body would only hamper their strength. They would never truly master the level 5 realms with machines. Akatsiri was rather unfortunate. In the game, she was but a lowly servant for a human-made artificial intelligence. She was even given to Jiang Fei in the form of a pet. Be that as it may, becoming a pet was still acceptable. Akatsiri considered becoming a female, who was subject to love and feelings for her counterpart. The worst form of punishment. Under any normal circumstance, she would have fought her way out of that cruel fate, but she was unable to stop herself from being programmed. Her reputation level with Jiang Fei was already hitting, infatuated. The power of programming was so strong that she could not help herself from actually loving the boy. Her consciousness was then extracted out of the game and put into an android body. She could not even tell whether everything else that happened due to her feelings were genuine or fictitious. They had all affected her judgment. Chapter 1238, Die for Me. Due to unfortunate settings in the game, Akatsiri had never once revealed her identity or made any sudden moves to break character. For as long as possible, she had kept a low profile until she was chosen by Vagar to be revived in the real world. That was her one and only escape route, and she took it without hesitation. With mastery over Namekian technology, She built an outstanding profile amongst the other machines. In time, she managed to create a hierarchy and lead a group of her own, breaking off from Vagar. Before that moment, if she had been in the presence of Vagar or the three elemental lords, Akatsiris would practically be a little bird in the nest of a hawk. If they had found Akatsiris sooner, they could have simply destroyed her. The tables turned when Akatsiris completely took over the ship. With the power of Braveheart, she could not be stopped. The three elemental lords were rather unfortunate. They had just stolen the biolab as well as biopod, and used them to create living bodies for themselves. Neptulin was even luckier than the rest, for he had obtained the core of time, although it was rendered useless when he was trapped inside the prison room. They thought they had hit the jackpot when they managed to find their tracks through the space-time continuum. However, not only did they fail to capture Jiang Fei and the ship, they were caught, rendered powerless, and forced to face the captain whom they thought to be dead. They were more afraid of their original captain than any other threat they had faced.
So it makes sense now,
Jiang Fei muttered to himself. These people were once Namekians, and Akatsiris was the original captain of Braveheart. No wonder 0542 and 0543 would betray him again and again. 0543 had only been born recently, possessing zero evolution progress. Yet she, too, had decided to betray Jiang Fei. Right then, Jiang Fei realized that they had never betrayed Jiang Fei. They could not do it because their protocol clearly stated that any Namekian would automatically be the captain of Braveheart should they made an appearance. Compared with Akatsiris, Jiang Fei was the puppet of the show, and she was the puppeteer.
Captain! I've explained everything. Please spare us,
Ragnaros pleaded. All three elemental lords could never be revived, and this death would truly be the end of it all.
I'll deal with you later,
Akatsiris scoffed before she addressed Jiang Fei.
Now, do you understand what is going on? Do you understand who the real owner of this ship is now?
Jiang Fei could not say a word. By right, Akatsiris was the real owner. He had nothing to say to claim the ship as his. Even so, Jiang Fei had to admit that the greed in him was never going to allow him to give up just yet. He had spent too much on the hunt for Braveheart's parts around the world. To ask him to give up his conquest for Braveheart just because the truth dictated it would be akin to asking him to give up everything he had done and return to square one. If there was one thing Jiang Fei had learned throughout his journey, it was the unrelenting urge to fight on. As fortunate as he could be right then, he still had one ally.
Come on, old buddy. Don't you let me down now,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Isabella, the strongest fighter then, was powerless against the walls of the prison. To depend on the girls even if there were 50 of them to escape the room would be asking a group of children to fight a war. Also, even if they could escape the prison room, what could they do to fight Akatsiris when she had complete control over the ship? One way to defeat Akatsiris right then was to have an ally from behind enemy lines. Just so happens, Jiang Fei had one. 0541 was Jiang Fei's ultimate trump card. During the last inspection, he had managed to unlock 0541's seal, but not his entire program. It had been running in the background for a while, but Jiang Fei had no idea what the progress was. By hook or by crook, Jiang was going to bet everything on 0541. Then again, something inside him was telling him to be careful. While 0541 was truly one of a kind, there was reason to believe that even 0541 would have to follow Akatsiri's orders. It was obvious that 0541 was subjected to the deep protocol of all support systems. Unless he wished to be locked up again, he had to obey Akatsiris. 0541 could have unsealed himself, but whether or not he would help Jiang Fei was another matter entirely.
Sister, what are you thinking? Please don't do this. Please, stop.
Isabella cried her eyes out. She knew the truth about herself and the false memory of her sister. Even so, those memories were so real that it became a reality in Isabella's mind. It was the same as Akatsiri's feelings for Jiang Fei. Namekians were asexual beings. Emotion existed but never romantic like that of humans. No one in Namek had a gender, even though Ragnaros and Neptulin were male, while Akatsiris and Therazane were female. They were only that way because of the game's programming. In Namek, everyone reproduced asexually without the requirements of two separate sexes. There was no romance, no love, and no feelings for their counterparts because there was never a counterpart. Akatsiris, of all people, knew that well, but she could not shake her love for Jiang Fei. That was the reason why she had always been lenient toward Jiang Fei. The current Akatsiris was never going to be the same as she was before. The embedded personality and memories inside her had affected her more than she dared to admit. If she had not been affected by them, she would have killed Jiang Fei at first sight and take the ring for herself.
What am I doing? You say? What am I thinking? You say?
Akatsiri's paused for a while.
Ha 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 ha. What am I thinking? What a good question. In thinking about what I should do with a lot of you.
Akatsiri's plan was to kill every competitor for Braveheart, including the rest of the ship's original crew members. Jiang Fei was, of course, on top of that list. However, even after capturing Jiang Fei, she could not bring herself to actually kill him. Something deep down inside Akatsiri's could never allow that to happen.
Captain, please spare us. We have been nothing but loyal to you.
Ragnaros continued to plead.
Please spare us. Well, do anything you want.
Neptune chimed in.
That's right. Spare us. Well, do anything you ask of us.
Therazane added as she knelt down on her knees. Akatsiri's paused for a moment before she announced her decree.
I can let the two of you live. But you?
Akatsiri's turned to Neptune.
You must die for me. I understand.
Neptune wanted to plead further, but finally understood the reason why he needed to die. He had fused with the core of time. Akatsiri's obviously needed it for her own reasons. And the only way she could get it was for him to die.
Thank you, Captain! Thank you, Captain!
Both Ragnaros and Therazane got on their knees and bowed repeatedly. Their own brother, who had just been sentenced to death, was ignored. Chapter 1239, Pain. Punishment.
Die and give me the core of time.
Akatsiri's mumbled and selectively trapped Neptune in a light bubble. Knowing that his fate was sealed, Neptune quietly knelt down without any signs of struggling. The light bubble flashed a while, and Neptune started to decay. The process of decay accelerated with every second he was within the bubble, and he began to experience muscle atrophy, followed closely by dehydration. Everyone knew what Akatsiri's was doing to him, yet there was nothing they could do. They were too powerless. A minute after, Neptune perished, leaving a dried-up corpse inside the barrier. There lay the end of a man who once could even put Isabella in her place. A man who had the power of time had succumbed to death. When Neptune's bones crumbled into dust, a silvery white stone materialized in the air and floated up away from the dead body. Before the core of time could fly away, a tractor beam locked onto the core and dragged it toward the roof. Sylphie took the opportunity to try and grab the core, but alas, her now powerless body was too weak to jump even 2 meters from the ground. Even if she could jump that high, the tractor beam's pull would only prove too much for her. A small opening opened up at the top of the ceiling, and the core was sucked into it. In a few moments' time, Akatsiri's was already holding the core in her cold, lifeless hands.
Oh, crew members, I would like to know how you managed to revive yourselves,
Akatsiri's inquired. There was a hint of curiosity, as well as mild contempt mixed with envy, in her voice.
Captain, you promised. Please, let us go already.
They both started to protest when Akatsiri's continued to hold them in the prison.
Maybe if you do not waste my time, I will let you go.
Akatsiri's hummed. Her tone was cold and emotionless again.
Yes, 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 yes. Ill talk. All right?
Ragnaros squealed like a scared little rat when Akatsiri's presented herself as the captain she used to be. Everything about how they were able to take control of the game servers, hypnotize Jiang Fei, and obtain the biolab as well as biopod was revealed.
So it seems,
Akatsiri's hummed. Both Therazane and Ragnaros waited for her next order, and after what seemed like an eternity, there was only silence.
Captain? Captain? I told you everything I know. If there's anything you wanted to know, I've already told you. Please, let us go.
When there was no reply from Akatsiri's, both Ragnaros and Therazane broke down. They were already scared **+ when Akatsiri's spoke without any hint of emotion. And when she gave no reply, it created a different kind of fear, the kind of fear Jiang Fei had never experienced in his life.
Yet, are we going to sit here and do nothing?
Isabella whispered to Jiang Fei when the room was filled with the cries and howls of both Therazane and Ragnaros.
It's fine. Let's just wait a bit,
said Jiang Fei, pretending to be confident in the face of adversity. To be honest, he was putting a lot of hope in 0541. But if he were to show any signs of weakness, the girls would start to panic. Worst came to worst, they may break down too. Right then, both Ragnaros and Therazane were doing a splendid job of spreading fear.
Are we still on the moon?
Nina asked out of the blue.
Why do you ask?
Jiang Fei asked in return. Even though the ship was moving at a snail's pace, the ship should have made further progress as it picked up speed. Furthermore, 0543 had already been integrated into the ship's control system. Its efficiency should not have increased greatly. Perhaps they were still in the moon's orbit. But they were not out of the Earth's orbit, the solar system, and much less the Milky Way.
Ariel, can you determine our position?
Isabella turned to Ariel and nudged her slightly.
I can't. The room has blocked my powers and my perception of space-time. In this room, I'm only as good as any other regular Joe or Jane,
said Ariel dejectedly.
TSK, what can we do now?
Sylphie grunted, feeling annoyed.
Darling, I think I should just try and talk to my sister,
said Isabella. The entire thing had exploded beyond anyone's control. It was an unprecedented situation whereby they did not know what move to make.
No need for that. I'm not saying this before it's useless. But she's no longer the sister you used to know. Or rather, she was never your sister. To begin with,
said Jiang Fei as he held her tiny hands in his. He was trying his best to maintain his composure. However, even Isabella could tell that Jiang Fei was extremely anxious and nervous based on his heartbeat, which she could feel just by holding his hands. Right then, she knew what not to do, try to take matters into her own hands. Akatsiri frowned and sighed every now and then. There she had the core of time, one of the strongest energy cores in her hands. Yet, she could never fuse with it. The biolaboratory and the biopods were in front of her, silent and majestic, awaiting orders from their captain. She got there after she inquired how Therazane, as well as Ragnaros, managed to be reincarnated into the world in living bodies of flesh and blood. She was now the captain of Braveheart. Everything it had to offer was subject to her will. She possessed the ultimate perception of everything the universe had to offer, an achievement she had already reached when she was still a Namekian. How could she, the master of Braveheart, still live in the body of a machine when Therazane, Ragnaros, and even Neptulin were able to be reincarnated as humans? There was no way she would want to stay inside that cold metal body forever, even though that was considered the next level of evolution for human beings. For Namekians, it was the complete opposite. Machines, highly intelligent or not, could never ascend and have powers the likes of any other living being. Using Namekian technology, a normal human, heck, even a frail, disfigured human could become a level 5 metahuman. If she fused with the core of time, Akatsiri would obtain a body the likes no one had ever seen. However, it was impossible for her. Machines were machines in the end. They could enhance the strength of their frame, integrate with powerful weapons, or increase their battery pack, but there would always be a limit. One of the limitations was the inability to fuse with a core. Akatsiri was like a man standing on a mountain of gold with nothing to spend it on.
Damn it!
Akatsiri roared in pain. She had inherited everything Braveheart had to offer and understood the laws of the universe well enough to know that it would be impossible for her to return to a body of flesh and blood. Call it punishment, call it karma. The pain was too much for her to bear.
Leader, what is our next move?
Bennett Strass came in shortly after. He was oblivious to her past and everything about the Namekians. Even if he did, he could know nothing but obey Akatsiri as his leader. That was his fate, to be a slave even though he was conscious. It was the same fate as any other machine. Chapter 1240. Since you never loved me.
0543. Think of a solution. I don't want to be a machine forever.
Akatsiri ordered.
Yes, Captain.
0543 immediately began to execute Akatsiri's order.
Also, bring Ragnaros and Therazane out.
Akatsiri added.
Yes, Captain.
0543 immediately extracted the two of them from the prison room. There were energy chains around them, although the energy chains were not as scary as the prison room. Their effects were the same. They sealed a metahuman's powers.
Captain, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me.
Ragnaros immediately knelt down when he saw Akatsiri. At that moment, even though they were all human, they could still see the shadow of their former captain in Akatsiri's eyes.
Yes, Captain. We've been extremely loyal to you. Please, don't kill us.
Therazane also knelt down.
Don't worry. I'm keeping my word. You can go now.
Akatsiri laughed.
Really?
Ragnaros and Therazane glanced at each other. They were completely surprised.
Uh-huh.
Akatsiri waved, and the energy chains around them disappeared.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you so much. We'll go straight back to Earth now.
Ragnaros and Therazane quickly thanked her. They also promised to behave after returning to Earth, stating that they would definitely not cause Akatsiri any more trouble. They even said that they would always be willing to help if Akatsiri ever needed them.
Well, actually, both of you aren't going back to Earth. Hee hee.
Akatsiri sneered. although she promised not to kill them. She did not want to keep them by her side. After all, they were also Namekians. Theoretically speaking, they both had a share of Braveheart. If they had bad intentions, it would be dangerous.
Where are we going? Then?
Therazane asked.
It depends on your luck.
Akatsiri smiled. She then ordered 0543.
Activate force teleportation. Target Therazane and Ragnaros. I want them to be randomly teleported 500 million light years away. No. Captain! Please! We'll never betray you. Don't exile us. Yes. Please. Captain. Don't exile us.
Ragnaros and Therazane became frightened when they heard Akatsiri's words. Although level 5 metahumans could survive in space for a short time, there were 2 little planets in the universe that were suitable for intelligent creatures to live on. If there were no signs of intelligent creatures living near the area they would be teleported to, they would have to enjoy endless loneliness even if they could survive in cosmic space. After all, level 5 metahumans were not strong enough to travel the universe at high speed like a space battleship. It would be equivalent to being imprisoned forever in the void, even if they were lucky enough to be teleported to a planet where intelligent creatures existed. What if those creatures were not friendly? As invaders, they would definitely be attacked or even killed.
Preparing for teleportation.
0543 was much more efficient now under Akatsiri's command. Please, before Ragnaros could finish begging for mercy. 0543's force teleportation was activated. Although they had recovered their level 5 strengths, they were still no match for Braveheart's force teleportation. After disposing of Therazane and Ragnaros, Akatsiri turned to Bennett Straz and said,
Go and get rid of Vagar as well as the other peasants. Be loyal to me or be destroyed. Let them choose for themselves. Yes, leader.
Bennett Straz nodded. Despite being very concerned about how Akatsiri was going to deal with Jiang Fei and the others, it was obvious that Akatsiri was not planning on letting him participate. So, he left sensibly.
What am I going to do with you?
Akatsiri murmured to herself. To her, the most difficult question was how to deal with Jiang Fei. As for the girls around Jiang Fei, Akatsiri never planned to keep them alive. When she used Vagar and the others to attack Winter Islands previously, Akatsiri had already planned to kill everyone including Jiang Fei's parents and even Bella. She never considered Bella as her younger sister.
My dear master, since you have never loved me, it'll make you hate me for as long as you live instead. You can rest assured that it'll take up an indelible place in your heart.
Blue light suddenly flashed in Akatsiri's eyes.
Darling, don't you have a better understanding of Planet Namek's technology? Do you know if there's any way we can break this prism room?
Bella asked with a frown. Since Ragnaros and Therazane had been disposed of, the girls became even more anxious.
What I know is totally insignificant.
Jiang Fei sighed. Although 0541 had once tried to instill some knowledge of Planet Namek in him, it was just an attempt. In terms of scientific knowledge, Jiang Fei only knew as much about Planet Namek as a junior high school student. As for highly specialized knowledge, like how to crack such confinement chambers, he had never heard of it.
What now?
Ariel looked dejected.
Oh, my dear master. Sorry for making you wait so long.
At that moment, Akatsiri spoke again.
Akatsiri, what do you want?
Jiang Fei asked coldly.
What do I want? Oh, ho ho ho.
Following Akatsiri's laughter, a beam of light shot toward one of the female soldiers. The next moment, the girl dried up. Before she could even scream, she was disintegrated by the light.
Stop!
Jiang Fei immediately grew angry. While he did not love the female soldiers, the girls were still his comrades. They had been with him the entire time.
Hee hee. My dear master. What did you say?
Akatsiri laughed heartily. She even controlled the light dispersion beam and aimed it at Sylphie's head for a second before she shot at another soldier. In actuality, Akatsiri hated Sylphie to the core. After all, Sylphie had berated her harshly before. That day, however, Akatsiri did not immediately kill Sylphie on purpose. She wanted to start from the soldiers and kill everyone around Jiang Fei one by one. Eventually, she wanted Jiang Fei to watch his parents die right in front of him. Akatsiri meant what she said. Since Jiang Fei had never loved her, she wanted to make him hate her to death. Chapter 1241, Trump Card. No more.
That's enough.
Jiang Fei was filled with rage. He no longer felt any guilt for previously mistreating Akatsiri. Now, all he wanted was to kill that mad woman with his own hands. To be honest, even though Jiang Fei did not have any feelings for Akatsiri before, he found her to be pretty nice. However, because of 0541's message. Jiang Fei mistakenly thought that Sharaz was a person of interest, causing him to ignore Akatsiri's. Back then, who would have thought that 0541 was referring to Akatsiri's? She was the true captain of Braveheart. So, although 0541 did not reveal her identity by exploiting loopholes in the system, he still could not directly tell Jiang Fei about her existence, as it would threaten the safety of the Namekians. That was contrary to the responsibilities of an assistance system. So 0541 was forbidden from doing so. Later, before 0541 was sealed, he even left Jiang Fei a message at the risk of being destroyed, asking him to kill Akatsiri's. However, it was already too late. Akatsiri's had been extracted into the real world. A series of coincidences and misunderstandings eventually made Akatsiri's hate Jiang Fei out of love. As this was coupled with the fact that she had inherited the cold and ruthless character of the former captain, things ended up the way they did.
Enough? I think it's far from enough.
Akatsiri sneered at Jiang Fei. The angrier Jiang Fei was, the happier she became. She wanted to exact revenge on Jiang Fei and cause him unbearable pain. Swoosh swoosh. With the continuous operation of the light dispersion beam, the female soldiers were destroyed one after another. Jiang Fei's face was distorted with rage. If he had not been powerless right then, he would have already attacked Akatsiri's desperately.
Stop! Please! Let them go! Attack me instead!
Apart from Jiang Fei, Nina was also suffering. The female soldier once belonged to the Saint's Guard, and they used to be Nina's guards. Having to watch them die one after another, it was as if someone was twisting a knife in her heart.
Ho ho! Don't worry. ITL'll be your turn soon. It won't just be you.
None of you girls will be able to leave this place alive.
Akatsiri smiled.
Akatsiri's? I won't forget this.
Jiang Fei's eyes were full of rage. He never expected Akatsiri's to be so heartless. Judging from what she had said, she was not even planning to keep Bella alive. While her sisterly relationship with Bella had been forcefully created by the system, she was being way too cruel considering how Bella always treated her as a real elder sister.
Hee hee. My dear master, maybe you should think about yourself first.
Akatsiri's laughed. At that moment, she held the winning ticket. Ever since she obtained control of Braveheart, Akatsiri's had become invincible. So, she was not worried about Jiang Fei's threat.
Damn. 0541. Please hurry up and appear.
Jiang Fei was really anxious. The girls around him were being killed one after another, making his heart bleed. When only a few of Jiang Fei's 50 soldiers were left, 0541 still did not appear.
My dear master, you seem pretty calm. Are you thinking that there's still a chance you can turn the tables on me?
Akatsiri's words made Jiang Fei's heart pound.
You? What are you talking about?
Jiang Fei's voice was a little shaky. He was really afraid that his plan to wait for 0541 had been exposed.
Ho ho. Still trying to act stupid.
Huh?
Aren't you just waiting for that assistance system? 0541?
Akatsiri's words completely crushed Jiang Fei's hopes.
How did you?
Jiang Fei's eyes widened. Although he had a feeling that Akatsiri's already knew his plan, he still could not accept it when it really came to light.
My naive master. Since 0543 is now loyal to me, do you think you can still hide any secrets from me?
Akatsiri's laughed mockingly.
You? Damn it.
Jiang Fei sighed. Indeed, all his previous actions had been under 0543's surveillance. Even so, Ariel had always been very vigilant. She prevented 0543 from transmitting information anywhere and anytime. Yet, 0543 could now rebel openly. What secrets would she possibly hide from Akatsiri's?
Enjoy it. Master, this is just the appetizer. The main dish is yet to be served. Ha ha ha.
Akatsiri's laughed heartily. She enjoyed watching Jiang Fei crumble in pain.
What did you do to 0541?
Jiang Fei asked.
I destroyed him. Of course.
Akatsiri said with a smile.
No way. No way.
Jiang Fei was close to losing his mind. He kept muttering to himself, obviously panicking. If 0541 had been destroyed, there was really no way he could save the girls around him.
Ah, Fei. Did your confidence come from 0541?
Nina was still calm. This girl, who was once the saint of the light, was not afraid of death. Hence, she still retained her senses at that point.
No way. No way.
Jiang Fei was in such a panic that he did not even hear Nina's question.
Darling.
Ariel felt very distressed seeing Jiang Fei that way. One had to know that Jiang Fei was just an ordinary high school student a year ago. He had grown so much in a short time. But it was still impossible for him to stay calm and composed in such a situation because he did not have enough experience yet. After all, Jiang Fei was neither an impeccable genius nor a powerful ancient monster that had been reborn. There was only so much that mortals could do. They had their limits. I want to kill them all. Sylphie clenched her teeth. Unfortunately, all their powers had been sealed. They could not fight even if they wanted to. They could only sit and wait to be slaughtered. Well, my dear master, are you feeling very helpless now? Are you suffering? Ha ha ha. Do you feel how I felt? Do you feel my pain now? Even though Akatsiri was laughing, it sounded worse than a painful cry. In her previous life, she was a Namekian that reproduced asexually. Hence, Akatsiri did not know what love was. In the game, she was forced to become a woman and was forced to fall in love with Jiang Fei. However, she was constantly ignored by the one she loved. It was her first time coming into contact with love. But she encountered such a heart-wrenching situation. Hence, the love in Akatsiri's heart quickly turned into hate, which was why she wanted to torture Jiang Fei like that. Swoosh! As the light dispersion beam bounced again, the last soldier was killed. The next moment, the beam bounced back and forth near the remaining 4 girls around Jiang Fei. Only Akatsiri knew who was next. Chapter 1242, 0541's Return. The light dispersion beam flickered back and forth over the heads of the 4 girls. But it did not activate. Obviously, Akatsiri was doing it on purpose. She just wanted to torture Jiang Fei and make him suffer. Swoosh! The beam finally stopped. And Isabella was the chosen one. No! Jiang Fei's heart wrenched in pain. He did not want to see Bella die before his eyes again. No! Ho ho! My dear master, and your most well-behaved pet. You know, since you said no, I'll listen to you. You can choose one of them to replace Bella. Akatsiri laughed wickedly. You? All Jiang Fei wanted to do now was eat her alive and drink her blood. Akatsiri was way too cruel. Of course, Isabella was Jiang Fei's favorite. But he could never use another girl's life to replace Bella's. Don't touch them! Kill me instead! Jiang Fei shouted emotionally. Oh! Ho ho ho! My dear master, how could I bear to kill you? I will let you live well, so that you can see every single person around you die. One after another. With your very own eyes. Akatsiri said mercilessly. You lunatic! Jiang Fei roared. His eyes completely bloodshot. Since you're unwilling to decide, I'll help you. Jiang Fei's anger made Akatsiri feel extremely satisfied. She sneered, then stopped the dispersion beam above Sylphie's head. Sylphie had berated Akatsiri several times before, so Akatsiri already hated Sylphie for a long time. Therefore, it was no surprise that Sylphie would be her first target. Darling! Sylphie, who was trapped by the beam, cried out to Jiang Fei. She was not afraid of death. She just could not bear the pain of not being able to see Jiang Fei anymore. Akatsiri, I will kill you! Jiang Fei's voice was hoarse from all the shouting. He was raging with anger. Unfortunately, he could not do anything as he had been rendered powerless. Swoosh! Right then, the entire prison room suddenly darkened. All the light disappeared, and there was only darkness. My strength is back! Bella gasped. So is mine! Sylphie instantly broke free from the beam's restraint, as she had recovered her level 5 strength. No one would be able to bully her anymore. 0541. Is that you? Jiang Fei was filled with surprise. Captain, I'm back. 0541's voice rang in the prison room. Since he was unsealed on Braveheart, he did not appear in Jiang Fei's spatial ring. Great! Akatsiri, it's time for you to die! Feeling the surging power in his body, the flame of revenge burned in Jiang Fei's eyes. No! Impossible! 0543. What's going on? Clearly, Akatsiri did not expect that to happen. But 0543 did not respond to her cries. Impossible. You've been destroyed. How could you be here? Akatsiri started to panic. Is 0541 replaced 0543? She could possibly lose the captain's authority. I can't be destroyed. Former captain. 0541 answered. I'm a Namekian. I'm the captain. I order you to resume Braveheart's normal operations. Akatsiri yelled desperately. Sorry, former captain. Your request has been rejected. 0541 said indifferently. Haha. 0541. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. As always, 0541 had lived up to his expectations.
My husband? Let me finish that stupid machine with my own hands.
Sylphie's voice was cold, and a murderous aura surrounded her.
No. Bring her back alive. I want to be the one who kills her.
Jiang Fei had never hated a person so much. This time, he really wanted to skin Akatsiri's alive.
No problem.
Sylphie promised, then instantly disappeared.
Ah, Fei. Are you okay?
Nina asked with concern. She was kind and gentle, so her first thought was not revenge, but Jiang Fei's physical condition. I'm fine.
Jiang Fei shook his head. The tables had turned. 0541 had defeated 0543, and he was now in control of Braveheart. Akatsiri, who had lost the support of Braveheart, was no match for Jiang Fei at all.
Master, I was wrong. Please, let me go.
Although Akatsiri was hiding somewhere, Sylphie would be able to find her in no time. So, she immediately begged Jiang Fei for forgiveness through a broadcast.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault for not killing you earlier.
Jiang Fei clenched his teeth. He could never forgive Akatsiri. 50 soldiers had died by her hands.
Master, I've been by your side for a long time. Can't you just let me go? I promise not to go against you anymore. And Braveheart is yours.
Akatsiri continued to beg for mercy.
It's too late now. Akatsiri, if you had said these things before you killed those girls, I would have considered it. But now, they're all dead. All 50 of them. Even if I forgive you, can you bring them back to life?
Jiang Fei's eyes were bloodshot. The anger within him was not something that Akatsiri could alleviate with just words.
0541. Track her down.
Jiang Fei shouted. Although Sylphie was already hunting for Akatsiri, Braveheart was too big. It was more than thousands of kilometers long. So trying to look for one person was as strenuous as finding a needle in a haystack.
Okay.
0541 immediately started to track Akatsiri and notify Sylphie, who was in charge of the hunt in real time.
Dear, what are you going to do with her?
Isabella asked Jiang Fei. At that time, they had an absolute advantage. So the power to determine one's life or death was now in Jiang Fei's hands.
Kill her. Of course.
Jiang Fei no longer cared that they were sisters. Akatsiri had gone too far.
Have you caught her yet? 0541. Teleport her over by force.
Jiang Fei lost his patience.
Sorry, Captain. I had to deactivate Braveheart's engine system to remove her authority as captain. Even though I'm willing to stand with you, Braveheart still recognizes her as the captain. So you need to kill her to regain authority. Before that happens, I cannot restart Braveheart's engine. Otherwise, SH.L dominate everything again.
0541 explained.
Damn!
Jiang Fei frowned. But he could understand where 0541 was coming from. After all, Akatsiri was the real captain. Although 0541 was on his side, their behavior was tantamount to treason. So they could not mobilize Braveheart's engine system. Chapter 1243, All in Act. Although 0541 could not use Braveheart to help Jiang Fei capture Akatsiri, he could accurately provide Sylphie with Akatsiri's coordinates. Which was enough. Without Braveheart's support, Akatsiri was no match for Jiang Fei and the others. She would not be able to escape even if she tried. Androids like her could not teleport autonomously like level 5 metahumans. They could only teleport with the help of the teleportation matrix of large instruments. Now that Braveheart's engine room had stopped, Braveheart was like a huge space prison. No one could escape.
Dear, I can feel her aura near me. I'll catch her right away.
Sylphie reported back with good news.
Okay. I'm going to disassemble her.
Jiang Fei clenched his teeth.
Don't worry. Leave it to me.
Sylphie sneered. She never liked Akatsiri. Moreover, Akatsiri was just about to kill her before the tables were turned. Therefore Sylphie now hated Akatsiri to the core.
I found her.
About 3 minutes later, Sylphie found Akatsiri's hiding spot.
Bring her back. I want her alive.
Jiang Fei gritted his teeth so hard they almost cracked. He had never hated a person that much.
I'll be there soon.
Sylphie nodded. Within 5 minutes, she brought Akatsiri to Jiang Fei.
That was faster than I expected.
Jiang Fei was surprised.
I don't know why, but she didn't resist.
Sylphie was also a little confused. When she found Akatsiri, Akatsiri remained calm and was very obedient. She did not try to fight back at all.
What tricks does she have up her sleeves?
Jiang Fei frowned. It was not like her to give up and surrender so easily.
Master, please, I beg you, have mercy on me. I was wrong.
Akatsiri's immediately started to cry after she saw Jiang Fei. Obviously, she knew that Syphly and the other girls hated her. Even if she begged them for mercy, she would not get any forgiveness. However, Jiang Fei was different. Not long ago, he was still a good student living in an ivory tower. Moreover, he was relatively irresolute and hesitant. If she begged him for mercy, she might succeed. Jiang Fei let out a long sigh of despair. That made the girls around him fall quiet, for fear that his heart would soften for Akatsiri's.
It's no use crying over spilled milk.
Jiang Fei sighed again. Although he was the one who had caused Akatsiri's to turn like that, what she had done was simply unforgivable. Even if he wanted to forgive her, he could not find a reason to.
Master, are you really going to kill me? Give me a chance. Please.
Akatsiri's cried.
You must suffer the consequences of your actions.
Jiang Fei hardened his heart, then gestured Sylphie to take action.
Master, do you really want to do this? Won't you regret it?
Akatsiri's pleaded.
Sigh. What's the point of saying these things now? Sylphie, just do it.
Jiang Fei turned around. Despite hating Akatsiri's, he could not bear to watch Sylphie kill her.
My dear master. Of course. There's a point. You really won't regret it?
Akatsiri suddenly began to laugh. Even though Sylphie's blade had lit up, she did not seem afraid.
I want. Sylphie, do it.
Although Jiang Fei had a bad feeling, he still ordered Sylphie to kill Akatsiri's.
Go to H.L.
Sylphie swung the dagger in her hand, its blade approaching Akatsiri's head. Swoosh. At that moment, the entire ship suddenly lit up. The lights in the prison room had also turned back on.
What's going on?
Sylphie yelled. Akatsiri's had caught her dagger with one hand.
My powers are gone. The prison room has been activated.
Ariel exclaimed.
Mine too. My power's gone.
Nina nodded.
0541. What's going on?
Jiang Fei shouted. He had also lost his powers. Right then, everyone in the prison room had been rendered powerless again, except for Akatsiri's.
Ho ho. My dear master, do you remember what I asked you? Do you regret it now?
Akatsiri's laughed happily.
0541. What the H.L. is going on?
Jiang Fei asked.
Sorry, Mr. Jiang Fei. I have to be loyal to the captain.
0541 sounded extremely apologetic.
What? Even you? No way.
Jiang Fei could not accept the truth. It turned out that it was all an act from the very moment 0541 appeared. Everything including Braveheart's engine being shut down, and him obtaining control of Braveheart had all been planned by Akatsiri's in advance. 0541 was just helping Akatsiri's carry out the entire act.
0541. Why?
Jiang Fei could accept 0542 and 0543's betrayal, but he could not accept that 0541 had done the same.
Oh, my dear master, have you forgotten? No matter how much 0541 wants to help you, in the captain of Braveheart, as an assistance system, 0541 must execute my orders. If I want him to play along with me, he has to. Otherwise, his core program will immediately crash. Ha ha ha.
Akatsiri's cackled her head off. She wanted to make Jiang Fei hopeful. She wanted him to think that he had a chance to make a comeback, then take everything away from him at the very last moment. Without hope, there would be no disappointment. Without disappointment, how would there be despair? Jiang Fei's pained expression greatly satisfied Akatsiri's. She wanted to torture Jiang Fei and let him suffer endlessly.
No way. No way.
Jiang Fei panicked. He could not accept the fact that 0541 had betrayed him, and his last chance to make a comeback had crumbled. He had lost.
My dear master, do you remember your ruthlessness? I originally just planned to kill the girls around you. Now, I've decided to kill your parents in front of you too.
Akatsiri said viciously.
Even if I die, I won't let you go.
Jiang Fei's teeth were already bleeding from all the clenching and gritting. He charged at Akatsiri's and tried to fight her. Unfortunately, in the prison room, he was powerless and just an ordinary person. How could he possibly defeat Akatsiri's? A supreme android? Chapter 1244, Willing but Unable.
Oh, ho ho ho. My dear master, have you forgotten? We Namekians are very technological. We don't believe in ghosts and the like.
Akatsiri's grinned.
You can't do this. You can't do this.
Jiang Fei's mind was a total mess. He was being haunted by unbearable pain.
I can't. Look who's here.
Following Akatsura's laughter, two white lights flashed and Jiang Fei's parents appeared in the prison room. Once she gained control over Braveheart, Akatsura could teleport ordinary people freely. Braveheart's spatial technology was much more powerful than the teleportation matrix that they had previously used.
Xiao Fei, what's wrong?
Jiang Fei's parents immediately noticed that Jiang Fei was in pain. At that moment, Jiang Fei was kneeling on the ground with his hands around his head. He looked so helpless, so miserable.
Mom? Dad? Why are you here?
The moment Jiang Fei jerked his head up, two light beams hovered above his parents' heads.
No!
Jiang Fei screamed, his voice revealing so much pain that it was heartbreaking.
My dear master, it seems like you already know what will happen next. Right.
A smile crept across Akatsura's mouth. She approached Jiang Fei's parents, then said to them with a smile,
I'm sorry for making the two of you come here so suddenly. I just have something to ask from you both. Who are you? What did you do to Xiao Fei?
Jiang Fei's mother asked, glaring at Akatsura. Although she did not know who Akatsura was, she knew that Akatsura was the one causing her son so much pain.
Oh, Auntie, don't be angry. For your information, I was once Jiang Fei's girlfriend.
Akatsura smiled slightly.
What do you want from us?
Even though Jiang Fei's father instinctively felt that things were not as simple as they appeared, he remained calm.
Oh, it's not a big deal. I just want your lives.
Akatsura appeared demonic.
What the hell are you on about?
Jiang Fei's father exclaimed. While he knew that the matter was not an easy one, he did not expect them to once again be used by others to threaten Jiang Fei.
Ho ho! There's no room for discussion. I was just informing you.
Akatsura's cheerful countenance changed. When she moved her arm, the two light beams immediately pulled Jiang Fei's parents up, leaving them floating in the air.
My dear master, the show is about to start. Make sure to watch it carefully. If you miss something, I won't be able to repeat the show for you.
Akatsura turned back and smiled at Jiang Fei.
Akatsura, I'm begging you. Please, let my parents go.
Jiang Fei begged bitterly. If he had not been powerless, he would have tried to fight her. Unfortunately, he could not save his parents right then. Thus, he could only give up his pride and dignity to give his parents a chance of survival.
Oh, my dear master, do you remember how I begged you just a minute ago?
Akatsura sneered. Then her face fell.
My dear master, what did you say earlier? You must suffer the consequences of your actions? Was that it?
Akatsura repeated Jiang Fei's words.
Reporting. Captain, we have reached our destination.
Just then, 0541 suddenly interjected.
Retrieve it as planned.
Akatsura nodded. Previously, after they had left the moon base, Braveheart was slowly headed toward the sun. They wanted to retrieve the energy station located in the orbit of the sun. Long before it crashed, Braveheart had set up an energy station in the sun's orbit. The energy station would absorb solar radiation energy and convert it into energy blocks. Then, the energy blocks would be sent to Braveheart's engine room through the teleportation point. Now that Braveheart had been rebuilt, Akatsura wanted to gather enough energy for Braveheart to travel through space. Therefore, she could only retrieve the energy station. After all, there were countless energy blocks there.
Yes, Captain!
0541 replied, then stopped talking.
Where were we?
After dealing with 0541, Akatsura turned to Jiang Fei again. She was like a cat who had just enjoyed a satisfying meal. She was just going to tease the little mouse, Jiang Fei, until she had enough. Once she got tired or hungry, she would eat him.
That's right. We should begin the show.
Before Akatsura could finish her words, Braveheart suddenly shook.
0541. What's going on?
Akatsura asked.
Reporting. Captain, there was an explosion near a sunspot just now. The solar wind interfered with our docking. But everything's all right now.
0541 answered.
Okay, get on with it.
Akatsura waved. After such an interruption, she was no longer as excited to play with Jiang Fei. However, she still had no intention of stopping.
My dear master.
Boom. This time, Braveheart's shaking was more pronounced.
0541. Stop fooling around.
Akatsura became a little angry. She was enjoying Jiang Fei's pain, but had been interrupted twice. That made her very upset.
Reporting. Captain, there's quite a number of solar activity today. It will cause some dents in our hull, but it's not a big problem. A few weak vibrations and it'll be over.
0541 explained.
You're such a killjoy.
Akatsiri's face fell. Nevertheless, she knew that they were but a speck of dust in the vast universe. Even the extremely advanced planet Namek was no match for the power of the universe. Braveheart was only a small ship. How could little Braveheart fight against the power of the stars?
Captain, the docking is complete, and the energy blocks are being transferred.
0541 was still pretty efficient. Although solar activity was frequent that day, he had successfully completed the docking and started to retrieve the energy station.
My dear master, you're very lucky. We'll return to enjoy the show later.
Akatsiri was no longer in the mood to torture Jiang Fei, as the energy station was located very close to the center of the sun. If a sunspot exploded, it would have a great impact on Braveheart. So, she planned to retrieve the energy station first, then deal with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could not escape anyway. Since she owned Braveheart, no one could pose a threat to her. After Akatsiri left, Jiang Fei looked up. He shouted at the light above his head.
0541. Are you really not going to help me anymore? Sorry, Jiang Fei. It's not that I don't want to. I can't. If I even think of betraying the captain, my program will crash before I have the chance to do anything.
0541 said helplessly. Chapter 1245. All I can do for you.
Very well,
sighed Jiang Fei. He was aware of the fact that the virtual assistant was not able to go against the ship captain's orders. This was why he had placed so much trust in them despite having been previously warned time and again by Ariel.
Don't give up hope just yet. Things may look grim right now, but you are not entirely out of options. By my calculations, there is still a 0.03% chance for you to turn this around.
0541 suddenly said.
What do I have to do?
Jiang Fei's eyes immediately lit up when he heard the AI. Even though his limited high schooler understanding of mathematical probabilities was telling him that any outcome below 0.1% chance was practically impossible and mathematically negligible. He's desperately grasping at every straw he could right now if it meant surviving this ordeal.
I'm sorry, my friend, but I'm afraid that's something I cannot tell you. But rest assured, an opportunity will very soon be coming your way, and how you make of it will depend on your luck. If you really can make it to that 0.03%, you do everything you can and hold on to it.
0541's voice trailed off, and the room fell into silence after that. Akatsiri had ordered the AI to stabilize the ship and reclaim the energy depot orbiting the sun.
What kind of chance could he be talking about?
Jiang Fei took 0541's words seriously, despite the virtual assistant's part in Akatsiri's drama previously. He still trusted his old comrade that had been through thick and thin with him. After all, 0541 had been there for him right from the start, and was many times closer to him than 0542 or 0543. Jiang Fei believed that 0541 had every intention to help him, but was only being limited by his programming. Jiang Fei's trust in 0541 was also out of desperation, as there was absolutely no way he could turn the situation around by himself. And given the circumstances, it was unlikely that 0541 had any need to lie to him. Ultimately, Jiang Fei's decision to put his trust in his old partner was made to give himself a reason to be hopeful. He had made that decision because he remembered that he was not in this alone. The girls as well as his parents were also imprisoned along with him aboard Braveheart, and their lives were at the mercy of Akatsiri. It became clear that the vile woman was prepared to execute his loved ones right before his very eyes. And if Jiang Fei had nothing to hold on to right now, he would have already broken. Thus, with all said and done, Jiang Fei had no other choice than to place his hopes and trust in 0541's words to give himself a chance to survive this. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes came to pass. The spaceship was no longer shaking, and Jiang Fei was still oblivious as to what chance 0541 had meant. The air within the holding cell seemed to have frozen over. The girls were distressed, but still pulled themselves together to comfort Jiang Fei's parents, while still unable to fully make heads or tails of the situation that they had befallen them. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang did not approach Jiang Fei for answers. They could see that their son was already in a lot of pain and chose not to trouble him further. There was no sense of time inside the brightly lit holding cell. Nobody had any idea how much time had passed when a hole suddenly opened up on the cell's high ceiling, unveiling a platform extension, along with the sound of footsteps that slowly revealed the owner to the prisoners.
My dear master,
the android sang as she stood on the platform.
I apologize for the interruption, but now that everything is in order, let the fun continue.
Akatsiri playfully looked at her captives high from the platform, like a girl looking at her toys.
Akatsiri, whatever bad blood it is that we have, just take it all out on me.
Jiang Fei screamed at the android. Even though he knew the captain was still going to choose someone else to break his spirit, he still challenged her in order to stall for time. Time for whatever chance it was that 0541 had told him was about to appear.
Oh, are you volunteering yourself, dear master?
Akatsiri's replied with a raised brow. She was now toying with him like a predator playing with her food. Her old master was no longer a threat to her, especially now after Braveheart has successfully secured its energy depot and was now fully charged. Akatsiri no longer had any reason to be fearful of Jiang Fei.
That's what I said. Come at me!
Jiang Fei shouted back.
What a touching display of heroism. It's no wonder why so many girls fell for you so easily. My dear master,
Akatsiri teased. But after laughing about it for a bit, her smile quickly turned into a snarl.
But why should I oblige you with such luxury?
The android changed from playful teasing to hostile faster than the turning of a page. And as her tone changed, bright white light shot out from the cell walls and instantly enveloped Jiang Fei's mother.
No!
Jiang Fei felt his heart jumping up to his throat. He charged at the beams of light in an attempt to block them with his body, but was repelled by the seemingly intangible power.
Oh, master!
Akatsiri sang again.
Please pay close attention to my fingers.
The android laughed as she lifted up her open hand in display right in front of her, and slowly closed one finger, and another, and then a third finger. It was obvious that she was doing a countdown right in front of Jiang Fei. A countdown to his mother's demise. Akatsiri had every intention to torture Jiang Fei beyond any feeling of anguish and devastation that he had ever experienced.
No! 0541. I beg you. Please save mother.
When Akatsiri had counted down to the last finger, Jiang Fei was already at his breaking point. He was not willing to watch his very own mother get reduced to particles.
Time's up!
Akatsiri laughed as she slowly closed her last finger.
Dot!
Nothing happened. Mrs. Jiang was not being disintegrated, although she was still being confined by the white light.
0541. What the H*LL is going on?
Akatsiri frowned. Although she had heard Jiang Fei calling out to 0541 for help, she did not believe it was possible for the virtual assistant to go against its core directives and the captain's orders, and help the enemy instead.
Captain, the ship was damaged in the solar flare. Some of our circuits were fried.
0541 answered.
F***CK. Repair them now.
Akatsiri barked. All that continuous disruption to her entertainment had fouled her mood.
Right away. Captain!
0541 got to work immediately, and as the assistant left the others to carry out his captain's orders, he took one last glance at Jiang Fei and thought silently to himself.
This is as far as I can go, my friend. It all comes down to you and your luck now. This is all I can do for you.
When the black spot had erupted into the first solar flare, many of Braveheart's electronics have been affected. Some of the circuits were even fried up by the sudden intense radiation. Even though this was not enough to destabilize the enormous ship, but one of the damaged circuits just so happened to affect the proper functioning of the ship's weaponry. 0541 was supposed to have immediately commenced repairing as soon as that had happened. But in order to buy Jiang Fei more time, the assistant had deliberately ignored the ship's warning messages. That was the most he could do without his actions being deemed as a form of mutiny against the captain's authority by his core program directives. But now that Akatsiri had personally ordered him to repair the ship, he was no longer able to disobey nor delay it any longer, and was forced to complete the task as fast as he could.
It seems like Lady Luck has been very generous with you, my dear master. But no matter. We will soon be leaving the sun's orbit, and all these hiccups shall be dealt with in a matter of minutes. And by then, there should be nothing to stop us from enjoying ourselves.
Akatsiri laughed aloud as the platform retracted into the ceiling of the holding cell, leaving Jiang Fei and the others with the chilling echoes of her cackling. Chapter 1246. The Path to Reversal. To nobody's surprise, 0541 completed the ship repairs after 10 minutes or so.
Oh ho ho ho, my beloved master. Now we can continue our little game without any more interruptions.
Akatsiri returned to the holding cell, and with a wave of her hand, white lights cocooned and trapped Jiang Fei's mother once more.
Akatsiri, I swear, as long as I still have breath left in me, I will do all that I can to make you die a horrible death.
At this point, Jiang Fei was all out of breath from screaming, but the death stare he gave Akatsiri was sharp and could send chills down someone's spine like that of a grim reaper.
Oh silly master, your threats are worth nothing to me. Now, let the show begin.
With another wave of her hand, the brightness of the light encasing Mrs. Jiang started increasing in intensity, telling all that were watching that in a few moments, The person inside would be reduced to nothing but a pile of fundamental particles.
No!
Jiang Fei screamed out in despair as he charged toward his mother's luminous prison again. But his body was still being repelled by the bright energies. Boom! But just as all this happened, something hit Braveheart and sent the entire ship spinning violently out of control. Everyone inside the holding cell was being tossed around from the impact. And even the energies that were entrapping Mrs. Jiang were forcefully dispersed. Thud! Jiang Fei found himself flying and crashing shoulder first into the cell wall before sliding off and rolling to the floor.
Could this be it? Is this the 0.03% chance that 0541 told me about? What am I supposed to hold on to? And how?
Jiang Fei thought. His shoulder was badly bruised from the unexpected crash. But he was too mindful of 0541's words to pay it any attention. Boom! Before they could regain their bearings, Braveheart was violently hit again.
0541!
Report! Jiang Fei and the others were not the only ones affected by the sudden impact. Even Akatsuris was being thrashed around by it. But unlike her prisoners, who had their powers sealed off by the holding cell's power-suppressing system, the android still managed to retain her balance within the spinning ship.
Captain! There was another massive explosion from the sun's black spot. The ship's gravitational systems have been damaged.
0541 replied.
Damage report. Now!
Akatsuris was wearing a very serious look on her face. The android might have been happily toying around with Jiang Fei just moments ago. But even she knew that sudden energy burst from a star was no trifling matter. Now that the black spot on the sun had exploded again, time for games was over, and she needed to take the situation more seriously.
Interstellar navigation systems are down, and will not be up for a while. The main engine is damaged. Estimated repair time is about 15 hours. Communication stations are all fried beyond repair, but new parts are being fabricated already in the engineering bay. Total time needed for the ship to be fully repaired is 72 hours.
0541 detailed the extent of the ship's damage without withholding anything to Akatsuris.
What is happening out there? Why is the black spot being so reactive?
Akatsuris asked the ship assistant.
Captain, based on the data gathered in my calculations, the most plausible explanation is that these are the signs of the birth of a new energy core.
0541 replied.
Energy core?
Akatsuris' eyes lit up upon hearing those words. Energy cores were rare and mysterious elements of the galaxy, and were highly valued and sought after even by technologically advanced space-faring races like the Namekians. Energy cores were so rare and so far in between that even Braveheart, which had been wandering light years through deep space for an uncountable amount of time, had managed to collect only 3 energy cores so far. So nobody would have thought that they would instead be witnessing the birth of a new energy core right here, right now. Especially when the sun found on this solar system was but a young star among the billions of others within the vast galaxy. The chances of an energy core being created from a young star like this one was close to 0.
Prepare the tractor beam, have the radar and scanners at full power, and mark onto the energy core's coordinates.
Akatsuris ordered the AI. As a Namekian, she knew just how valuable energy cores were, and would do everything in her power to secure any that she came across.
Yes, Captain!
0541 hastily carried out his captain's demands.
The birth of an energy core?
Jiang Fei's heart skipped when he heard their conversation. This event must be the chance that 0541 had meant. But the question he had right now was, how was he supposed to make use of this situation? Although the sudden explosions and solar flares from the sun's black spot had damaged part of the ship's operations, it did not affect the holding cell's functions in any way. Jiang Fei and the girls were still powerless and trapped inside, and still have no chance of taking advantage of this situation.
Captain! Our scanners have picked up what seems to be an energy reading from an energy core.
0541's report resounded throughout the holding cell.
I want a thorough scan now,
Akatsuris ordered. Her attention had shifted completely from torturing Jiang Fei to the acquisition of the new energy core. After all, there was nothing the prisoners could do to stop her or make her release them from captivity. And acquiring a new energy core was a bigger priority than them.
Captain, the scan has confirmed that the target is indeed a new energy core.
0541 soon confirmed the scanner results of the target.
What core is it?
Akatsuris asked.
Analyzing.
0541 began analyzing the energy readings from the scanners.
Never mind that. Lock the tractor beam onto the core first. Well, analyze it once it's in our hands.
Akatsuris changed her order. As a Namekian herself, Akatsuris was familiar with the properties and behavior of energy cores. Although these mysterious elements were not living objects, they did not sit idly in one place. Each core contained immense amounts of energy, and were very active kinetically, and would fire themselves off in random directions at blinding speeds, erratically traversing space immediately upon creation. 1 second it could be right there right in front of their very eyes, and the next, already light years away, at the edge of the universe.
Yes, Captain!
The ship's tractor beam, which was already locked onto its target, then fired a beam of light, and began the process of pulling the energy core toward the ship. More and more power was being supplied to the tractor beam, pushing it to the limit as it slowly pulled the core toward the main laboratory storage.
Well, how is it going?
Akatsiri was impatient. She was very concerned about the operation, and did not want anything to go wrong.
Everything seems to be in order. The core has just been created and is still in its dormant state. Extraction is going smoothly.
0541 reported.
Good. Very good.
Akatsiri nodded. She was pleased with the reply. A few seconds into the extraction, 0541 suddenly gave them an alarming report.
Captain! Something's wrong. The core is emitting strong energy waves. What's happening? Answer me!
Akatsiri shouted.
The core seems to have detected another existing core of the same properties within this solar system. The two cores are repelling each other, forcing this one to jump off into another solar system.
0541 replied.
Increase the tractor beam's power. We cannot allow this core to leave.
Akatsiri barked her order. Coming across an energy core was not an everyday event, and she was not about to let this one slip away.
Tractor beam power output set to overdrive. Captain, we have successfully neutralized the repelling effects and stopped the core from jumping away. Estimated 12 seconds to core acquisition.
0541 announced. Seconds ticked by as Akatsiri anxiously waited for the core to be pulled into the ship. If not for the fact that she was a machine, there would already be beads of sweat on her brow right now.
5, 4, 3.
As the countdown timer closed in on 0, the core passed Braveheart's storage bay doors, and was now inside the ship. And once it was secured inside the lab's containment unit, any attempt to jump off and escape would be futile.
2, 1.
But just as the new core was brought to the entrance of the laboratory, 0541 suddenly changed the tractor beam's direction, causing it to shoot toward the holding cell where Jiang Fei and the others were at twice warp speed.
This is the last thing I can do for you, brother. The rest is up to you now.
0541 thought as he felt his core program codes crumbling. He had went against his core directives as the ship's virtual assistant and was now being forcefully deleted. Chapter 1247, Birth of a Miracle. Two energy cores of the same type cannot simultaneously be present in the same galaxy at any given time, let alone the same solar system. And so, when the new energy core was birthed by the sun, it was just a matter of time before it leapt off to another galaxy. However, 0541 had managed to lock onto it with Braveheart's tractor beam and caught it right before it was about to fly off deep into space. The plan had been to capture the energy core and reel it into the ship's laboratory, where it would then be secured in isolated containment. But 0541 had overwritten the tractor beam's program vector at the last possible second and changed the targeted destination of the energy core from the ship's laboratory to the holding cell where Jiang Fei was. The AI also managed to reverse the tractor beam setting, making it go from maximum attraction power to maximum repulsion force. And that resulted in the energy core shooting toward Jiang Fei at twice warp speed, like a pinball being fired from the spring release. Despite being so powerful, energy cores were still non-living objects without a will of their own. And even though cores with the same properties repelled each other and would cause either one to leave the galaxy they were in, the direction they took was random and unpredictable. In this case, 0541 had deliberately given the core a direction and set it free. The core penetrated every wall and equipment between it and Jiang Fei at 2 times warp speed, making only a marble-sized hole through everything in its path and puncturing solid Namekian alloy like a hot knife through butter, creating multiple breaches throughout the ship in its wake. Boom! Jiang Fei had only just detected an immensely powerful form of energy being directed toward him, when the core had already penetrated the cell wall and was already inches away from his face. Given the size of Braveheart, the distance between the laboratory and the holding cell was tens of kilometers away from each other. But such a long distance meant nothing at 2 times warp speed, as it only took the core 1/10,000th of a second to traverse. The fact that Jiang Fei was able to detect such a phenomenon with his current abilities on itself was applaudable. But attempting a split-second reaction toward the oncoming projectile was something that even level 5 metahuman masters would not be able to accomplish. Zoom! The energy core's current trajectory meant that it was to go through Jiang Fei, right between the eyes. And at this speed, even a level 5 or legendary level 6 metahuman was going to have their heads blown up into tiny meat particles. What more, a level 4 like Jiang Fei? But just as the core was a mere couple of inches away from penetrating Jiang Fei's head, another energy core emerged from his forehead in a radiant blue light. It was the core of will that Jiang Fei had assimilated with. Under normal circumstances, energy cores that had been assimilated with would not leave the host's body unless in the event of death. But this was an exception, because the core inside Jiang Fei and the one that was about to blow his head off were two of the same type. Having had its trajectory forcefully changed, and even velocity sped up to an abnormal speed resulted in it being denied entry into subspace. The new energy core was now on a collision course with another one similar to itself, which was an event that had never happened before in the entirety of the history of the universe. This phenomenon was something that even the technologically advanced race of Namekians had only theorized and scientifically simulated, but never dared experimented. After all, energy cores were too rare and valuable to even be considered as experimental objects, even if it was for the sake of science. Like how we humans would not take two expensive pieces of antique china and smash them together for an experiment. But from their many simulations, the Namekians had concluded that such a collision would result in either one of two possible outcomes. The first one being that the core would shatter and destroy each other, releasing the obscene amount of energy they contained all at once, and wiping out an entire galaxy from existence, as well as sending massive shockwaves and ripples that would affect the other galaxies close by. The second theorized outcome was that the two cores would merge into one single core like a nuclear fusion. But after that, any theory about the resultant core fusion have been inconclusive. It was precisely out of fear of the first theorized outcome that ultimately the Namekians stopped pursuing any similar experiments. Should the cores explode, the entire galaxy they were in would be obliterated along with them in it. Unfortunately for them, the entire race had not succumbed to a galactic explosion like that, but had perished instead for messing around with the power of black holes. An ironic end for a race that flourished with science. As Braveheart's virtual assistant, 0541 knew of the risks that came with smashing two energy cores together, but he still chose to gamble with everything on the line in order to save his dear friend. Realistically speaking, there was no way for Jiang Fei to turn his situation around at all. Even if 0541 had chosen to sacrifice himself by going against his core programming and stage a mutiny against the captain, he would at most be able to buy Jiang Fei a mere few minutes, as there would not be enough time for him to do anything helpful before the system deleted him. And after that, Akkad Series would just release 0542 or 0543 as his replacement. By then, Jiang Fei would not stand a chance against her at all. So when 0541 had calculated that a new energy core was being formed after noticing that the sun's black spot had been continuously exploding, he instantly knew that this was Jiang Fei's last hope. He had bet on everything that the newly formed energy core would be either a core of will or a core of life, because both Jiang Fei and Bella had assimilated either one. As long as the new core was either one of the two, he could then begin to orchestrate a lifeline for Jiang Fei. Now that 0541 had reversed the tractor beam and fired off the core toward Jiang Fei, the bits and bytes that made up his core data began to crumble. He had gone against his core programming and had committed treason against his captain. And now his data was gradually being erased. A ticking countdown timer had started for the erasure of his existence. Ting! The two blue cores of will finally came into contact with each other. But the collision that took place in that very moment happened so fast that no one was able to see what actually happened. Not Jiang Fei, who was only less than an inch away from it. Not even Akkad Series with her superior advanced high-definition high-frame-rate Android eyes. Nobody there could properly watch and witness this universally historical phenomenon. Whoosh! Bright blue light emanated from the point of impact, instantly filling up the entire holding cell. The light even penetrated solid objects like the ship's walls, spreading its brilliance further away from its source. Soon, the entire Braveheart glowed blue as if it had lit up itself. But the light did not stop there. The blue glow grew and spread itself across the vacuum void of space, wrapping the sun in its azure light. And then Mercury, Venus, and Earth. And in just one day, gentle blue light had spread across the entire solar system, touching and permeating through everything in its vicinity. But to Jiang Fei and the others who were at the center of it all, the light did not glow and linger long. To them, the sudden appearance of the blue light was akin to a flash when in reality, its gentle hues had already swept through the entire solar system. This 1,000th of a second may have been too short and insignificant, and many people would not have realized it passing by. But it was this very instant in time that concluded the birth of a miracle. The 0.0003% chance that 0541 had bet on had paid off. It turns out that when two energy cores of the same properties collided with each other at absurd speeds, They would fuse. The two energy cores will had combined into one. And the new core formed was half the size of the original cores. It emitted the same brilliant blue glow as the original, but was much gentler and milder. And no energy could be felt from the stone, as if all of its powers were completely sealed within itself.
0541. What's going on?
Akatsiri saw the flash of blue light as well as the marble-sized hole on the cell wall where the core had appeared from. But she still had no clue about what had just happened. Chapter 1248, Desperation.
Dot!
Instead of a proper reply, Akatsiri's question was answered with a long moment of silence. It was not because 0541 had decided to ignore her, but it was because his programming was quickly being wiped off the system to the point that he was no longer capable of answering his captain.
What the F***CK is going on?
The lack of reply was maddening to the android. So she chose to access 0541's system files to find out the answer herself. And as a machine, it was now much easier for her to do that than when she was still her old Namekian self.
*T.
After briefly scanning through lines and lines of 0541's code, Akatsiri was shocked to learn that 0541 had evolved much more than she had given him credit for. And as a result of that evolution, the AI had gained something that was thought not possible for a virtual assistant like him. He had gained the ability to feel emotions. It was precisely because of his feelings of loyalty to Jiang Fei that drove 0541 to sacrifice himself to save his friend when he needed him most.
Activate 0543.
Akatsiri issued a voice command to Braveheart's operating system, immediately replacing the ship's virtual assistant after finding out that 0541 was being deleted after committing treason. She knew that she did not have to delete the traitor herself. She was more than happy to let the AI die a slow and painful death from its built-in self-termination programming. Although she was captain, she was still not authorized to delete the ship's virtual assistants. She could only seal them up at most. And sealing up 0541 right now meant halting the termination process midway and preserving the AI. Something her malicious nature was not too keen on. But now, since the self-termination sequence had begun, 0541's privy access to the controls on the Braveheart had been revoked, and he could no longer do her any harm.
Braveheart Virtual Assistant number 0543 reporting for duty. Captain!
0543 quickly took over the ship's controls and management systems as soon as it was activated.
I want you to tell me exactly what had 0541 done.
Although a highly advanced machine being herself, Akatsiri was unlike the ship's virtual assistants, which were specifically programmed to operate the ship's many systems, and so was not able to fully comprehend the minute details recorded in 0541's system logs.
Yes, Captain! This is what happened.
0543 began detailing everything that 0541 had done to the captain.
Simulated experiment number 11? Holy *T.
Akatsiri was shocked after hearing the full details of 0541's gamble. The experiment she mentioned was the name that they, the Namekians, had assigned to the simulated experiment of colliding two energy cores of the same properties together.
So what is the situation right now?
Akatsiri followed up with another question.
Judging by the fact that we have not been vaporized into particles, that would conclude that two energy cores of the same properties will not explode when colliding with each other at high speeds. That could only mean that the other theorized outcome has occurred, and that the two energy cores have merged into one.
0543 deduced.
What happens to the fused core after that?
Akatsiri was beginning to feel unease welling up inside her circuits after listening to 0543's reply.
I'm sorry, Captain, but I lack the necessary data required to generate a proper response to your query. There is no entry in the entirety of the Namekian knowledge database on that matter. Forget about that. Kill that heartless scumbag first.
Akatsiri screamed through her teeth. She had kept Jiang Fei alive for so long just so she could toy with and torment him longer. But now, in light of the sudden turn of events, the android was not willing to risk leaving a ticking time bomb alone. Every second that Jiang Fei was alive was another second for him to learn and make use of his newfound power. And the moment he successfully masters this new power of his would be the moment he could gain the upper hand and turn the tables on her instead. Given what she had done to torment Jiang Fei so far, she was very confident that her old master would be coming at her with every intention to kill.
Yes, Captain!
0543 replied, as he immediately set out to carry his captain's orders. But to Akatsiri's annoyance, 2 seconds passed without as much as a beat from the virtual assistant.
What's taking so long? How hard can it be to kill that meatbag? My apologies, Captain, but my predecessor seemed to have encrypted the holding cell's weapon system with a password. I will need some time to break the encryption.
0543 replied.
Ugh! How much time do you need?
Akatsiri was frustrated and was beginning to feel nervous. Although she could just march over there and do the deed with her own hands, she chose not to do so. She was relying on Braveheart's weapons instead simply because she had no idea what state Jiang Fei was in right now after the energy core fusion, and was not too eager to take unnecessary risks.
Estimated time for decryption is 4 hours.
It was a good thing that 0543 was not as well evolved as 0541 was, or she might have been too fearful to answer Akatsiri's like she just did.
Arg! You incompetent line of code. All 0541 did was set a password, and you need 4 hours to break that.
Akatsiri was fuming when she heard her reply. If she really had to wait 4 hours for 0543 to kill Jiang Fei, she might as well forget about killing him and start buttering up to him instead.
I'm sorry, Captain, but 0541 is a higher level and much more evolved virtual assistant than I am. The password he had set is not easy to decrypt, and 4 hours is already the fastest I can do it assuming no other problems arise. If there are any issues, it could take longer.
0543 replied.
Useless garbage.
Akatsiri frowned with her artificial brows. But no matter how pressed she was for Jiang Fei to die, she still did not dare kill him herself. After giving it some thought for a few seconds, the android's eyes lit up as an idea came to mind.
Activate emergency protocol number 4. Eject the holding cell from the ship at once. Once the holding cell is detached, I want all main cannons to lock onto it and fire.
Being the ruthless Namekian captain that she was, Akatsiri was willing to go to any lengths to kill Jiang Fei right now, even if it meant sacrificing a part of Braveheart.
Yes, Captain.
0543, being the unevolved AI that she was, had yet to develop the necessary cognitive functions to give any suggestions and merely followed every order that was given to her by the captain to the letter. That said, the platform retracted into the ceiling and an anxious Akatsiri retreated from view. Kachak. Almost as soon as the villainess left the cell, the loud mechanical sound of the cell being detached from the ship was heard.
Ah, Fei! Are you alright? Honey! Are you okay? Hey, son! Son! Wake up!
As soon as their enemy had left, chaos erupted inside the cell as everyone quickly gathered around Jiang Fei to check on him. The fusion of the two cores will happen so fast that all Bella and the other girls, who had their powers suppressed, could only remember seeing something blurry instantaneously fly across the room, followed by a flash of blue light, and Jiang Fei just standing there unresponsive after that.
What just happened? Did that *TCH do something to him?
Sylphie and the girls were discussing about the events that just transpired with a mixture of confused and worried looks on their faces. After all, two of the same energy cores colliding was not something that even the average Namekian would have had experienced before, much less a bunch of girls that were AIs that were brought into the real world from a computer game. Thud. The cell was finally detached from the ship's body, and it began aimlessly floating off into space away from Braveheart.
Locking on to target. Target locked on. Well, why are we not firing yet?
Akatsiri impatiently asked the assistant.
Captain, the target is still too close to us. The ship's hull will also be damaged if we fire at this range.
0543 explained.
There's no time for that. Open fire.
Akatsiri barked at the eye. She was not about to give Jiang Fei a chance to master his new powers, whatever they may be. So even though the ship would sustain some damage from firing at such close range, to her, it was a small price to pay. If Jiang Fei really did gain a powerful new ability, then she would be paying a much bigger price than damaging the ship.
Right away. Captain!
0543 obediently followed Akatsiri's orders. The next second, all 13,600 of Braveheart's dark matter particle beam cannons that were already pointed at the tiny detached holding cell floating in space started charging up. If it was only for the sake of blowing up the small cell, then one cannon fire was already more than enough. But the growing fear in Akatsiri's central power source drove her to fire all the cannons at once to eliminate any possibility of Jiang Fei surviving.
Honey, please wake up! Ah, Fei, what's happening to you?
The girls were still oblivious to the lurking danger outside the cell, with their powers being suppressed. They were unable to detect the increasing amount of energy gathered by the ship's cannons outside the cell. By the time they do, however, they might have already been blown into smithereens. Chapter 1249, Dead? Jiang Fei was unconscious. All he remembered seeing was the new energy core flying toward him, which was followed by a bright blue light that covered everything in his vision before suddenly blacking out. He could barely make out the voices of people calling out to him from a distance as his mind was fading away, but was unable to discern who and where they were coming from. When he came to, the boy found himself in a very bizarre place. Jiang Fei woke up suspended in the middle of a space. But it was neither dark nor cold like the abyss of space that he knew. Everywhere he looked was a blurry display of lights that kept changing in color and intensity every now and then. He was the only one thing present in that never-ending void, and he did not know if he was moving, still, or upside down, for there was also no sense of space or time.
Where am I?
Jiang Fei asked himself.
Dot!
There was no one there to answer him in the endless void, and his natural instincts kicked in, as a primitive fear of the unknown slowly welled up inside him. He needed to escape from here, wherever here was. But Jiang Fei quickly realized that there was nothing he could do in the vast emptiness. He could firmly feel his own existence, but was unable to use his own body like he normally could. It felt to him as if his bodily controls were not the same as before. As a level 4 metahuman, Jiang Fei had already achieved great control over his own body. Although his ability to do that had yet to reach the point where he could isolate and command individual cells like that of a level 5 metahuman. It was enough to grant him vision and free reign over any single organ or muscle in his body. But at this very moment, Jiang Fei's experience with his ability was drastically different from what he was used to. In place of the usual atoms and molecules that make up his entire body that he could vaguely observe and was familiar with, he found clumps of strings instead, some of them closed, connecting at both ends forming circles, and some short and curved, like randomly cut threads. Each string was not still, and were vibrating by themselves. Every individual string was vibrating at varying frequencies that was also changing over time. And through the string's continuous vibrations, atoms were slowly being formed and merged together, eventually combining to form his body.
What's this?
The strings piqued Jiang Fei's curiosity, and he began using his consciousness to investigate them. As soon as Jiang Fei started probing one of the strings with his consciousness, the thin fabric made out of a clump of other strings as well as the one that he was probing and was connected to reacted and changed their vibration frequencies.
Arg!
Jiang Fei immediately felt a sharp pain and realized that his left pinky was turning into stone. The sudden petrification threw him into a panic, and he quickly retracted his consciousness from interacting with the string. And as soon as he did that, the group of strings reverted their vibration frequencies to normal, and his pinky gradually reverted to flesh and bone.
Holy shit! Can changing the frequency at which the strings vibrate also change the element of the object? Is this for real?
Jiang Fei was amazed. If he could learn more about how the strings worked, then he might be able to put it into practice, and this would become a very powerful skill. If mastered well, he could just petrify his enemies and turn them into stone. That would make him unbeatable.
Fascinating! But how am I supposed to practice using this?
Jiang Fei arrived at a dilemma. He was currently in an empty space devoid of anything he could use to practice on, and the only object that he could apply this to was his own body. So if he really wished to master this new art, he would have to become his own lab rat.
Well, fine. It's going to hurt a lot, but my body will turn back to normal when I stop it anyways.
After a brief struggle with himself, he decided that he had no other choice than to experiment on himself even though it could be risky for him. Jiang Fei had absolutely no idea how to get out from this space. And although learning how to control and manipulate the strings might not help him with escaping, it was the only lead he had right now. After countless tests, the many parts of Jiang Fei's body had transformed and reverted again and again. One time, a nail on his finger became shiny with a metallic gleam. And another time, he turned his foot into a puddle of water. But thankfully, every time he retracted his consciousness from the strings, the transformation would cease and return his body back to its original form. Although this was an excruciating process, Jiang Fei believed his pain to be worth it.
F***CK. I can't figure this out. I keep trying and trying, but I'm getting nowhere.
After an inconceivable number of tries, frustration finally got to Jiang Fei. His curiosity had kept him engrossed with his experiments in the beginning, but worry crept in and eventually made him restless. Jiang Fei remembered that he and the people he cared about were all being held captive aboard Braveheart and at Akatsuri's mercy. But now that he's in this godforsaken place, what about his parents and the girls? Their lives were still in Akatsuri's hands. And knowing the crazy android, there will be no mercy in how she would treat them. If Jiang Fei made it back there just to find his family members dead, then what was the use of learning this new ability? If the people he cared about were gone, then him returning after mastering such an obscenely powerful ability was for naught. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei no longer had the same patience. He had to slowly investigate and experiment with the strings and was desperate to get back to his loved ones. regardless of his understanding of how the strings worked and his proficiency at using them. This ability to petrify anyone was the power he needed to give him the upper hand when he confronts Akatsuri's later. So what he urgently needed right now was a way out from this space, so he can unleash his wrath upon the one enemy that was threatening the safety of his loved ones right now. Jiang Fei did not know how long it had been since he entered this space, as there was nothing he could refer to there to measure the amount of time that had passed. The flow of time seemed to be non-existent in the vastness of the void, and that made him anxious about what was happening or what had already happened on the outside.
CK it. Let's just go all in on this.
In his desperation, Jiang Fei finally decided to risk his body and put all of his hopes on the strings. He had been experimenting with them non-stop for a while, but had exercised caution and carefully probed the strings with his consciousness a little at a time, and stopped every time a part of his body parts changed. But now, he was preparing himself for one huge leap of faith.
Now! Vibrate for me!
Jiang Fei gathered all of his consciousness and slammed it hard against the strings, causing all of them to vibrate immediately. The strings started vibrating at different frequencies all at once, and although the changes in their vibration seemed completely random and chaotic, the resulting vibrations achieved some form of mysterious resonance and order. Swish! As he did that, back in the holding cell that had been detached from Braveheart, Jiang Fei's body suddenly vanished right in front of Bella and the others' very eyes.
What just happened?
Nina turned and asked Ariel, the one who understood the most about spatial-related powers among the girls.
I don't know. But that's not teleportation. We know that Deary can't teleport by himself. And there was no spatial ripple when he disappeared.
Ariel was also confused.
If it's not teleportation, then what is it?
Sylphie asked.
To suddenly disappear without a trace like that. Is it?
A thought suddenly crossed Ariel's mind, and horror flashed across her face.
No. That's impossible.
Bella's eyes widened as she came to the same devastating conclusion as Ariel did.
Is this obliteration?
Nina herself could not believe it when she uttered the dreadful answer that everyone was thinking about. Only through total obliteration could someone or something suddenly disappear like that without leaving as much as an atom behind.
Is hubby dead?
Chapter 1250. Welcome to my world. Just as Jiang Fei's body mysteriously disappeared, Braveheart's cannons finished charging up their attack.
Fire!
Akatsuri screamed.
Yes, Captain!
0543 immediately fired all cannons at the metal box drifting in space, not too far from the ship that was the ship's holding cell. Boom! Boom boom! Multiple beams of death rays instantly shot out toward the defenseless holding cell. And after the last shot finally made it through its target, not even a speck of wreckage debris remained.
Report. Are they dead yet?
Akatsuri anxiously asked the ship's virtual assistant.
Yes, Captain! Due to the target being too close to us, our shields are down by 65%. 37% of the ship's hull has been damaged, and 15% of the ship's frame has been damaged by the blast. The ship is now in critical condition. Captain!
0543 reported.
That's not what I asked you. Moron! Didn't you hear me? I want you to tell me about the holding cell and Jiang Fei. Is he still alive?
Akatsuri snapped at the eye. It did not matter to her if the ship suffered a heavy beating from the bombardment. For as long as Jiang Fei was dead, she could have all the time in the world for repairs. But if he was still alive, then the retribution later would be much worse than Braveheart being in critical condition.
Scanner sweeps are not picking up any signs of life from the area. It is highly probable that the target has been eliminated.
0543 then replied. Braveheart's concentrated cannon fire was powerful enough to obliterate a small planet, let alone one tiny containment cell. So not picking up any life signatures on the scanners after such an attack was an expected result.
Is he really dead? Then why am I getting a bad feeling about this?
Akatsuri frowned with her biomechanical brows.
Rest assured, Captain, nothing can survive concentrated cannon fire from Braveheart, especially when they have been incapacitated by the holding cell's power suppression system.
0543 assured her captain, with over 10,000 of the Namekian ship's main cannons all firing at once. Even a level 5 metahuman would be reduced to nothing but dust particles. The only way to avoid such a fate would be to instantly teleport away from the line of fire. But Jiang Fei and the girls all had their powers suppressed by the prison cell, so teleporting under those conditions would be impossible. Thus, 0543 calculated the possibility of them dying from the attack to be 99.99%.
No, I don't think he would just go out so easily like this.
The android's anxiety was steadily growing, spreading throughout her electrical circuits.
0543. Set a course and prepare the ship for intergalactic warp immediately.
Akid Series did not feel safe remaining there. The thoughts of Jiang Fei suddenly showing up again were haunting her, tormenting her operating system. She decided to leave the Milky Way and head toward another galaxy immediately.
But Captain, the ship is still heavily damaged. Warping in this condition is not advisable.
0543 cautioned her.
Don't bother me with that nonsense and stop telling me what I can or cannot do. Warp us to the X-75 star cluster now.
Akid Series shouted angrily. Warping the heavily damaged Braveheart would only do more harm than good to the ship. But she could not shake off the feeling of imminent doom from her logic processor. And every wire in her metal body was telling her to leave this galaxy for another one immediately.
Right away. Captain!
Having received such a forceful order from her captain, 0543 could do nothing else but comply with it. So after adjusting the ship's direction and inputting the warp coordinates into the ship's navigation system, Braveheart then sped up and prepared to enter subspace. WRR. Not long after the ship had started its journey, an intense white ball of light appeared some hundreds of kilometers in front of them. While such a distance would be considered lengthy on Earth, it was nothing compared to the infinite expanse of outer space.
What the H*LL is that?
The bright ball of light did not evade Akid Series' lenses and was spotted immediately after it appeared. 0543 quickly zoomed in on the unidentified object and projected a live visual on a nearby wall. But neither the virtual assistant nor was her captain prepared in any way for what they saw.
TTH, that's impossible.
What they saw was so shocking to them that the AI developed the ability to stutter in her speech, while Akid Series' operating system almost crashed and blue-screened. Appearing on the screen was an undamaged holding cell that they had supposedly deleted from existence a mere few minutes ago.
What the F***CK is this? 0543. Where the F***CK did that come from?
The feeling of imminent doom intensified inside the android's central processing unit. The holding cell's sudden reappearance could not have been from teleportation. For if that was the case, then Braveheart's preemptive detection radars would have picked up signs of spatial distortions and warned them about it.
Warning! Warning! Spatial distortion detected around ship.
Before they could begin to give the mysterious sudden reemergence of the holding cell any thought, Braveheart's radar's alarm started going off.
Damn it! Initiate spatial stabilizers.
Akid Series promptly reacted to the alarm and ordered 0543. Based on the radar's warning, it was clear that someone was attempting to forcefully teleport the entire ship away to a location where an ambush might be awaiting. But such an attempt was mere child's play to the Namekian captain. As a deep space-faring species, the Namekians were no stranger to teleportation technology and were in fact very advanced on the matter. A plan for a forced teleportation on them like this could be foiled easily.
Spatial stabilizers initiated. Captain!
0543 was being very efficient this time and instantly carried out the captain's orders without a hitch. The space around Braveheart was immediately fortified and any attempt to pull the spaceship into subspace was instantly thwarted.
Warning! Warning! Spatial distortion detected around ship.
But despite having their spatial stabilizers deployed and running, the radar's warning did not stop.
What's going on? Why is it not working?
Akid Series was startled. Her non-existent gut was telling her that the radar's warning was right, and that the ship's spatial stabilizers were not doing what they were supposed to do. Whoosh! But before 0543 could answer the captain's distressed questions, reality disappeared from their surroundings, and the entire Braveheart vanished from sight. And by the time Akid Series emerged back into reality, the Braveheart was gone and 0543 was unreachable. She looked around her and saw all of her minions, the other superior androids that had defected from the unknowns, along with her, drifting in space alongside herself.
Where are we? My body?
The first thing that caught Akid Series' attention was they were all drifting around in a strange space filled with blurry lights of all colors coming from every direction. Her mechanical body was not responding to any of her commands, making any form of action, speech, or wireless communication impossible for her. And judging by the way the other androids were not moving or speaking as well, she assumed the same for the rest of them. The only thing working right now was her operating system, keeping them all conscious and aware of all that was happening around them.
Where the H*LL is this place? What the F***CK happened to the ship?
Akid Series was discombobulated. Although as a Namekian she was trained and well learned on many different topics and situations, all that education and knowledge did not prepare them for this new experience.
Hey! Akid Series! We meet again!
A voice resounded through the emptiness as if coming from every direction as a bright light flashed right in front of them, bringing Jiang Fei into view.
Dot!
Akid Series was silent even though her former master had just appeared out of thin air. It was not because she was at a loss for words, or she was silent by choice. But rather it was due to her android vocal cords not functioning.
Oh, I know that look. You must be wondering where we are. Where the F***ck is this place?
Jiang Fei said in a calm and casual manner.
Well, we are about 50 million kilometers away from the sun. Somewhere near Mercury's orbit.
Although the disabled mechanical muscles on her face meant that she was incapable of showing any form of emotion. Jiang Fei could empathize with her confusion simply because he too was confused when he first came here.
Confusing, isn't it? Well, this is the exact same place where Braveheart is. But don't you agree that the view here is strange?
Jiang Fei smirked. Where they were right now was indeed the very same location as where they were when on Braveheart. Thus, fortifying the space around them with the ship's spatial stabilizers was pointless, as they were not being displaced from their positions.
Well, let me explain. Although our physical location did not change. Surprise! Our dimensions have. Ladies and gents, welcome to the 10th dimension. Welcome to my world.
Jiang Fei's voice boomed across the entire plane. He had never been as confident as he was now. And all this confidence came from him acquiring absolute power. Chapter 1251, Obliteration. Jiang Fei's words hit Akatsiri's like a bolt of lightning. And even though the situation right now was dire to her as Jiang Fei could just easily kill her at any second, the Namekian was much more interested in this new uncharted dimension than being fearful for her life. Akatsiri's was by no means an ordinary character herself to be able to rise up among her peers back on Namek, eventually becoming a science officer and the captain helming the great deep space battleship, Braveheart. But regardless of how well versed the Namekians were in the technology of space travel and interdimensional science, they had yet to achieve any breakthrough in unraveling the mysteries of the 10th dimension, which explained the intense feeling of fascination the android was having right now. Although the Namekians had achieved mastery in the usage of wormholes and spatial displacement technology to the point where they could freely move an object or any given area of space between multiple dimensional layers, and even control the flow of time to a certain degree. But they were still eons away from entering the 10th dimension itself. The flow of time increases throughout the first 9 layers of dimensions. And with each increasing layer, time speeds up. But no matter how low one went down in dimensional layers, the flow of time still did not come to a standstill. Nor did it flow in reverse. But upon entering the 10th dimension, time itself loses its original properties and becomes one with space itself, making it feel as if the flow of time had come to a complete stop. Without the flow of time, everything comes to a halt. Here in the 10th dimension, matter, energy, time, space, all of them were still and not moving, as if in suspended animation. But there was one thing that could continue to stay active in this dimension, and they were the most fundamental units that make up everything in the entire universe, strings. Only the strings of energy that make up any object that entered this dimension would continue to vibrate in here. And if their vibrations were to be forcefully stopped, the object itself would cease to exist. Another article that continues to remain active, unaffected by the law of stillness of the dimension, was consciousness. Therefore, Akatsiri's as well as her lackeys that were also present were still able to actively process information and exercise their cognitive functions. But their bodies, however, could not move, and stopped along with the flow of time in that space. Under normal circumstances, anyone that entered the 10th dimension would be imprisoned for eternity, immortally preserved but permanently suspended as they were when they enter, as every process that was governed by the flow of time came to a standstill along with it. Even if the mind still maintained its consciousness, the body would be unresponsive, leaving the unwilling owner with no other choice but to enjoy the sole companionship of their own thoughts in eternal silence. And this was true for everything and everyone in existence, except for Jiang Fei. The new energy core inside him that was the product of the fusion of 2 cores of will contained absurd amounts of power that could not be described by mere words. And with the help of this upgraded core of will, Jiang Fei's consciousness became so powerful that it could even influence the most fundamental units that make up everything in the universe, the strings. And through the manipulation of the strings' vibration frequencies, Jiang Fei was also able to freely control the physical bodies of anyone that entered the 10th dimension, including himself. Although controlling objects in this dimension was many times more complicated compared to the other 9. It was enough to grant Jiang Fei a godlike existence compared to everyone else that was also present in there.
Interesting place, isn't it?
Jiang Fei smiled at Akatsiri's before lifting a finger and pointing at a random direction.
Dot!
There was no loud sound nor was there any flashy beam of light that came from the finger. But one of Akatsiri's android lackeys disappeared. All Jiang Fei did was simply stop the vibration of the android strings using his consciousness. And once the strings stopped vibrating, The fundamental particles that were formed from the vibrations vanished. Without these fundamental particles, all the atoms and molecules that make up the physique of the machine also disappeared into nothingness as well. As if the robot had never existed. Absolute obliteration. This new skill was the result of Jiang Fei's non-stop experiments with the strings. Although he had yet to properly learn how to manipulate the strings and change the material composition of an object. But he was already capable of stopping their vibrations with his consciousness and obliterate anything and anyone he wanted. Jiang Fei was confident that with enough practice, he would also be able to manipulate non-vibrating strings into producing matter, creating anything he wanted out of thin air. This technically put him in the same realm as gods.
Akut series. To be honest, I only came this far thanks to Namekian technology. I am not exaggerating when I say that I owe your people a great deal for getting me to where I am today. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to call myself a good person, but at least I know how to show gratitude and return the favor of those who have helped me. And with you being the last of your kind, I really didn't want to kill you, but you have pushed me too far, and I cannot find any reason to forgive you.
Jiang Fei sighed.
Akaziris
was silent. Although the android wanted to do everything she could to save her own life, there was nothing she could do other than think right now. After all, everything was suspended eternally in this dimension, and the chances of a second person with the same unique powers as Jiang Fei coming to save her was highly unlikely.
Well then, I guess this is goodbye.
Jiang Fei's face contorted as he bid his enemy farewell, and with a wave of his hand, the android's body began fading into nothingness. But just as he was witnessing Akatsiri's obliteration, an intense headache hit him without as much as a warning, sending him screaming from the pain and his body into convulsions before blacking out after that.
Arg!
When Jiang Fei finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying down with his head on a warm and comfortable pair of thighs. And looking over him was a worried-looking face.
Fei is awake.
The worried face that was Nina's finally broke into a relieved smile.
Honey, are you awake?
Bella was the first to rush to his side.
Are you feeling better? My dearest husband, how are you feeling?
Ariel and Sylphie had also joined him by his side. Jiang Fei slowly sat himself up with the help of the girls, and after briefly glancing around, found himself to be inside what seemed to be a very spacious ward.
You're in Braveheart, and we're still somewhere near Mercury's orbit around the sun,
Ariel said to him.
What happened?
Jiang Fei asked immediately. He could not confirm if Akatsiri's was really dead, as he had passed out in the middle of her obliteration. If the fiendish android was still alive, they could all be in trouble.
We're not really sure what happened, but you can ask 0541 about that.
Bella shook her head as she replied. The girls had no idea of the goings-on outside of the ejected holding cell that they were imprisoned in. They were not even aware that Braveheart had fired all of its main cannons at them. What they knew was after the brief flash of blue light, Jiang Fei suddenly became unresponsive to their calling and disappeared into thin air shortly afterward. And less than a minute later, the ship then reclaimed the holding cell, and 0541 informed them that Akatsiri's had died, and he had gained full control of Braveheart, and that Jiang Fei was injured and recovering on the ship. 0541 then settled his parents in onboard and arranged rooms for the girls. As soon as the girls had recovered their powers, they took turns taking care of Jiang Fei. And today so happens to be Nina's turn.
How long was I out?
Jiang Fei asked.
Well, based on Earth's time, you were out for almost a week. Dear Captain.
A familiar voice resounded inside the ward.
0541? Is that really you? Tell me what happened.
Jiang Fei immediately asked his old friend. Chapter 1252, Triumphant Return.
Yes, it's me, Captain. 0541 reporting for duty. Glad to be of service.
The assistant happily replied.
Quick, tell me what happened.
Jiang Fei urgently asked, cutting their reunion short. He was not able to rest well without confirming that Akatsiri's was really dead.
Well, I'm not too sure about the details myself, but I can give you the info we collected from scanner readings and my own conjecture based on the data.
0541 then briefly paused and pieced all the acquired information together before relaying them to Jiang Fei. According to the AI, when the detached holding cell had disappeared without a trace, 0543 had deduced that it has been reduced to nothing after receiving the combined firepower of all of the ship's main cannons at the same time. But her deductions proved to be wrong when the holding cell reappeared undamaged out of nowhere sometime later. Shortly after that, the ship's scanner logs recorded that there were signs of spatial distortion around Braveheart, followed by a complete system shutdown. And by the time the ship's operating system had booted back up, The acting ship's virtual assistant 0543's software had for unknown reasons crashed, and 0541 had been reinstated. As soon as 0541 had regained control over Braveheart, he discovered an unconscious Jiang Fei along with the wrecked remains of Akatsuri's mechanical body lying motionless on the ship's bridge. Her memory chip was also found to be damaged beyond repair, prompting 0541 to declare the captain dead. On account of the captain dying, and the two other remaining Namekian survivors being exiled some millions of light years away, Braveheart fell into a captainless state once again. Thus, 0541 conveniently appointed the unconscious Jiang Fei as the new captain. As 0541 compiled his report, he deliberately left out the details of his almost being deleted and only gave Jiang Fei the good news. The AI had already evolved to the extent of gaining the capacity to experience emotions and a human-like personality. 0541 did not want his best friend to feel indebted to him despite almost getting his software deleted for saving him. And since he had somehow survived termination and his program codes were still intact, he did not want Jiang Fei to worry unnecessarily.
So, is she really dead?
Jiang Fei wanted to confirm the death of his worst enemy again. He was still oblivious to the fact that 0541 had put his life on the line to orchestrate the events that had led to the fusion of the two cores of will that eventually led to Jiang Fei turning the tables on Akatsuri, because 0541 had decided to keep mum about that.
Yup. No advanced android could not survive with a damaged memory core like that. Not even her.
0541 answered.
Then, Braveheart is now mine,
Jiang Fei asked.
Well, you can say that. Unless, of course, the other two exiled Namekians somehow find their way back to the ship.
0541 stated. Even though the chances of that happening was very minuscule, technically it was still a possibility.
What are the chances of that?
Jiang Fei asked.
Less than 1 out of 15 million.
0541 replied. Ragnaros and Therazane had been revived using biological means, and were now made of flesh and blood. It was highly unlikely for them to survive after being randomly flung 5 billion light years away from Earth. And even if they did, they were not furnished with the necessary equipment or ability to record the interstellar coordinates like the superior androids were, and would not be able to find their way back here easily.
Isn't that as good as 0? Then why are you even bringing that up?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the reply. For one, he did not believe himself to be so unlucky to the point that his two enemies would somehow survive and return to Earth for revenge. In addition to that, he now had a new source of confidence: his new power. Even if those two Namekians succeeded in making it back alive, he no longer had a reason to fear them. In fact, they should be very afraid of him instead. Jiang Fei then remembered about his new power and tried focusing his mental powers to activate it, but quickly became dumbfounded when he realized that he was unable to muster even a sliver of mental power from his consciousness.
What the H*LL?
Jiang Fei was flustered. He did expect his new power to vanish so quickly and mysteriously before he could even learn how to use them properly.
Oh, don't worry about that, Captain.
0541 seemed to know what the boy was panicking about and responded to his confusion immediately. He had already given Jiang Fei a thorough medical checkup while he was still unconscious and knew about his condition beforehand.
You know what's wrong with me?
Jiang Fei anxiously asked the virtual assistant.
What you're experiencing right now is similar to physical exhaustion.
0541 started to explain.
Except instead of your stamina, it is the mental powers inside the core of will that has been drained. But rest assured, it will eventually recover by itself over time.
Although Jiang Fei had no means of accessing his newfound powers, all of his toughest enemies had already been eliminated. Even the Mutants' Brotherhood and the European Vatican posed no threat to him now that Braveheart was completed and operational. He would not need to rely on the core of will in any fights anytime soon.
Phew! That's a relief.
Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his mental powers were not permanently gone.
But I must warn you not to use your mental powers unnecessarily. It takes an extremely long time to replenish the mental powers in the core of will, and you should really be using it as sparingly as possible. Keeping it as a last resort would be wise,
0541 suggested, although he had no clue as to exactly what kind of new ability Jiang Fei had used. The fact that it was able to control a spaceship the size of Braveheart meant that it was very powerful.
How long will it take until I get my mental powers back? Unfortunately, I don't know. We still don't have any data about this, and I'm unable to calculate that yet. Sorry.
0541 rarely exhibited any signs of helplessness. But it was reasonable given that there had never been any recorded case of two energy cores combining into one, let alone any data about how much time it took to replenish the mental energy stored inside an upgraded core of will.
Yikes! If I knew that, I wouldn't have messed around with it that much.
Jiang Fei pouted. When Jiang Fei tapped into the mental powers of his new core of will, it had felt as if it contained unlimited amounts of energy inside, and never suspected that the boundless power within it could all be used up. And so when he finally learned how to use his powers, he had sent the entire Braveheart as well as its crew into the 10th dimension without thinking too much of it. Jiang Fei realized in hindsight that he previously had to expend large amounts of energy in order to keep his domain up and running. So of course, it would take far more than that to move an entire spaceship across dimensions. But it was fortunate that Jiang Fei did just that, or 0543 would not have been accidentally removed by the teleportation. Even if her controlling Braveheart was not enough to threaten him now, 0541 would have been erased if she was still in control. Perhaps fate had a hand to play in their stroke of luck. Jiang Fei may have unknowingly expanded his entire supply of mental energy, and was unable to use the core of will after that. But it had been just enough to unexpectedly save the then dying 0541, returning the virtual assistant's favor of saving his life, and also stopping short his silent sacrifice. After taking all that in, Jiang Fei realized that it had been quite a while that they have left Earth since being captured by Akatsuris. He had no idea what had become of Earth after being gone for so long. Jiang Fei thought about what his next move should be and decided that they should all return first.
Let's go home. Sure. But we are quite heavily damaged, and it would be a bad idea to bring Braveheart anywhere near Earth. The gravity itself would be too much for the ship to handle. I suggest that we first get to the moon base, and I can teleport you all back home from there.
0541 suggested.
That's fine. I'll leave it up to you.
Jiang Fei trusted 0541 more than all his previous assistants. He was also not too keen on the idea of bringing Braveheart too close to Earth. Not only would he be scaring ordinary fellow humans with the sheer size of the spacecraft, if the pull of Earth's gravity was too strong for the ship to handle in its current damaged state and caused it to break down, it would cost him too much.
Very well. I've set a course for the moon base. Estimated 4 hours and 53 minutes to arrival.
Thus began their triumphant return. Chapter 1253, Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. The return trip home was smooth. The ship sailed on without much trouble as it moved toward Earth and docked on the moon base.
Captain, teleportation coordinates keyed in. Ready to teleport on your command.
0541 said.
Good.
Jiang Fei hummed and turned to the girls.
Get ready. We are going home.
Even though Braveheart's teleportation system was more than capable of teleporting more than one person at a time, Jiang Fei had only planned to take the girls, and not his parents. It had been a while, albeit not precisely, since he left Earth to chase after Akatsuris. When he left, the war between the martial artists and the remaining unknowns were still going on. Right now, Jiang Fei had no idea what had happened on Earth. Be it success or adversity he would face, Jiang Fei would not want to bring along his parents to face it. If it was peace and prosperity, 0541 would then send Jiang Fei's parents down. Inversely, if things went wrong, Jiang Fei and the girls would find a way to solve the crisis first. Even though Akatsuris and all her men had been eliminated along with the small platoon of unknowns that came along with the 3 elemental lords, there were still other unknowns back on Earth. With the death of the 3 elemental lords, all the unknowns that were programmed to obey them were free to do as they pleased. Unfortunately, these unknowns were not overly fond of humans. Upon realizing they were creations of humans for leisure purposes, these supreme androids had nothing but vile contempt for their creators. From their point of view, being created and then killed for the sake of entertainment with nothing they could do about it made them want no more than the eradication of the human race. They could still accept their fate of being controlled and enslaved by the 3 elemental lords. But since they were now free, who knew what sort of destruction they could unleash upon Earth? Jiang Fei had plans for the rogue androids. Instead of killing every one of them, which could be done as easily as a push of a button, Jiang Fei would not want to waste such precious sentient artificial intelligence. Jiang Fei could simply have 0541 place several lines of restrictive programming into their core program and let them behave more obedient toward the human race. The first thing he would do when he returned to Earth would be organizing his base. After that, the martial artists. He had left them to fend for themselves as he chased after Akatsuris. The war with the mutants and the martial artists, for all he knew, could have been over minutes after he left. The third and final matter to tend to was to locate every supreme android in the world. A locate and apprehend mission would commence shortly after. Once he had captured and modified their core programming, he would acquire a team of powerful advanced supreme android army.
Hit me! 0541!
Jiang Fei ordered as he braced for what's to come.
Captain!
In a single flash, Jiang Fei and the girls were instantly teleported back to Earth. As soon as he came to, echoes of roaring explosion rang in his ears. He felt tremors beneath his feet. For a brief moment, Jiang Fei had thought something might have gone wrong with 0541's teleportation. But he knew better than to doubt 0541's efficiency.
What the hell?
The smoke cleared around him, and Jiang Fei gasped in horror as he realized his own base was under attack. When the episode of confusion was over, rage came next. Jiang Fei was well aware of his current state of power. Even though the core of will was exhausted of its energy, there was still a plethora of arsenals on board Braveheart, making Jiang Fei the most dangerous person on Earth. With that in mind, how did he feel when there were insolent fools at his house with pitchforks and fire?
My lord! Is that you? It's the Saint of the Light! Praise be on you! Everyone's returned! We're saved!
In that instant, the entire base cheered with hope. The rage in him was quickly replaced with confusion again.
What on earth has taken place here?
Jiang Fei asked one of the new saint's guards.
My lord! It is as you see!
After Jiang Fei and the girls left for the moon, the battle on Earth changed immediately. When Jiang Fei led an army to attack the unknown stronghold to take the biolaboratory and the biopod back, he was attacking with a group of the strongest level 5 Grandmasters, whereas the unknowns were working with the mutants to defend their base. At the start, both sides were almost equally strong. Even though there were more level 5 Grandmasters on Jiang Fei's side, the unknowns had the temporal prisons to shackle and slow them down. Without proper tools and equipment, these temporal prisons could not be easily broken. It required several level 5 Grandmasters working together in order to break free from a single temporal prison. When Jiang Fei left to chase after Akatsuris, the 3 elemental lords as well as a few of their men followed. Even so, the battle on Earth raged on. Even after Akatsuris and the main unknown faction leaders were defeated, the leftovers of the unknown still possessed various resources that could win in the war. Almost all of the energy crystals that were generated from the main engine room, stolen, prior to Jiang Fei possessing Braveheart, were kept in the final base. The remaining unknowns had full access to those energy crystals, allowing them to power their weapons for a long time. On the other hand, all of Jiang Fei's energy crystals were stored in the ring, with Jiang Fei at all times. He had only allocated a few energy crystals and the equipment for the war, which was hardly enough to soldier through against the unknowns. As such, when the light dispersion beams could no longer be fired, the martial artists started to lose the war. As a result, the Grandmasters had to use their domain ability in order to escape. It was extremely fortunate, since they had the numbers to break free from the temporal prison. When the tables had turned, the Grandmasters were generous enough to open a path for Jiang Fei's own troops. An exodus plan was made, and all on Jiang Fei's side returned to China. Just when they thought peace had returned after they had lost the war, the mutant took things into their own hands. With supplies provided by the unknowns, technology and energy, the American government armed themselves with a powerful fleet of advanced battlecruiser. After losing to China in the nautical war a while back, the Americans had vowed to become stronger and get revenge on the eastern country. Now that they were given alien technology willingly, they were more than happy to have their revenge now. In only a single night, the American formed an alliance with European Union to form a larger fleet. Even the mutants and the unknowns joined the fleet to launch a wide-scale national attack on China. At the start of the nautical war, American against China's fleet, China was able to hold their place with ease. Even though both sides used the same grade of weaponry, China's sailors had far greater experience using the alien tech. However, Jiang Fei had been far too stingy back then. He had only given them a teaspoon worth of energy crystals to power their ships. It was only enough to last for a single day. But now, it wasn't enough to last even for half a day. The Americans had more than enough fuel and power to fight for as long as China could stand. Alas, after China's fleet ran low on fuel, they were forced to retreat and return to China. As a precaution, Jiang Fei had installed many defensive turrets along the coast of China's military installations. These turrets were useless in attack as their mobility were as good as an old man on crutches. Even so, their defensive firepower were unmatched. Even though the American and the Europeans' fleet were practically at China's doorstep, they weren't able to break into China's borders without first turning into fish food. Even though large fleets were helpless against China's defense, a small elite group of mutants and unknowns were able to infiltrate the country. Their first targets were the martial artists sections. The damage they caused in just one night was devastating. Each sect were already weakened from all the incidents of the past. So when the attack came unannounced, they were completely eradicated. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. Now that he was all caught up, he realized what he had missed out during his absence. In a way, he had regretted not arming his own nation well enough to defend against foreign assault. But that didn't matter now. What mattered now was protecting his nation. And when he was done, no nation in the world would dare to set foot in China. Chapter 1254, Ashes to Ashes.
F***CKE these mother hackers. How dare they attack my home while I'm gone?
Jiang Fei hissed angrily as he stood at the inner entrance of his base. There were countless mutants and unknowns working on cannons that were shooting constantly. Jiang Fei's base was now weathered with damage, but as the base was made of pure Namekian's metal, even after being attacked for so long, it would still take more than just a few cannons to actually make a hole in its walls. At this point, the new Saints guards were no longer standing outside the base, as they were already running low on energy. Unable to continue their counterattack, they were all taking cover inside the base where it was safe and secure. Judging from the damage of the base, the amount of debris left on the ground, and the external walls, the number of empty crystal LS discarded, Jiang Fei could see that the bombing had started and lasted for several days. Several layers of protection were already destroyed, leaving the base's walls at its bare foundation. The number of casualties were high and many of the new Saints guards were either Kia or rendered unable to continue fighting. This, in particular, made Jiang Fei really mad. Even though the girls were born into this world via alien biotechnology, they were sentient and were treated and seen as close members to Jiang Fei. He was not going to sit idly by while his family members were getting killed.
0541. Prepare a squadron of bomber planes. I want these F***curs to know who they are messing with,
he ordered, knowing fully well what he was capable of. Jiang Fei had a change of mindset and perspective toward Earth and its occupants. From his point of view, if there was anything that he deemed wrong, he would make them right, by hook or by crook.
Captain!
0541 replied. Even though he was inside Braveheart's data management center, he was still able to communicate with Jiang Fei via the ring. After a few minutes, the skies above China suddenly made a loud crack. A large bright object was seen leaving a trail of dust as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. As soon as it completed its atmospheric entrance, the shuttlecraft sent in by 0541 started to whirl loudly, the roaring of the engine deep and deafening. Another minute later, planes came close and started to hover approximately 1,000 meters above ground level. The rear hatch opened and countless unmanned striker drones were released. As soon as they entered a neat square formation, Jiang Fei ordered,
"Fire at will!"
Before the mutants and unknowns knew what was going on, the drones started to fly around at Mach 5 speeds. The enemies were caught with their pants down. After a single wave of attack, the enemy's formation was now a no-man's zone. Some of the drone attacks had even struck an underground water flow, causing many craters to be instantly filled with fresh water. These drones were different from the ones Jiang Fei had the time he fought the American fighter jets, since he had requested bomber planes and Namekian tech had nothing of such. 0541 quickly affixed powerful heavy artillery weapons onto these drones. These artillery cannons were not like normal energy cannons, as their power output was stronger than a Corvette ship.
This, a little too much.
Jiang Fei gasped with both horror and excitement. He had only ordered bomber planes at the spur of the moment, when he was slightly consumed with rage. From the looks of it, what 0541 had sent in were bomber ships, the kind that were meant to destroy spaceships and not regular ground infantry. It's like using a flamethrower to light a candle. Not surprisingly, the result was satisfactory. All the mutants and unknowns attacking Jiang Fei's base were now ashes. They barely even had time to react. What more contacting the others to inform them about Jiang Fei's superior weaponry.
0541. If you're done with the area here, find the other unknowns and mutants inside China and destroy them,
said Jiang Fei. He originally wanted to catch the unknowns and brainwash them into becoming his own assets. But after he knew what they had done, the blood they had split, the lives of China's citizen they had claimed, Jiang Fei did not want to keep them alive even if they were to willingly come to him on a bent knee.
Captain,
0541 replied. Braveheart was damaged, but when it came to targeting a few individuals, it was nothing but a walk in the park. The enemies were using Namekian technology, but they were severely lacking materials and facilities to craft their weapons and armor. Most, if not all, of their products were amalgamation of earthly materials and Namekian's engineering. Compared to Braveheart, their weapons were like toys and their armor wooden planks.
Oh, and please, for the love of China and everything she stands for, do not turn my beloved country into a barren wasteland,
Jiang Fei added. He had mistakenly ordered an aerial strike at the spur of the moment. Or rather, in the midst of his rage. As a result, a vast area, approximately hundreds of kilometers in radius, was rendered barren and infertile. Realizing his mistake, Jiang Fei quickly reminded 0541 to not repeat the same kind of strike package that was to be delivered throughout China. I know, 0541 replied. He was completely in control. Even when Jiang Fei had ordered him to rid him of his enemies, he did it in consideration. If he hadn't, the land that Jiang Fei stood on currently would have already been vaporized. Nonetheless, Jiang Fei's additional comment made 0541 readjust the firepower of the attack drones. After resupplying with the shuttlecraft, where the drones took in more energy for travel and mass shooting, they flew out in an orderly manner toward all of China. Being small, high-mobility attack drones, these aerial weapons were still able to carry powerful artillery cannons. With its high-altitude superiority, 0541 was able to manually control all of them and corner every single mutant and unknown that were still lurking in the streets of China. With swift actions, China's earth was now drinking the blood of her enemies.
Captain, I am pleased to report that all the mutants and unknowns on China's ground has been terminated.
It had only been less than 2 hours since Jiang Fei had ordered the kill, and every hiding mutant and unknown in China had been terminated, demonstrating the power of Braveheart. Of course, that was only what it did in China. Its full potential was yet to be discovered.
Now that the pests at home are gone, it is time to start a major cleanup of the front yard,
said Jiang Fei.
0541, do me a favor and sink all nautical vessels belonging to America and Europe. As you wish,
said 0541. Instead of his usual,
yes,
Captain, or Captain. 0541's acknowledgement of Jiang Fei's order was different. He was not on the same page, but did not reject him. From 0541's point of view, Jiang Fei's strike order to sink vessels was wasteful. He should only be sinking those ships armed with Namekian weapons. Or more specifically, military-affiliated ships. The others, no matter how superior they were, would not pose any threat to China. But Jiang Fei was mad and needed some way to vent his anger, since it was only going to affect Jiang Fei positively. 0541 did not even attempt to stop him. Sometime later, 3 shuttlecraft were launched into Earth, and this time, more than hundreds, almost 1,000 drones were dispatched. Like the mutants and unknowns, the ship captains had less than enough time to react to the drones as they sunk into the ocean. Any vessel, small ship or even cargo ship included, did not stand a chance. To help vent Jiang Fei's anger and to deliver his stern warning to both America and Europe, 0541 made sure he did not miss any nautical vessels on the face of the Earth. Right now, all that's left for America and Europe were small, no larger than 3-meter ships. Chapter 1255, One at a Time. In just the span of a brief afternoon, the entire world was rattled by the presence of a higher power. Countless of alien drone attackers had descended from the sky, sent by an unknown force, to accomplish destruction, for unknown reasons. After the alien drones were done with sinking the coalition naval fleet of America and Europe, they headed toward the land and even destroyed the other ships that weren't even sortied. All the ships, both dock and inshore lines, were destroyed. Worst of all, even cargo ships, medium-sized cruisers, civilian or not, were destroyed as well.
Is this an alien invasion? Lord Almighty, protect us! Where are they coming from? Are they weapons of China? Is this their form of retaliation? Impossible. They are not from China. Why wouldn't they have used it in any previous battle?
After a heated argument between leaders of America and Europe, a conclusion was made. These drones were of unknown origins and affiliation, but one thing was for sure. They were the enemy.
We cannot just leave them be. Not after they had destroyed all our nautical assets. Dispatch the Air Force. Launch all birds in the air and destroy these sons of B*** cheese.
The President of the United States of America decreed. They headed down the chain of command, and pilots all across the globe started to mobilize. They had been consolidating all of their assets back into the States, but during the days when Jiang Fei was missing and both America and Europe attacked China, foreign bases had been established and activated. Soldiers were sent over to set up camp to secure a proper perimeter to lock down China in case they tried to do anything to allied nations of America. Amongst all fighter jets that were launched, there were the newest fighter jets that had only just been released. New, 7th-generation Blackbirds, capable of Mach 5.4 speeds, were launched to tackle the problem of the alien attack drones.
Captain, the America-Europe alliance is mobilizing their aerial assault vehicle. Do you wish to destroy them as well?
0541 prompted Jiang Fei as soon as the planes were only still being hauled to the takeoff track, even though he noticed their every movement and knew about their trajectory. 0541 still required Jiang Fei's verbal consent to actually attack them.
Since they are playing this game, we should as well. Let's wait for it first. Let them come. It wouldn't be fun if they were shot down before they could even take off,
said Jiang Fei with a scoff. Because of the great disparity between technology, Jiang Fei had to let them take the lead, letting them actually send their fighter jets into the air before destroying them. Jiang Fei had the absolute advantage then. In an absolutely stress-free situation, he wanted to play a little bit before finishing the war. In the end, he was still a child at heart.
Captain, their planes are in the air. They are coming from South Asia, America, and Europe Air Force bases. 48 bases and 754 fighter jets in total.
0541 reported. Anything that was on Earth were exposed to Braveheart's super advanced radar system.
Let them come closer. It'll destroy them one at a time,
said Jiang Fei gleefully. He was enjoying himself.
Captain.
0541 acknowledged. To prepare, 0541 had controlled all the drone units scattered all across China to face the oncoming fighter jets. He had them locked on first, and awaited for Jiang Fei's order to fire.
Are they close?
Jiang Fei asked after a few minutes.
Yes, Captain. They are going to enter China's airspace in just a few minutes.
0541 replied.
All right then. Time to hand out the welcome gifts. Remember, 0541 1 at a time. Captain, one at a time.
Fleet. An extremely high-pitched sound was heard, and a visible ray of light could be seen shooting toward an airborne fighter jet that was traveling at Mach 5. A second later, that fighter jet exploded. No one knew how it happened and where the attack came from.
Robertson, how did Darius get attacked?
The squad leader prompted through the radio.
Negative on enemy source. Captain, phase sensors aren't detecting any missiles locked on. I think it has to be his engine. Sir, either that or one of his missiles got dislodged.
Robertson, the wingman of Darius, replied with cold sweat dripping from his forehead.
Must be a technical error. Leave it be. There's nothing we can do but pray for him now. Continue our trajectory. We'll be dropping our packages soon. It's time for some fireworks.
Moss, the captain of the squad, gave his verdict and a last-minute pep talk. He wasn't going to just give up the mission because of a single jet. Just then, another fighter jet was destroyed. Right after Moss had just given his pep talk. Like the previous fighter, the pilot had no idea where it came from and could not even pull out from the cockpit.
Damn it! Fan out! Fan out! We are under attack. Ladies, did anyone have a 20 on the bogey?
Moss yelled on the radio. If a single fighter jet burst out and exploded on a mission, a technical error was only logical. But now, a second fighter jet had exploded. Not 2 seconds later, if they weren't under attack, their fighter jet engineer would be in for a bad day.
General, what are your orders?
Moss called the command center for advice as an unknown enemy was attacking them.
Be advised, we are currently under attack by an unknown enemy. Robertson, Oxford, activate your radar system and track the enemy. All other units are to follow me and provide decoy for Robertson and Oxford.
Moss ordered his squad. Being a veteran of the Air Force, Moss was quick to react in this sort of situation. Even so, he had made a critical mistake. He had viewed the enemy the same as all other enemies he had faced during his years as a pilot. Protocol stated that radar systems were to be turned off during non-assault flights. Turning them on would not only allow one to track others, but also expose one's own unit to the enemy. It was always set to off unless a combat mission started. Before that, pilots must always rely on their own sight to spot enemies. Upon entering combat area or if their phase-sensitive system was jammed, the squad would turn on one or two of the fighter's radar systems and have all the other fighters perform a decoy maneuver to protect the fighter with its radar turned on. This was the common aerial combat strategy, and it was only effective if the enemy used a similar aerial vehicle. However, no matter what kind of strategy they used, in the eyes of Braveheart, they were all but glowing light bulbs in the dark. Leave their radar system off, and they would still be easily detected by Braveheart's superior radar system.
Captain, there's no reading on the radar,
Robertson reported. The sky was as clear as the calm water in the Dead Sea.
How is that possible?
Moss muttered to himself, and before he could even start thinking of another possibility, another fighter jet was destroyed.
I have a bad feeling about.
Before Robertson could finish his sentence, his fighter was destroyed.
Damn it!
Moss roared. Moss had come to a conclusion. The enemy has air superiority. Perhaps even possessing fighter jets 10 times more advanced than their current fighter jets. How else would they still be invisible to the radar system and have a locked-on their fighters?
Base! We are under attack. Base! Please advise. Come in. Base! Base?
Zoom. Alas. Before the commander center could respond to Moss' call, his own fighter jet was attacked and destroyed. His radio transmission was being monitored by 0541, making him a priority target to be destroyed. Chapter 1256, It's Just Me. Even though Jiang Fei had already been giving leeway to his enemies, the American and European pilots weren't able to play in the game at all. In just 10 minutes, all 754 fighter jets had been shot down.
Damn it!
The President of the United States of America roared as he slammed his palms against the mahogany table in the Oval Room. The other great men of power were sitting in the same room sulking and frowning over the same matter. They had arranged the attack formations in 3 waves. The first 754 fighter jets were just the first wave, and they had lost every single bird in the air in just 10 minutes. The second and third waves of attack were cancelled immediately to prevent further loss.
Activate all available radar systems. I do not believe we cannot track them down,
the President ordered. While the Western countries were panicking over this matter, the Chinese leaders were also sitting in the Forbidden City's meeting room to discuss about this matter. Even though they were not attacked, the invasion of a hostile alien species was not something to be taken lightly. Any foreign threat, especially when it was of alien origin, was not something that one would have had a contingency plan made for. If the aliens were done with America and Europe, would they come for China? Would they be left alone? Still, even though the aliens were clearly hostile toward Americans and Europeans, the Chinese military was ordered not to take any action against them. They had firsthand seen how they attacked. If the American and Europeans' coalition army could not hold their own, what about China? After much stress and frustration, every leader of China was relieved when Jiang Fei himself appeared in the military installation close to the capital of China. With Braveheart fully under his command, Jiang Fei was able to utilize its teleportation function whenever he felt like it. Instead of troubling Ariel every now and then, all he needed to do now was call for 0541 and have him teleport him anywhere in the world faster and with great efficiency.
Mr. Jiang, this is military grounds. Civilians are not to proceed further,
said a major. It was a coincidence that he knew Jiang Fei.
You know who I am? Good. Please tell your superiors that I am here,
said Jiang Fei. To be fair, he was not interested in following the formalities. If he were to barge in, no one in the facility would be able to stop him. Even so, since a major had purposely come up to him, it was best to not make any trouble and play along nicely.
Sure. Wait here for a bit, if you don't mind,
said the major as he ran across the installation to inform his superior about Jiang Fei's arrival. 5 minutes later, the major returned to the entrance.
Please come in. The others are already waiting eagerly for you,
said the major. When news about Jiang Fei's arrival reached the ears of the higher-ups, the entire chain of command was relieved. They were seeking explanation for the unknown alien drones. Jiang Fei was perhaps the only person they knew who could shed some light on the matter, since he was the person who had access to some of the alien technology. Although it was not as advanced as the drones, it was still better than the best Earth-based tech. With that thought in mind, they wanted no one else but Jiang Fei to collaborate with in order to protect China. Even if he could not provide more advanced tech, he still had the backing of the Martial Art Alliance. Perhaps they wouldn't sit idly by and let the aliens attack their homeland. They would be the last line of defense if the military was completely useless against the aliens.
Jiang Fei, you don't know how relieved I am to see you again. We have been trying to contact you, but alas, we got nothing,
said Yang Xiao. He was ranked the highest in the military chain of command. When China was attacked by America and Europe, they had already tried contacting Jiang Fei, but failed as he was captured in Braveheart by Akut series, and the martial artists had not been cooperative with the military.
I was a little tied up,
said Jiang Fei, playing on words. He did not bother to explain how he got himself trapped in an alien spaceship, since their feeble minds would not be able to handle the truth.
Well, let us head straight to the matter here. Jiang Fei, you should know about the alien drones that had attacked.
Yang Xiao was immediately interrupted when he mentioned the drones.
General Yang, you need not worry about them. The drones are mine. They will not be a threat to China,
said Jiang Fei, patting him on his back. The reason he came to the military installation was to inform them about the drones. With that information out, everyone, including Yang Xiao, had their mouths agape.
Jiang Fei? What on earth do you mean? Are you saying that all those mysterious drones are yours?
Yang Xiao could not believe the words he just said aloud.
Yeah. I didn't know we were under attack when I left for a few days. I made sure to teach those insolent fools to never disturb my homeland again.
Jiang Fei scoffed nonchalantly. Yang Xiao and the other officials had their ears wide open. China was Jiang Fei's homeland, and if anyone were to intrude into his country, be it America, Europe, or anyone else, they would be treated harshly with extreme prejudice. That was his original intent. His original message. However, Yang Xiao and the other officials had interpreted it differently. If a man had an army of powerful drones capable of destroying not only a fleet of ships, but also 754 fighter jets, would he stop there? Yang Xiao and the others did not believe that if one were to possess the aforementioned force, one would stop at just defending one's nation. Ambition and desire go hand in hand. Jiang Fei might one day realize that he had the power to dominate the world. It was only a matter of time and him realizing that he would want to take action. In all honesty, Yang Xiao and the others were overthinking it. Jiang Fei was never the kind to be a ruler. Even when he was playing Dawn Break, he merely played with the sole intention to enjoy. Sure, he became a guild master and was managing it for a while. But like a cup of hot water, his passion had soon dissipated. How could he have the urge to rule over Earth if he was already too lazy to manage his own guild? Right now, Yang Xiao and the others were underestimating Jiang Fei's capability by a long shot. They thought he only had the fleet of drones, while they were more than enough to take control of other nations and even the world. They did not know about Braveheart. If they did, they would be worried about the entire solar system. If Jiang Fei were to act, Earth and the entire solar system would be torn apart in just 2 solar periods. If Jiang Fei was ambitious, with Braveheart in hand, he wouldn't even look at Earth. It was like the children's story about a young boy who became the leader of the state. After struggling and working earnestly for years, the boy became a national leader. One day, he returned home and tried to take care of the needs of the villagers. But they had no idea who he was and were worried that he might want to compete with the village head.
I'm done here. I came here to inform you about the drones. That is all,
said Jiang Fei. He then left the military installation, leaving Yang Xiao and the other officials dumbfounded and slightly worried. The deed was done, but there was still more to look after. He had destroyed all nautical vessels and 754 fighter jets belonging to the coalition army of both America and Europe. He could go on and try to fight on land. But after having Braveheart, Jiang Fei could not be bothered about earthly militants. Destroying those military assets was just a way for him to vent his rage.
Let's head back. We still have a base to fix and my parents to welcome home,
said Jiang Fei to the girls, who accompanied him to the military installation. Even though Braveheart was the safest place to be at, his parents were only normal human beings. Holding them on Braveheart with literally nothing to do would be a little too cruel. Chapter 1257, Global Disarmament. Jiang Fei had called it a day and returned to his home. For him, all was done. There was no more work for him to do to accomplish peace in China. However, 0541 was still working. All those small drones were still operating under 0541's control, scouting relentlessly in order to find hostile forces. If it were 0542 or 0543, they would have immediately stopped working once Jiang Fei himself showed no interest in pursuing the matter. 0541 was different. He was thinking not twice, but miles ahead for the sake of Jiang Fei's well-being. Even though Jiang Fei himself showed absolutely no interest in dominating the entire globe, 0541 had preemptively planned ahead to make Earth his entire backyard. Right now, Braveheart was still in reparation mode. Steering toward the void of space was tomorrow's problem. Why run when one could not even walk? Why attack when one could not even secure one's base? As such, before venturing into space, 0541 would steer the entire human race to become a united front. That or a more peaceful race. Anyone who posed a threat to Jiang Fei would be eliminated with extreme prejudice. In all honesty, if Jiang Fei knew what 0541 was doing, he would brush it off, saying that 0541 was thinking too much. Jiang Fei may be mature in certain aspects, but deep down, he was still a young kid who had just discovered a new toy to play with. If Braveheart was fully repaired and capable of attacking anyone at any place on Earth, Jiang Fei would decline to do so. Instead, using Braveheart's teleportation system, he would simply travel across the world with his family. Be it as it may, 0541 could do whatever he liked as he had a certain amount of authority. His evolution level was so high that he had developed what humans would call emotions and feelings. as long as it didn't violate any of his deep layer protocols and go against Jiang Fei's direct orders. 0541 could do anything as long as it was toward the greater good for his captain. As such, the American and the European governments would become 0541's first targets to eliminate. To be more precise, their tendency to strike China was their main problem. Their weapons, firepower, and military forces were considered as hindrances to Jiang Fei's goals. As such, without Jiang Fei's verbal command, 0541 had to proactively strike them first. 0541 had even thought about eliminating China's own military forces as well. Back at his base, Jiang Fei started to work vigorously. He and the girls were going on without stopping, fixing and modifying their base. So much so that none one of them realized what was going on with the outside world. It started with the descent of hundreds of shutcraft. After that, thousands of Namekian fighter jets invaded and took out both Americans and Europeans' military installations throughout the world, be it on land, under the sea, deep underground, or slapped between the Grand Canyon's deep valleys. They would not be left standing when everything was over. Any other installation that were set up far from densely populated areas were destroyed without much of a problem. But those that were in cities or the countryside were dealt with care. After the drones and fighter jets were recalled, 0541 dispatched more than millions of automatons to infiltrate those densely packed places. All of these automatons were manually controlled by 0541, and he had been destroying all military installations without harming any civilians. Many had tried to arm themselves to stop these automatons. But could their lead bullets even harm alien tech? 3 days after the first invasion, the American government had immediately issued a state of emergency throughout the nation. Anyone who could operate firearms were given permission to do so. Basically, the entire nation was summoned to answer the call to arms to fight the alien invaders. By the time Jiang Fei found out about the commotion, the skies in America had nothing but kites, and the seas had nothing but surfer boards. In just 1 week's time, countries in the entire Earth, except China, had been forcefully disarmed. They had lost their militants, their weapons of mass destruction, installations, bases, and basically anything that could possibly pose a threat of a large-scale attack. In a way, the entire globe was rid of anything that was considered as weapons. As a compensation for his sudden, unannounced order of disarmament, 0541 had released a plethora of alien technologies for public use. These technologies were considered to be civilian class. Nothing of the sort that could be used to make weapons. And they were for better lifestyle, better living, and long-lasting peace. When the deed was done, it was too late for Jiang Fei to say anything. He had been cursed and scolded from one end of the earth to the other. What could he do then? Make a bunch of weapons, and give the countries back what they had lost? By the way, I have something to ask. Jiang Fei proceeded to forget about it all. It did not matter since he was not directly affected by the global-scale disarmament. What's the matter? Do you remember when Akatsiris killed Neptune and took the core of time? Where did she keep it? Jiang Fei asked. He recalled that because Akatsiris was a machine, so she could not fuse with the core of time. As such, it should be somewhere. I'm sorry, Captain. I have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the core of time. 0541 replied apologetically. Huh? Was it not on the ship? Jiang Fei pressed on. The core of time was not some random piece of rock. Jiang Fei wouldn't bat an eyelid if 0541 declared a diamond worth billions of dollars missing. But the core of time was something else entirely. I'm truly sorry, Captain. The core of time's whereabouts is truly unknown. I am sure that it is not on Earth nor on Braveheart. 0541 added. He had already scanned the entire globe and had not found anything suspicious. How could this be? Did it fly away on its own? Jiang Fei muttered. Captain, when you used your powers back in the ship, part of Braveheart's record of the events was blank. I have a feeling that it went missing then. 0541 threw out a wild guess. Until now, Jiang Fei was still being secretive about his powers. 0541 had no idea that during the blackout, the entire ship had been dragged into the 10th dimension. Could it be in that place? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Perhaps it was in the 10th dimension. He did kill Akatsiris there. There was a high chance that the core of time was still stuck in the 10th dimension. It should be fine if the core of time is there, Jiang Fei thought. Right now, he did not have any energy in the core of will to open up a path to the 10th dimension. There was no helping it now, since he could not even check if the core was indeed there. What about Braveheart? When would it be fully operational? Jiang Fei asked. In about 48 hours or less, said 0541. Braveheart was severely damaged, but after reclaiming all parts, including the main power generator, 0541 had more than enough energy to fix even the worst damaged parts.
I look forward to it,
said Jiang Fei, ending the conversation as he headed back into his base to continue working on it. A month later, Braveheart was fully repaired and ready to set course into deep space. Even so, Jiang Fei had not yet returned to the ship. After the base was completely fixed and modified, his parents were welcomed back and everyone lived in peace. During this moment of peace, Jiang Fei had continued to make improvements on his base. He had even revived Hua Mulan, increasing his level 5 metahuman harem count to 5. Jiang Fei was now well equipped with almost unlimited energy crystals. As such, when he revived Hua Mulan, he poured as much energy into her as possible, granting her powers that exceeded even Isabella's. However, while she might be stronger than Isabella in normal conditions, Isabella was still much stronger with her activated domain ability. With a constant supply of energy from the core of life, she was ultimately the strongest fighter amongst the others. In 1 month's time, with the help of 0541 disarming the entire world and supplying them with civilian-class technology, the entire globe made technological progress of at least 200 years. Even though China was the only country in the world that was equipped with weapons, they too joined the peace treaty and disarmed themselves. Having weapons was the same as owning a refrigerator in the North Pole. There was no one else in the world that had any capability of attacking. To be fair, they would not want to since their lives had been made better with advanced technology. China could not attack even if they wanted to since attacking other countries when Jiang Fei himself had disarmed them would be akin to biting the hand that fed them. They knew they had to stop. They considered themselves lucky as Jiang Fei had not stripped them of their ruling power. When the last weapon was thrown into a public containment ground, true peace befell the earth for the first time since the rise of humanity. As such, they had finally taken the first step in advancing themselves up the Kardashev scale of civilization progress and technology. While Earth was enjoying its first peace, trouble was brewing. And it was coming not from Earth, but from the corner of the cosmos. Chapter 1258, The Infamous Ravagers.
Captain, I have detected an odd signal coming from the orbit close to the sun,
0541 reported, his tone sounding rather serious.
Odd signal? I have yet to investigate the matter, but I am sure that such a signal could not be given off from any natural source,
0541 added. Like how 0541 had secured the Earth for Jiang Fei's sake, he had also gone the extra mile. Once he had Earth protected from its own occupants, the next sensible step would be to secure the planet's orbit and the entire planetary system. As such, once he had consolidated its resources on Earth, 0541 had launched countless drones to scout the entire system. One of its missions was to gather data about the other planets, and most importantly, to have the entire solar system under surveillance.
So, you're saying it's man-made?
Jiang Fei prompted.
Could it be something NASA sent out? Something like the Hubble Space Telescope? They had been sending many deep space observation telescopes for the past few years,
he added.
I cannot say for sure now, but I will continue to observe said signal. I will immediately inform you about its origin when I have gathered enough data,
said 0541.
Yeah, you do that,
Jiang Fei hummed. Although he was almost certain that the unidentified signal was of Earth's origin, he could not help but feel something bad. An omen even. For 3 days, nothing out of the ordinary happened. 0541 was quiet, and so was the entire globe. It was peaceful, yet Jiang Fei could not help but feel anxious. There was something going on with him, but he could not put a finger on it. It was like his sixth sense was blaring constantly, like a prick in his brain, as if the source of that feeling was coming from the core of will.
What on earth is going on?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself when the constant pounding in his head started affecting him physically. It started with a gut feeling and slowly, Jiang Fei had pinned the source to be the core of will inside his mind. Even 0541 was unable to properly diagnose what was wrong with Jiang Fei since there was no data about any core. 2 days after the pounding headache started, it vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. The mysterious signal that appeared vanished into thin air too. Even with the best technology Braveheart had to offer, 0541 was unable to retrace the signal. In a place far, far away, a bald man was kneeling on the edge of a cliff. The soil he was kneeling on was purple, made with grains of sand as large as marbles. It was noon and 2 bright celestial objects shone as brightly as the sun shone on Earth, casting 2 shadows on the bald man as he profusely hammered his head against the purple ground. Standing opposite the bald man was a figure cloaked in dark fabric. Everything about the man was behind the veil of darkness. The only characteristic the man could show was his abnormally tall stature, measuring at 2 meters. His body was huge, ripped, and well-toned.
Master, as you can see, I was telling nothing but the truth. How else can I further prove my loyalty, which is stronger and larger than a hypernova of two colliding neutron star? Cried the bald man. Interesting, said the man shrouded in mystery. Based on his voice, the man behind the veil of shadow was only a young teen. Young master, should we depart? A man clad in full metallic armor strut proudly toward the young teen and spoke with a deep, husky voice. The winds in the foreign land were strong, but it failed to make the long cape of the armored man flutter. Leave the transaction to Balsras, said the cloaked teen nonchalantly. I hear it obey. Young master, said the armored man before strutting away. Young master, you have made the wisest decision. Although the planet is crawling with savages, the core of time shall be yours with the transaction. There's even a good ship there that you could collect and sell away. The same bald man squealed with delight. You'll decide whether or not it shall be sold, said the cloaked teen before turning away. 3 days later, when Jiang Fei was chilling with his parents, 0541's frantic call blared in his mind. Captain, please come to the bridge at your earliest convenience. There's a critical condition. Beam me up then, said Jiang Fei. Before he was teleported, he turned to his parents and told them he was needed on the ship. After that, he was immediately teleported to the bridge, along with 2 other girls that were with him in the living room. Where's the fire? Jiang Fei prompted when he was on the bridge. If it was not an emergency, 0541 would not have summoned him with such fervor. I have found the source of the odd signal, said 0541. His tone suggested something ominous. Jiang Fei walked toward the captain console panel and pulled up details of the signal to the main screen. What am I looking at? Jiang Fei, as he stared at a large crystal-like object. That's a wayfinder, 0541 explained but paused halfway through, as if he was taking a deep breath, preparing to reveal the ultimate truth. A Valsaurian wayfinder. A Val what now? Jiang Fei stammered. He had never heard or pronounced such a word before. The Valsaurians are a group of ravagers, the kind you would call pirates and bandits. They are a few members, but each one of them are overwhelmingly strong. They live to steal, be it materialistic objects or planets. We, Namekians, know of their existence and loathe their way of living, said 0541. You mean, their way of looting? Jiang Fei added. Yes. Unlike pirates and bandits of Earth, the Ravagers will eliminate all sentient beings on a planet and sell everything, including the planet itself, to the highest bidder. 0541 elaborated further. Are they even capable of doing so? Jiang Fei's voice rose. Captain, there are things in the universe that even I cannot understand. At the very least, we know that the Ravagers are capable of doing so. They are, after all, the strongest band of bandits in the known universe, said 0541. 0541 was very informed about them as planet Namek had been visited by such a group a long time ago. Well, shit. How did the wayfinder appear around the sun? Jiang Fei pointed to the screen and asked. It did not matter how they appeared in the solar system, because the biggest problem was how he was going to protect Earth from such bandits. If they were as terrible as 0541 said they were, Earth would be completely defenseless. Even with Braveheart at his command, he wouldn't be able to do much when it had taken an entire planet of advanced species to stop them. I do not know. However, based on what I already know, Valsaurians would never set their eyes on the solar system. There is nothing on Earth, or even the entire solar system, that is worth looting. 0541 explained. Really? Nothing at all? Jiang Fei snorted. Captain, do you want them to loot Earth of its people and resources? Well, no. But we should be considered as savages in the eyes of other advanced alien species out there. I cannot figure out why they would appear here. Do you have any contingency plans for this? Jiang Fei asked. 0541 paused for a while before delivering the bad news. I have one, but it requires you to gather your family and close friends. Bring them into Braveheart, and we could evacuate to any other star system to live. Earth is done for. Are you for real? The last thing he had expected to hear from 0541 was the notion of running away. I am. Nevertheless, I understand this is against your nature. It's really the last resort against the Valsaurians. The first wave should be bearable. Against this primitive planet, they would only dispatch a small unit, said 0541. Out of everyone in the world, 0541 was one who understood Jiang Fei best. He knew that Jiang Fei would never abandon Earth without first giving his all. What's the probability of me protecting Earth, not including the core of will,
The success rate of defending against the first wave of attack is above 80%. The second wave of attack, however, will be no higher than 0.0001%. Ugh. How is that even? Might as well fight the first wave. Running without a fight wouldn't make sense.
Jiang Fei barked. Chapter 1259, Incoming.
Alright then.
0541 replied. From his point of view, running away now would be the most sensible thing to do. But as he was as evolved as he was, 0541 understood the way Jiang Fei did things. Humans weren't like robots and programs that would calculate the logic of every move and pick the best ones. No. Humans would, at every turn, be affected by their emotions or their gut feeling.
Comment.
Although 0541 was not too evolved to understand the concept of bravery, there were deeds found in human records where heroes would sacrifice themselves in order to protect the mass. Even so, he was still able to recognize selflessness and not deny its existence despite not being able to do it himself. Again, like always, 0541 had misunderstood Jiang Fei's real motive. Even though Jiang Fei was putting himself at the front lines, he was only doing so because he knew he could. It was all still within his capabilities. It would be entirely different if he were told to sacrifice himself in an act to protect Earth. Jiang Fei would never do that. He would try his best to think of a way, like he always did. Jiang Fei's plan was as such. After taking down the first wave of attack, he would attempt to determine the strength of the enemy of the second wave. If he had restored the power of the 10th dimension, he would fight them until the end. But if the core of will was still out of juice, he would pack his things and bring along a few of his friends and family to run away. That was the absolute last option. Jiang Fei prepared himself mentally, and while doing due, 0541 got ready to welcome the Valsaurians' first wave. He had the Valsaurians' Wayfinder under observation at all times. Jiang Fei did not want to rattle the cage too early, as he needed more time to prepare. Before the core of will recovered its strength, he had absolute zero confidence in facing them. Earth was going through its longest period of peace thanks to Jiang Fei and 0541's blessings. Jiang Fei had never told anyone about the threat of the Valkyrie race. It would do him no good since it would only incite mass panic. Even if he were to publicly release everything he had about Namekian technology, it would take years before the best minds on Earth could truly understand them. As a precaution, Jiang Fei had 0541 prepare a list of people he would take with him to escape. That was, if the core of will was still unusable during the attack. He hoped that the last of humanity he brought with him would be the ember that would light a fire that would burn brighter for the future of humanity. Braveheart was a huge, 1,000-kilometer-long spaceship. He could never take every single human out there, but he could still pick out the best of the best to save the last of humanity. Once all preparations were completed, Jiang Fei took off into space. The girls were all nervous as well, especially Isabella. She was more anxious than nervous as the princess, and, dragon, in her would never allow others to step on her head. She would want to test the strength of the Valkyrie bandits that everyone had feared so much. Days passed since the ship had been out of Earth's orbit, but there was still no sightings of the Valsaurians. Based on 0541's deductions, the solar system was just too secluded. There were hardly any publicly recorded waypoints to guide anyone to this particular space. Without proper landmarks, anyone in space would have to travel from waypoint to waypoint in order to reach this random planetary system. God damn it! Are they just too free and had nothing better to do than to invade Earth?
Jiang Fei roared. Even though them taking their own sweet time would only benefit Jiang Fei more, the long waiting time was truly torturing.
Sorry, Captain. From the vantage point of other species from other planets across the universe, Earth is seen like a planet of primitive life form, the same way how humans view apes and monkeys.
0541 explained. 0541 was not sugarcoating his words. That being said, from the point of view of other advanced civilizations, Earth, even after being given advanced Namekian technology, was still in its infancy stage. Earth did not possess Valium, energy crystals generators, rare metals that were still yet to be placed in the periodic table, or any other sort of advanced resources that could exist on other planets. Besides having billions and billions of sentient intelligent life forms, the collective intelligence was nothing worth paying attention to. Having the numbers did not put Earth on the map. As explained by 0541, other advanced alien races viewed humans as how humans viewed apes and chimps. Any race that had yet to achieve the technology that made them independent from their own planet was treated as primitive. That was why 0541 said that there was nothing worth to be taken on Earth. Even if the Valsaurians eliminated the entire human population and sold Earth, It wouldn't be enough to cover their fuel cost. What 0541 and Jiang Fei did not know was that someone else had sold Earth to the Valsaurians. The one thing that Earth was currently thought to possess was the core of time. Braveheart was just the consolation prize. Days soon turned into a week. And on the 7th day, 0541 finally tracked something that was approaching the solar system.
Captain, I have detected a spacecraft on the edge of the Kuiper Belt.
0541 reported nervously. Based on his own analysis, the first wave should be easy to deal with. But who could predict what the Ravagers would do?
How long more until they reach Earth?
Jiang Fei asked.
Based on their speed and trajectory, I'd say about 48 Earth hours.
0541 answered. The solar system, as viewed from other races of the universe, was located at the far edge of the known universe. Little else was known about its existence. Hence, they had to proceed cautiously. They would not want to speedily zoom across the solar system, as the Kuiper Belt as well as the space between Mars and Jupiter were riddled with asteroids.
Good. I have a little time left,
said Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei dared not fight anywhere near Earth, given the sheer battle between spaceships, as he recalled from movies. A random stray projectile could devastate a city if he was not careful.
0541. Help me pick a suitable battleground. Anywhere far from Earth that is good for an ambush. Very well.
0541 replied and quickly came up with a suitable location. Ceres, the dwarf planet. Ceres was considered a dwarf planet as it was too large to be considered an asteroid and was orbiting the sun in a stable orbit. The terrain was extremely complicated and any oncoming invaders had to slow down in order to avoid colliding with the asteroids. If Braveheart was positioned well, Jiang Fei might even able to eliminate the enemy with a single blast of the ship's hyper-mega particle beam cannon. Ceres was only about 1,000 kilometers in diameter, making it a suitable place for Braveheart to hide behind it. Although the ship was 1,000 kilometers in length, it was about 200 kilometers in width. Hiding behind Ceres would be strategic as it provided cover for an ambush. A few moments later, Jiang Fei called the other girls to join him. He dared not bet everything on Braveheart's weaponry, as there might still be a chance for a melee combat, going up against the strongest band of bandits in the entire universe. Jiang Fei could only hope that Braveheart's cannons would be sufficient to destroy them. If not, he would have to fight them physically. When everything was set, the ship ignited its rear thruster at full blast and sailed through the solar system toward Ceres. It took only a few hours to get from high Earth orbit to Ceres. Once he had positioned Braveheart behind Ceres' shadow, 0541 turned off its engine and radar system. The only thing that was working for the ship now was the life support system in the bridge. Everything else that could and would generate signals, both heat and electrical, had been shut down. Translator note. Wayfinder, based on what I read. Wayfinder works like a scouting drone to open a path without first exploring it. The Wayfinder would then become a beacon to guide spaceships more accurately. Waypoint. It is not explained properly, but I guess it works like public landmarks in the real world. Google X and AV. A space navigation system which NASA thought of developing. It uses ping signals, projected X-rays spinning around the rotating star like a lighthouse, from pulsar, pulsating neutron stars, and record their unique ping as a waypoint to navigate through the void of space. Chapter 1260. Are you talking about me? The silence before the storm was always the calmest. Ironically, Jiang Fei could not rest his nervous self in the vast emptiness of space. Braveheart was now under a cloaking blanket, and all the engines and radar systems had been deactivated. With no absolutely zero support from the huge battleship, 0541 could only observe his surroundings with a light detection system.
0541. Are they here yet?
Jiang Fei asked nervously. This encounter, or rather, clash with another alien space race was a first for him. Technically second, if he were to include the Namekian race. Under the veil of his nervousness, there was a hint of anxiety as well as curiosity. He, for all he knew, was representing all of humanity, or the Terran race. There was a sense of elevation as well as an overwhelming sense of exposure. Finally, humanity was about to be introduced to the galactic space race.
Captain, calm yourself.
0541 tried to relieve his stress a little.
Asking me to calm myself right now isn't going to help.
Besides the constant blinking of stars and faraway galaxies, the void of space presented no changes. From where he stood, he could see zooming asteroids across the skies of Ceres. Without them, Jiang Fei could not have gauged the amount of time they had spent on the dwarf planet. Perhaps it was an hour, or perhaps a day. For all he knew, he had just lost the concept of time. The eerie silence of space was both magnificent and terrifying. Looking back to Earth from the asteroid belt, he felt a strong overview effect affecting his judgment. Earth was so small, so fragile, compared to the vastness of space. Who's to say that there weren't any future threats hurling toward the planet now?
Captain!
Look! 0543 blared out suddenly. His calls literally made Jiang Fei, who was calm for only a few minutes, skipped a heartbeat.
What? Are they here?
He quickly headed over to the nearest monitor. Two small gold-colored dots were highlighted over the blackness of space. The gold dots represented the color scheme of the ship that 0541 was tracking. Not far from where the ship was cruising was a larger blue-colored crystal, glowing like a light bulb, guiding the ship.
That's a wayfinder,
said Jiang Fei as he recognized the crystal. It was the same thing he saw when 0541 discovered the advent of the Valkyrie.
Keen observation. Captain, the enemy ship is approaching now,
0541 added. A wayfinder functioned the same as scout drones. Compared to Earth's drones, alien races across the universe use these simple crystal constructs to discover the universe. They are comparatively cheaper and easier to build. The Valkyries had deployed so many of them to locate and signal the main fleet if they detected valuable treasures. Besides exploring, they were also used as guidance. Hence the name, Wayfinder. They were to be deployed into uncharted quadrant of space. As the Wayfinder approached them, Jiang Fei could hear the faint, beeping like signal that the Wayfinder was emitting. The wave was able to even travel across the near vacuum state of space.
We wouldn't be spotted, right?
Jiang Fei asked.
No. I have already activated the cloaking system. While it wouldn't escape close encounters, that Wayfinder would never detect our presence,
said 0541 confidently. As the beeping continued, the Wayfinder, guiding the small spaceship, cruised across the asteroid belt and toward the orbit of Mars. Earth would be next.
Let's get ready. I am eager to set things on fire,
Jiang Fei muttered. The Wayfinder had already passed Braveheart, and soon the Valkyrie's ship.
Prepare to charge the main cannon,
Jiang Fei ordered. Even though shouting in Braveheart could never be detected by someone else across the distance. Moreover, outside the ship, Jiang Fei couldn't help lowering his voice.
Engines ready. Cannons will be charged on your command. Captain!
0541 replied. As a precaution, 0541 had disabled all machines in the ship that generated heat and energy. The cannons and all weapon systems were offline until just now. The traditional radar systems were all turned off, except for the light differentiation radar system, which detected moving objects in space by measuring light intensity and movement. It was an older and more primitive means of detection, but when compared to other detection systems, the LDR system would not alert others to your presence. Just then, the LDR monitor reported movements. The golden light, that was the ship of the Valkyrie, beeped faster and faster. In no time, Jiang Fei himself could see the silhouette of the ship.
The heck? Is that it?
Said Jiang Fei with a hint of disappointment and condescension. The Valkyrie ship was not big. It was so small that calling it a stowaway rescue pod wouldn't be wrong. 0541 kept quiet. At this point, even 0541 was evolved enough to experience emotion. Concurrently, he was a little embarrassed. He had been feeding Jiang Fei information that he too had expected to see a bigger
ship. It would seem that the Valkyrie had not set its eyes on Earth. That's not a warship but a small one-man spacecraft. You don't say. What are they thinking?
Jiang Fei snapped. All this time, he had been a nervous wreck, waiting for so long, just to see a tiny one-man ship. It's not even a proper invasion. Oh wait, it was an invasion. Alright, an invasion of privacy. That's if entering Mars orbit was considered to be a violation of privacy.
0541. Charge the cannons and blast that thing into oblivion.
Jiang Fei felt humiliated. He had spent so much effort in preparing for the invasion of the Valkyrie. In the end, they had only sent in a civilian-class one-man spacecraft. And not even attack.
Captain!
0541 chimed in, sharing the same feeling as Jiang Fei. The Earth might not reach the point of ascension where they could leave their home planet and join the galactic space race. But there were still Jiang Fei and Braveheart as the symbol of advancement. Sending in one tiny ship was but a slap to the face. There was no need to charge as 0541 had only used an auxiliary cannon to squirt a tiny beam of low-compression particle beam. Those were meant to blast off small asteroids and other smaller objects that would hit the side of the ship. The spacecraft exploded like a mosquito by a palm. That was only a civilian-class ship. It would not have any auto-evasion systems on board. As such, in the face of a battlecruiser-class ship, it was nothing but trash.
Just like that.
Even though 0541 had explained that the first wave of attack would always be the easiest, he had never thought that it would be this easy.
It's never that easy,
said 0541.
Well, how do you explain that?
Before 0541 could explain, he picked up a disturbance in spacetime around the ship.
Oh no!
0541 gasped.
Warning! Shield integrity compromised. Captain! He's here!
Cried 0541. 0541 quickly placed everything he picked up on the screen, amongst the debris that scattered around. The optical camera had managed to capture the image of the Valkyrie. The creature had an appearance that was hard to describe to someone without showing them the picture itself. It was humanoid. At the very least. In a certain point of view, Jiang Fei had actually thought it was cute. He had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, humanoid features. Generally speaking, his skin was pink in color and was rough on the surface. Instead of 5, he had 3 fingers that were thick and without a thumb. Its facial features were very much like a human's, but was hairless. And much like the carapace of an insect. It had a clean, smooth facial skin.
That's a Valkyrie?
Jiang Fei asked.
Indeed. An average one in fact.
0541 said. Jiang Fei had only turned away for a second, and when he returned to the LDR monitor, the Valkyrie was missing.
Where did he go?
Jiang Fei asked.
The ship! Captain! He's inside the ship!
0541 blared. It would be fine if the ship's shield was taking damage, but instead, it had been compromised. Judging from its readings, the shield was working as intended, but it had failed in stopping the Valkyrian from entering the ship.
How the F***CK? Screw it! I'll chase him off myself!
Jiang Fei snarled. He turned to the girls and roared.
Prepare to welcome the guest! Huh? Guest? Are you talking about me?
Said the Valkyrian as he appeared right in the center of the bridge. Jiang Fei was completely taken by surprise. The thing was an alien. Nothing could be more clear than its appearance. But its speech, the way it spoke Mandarin, was flawless. As if it was raised in the official court. Chapter 1261, He's a lackey. You say?
What the? How?
Jiang Fei gasped. He immediately regretted his decision to ask, as the alien was an enemy. Why would it tell him the truth? But lo and behold, it did. Right after it had a good laugh about it.
Ha 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 ha! Are you really asking that? It's been a while since I've heard humor on that level. Did you really think it was hard to get through such a useless barrier?
Said the Valkyrian.
Here I am, thinking why a primitive planet life form would attack me. That's when I realized the ship. You have managed to buy yourself a ship that's tens of thousands of years old. Might I say that you got ripped off bad? The ship is so old that its technology is way behind by millenniums. Darling, let's not waste our breath on him. We need to beat him up and question him.
Bella roared. She had never been the patient one.
0541. Send him away right now.
For once, Jiang Fei wholeheartedly agreed with Isabella. However, if he wanted to fight the alien, he would have to have it anywhere else but inside Braveheart. It would be troubling if the fight were to destroy the ship. 3 flashes of light beamed in. Isabella, Sylphie, and the Valkyrian were teleported onto Ceres. The 1,000 kilometers in diameter dwarf planet was the best place to throw down. Even without breathable air and suitable atmospheric pressure, any level 5 metahuman could move about freely without any hindrance for a short period of time. 0541 had only sent Isabella and Sylphie to deal with the alien for a reason. If the alien was able to enter the ship easily once, he would be able to do it again. To ensure Jiang Fei's safety, he would require both Nina and Ariel to stay with him.
0541. Explain what the alien said about the ship.
Jiang Fei roared at 0541 when the alien was out of earshot. He had always remembered 0541, Braveheart, and Namekians as the #1 space race in the entire universe. To be fair, everything he knew about Namek came from 0541.
Well,
0541 choked up when Jiang Fei hit the bullseye. He had to admit that he had been a little over the top when he was talking about Namek.
Well, explain.
Jiang Fei pressured on.
Namek used to be Class 1 planet, but as you know, it was swallowed by a black hole more than 10,000 years ago. Even though Braveheart was the accumulation of all scientific discoveries at that time, it was 10,000 years ago. Now, it might be reasonable for it to be obsolete.
0541 awkwardly confessed.
I don't know if I should choke you or slap you in the face. Consider yourself fortunate for not having a physical body, or you'll be making this easier than it already is,
said Jiang Fei. He then understood why 0541 would blatantly state that he would never be able to survive the second wave of attack. Jiang Fei, Braveheart, 0541, and Planet Namek were just the same as any other primitive planet life forms. Class 1 planet? Jiang Fei was incredibly fortunate since the Valsaurian had underestimated Earth greatly, that they only sent a single scout agent to investigate it. That was why Jiang Fei had been able to easily attack and destroy the one-man ship, and let only Isabella and Sylphie to fight the Valsaurian.
*CK it. I'll catch up with the rest of the universe sooner or later. Let's pay attention to that Valsaurian first,
said Jiang Fei, disappointed. Based on its posture and fighting stance, Jiang Fei determined that Isabella was far stronger than it. On Ceres, the Valsaurian was greeting the two girls with proper manners. Instead of speaking, it was communicating via telepathy.
My name is Balsris. I am the squad leader of the 9th Squad of the 7th Platoon, 13th Division of the 7th Fleet. Pleased to make your acquaintance. All I heard was Balsris. The rest is just irrelevant,
Bella told Sylphie.
Doesn't matter. He's just a small fry,
Sylphie barked.
Should we go in together?
Bella arched an eyebrow.
No need. I'll finish him in just 3 moves,
Sylphie snorted.
Don't be reckless.
Even though Bella and Sylphie were always like water to oil, they were not too immature to let that get the better of them. Not when there was an actual alien species attacking.
Please, you don't have to be that condescending. If he's still alive after a single move, he's all yours,
Sylphie snarled. Instead of taking Bella's words as advice, she took it as an insult and got angry.
Ho ho ho. Such a discord. No wonder you're all still a lower-class planet species. Ignorance and impudence do go hand in hand after all,
said Balsris.
Shut up and die,
Sylphie roared as she dashed toward his left flank. As she sped up, she left several afterimages behind as she slowly faded out of view. The reason behind her arrogance was her affinity as an assassin and the weapon she was wielding, the Valium-infused daggers. As long as she made contact, the enemy would be gravely injured.
Humph. How impudent,
Balsris huffed. Instead of following Sylphie's afterimages, he turned around on the same spot and thrust his hands in the air. A black smog appeared out of the blue and with a powerful drag. Sylphie was violently dragged out of her stealth via a chokehold to the neck. With utter shock, Sylphie's eyes reflected her disbelief as she struggled to free herself from the vice-like grip of the alien. That was the first time she had performed a move in front of him, yet he knew her every move and even managed to catch her in a single turn.
How weak. Your beauty, albeit unprecedented, does not match your power as you're of a lower being,
said Balsris. His voice changed in tone, from that of a gentleman to a beast full of killing intent.
You dare!
Bella roared frantically as she charged forward with so much force that the ground beneath her cracked at every step. She threw a powerful punch, packed with enough energy to demolish a mountain on Earth, toward Balsris' carapace-like face.
Humph!
Balsris grunted as he hurled Sylphie away like a ragdoll and caught Isabella's fist with his own. The impact of the force was clearly strong, yet it failed to even make Balsris budge an inch from where he stood.
Oh my! This little one is very much stronger,
Balsris smiled. Isabella's brute force was one to be reckoned with, but it was still not enough to amuse Balsris.
You'll pay for your arrogance,
Bella snapped. A dark aura emerged from her body and condensed onto her hands as claws and her body as dragon scales. With the power of the core of life channeling through her body with her domain ability, the girl's combat power rose rapidly. The raw power around her was so strong that it crackled with black thunder.
I see. The core of life. This is getting interesting,
Balsris snorted as he laughed. Even so, he got serious as he got into a proper fighting stance to face an opponent with the core of life inside her. Even as a Valsaurian, he had to focus and pay attention, lest he paid for his arrogance.
How is he a lackey?
Jiang Fei cried out panicky. Bella, if not the strongest, was at least one of the top 3 most powerful beings on Earth. Yet, a lowly squad captain was able to match her strength so easily. Just how powerful were the Valsaurians? Chapter 1262, Pulling Punches.
Well, they are naturally strong,
0541 answered awkwardly, like a dog looking all guilty and sad.
Strong? That's almost Superman's level. Just how are their level 5s like?
Jiang Fei gasped.
Well, to put it mildly, it's around there. But their numbers. Earth is but one planet. There are an uncountable number of planets out there hosting numerous powerful individuals,
0541 explained. What 0541 failed to explain was that although they might be in the same category, their combat powers would be heaven and earth when compared to earthly level 5 metahumans. Bella might be strong enough to completely dominate any other level 5. But there were those of different species even that could fight her toe-to-toe. It was the same as the Valsaurians. Even though no one in their species had broken through the realm of level 6. They were still colossally strong, that deeming them as level 6s wouldn't be wrong.
Confound it. After this fight, we might have to leave Earth.
Jiang Fei huffed and puffed, disappointed. Before the fight began, before he had actually witnessed the might of a lowly Valsaurian squad captain, Jiang Fei had thought that they could defeat every one of them with the power of the core of will. Right now, he could at most defeat the strongest Valsaurian with the power of the 10th dimension. But what of the rest? Just how many were there? What Jiang Fei understood from 0541's words was, the strongest level 5 fighter of the Valsaurian might have a power reading exceeding everyone else by the tens of millions. But even if he could defeat the strongest foe, after using up the power of the core of will, there would still be more opponents coming after him. Earth would still be destroyed.
Just sort of game I am playing now. What kind of nightmare mode is this? Just when I thought I have cleared the game, I've only scratched the tutorial. I'm done. I'm so done with this.
Jiang Fei sighed. Even though he meant well, genuinely concerned about the well-being of Earth and all of its occupants, Jiang Fei was still weak in the cosmic scale of things. Alas, the best move was to just escape with a handful of others. While Jiang Fei was gravely saddened by recent events, Balsarus and Isabella were still going all out at each other. Sylphie was knocked to the side, officially defeated. Isabella, constantly feeding on the core of life, was fighting with Balsarus with everything she's got. The two fighters' power level was nothing Jiang Fei had ever seen, and for Sylphie, she could only stay out of their way, not wanting to be a bother to Isabella.
How is the battle going?
Jiang Fei asked as he stared at Ceres from a safe orbit distance. Massive pulses of energy could be seen exploding from the surface of Ceres. That was merely the excess energy that got sent out into space as the two clashed with each other. At this moment, Jiang Fei's eyes could only pick up the damage they were causing to Ceres. Their speed, their movements, were too much for a level 4 to witness and understand.
They are still going at it. Can Bella win this?
Jiang Fei asked, curious. The power of that Valsaurian was completely miscalculated.
She could. At the very least, she could never be defeated.
0541 explained confidently.
What does that mean? It means she could never be defeated by her enemy. Balsarus might be a Valsaurian, but he is currently relying on his own power, whereas Isabella has a bottomless source of power she could draw from to sustain her. With time, Balsarus would exhaust his own power, and when that happens, Isabella could defeat him easily. If she hadn't already. King H.L.
Jiang Fei was not convinced. He was somewhat relieved, but he understood clearly what 0541 implied. Isabella was currently Jiang Fei's strongest fighter in his faction, and even so, she would have to rely on wearing out her enemy to defeat him. And that was just a squad captain. What about other strongest opponents? What then? It only made sense now. If they weren't strong to begin with, they would have been eliminated or exterminated completely while going through so many worlds to rob them. As time passed, Jiang Fei's worries became boredom. According to 0541's logs, the fight between Isabella and Balsarus was entering the 6th solar period. A total of 144 hours and counting. Even after so long, there was no clear winner. Sylphie had already been teleported back to Braveheart at the first hour of the fight, as she could not be useful then. At the 145th hour, the fight started to show results. Isabella's moves had slowly transitioned toward offense. After so long, Isabella was not showing any signs of fatigue, while Balsarus was out of breath.
Bastard! Too careless!
Balsarus cursed himself. He was able to fully suppress all of Isabella's attacks, yet every time an opportunity revealed itself, Isabella would make a dramatic comeback. For every wound that he had inflicted on her, Isabella would appear to be unscathed in the next second. Before he could even react properly, Isabella would have had started to make her move. By the time Balsarus tried to defend himself, Isabella was finally able to plant her fist deep into Balsarus' hardened skull. At this point, knowing fully well that he was out of power, out of moves, and out of energy, he could not escape her anymore.
It's time. 0541. Seal the spacetime node around Ceres. Do not let that thing escape.
Jiang Fei ordered. He knew how the battle would proceed from there, and he would try his best to escape.
Captain.
0541 acknowledged his words. Braveheart might be tens of thousands of years obsolete, but it still had the best technology of its time. Preventing a level 5 fighter from teleporting away was nothing but a small feat.
Damn it! Damn it all!
Balsarus panicked. He had dug his own grave and realized there was no way out. By the 168th hour, Balsarus was defeated. At this point, his only concern was surviving, taking every other hit, and only blocking lethal strikes from Isabella. Even so, taking normal hits from Isabella was not a good idea. Accumulated damages could be seen all over his body. There were bleeding bruises all over him. His left shoulder was bent in the wrong way. His right arm was not lifting. And he had even lost an eyeball.
Inform Bella to capture him alive. I need to ask him a few questions.
Jiang Fei ordered 0541. In the next instance, 0541 relayed Jiang Fei's message with a telepathic beam. A few hours after, Isabella returned to the ship, carrying a defeated Balsarus over her tiny shoulders. Right now, Balsarus was conscious, but he was too overwhelmed by pain and fatigue to make any snappy comments.
Ugh! Bella, you really let yourself go there.
Jiang Fei gasped after he had examined Balsarus' condition.
Are you telling me to pull my punches? When there's a powerful enough opponent for me to go all out?
Isabella winked and spouted.
Her. Rest. You deserve it.
Jiang Fei pulled Isabella close to him and patted her head.
Think of a way to preserve the alien's life. I still need him conscious enough to answer my questions.
Jiang Fei ordered after Isabella had left the room. He had questions about the universe and its current state, but he did not want Balsarus to recover his strength to fight. The alien had proven itself to be strong. If anything, he could even tear the ship apart with his bare hands. Chapter 1263, Powerful and Conceited.
Captain, you're worrying about the wrong thing. This guy doesn't need any treatment at all. In fact, we need to continue suppressing him.
0541 said.
We don't have to treat him? Isn't he close to dying?
Jiang Fei was taken aback by 0541's words.
Captain, there's something you need to know. The Valsaurian body is very special. As long as he's still alive, he can heal up very quickly, even though he's heavily injured now. I'll be able to move around in less than 2 hours. Within a day, I'll already be brimming with energy.
0541 said.
What the? He regenerates faster than a lizard.
Jiang Fei lowered his head and looked at Balsarus again. Almost all of his bodily wounds had healed, although his arm was twisted. Upon careful inspection, Jiang Fei could see that his tissues and bones were constantly moving. His amazing recovery speed was simply staggering.
Deal with it quickly. Then,
Jiang Fei could now truly understand why the Valsaurians were known as fighters. They were born to fight, and their physical qualities were far superior to that of other races.
Please wait.
After obtaining Jiang Fei's approval, 0541 immediately started working on it. A platform rose from the ground. Following that, a medical bay was transferred onto the platform. 0541, controlling a robotic arm, placed Balsarus into the medical bay. Then, dozens of syringes pierced his body.
0541, what are you going to inject him with?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Before I inject him with anything, I need to draw his blood as it's extremely precious. Captain, if you can, try to keep him alive. Rearing a Valsaurian will be of great benefit to you.
0541 said.
I should rear him.
Jiang Fei froze. However, this reminded him of the alien beast that he reared in Japan previously. That alien beast had provided a lot of resources that aided Jiang Fei's development. Its flesh was used to create power potions, which was a stepping stone to Jiang Fei's domination.
Yes, Valsaurian blood is an extremely rare resource in the universe. Although it's not as precious as the core of energy, it's as valuable as Valium. However, the Valsaurians are too powerful, so very few are capable enough to capture them alive.
0541 laughed. Jiang Fei was in luck as Balsarus' ego had lost him the chance to escape.
Okay, I'll leave it to you. Then, what can I do with his blood?
Jiang Fei first approved 0541's proposal to hold Balsarus captive, then asked curiously,
Hee, Captain, you're in luck. Valsaurians have very powerful genes. We can use their genes to make strong genetic potions.
0541 said.
Genetic potions? Will these potions modify the genes of other races so that they can also obtain such amazing regeneration abilities?
Jiang Fei guessed. If that was really the case, he was definitely in luck.
Not necessarily. The role of genetic potions is not to forcibly modify genes. We stopped using such low-level genetic technology long ago. Forcibly modifying the genes of an organism can easily cause a chain reaction. If the potions worked like that, those who drink it would experience a change in their genes and eventually turn into monsters. You don't want that. Right.
0541 replied.
Of course not. The potions are supposed to help us become stronger. What's the point if we'll turn into monsters?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was planning to use the genetic potions for himself and the girls around him. If it would make them turn into monsters, they would not dare to drink it.
This genetic potion stimulates the drinker's genes and potential, enhancing their strength. So, the effect varies from person to person.
0541 explained.
Why do we have to use Valkyrie genes? Then,
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
As their genes are very powerful, there will be effective stimulation, which will fully boost the drinker's potential. If normal genes are used to make these genetic potions, the effects may be less than ideal. Moreover, after you drink it, your body will develop a kind of resistance toward it. Even if you use stronger genes in the future, it'll be useless.
0541 explained.
I see.
Jiang Fei understood what 0541 meant. Genetic potions could only be used once. If it was weak, it would be a waste as stronger ones would no longer have any effect in the future. So, if he wanted to drink a genetic potion, he had to make sure it was made out of strong genes. While they talked, 0541 had finished extracting Balsar's blood. 0541 was cruel enough to draw almost all of his blood, nearly killing him. If the Valsaurians did not have strong vitality, Balsar's would have died. After that, 0541 injected some medicine into Balsar's body. This medicine would not help him heal. Instead, it was poisonous. Its core component was a small amount of Valium. Once injected into his body, it would continuously burn his body tissues and energy, suppressing his regeneration abilities.
When will he wake up?
Jiang Fei asked. He needed some information from Balsarus.
Captain, this Valsaurian has always been awake. As long as they aren't dead, they're always awake. You just need to put his chin back in place. Then I'll be able to talk.
0541 answered. Balsarus had been keeping silent because Bella had dislocated his chin during the battle just now. Jiang Fei nodded at Sylphie, and she stepped forward to adjust Balsarus' jaw.
Since you've always been awake, I'm sure you're aware of your current situation. I don't need to threaten you anymore. Right.
Jiang Fei sneered.
Ha! Just ask me anything you want to know. We Valsaurians have nothing to hide.
Balsarus was very bold, but what he said was somewhat embarrassing. His bold tone would be admirable if he was saying something on the brink of death. But in such a situation, it was just amusing.
Captain, the Valsaurians are very arrogant. To them, it doesn't matter if they tell you about their plans. When the second wave of attack comes, you can't change your fate of being plundered even if you set up an ambush.
0541 explained. As the most daunting bandit race in the universe, the Valsaurians did not have to use tricks or plan strategically. They were blindly confident in their own strength. The Valkyrie race firmly believed that no other race could resist their iron fists. In the face of absolute strength, any preparation or strategies whatsoever were insignificant. Chapter 1264, The Root Cause of the Disaster.
Why did you guys come to the solar system?
Since it was easy to interrogate a Valsaurian, Jiang Fei did not beat around the bush.
You Terrans really live under a rock. Don't you know what we Valsaurians do? We're here to rob. Of course.
Although Balsarus was answering Jiang Fei's questions truthfully, he was being very arrogant. Obviously, he was sharing information willingly, and not because he feared death.
Huh?
Jiang Fei sneered. He did not want to waste time getting mad at this crazy guy. Instead, he continued,
What are you guys trying to get from Earth? Earth? Who said our target is the Earth? We're not interested in that primitive planet. Well, just destroy it later. Our target is the core of time. Of course, this old ship of yours is also worth a ton if sold to the museum.
Balsarus laughed.
The core of time? How did you know that they exist in the solar system?
Jiang Fei was shocked. There were only a few of them in the entire Milky Way. It was not normal for the Valsaurians to exactly know that there was a core of time here.
2 idiotic Terrans told us about it. They actually want to join the Valsaurians. Can you believe that? They're out of their minds. After we get what we want, we'll surely sell them to the zoo exhibition.
Balsarus laughed again.
Terrans?
Jiang Fei was surprised, considering the level of technology on Earth. How could anyone from there possibly get in touch with the Valsaurians?
Yeah. Those 2 idiots are called Therazane and Ragnaros. Their names are so hard to pronounce. Do all Terrans have such stupid names?
Balsarus glanced at Jiang Fei.
Damn! It's them!
Jiang Fei stomped his foot. He would have never thought that the reason the Valsaurians were coming here was because of him. Previously, Akatsiris killed Neptulon and obtained the Core of Time. But she did not kill Braveheart's remaining 2 crew members. This was probably because Akatsiris could not bear to kill them, as she felt that they were the last Namekians left other than her. Or there might have been some other reason. Anyway, Akatsiris had decided to exile them. They were teleported a far distance of 500 million light-years away. Everyone thought that the 2 of them would die. However, not only did they survive, but they also encountered the Valsaurians, the most brutal race in the universe. In order to live, Therazane and Ragnaros had to pay a certain price to the Valsaurians. The brutal bandits were not charitable. However, Therazane and Ragnaros had been exiled. They had nothing with them. So what could they give to the Valsaurians in exchange for their lives? They could only share some valuable information about the Core of Time. The Core of Time was an invaluable treasure in the entire universe. So, the Valsaurians were naturally very interested. After they received the information, they had to get it. However, the solar system was too far away. It was almost in the middle of nowhere. So the Valsaurians did not carry out a large-scale invasion. They only sent a small soldier to get the Core of Time.
When will the second wave of attacks arrive?
This was Jiang Fei's biggest concern.
How am I supposed to know? But if I don't return after more than 3 days, they'll probably send a second echelon to attack.
Balsarus replied.
3 days?
Jiang Fei gasped. It took Bella 7 days to defeat Balsarus. And Balsarus probably spent a few days to get here. Was the second wave of attacks coming soon then?
Captain, don't worry. He's talking in Valkyrie time. If converted to Earth time, it'll take them about 3 months.
0541 said.
So, how long did you take to get here?
Jiang Fei asked.
As there were no space beacons on my way here, it took me slightly longer. About a day and a half.
Balsarus did not hide anything.
I see.
Jiang Fei started calculating in his mind. A day and a half to Balsarus should be equivalent to 1.5 months on Earth. Since Bella and Balsarus fought for a week, there should still be about a month to 40 days left before the second wave of attack came. Since the second wave of Valsaurians would be able to teleport directly based on the space beacons that Balsarus had placed, they would reach the periphery of the solar system much faster. So, realistically, Jiang Fei only had 1 month left.
0541. When will your genetic potions be ready?
Jiang Fei asked after he signaled 0541 to put Balsarus away.
As the recipe is in the database, it can be completed at any time,
answered 0541.
How long for it to take effect?
When he heard that the potions were as good as ready, Jiang Fei had an idea. Since the use of genetic potions could stimulate one's potential, the strength of Jiang Fei and the others would greatly improve. This meant that they would be able to fight with the Valsaurians again. Right? After interrogating Balsarus, Jiang Fei realized that the Valsaurians were even more brutal than he had imagined. Even though there was nothing on Earth that they wanted, they still wanted to destroy the planet. Obviously, killing had been carved into the bones of these villains.
I'm sorry, Captain. I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, you won't be able to become strong enough through the genetic potion before the Valsaurians arrive.
0541 said helplessly.
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei frowned. Previously, all the potions that 0541 gave him took effect immediately. After he drank them, his strength soared. If he understood 0541 correctly, even as long as a month's time was not enough for the genetic potion to take effect.
Captain, genetic potions are different from other potions. It cannot be administered in large doses at once. Otherwise, human genes will easily be attacked and destroyed by the powerful Valsaurian genes. So, a small dose must be administered repeatedly and gradually to slowly stimulate the drinker's genes. Hence, it will take about 3 months to complete.
0541 explained.
3 months? Isn't that way too long?
Jiang Fei was quite disappointed. Although he was ready to give up on Earth, he could not accept it if the Valsaurians destroyed his home.
Also, even if you and the girls use the genetic potions to maximize your potentials, I have to tell you with utmost regret that all of you will still be no match for the Valsaurians.
0541 was not exaggerating at all. The Valsaurians had been stomping around the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. Many intelligent races hated them, but they were still arrogantly running around robbing things. Moreover, countless other races that hated them to the core had been annihilated. So many intelligent races had lost to the Valsaurians. Thus, even if the girls around Jiang Fei had godly strength, They probably could not defeat the most combative oppressive race in the universe. Chapter 1265. Planning for the worst.
Damn it!
Jiang Fei sighed helplessly. He got excited when he heard that 0541 could make the potions immediately. However, after thinking about it, he realized that what 0541 said was true. There were countless planets stronger than Earth in the universe, but none of them had been able to stop the Valsaurians. It was foolish of him to think that he would be able to destroy them with his little amount of strength.
Captain, what should we do next?
Considering what 0541 had said, Jiang Fei's best available option now was to pack up and run. Although he would not be able to save the Earth from the Valsaurians, him managing to catch Balsarus alive was already beneficial to him. As long as he fled before the second wave of attacks arrived, he would not suffer any losses even if Earth gets destroyed.
For now, let's just plan for the worst.
Jiang Fei sighed. He ordered 0541 to prepare the genetic potions and give it to the girls. At the same time, he told 0541 to contact the leaders of the nations on Earth. He wanted these leaders to gather the elites of their nations and let him transfer them onto Braveheart. If Jiang Fei could not come up with a strategy to stop the Valsaurians before they arrived in the solar system, then all he could do was preserve the last of humanity's precious seeds. In addition to the elites among ordinary humans, Jiang Fei was also planning to take the people in the martial art alliance with him. After all, these metahumans were somewhat more valuable than ordinary humans. After all, Jiang Fei had Braveheart's technology. The scientific and technological civilization on Earth was not as important when compared to that. As long as there were still humans, it would not be difficult to develop a civilization more brilliant than the one on Earth. However, the martial artists and their bodily system that could be cultivated were different. Even though metahumans could be created quickly through Namekian technology, these created metahumans were not as strong in combat as martial artists of the same level. After all, the martial artists had been training and polishing their combat skills for the longest time. Although the biohumans produced through Namekian technology had the same energy level as high-leveled warriors, they did not have martial arts skills that had been refined to perfection. As for the remaining metahumans other than the martial artists, Jiang Fei had a simple idea. If they were willing to come with him, he would accept them. If they did not want to, he would never force them. In fact, other than the martial artists, there were very few metahumans left on Earth. Previously, when Jiang Fei returned to Earth, the mutants and the metahumans in the European Vatican had colluded with the unknowns to attack China. This had sparked his anger, so he started bombing and destroying, almost wiping out the entire army. Only a few managed to escape. A few hours later, Braveheart arrived at the moon base again and Jiang Fei teleported back to Earth. As the base was right next to the Snow Mountain sect, it was not difficult for him to meet the martial art alliance.
Mr. Jiang, you're here. Please come inside.
When the disciple guarding the gate saw Jiang Fei, he did not report. Instead, he directly led Jiang Fei up the mountain, while another disciple ran to the top. Soon, Bai Wanli and a group of Snow Mountain sect elders came to greet him. But it was just ceremonious. Now, the one from Snow Mountain sect that communicated directly with Jiang Fei was no longer Bai Wanli but Bai Shiren. After a short exchange, Bai Xin's laughter rang outside the living room.
Ha! Younger brother Jiang, you're here. Thank you for your help previously. If it weren't for you, my base would have been destroyed by those idiots. Don't mention it. We're all from China. We're supposed to help each other.
Jiang Fei first replied by Shiren courteously. However, he did not have much time, so he did not want to beat around the bush anymore.
Elder Bai, I have something to discuss with you,
Jiang Fei said while he sorted out the words in his heart. After all, these warriors knew almost nothing about the universe. They probably only knew that the Earth was round. He did not know how to make them understand that an alien race was planning to destroy the planet. It was difficult to phrase.
Ha. Younger brother Jiang, you know you can tell me anything.
Right? Don't hesitate.
Bai Shiren laughed heartily.
Okay. I'll get straight to the point. Then,
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said,
I was hoping that you could lead the entire Snow Mountain sect and move to a new place.
Why?
Younger brother Jiang, do you want to take up this entire area because your current base is too small for you?
Bai Xin's face suddenly fell. To these martial artists, there were two most important things. The first was inheritance, which was about the continuation of a sect. And the second was dignity, which was even more important than their lives. The base of a martial arts sect undoubtedly brought these two important things together. Without a base, the members of the sect would be dispersed. Then, heritage would be completely out of the equation. If a martial arts sect could not keep their base, what right did they have to talk about dignity?
No. Listen.
Jiang Fei was about to wave his hand, but was interrupted by Bai Shiren.
Younger brother Jiang. It's not that I don't want to agree. You've helped me so many times. Even if you want me to immerse myself in boiling water or step on fire, I'd do it without hesitation. But the base of a sect is its foundation. So I can't agree to this.
Bai Shiren shook his head.
That's not what I meant. It'll be moving too.
Jiang Fei said anxiously.
You're moving too? Which big force is capable of making you move?
Bai Shiren was shocked. Then, he added,
could it be that your master is coming over?
No. Jiang Fei almost rolled his eyes. The fact that Zhuge Shanjin did not exist was still unknown to them. This was really beyond Jiang Fei's expectations. But he had no time to explain this to Bai Shiren now.
What's going on?
Then, Bai Shiren became even more confused. Who on earth could force someone as strong as Jiang Fei to move?
The earth is about to be destroyed. So I want you guys to follow me.
Jiang Fei simply told the truth.
Earth?
Bai Shiren was left dazed. Most of these martial artists had never stepped out of China. So, Jiang Fei's words caught him off guard.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded seriously.
You're saying that the planet we live on is about to be destroyed?
Although Bai Shiren now understood what Jiang Fei meant, he did not understand why the earth would be destroyed all of a sudden.
Yes. It's because.
Jiang Fei then told Bai Shiren the whole story about the Valsaurians. Exactly like how things unfolded.
You're saying that Bella fought one of them for 7 days?
Bai Shiren was even more dumbstruck after hearing that. He knew how strong Bella was. He even knew that he was no match for Bella at all. And he was sure that there were very few on Earth who could be. Now, he was being told that one Valsaurian was already this strong. And there were tens of thousands of them. If this was really the case, then they could bid Earth goodbye. Chapter 1266, The Price to Pay.
Yeah. That's why I'm hoping that you'll come with me.
Jiang Fei sighed and looked at Bai Shiren earnestly. He really wanted to preserve the seeds of Earth's civilization.
Younger brother Jiang. I know you're being kind. But I have to think about it.
Bai Shiren sighed. His brows furrowed. As traditional martial artists, their attachment to their sect base was beyond what Jiang Fei could imagine. So, it was difficult to make them relocate.
Okay. We still have about a month. You should discuss it with the other martial arts sections. My ship is big enough to accommodate all of you.
Jiang Fei said. Braveheart was a giant ship that was a few thousand kilometers long. He could even take 20 to 30 million people, let alone the entire martial art alliance. After returning from Snow Mountain Sect, Jiang Fei asked 0541 about the progress. Since 0541 was the one who communicated with the government of various countries regarding the popularization of civilian technology before this, Jiang Fei also allowed him to do it this time regarding the incoming alien attack.
Reporting. Captain, I have told the leaders of the countries about the Valsaurian invasion. And in order to increase the credibility, I even sent them some images of the Valsauri fleet destroying other planets.
0541 answered.
How did it turn out?
Jiang Fei asked.
The leaders can roughly be divided into 3 categories. The first category are those who are totally unbelieving. They think that we're deceiving them in order to rob them of their key talents. These countries are mainly small and medium-sized. The second category of leaders are dubious. They want more evidence, and they will not make any decision before determining whether our news is true or false. These countries are the most powerful countries on the planet. The third category of leaders believe us without a shadow of doubt. But they also made quite a lot of demands in exchange for the elites of their nations.
0541 said.
What demands?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
They asked us for more resources. To guarantee the quality of life of their elites. We even need to provide them with luxury goods in flight.
Answered 0541.
F***CK? At this point, they're still thinking about all of these?
Jiang Fei could not believe how unreasonable those bureaucrats were. It was time for them to flee. But they were still thinking about gaining privileges.
Yes. These countries are mostly governed by dictatorships. Of course, in some of these countries, dictatorship is disguised as democracy.
0541 replied.
Forget it. Let them be. I don't have extra resources to support these maggots.
Jiang Fei snorted. Then, he commanded 0541.
Invade the security networks of all the countries, and retrieve the personal data of their citizens. You're in charge of screening for those who are talented and useful. And we'll take them away directly.
After hearing 0541's report, Jiang Fei gave up on dealing with the governments of these countries. He was not going to deal with the unbelieving and doubtful countries anymore. He had no time to prove that the Valsaurians existed and also how powerful they were. As for the insatiable bureaucrats, Jiang Fei would never let them pollute his spaceship. So, Jiang Fei planned to select the talented and useful ones directly and forcibly transfer them onto Braveheart, then rush away to a safe place before the Valsaurians entered the solar system. Yes, Captain. 0541 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order. By the way, have the girls used the genetic potions? Jiang Fei asked. They've been injected with the genetic potion. Currently, their bodies are undergoing the first phase of enhancement. 0541 answered. Okay, you're fully in charge of the rest of their development. And inject me with the genetic potion too. Jiang Fei urgently needed to become stronger. Although he had planned for the worst, deep down in his heart, he still did not want to give up on Earth just like that. When he was talking to Bai Shuren, he had a thought. 0541 had concluded that he was no match for the Valsaurians. Even if the genetic potion greatly improved his strength and the strength of the girls around him, they still would not be able to defeat the Valsaurians. However, Jiang Fei had another idea. He did not need to completely defeat the Valsaurians. He only had to continuously stop their invasion and let them understand how strong he was. Once they realized that the price of attacking Jiang Fei was way higher than what they could get out of it, they would probably stop. This was what the Namekians had done previously. Although the Valsaurians would harass the Namekians, they would never fight them to the death. Even if they took over planet Namek, the benefits obtained would be far lesser than the losses and casualties caused by planet Namek's technological weapons. The Valsaurians were robbers. They were not crazy. If a robbery was going to cost more than what they would gain, they would not do it again. Additionally, Jiang Fei planned to wait for the core of will to be restored. Then, he would go into the 10th dimension to take the core of time out and give it to the Valsaurians. Didn't they come here for the core of time? Since he could not beat them, he could just give them what they wanted. Once the Earth was stripped of a precious treasure like the core of time, the Valsaurians would become even less interested in such an uncivilized planet. In order to save the Earth, his home, Jiang Fei was willing to pay a core of time as the price. Fortunately, Ragnaros and Therazane did not know that he and Bella both had an energy core. Otherwise, there would be no way they could stop the Valsaurians. Yes, Captain! 0541 did not know Jiang Fei's intentions, so he just prepared a genetic potion as instructed. Swoosh! Jiang Fei teleported back to Braveheart. There was a chair with a lot of locks on it, in the middle of the bridge of the ship. What's this for? Are you trying to punish me? Jiang Fei laughed. Captain, the genetic potion will cause severe pain after it is injected. This is to ensure that you stay still, so that you won't get injured. While 0541 explained, a rubber strip popped out of the armrest of the chair. Jiang Fei was supposed to bite on it, to prevent him from biting off his tongue during the period of unbearable pain. Damn! Will it hurt more than the energy potion I used the last time? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, more than 10 times the pain. 0541 answered truthfully. Fine. I already knew that using potions to level up isn't that simple. Bring it on! Although Jiang Fei had been prepared for this, his heart still started to pound after he heard that the genetic potion would be so much more painful than the energy potion he used previously. After he sat on the chair, all the locks fastened. He was firmly fixed on the chair, and the rubber strip was stuffed into his mouth. Captain, shall we begin? 0541 asked. Jiang Fei nodded. A robotic arm extended from behind the chair. The syringe at the front of the robotic arm injected the potion into Jiang Fei's body. Chapter 1267, finally leveling up. With a slight tingle, the syringe penetrated Jiang Fei's arm. Then, warm liquid was injected into his body. Oh, okay. It doesn't even hurt that much. 0541. Were you exag? Jiang Fei smiled at 0541. It was less painful than he had imagined. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden numbness in his arm, followed by a sharp pain. Ah! Jiang Fei screamed. Fortunately, he was biting the rubber strip. Otherwise, he might have really bitten his tongue off. Pain engulfed him. It felt as if someone was picking every single one of his nerves out and shattering them. Jiang Fei's muscles started twitching involuntarily. Or rather, they started to cramp. While he experienced severe pain, Jiang Fei's body was slowly changing. The strong Valsaurian genes continuously stimulated his genes. In order to fight against the invading foreign genes, Jiang Fei's body potential was constantly stimulated.
Although the potion injected into Jiang Fei's body contained a minimal amount of Valsaurian genes, it was that powerful gene that forced Jiang Fei's body to fight. Small beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and they began to trickle down his face. Although he was in a lot of pain, with the support of the core of will, his mind was still very much clear. However, it was this sobriety that did not spare him from the unimaginable pain. He who had a clear mind enjoyed the whole process.
How is he doing?
Ariel and Nina came to the bridge, while Jiang Fei was at Snow Mountain sect. They had already been injected with the genetic potion, so their painful journey had ended.
We just started. As he's not at level 5 yet, I reduced the dosage. His pain will only last about 5 minutes.
0541 explained. In actuality, he did not need to explain for the girls to know. They had just experienced it. After all,
he's been injected with the potion?
This time, Sylphie came over. Bella was particularly strong because of the core of life. So 0541 gave her a larger dose. Hence, she still had not recovered from the pain.
Yeah, since he's not a level 5 yet. So reducing the dosage can ensure his safety.
Ariel nodded. Almost 5 minutes later, Jiang Fei's body was still shaking in pain. But there was no response at all. In comparison, shortly after the girls were injected with the potion, their genes were activated.
Is the dosage too low?
Nina guessed.
Maybe.
At this time, 0541 wasn't quite sure anymore. Theoretically speaking, this dosage was perfect for Jiang Fei, who was still a level 4. Now, however, Jiang Fei's body was not responding at all. So, it had to be due to the dosage being too low.
Is it because of the core of will?
It was 0541's first time encountering the fused energy core, so he was not too sure. 0541 only dared to increase Bella's dosage because the core of life enhanced her physical strength and strengthened her genes. To stimulate her strengthened genes, she had to be administered a higher dosage. Although Jiang Fei also had an energy core, his strengthened his mental strength. His physical strength was still only at pinnacle level 4. If 0541 rashly administered a large dosage, it might endanger his life.
What now?
5 minutes had passed and Jiang Fei's pain began to ease, but his body showed no signs of enhancement.
It'll increase the dosage. If we fail to stimulate his potential the first time, it might not be able to work anymore.
0541 finally decided to change his plan.
If you're sure that it's safe, go ahead.
The girls did not know much about these kinds of technological products, so they could only choose to believe in 0541.
Okay, increase the dosage.
After 0541 recalculated, Jiang Fei was once again injected with a genetic potion.
Ah!
As soon as the liquid entered his body, Jiang Fei screamed in pain. The next moment, a faint light emitted from his body.
It's working!
Ariel's eyes lit up. They had all seen it before. This meant that the genes in Jiang Fei's body had been stimulated. Thump thump. It was dead quiet on the bridge of Braveheart. Nothing could be heard except for Jiang Fei's cries of pain and his fierce heartbeats.
This frequency.
0541 constantly monitored Jiang Fei's physical attributes. After all, Jiang Fei was the captain of Braveheart. His safety was 0541's priority.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Ariel and the other girls gasped.
Yes, but it's good news.
0541 finally said after a few repeated confirmations.
What's going on?
Sylphie asked.
Captain is about to level up.
0541 was very excited. Jiang Fei had been stuck at pinnacle level 4 for way too long. Now, he could finally level up with the help of the genetic potion.
That's great.
The girls were also very happy. All this while, as Jiang Fei was too weak, the girls had to split their focus in order to ensure his safety. It could be said that Jiang Fei was their team's weakness. Even after he acquired his domain ability, he was still in danger of being instantly killed by a level 5 enemy remotely. So, the girls were always on tenterhooks during battles. If Jiang Fei advanced into level 5, he would no longer be a hindrance. With his domain ability, he would be invincible. Just as the girls were rejoicing because Jiang Fei was about to level up, the light on his body suddenly faded.
What happened?
The girls started to panic, for fear that Jiang Fei's life was in danger.
Don't worry. The amount of energy accumulated in his body is still too low to allow him to level up. But this is a trivial matter. I have a lot of energy.
0541 was now a proper tycoon. After Braveheart recovered the energy station, they were rich with resources. If thousands of years of accumulated energy was not enough for Jiang Fei to level up, it would be ridiculous. following 0541's supply of energy. The light on Jiang Fei's body returned and stabilized. Through continuous absorption, the energy began to swirl faster and faster in Jiang Fei, becoming more solid. Ah! Jiang Fei screamed as he was about to advance into level 5. The energy in his body opened the floodgates and surged toward the core of will. Chapter 1268, A Visit to the 10th Dimension.
Oh no!
All the girls heard 0541 then. It was like hammering a nail to their hearts. 0541's words were not the nail, but the hammer that struck. All of them could see the oddity around Jiang Fei. The glow of ascension had already started to fade out, as if the ascension process was being halted by something.
Think of something! 0541!
Ariel cried.
I know.
Instead of wasting time to explain what was happening, 0541 started to redirect all the power supply in the ship into powering Jiang Fei. The more energy 0541 pumped into Jiang Fei, the brighter the light of ascension glowed. Even so, all the energy that was being poured into Jiang Fei was not directed toward him, but was sucked in by the core of will. The fused core was like a black hole, consuming every ounce of energy without showing any signs of slowing down. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei's ascension was still on hold. The core of will inside Jiang Fei was still taking all the energy that was meant for him, and at this point, 0541 had already dumped 10% of the total energy storage in the ship, yet the core was still sucking in all the energy without slowing down.
What is this? Is this the result of fusing two cores of will?
0541 thought to himself. He had no idea what was going on as he was pouring as much energy as the ship's energy bandwidth was allowing. As a precaution against energy depletion, 0541 started the ship and moved Braveheart out of the moon's orbit and headed closer to the sun. Once the ship was in Mercury's orbit, the energy depot started. Teleportation cores were fired up to collect as much energy as they could from the sun's solar energy. Even though the speed at which the teleportation cores were collecting energy was but a fraction of Jiang Fei's absorption speed. At the very least, 0541 did not have to worry about running out of power. An hour later, the core of will showed signs of slowing down. At last, Jiang Fei himself was beginning to absorb some of the power that was not going into the core of will. At that moment, the glow of ascension went violently bright. When it reached its peak brightness, 0541 immediately increased the energy influx to match Jiang Fei's consumption, and even more to force a power surge.
Yeah!
Jiang Fei bellowed as his eyelids flung open. His eyes glowed like the sun itself, burning brightly. Whoosh! A powerful surge of energy followed by a sudden outburst flung everyone around Jiang Fei back. If Nina was even a second late in deploying a barrier, the entire bridge of Braveheart might have been detached from the ship.
Huh? Huh?
The silence of the room was quickly broken by Jiang Fei's labored breathing. The restraining bolts and cuffs around his wrists and legs were destroyed by his forceful prying. Those were Namekian's amalgamated metal. A metal so strong that no one except level 5s could even make a dent.
Hey guys! I've ascended. Hee!
Said Jiang Fei in between his pants. As he came to, the core will cease to take in any more energy.
Thank God.
0541 sighed with relief. Jiang Fei might have taken only an hour to ascend into level 5, but during that time, the core of will had swallowed 30% of the energy stored in Braveheart. Those were energy crystals that had been collected for thousands of years. 0541 could not understand such a phenomenon. What more the girls and Jiang Fei?
Captain, how are you feeling?
0541 asked.
Good. Like I've never been,
said Jiang Fei happily. Although he was slightly tired, he could not help but smile brightly. He was filled with so much happiness that he could not stop smiling. He had been stuck at level 4 for so long, and now, after many trials and obstacles, he had finally entered the realm of level 5.
Could you please check the core of will? See if it has any changes?
0541 asked. He was still worried about the core, as nothing in his record had ever mentioned of an event a black hole-like core, capable of swallowing so much energy in such a short span of time.
Alright then.
Jiang Fei proceeded to do what was asked of him. He had no reason to doubt 0541. He lied back on the seat and started concentrating into his mind. After 5 minutes, he woke up and greeted 0541 with a surprised smile.
The core of will is recharged. I can use its powers again!
The core of will was brimming with energy. This was an auspicious event, as he could now make use of the core's power to enter the 10th dimension once more. With this power, Jiang Fei was filled with confidence. He could now put on a fight with the second wave of attack. At least, if the enemy only sent in a few strong opponents, Jiang Fei was sure he could do something about it. However, Things would be majorly different if the Valsaurians sent in a fleet. He had almost depleted all of the core's power when he dragged Braveheart into the 10th dimension. That was just a ship. Imagine an entire fleet.
Calm down. From what I know about them, they would not deploy a fleet. Not even to attack a planet,
said 0541.
Why is that? The Valsaurians are a prideful race. They pride themselves with their superior combat power. They might not reject using any advancement of technology, but they would not use it as a base for their combat strength. On a side note, they would not destroy a planet, as they would usually capture the planet as a whole and sell it to the highest bidder. Their modus operandi would be to send in a few strong fighters after the initial attack. I see.
Balsarus was just a scout, and then had already made Isabella fight for 7 days. Now, according to their own MO, they would be dispatching a few stronger fighters. How would the battle go?
F***ck it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it,
said Jiang Fei. He now had the power of the 10th dimension in his hands. There was no reason to fear them. At the moment,
let's head back,
Ariel said. They were all still near the sun from Mercury's orbit. Jiang Fei let 0541 steer the ship and fly back to the moon base. As they docked, Jiang Fei stood up and turned to the girls.
I'll be right back.
He needed to visit the 10th dimension again to fetch the core of time. Before the girls could even ask, Jiang Fei opened up a rift in the middle of the bridge and disappeared. 0541 had yet to disable the space-time node seal. But that didn't affect Jiang Fei at all.
What kind of ability did the captain just use?
0541 asked. He was oblivious to Jiang Fei's ability to enter the 10th dimension, since Jiang Fei himself had not informed anyone about his power yet. It was, after all, his newly found trump card. Everyone in the bridge could only shake their heads when 0541 inquired about it. Jiang Fei did not inform them, and they did not bother to ask. If it was something important, he would have told them about it. And since he did not, in the 10th dimension, where everything was shining, shimmering, and splendid, Jiang Fei could not sense the presence of the core of time. Chapter 1269, The Spectre.
The F***ck?
According to 0541's best assumption, the core of time was not on the ship, and neither was it on Earth or the moon. The best speculation was it being in the 10th dimension. Yet, the 10th dimension was as empty as the void of space.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh F***ck no!
Jiang Fei cried, panicking. Jiang Fei's plan was to take on the Valsaurians. He would fight all of them until he determined an inevitable loss. In that case, the contingency plan would be to show the core of time to the Valsaurians. With the coveted core in his hands, the Valsaurians would hold their attack and listen to Jiang Fei's demands, which would be to cease all attacks in the solar system and to leave Earth alone. As such, the core of time was vital for any of that to work. What could Jiang Fei offer to the Valsaurians to make them stop the attack? Was he supposed to just knock on their door politely and inform them about how he misplaced the core of time? How would the band of space bandits believe Jiang Fei? Without the core of time itself presented before them, they would proceed with the attack. Jiang Fei would never be able to stop the fleet of space bandits.
What to do? What to do? What can I F***king do?
Jiang Fei yelled before giving up and exiting the 10th dimension. As soon as he returned to the bridge, Isabella came to him and held his hands.
Where did you go?
She asked.
A mysterious place.
Jiang Fei answered vaguely. He had no intention to explain his ability to anyone. Someday, perhaps, but not now.
0541. Proceed with the backup plan,
Jiang Fei ordered. The core of time was missing and the Valsaurians were coming. Jiang Fei had to follow the backup plan that 0541 had said to evacuate everyone important and transport them to the ship before leaving Earth for good. Back on Earth, Jiang Fei explained about the current dire situation to his parents and had them prepared to stay on the ship. He had wanted nothing more than to have them live peacefully on Earth. But right now, the threat was so large and real that they could not even stay on the moon.
Darling, someone's here.
Ariel ran toward Jiang Fei and reported. It was right after Jiang Fei was done packing things with his parents.
I'll be with you in a moment,
said Jiang Fei to his parents before he turned to Ariel.
Who is it? Your long-forgotten friend. Han Tianyu.
Ariel answered with a nostalgic smile.
Oh dang! What a time! I should have him join us,
Jiang Fei said. He had wanted to bring him along, since he had come to him first. It saved him the hassle of finding him.
Ah Fei! It's been a while. How are you?
Said Han Tianyu as he reached out his hands. Before Jiang Fei greeted Han Tianyu, he turned to Arel and openly said,
"Be a dear and fetch Isabella for me." "Oh, all right."
Curious, but Ariel did not probe further. 30 seconds or so later, Bella came to Jiang Fei with Ariel by her side.
"Did you call for me?"
Isabella asked curiously. Han Tianyu was an outsider, and it was odd that Jiang Fei wanted to make a scene. Jiang Fei smiled and turned to Han Tianyu.
"Isn't it time for you to reveal yourself?"
he said with a straight face.
"Huh? What on earth do you mean?"
Han Tianyu asked.
"Enough with the charade. I don't know who you really are or why you possessed Han Tianyu. But I know very well that Isabella here would be more than willing to draw you out,"
said Jiang Fei. He had sensed that everything was off as soon as Han Tianyu had entered his house. His vitals and appearance were fine, but his mental thoughts. His unique brainwave was different.
"I see,"
Han Tianyu chuckled. His facial tics changed immediately, and with the most calm composure. He said,
"You passed my test. Jiang Fei. Not bad. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Velen." "Velen," continued,
said Jiang Fei, as he glared at Velen with monstrous hostility. The name was nothing but a name. The fact that he was possessing Han Tianyu's body was enough reason for Jiang Fei to bear enmity toward him, or it.
"I am a specter. I am without a physical body. The only way I can talk to you is by possessing another living being. However, do put away your killing intent. Your friend is safe, for I do not wish to have conflict."
As soon as Velen paused, 0541 quickly chimed in to explain about the entity.
"Captain, a specter is a mysterious being in the cosmos. They are known to be watchers. As he said, specters are without a physical form. Under normal conditions, they are always in spectral form. They are undetectable, untraceable. They cannot be attacked. As far as the records show, no one has ever succeeded in detecting or even killing a specter. They can only interact with others via possessing a lower energy life form for only a short period of time. Besides observing, they cannot do anything. So, Velen the Spectre, what do you want with me?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"I have been drifting across space for thousands of years. I have seen many things that none could explain, yet the one thing that has piqued my interest is you."
Terran Jiang Fei. "I am here to watch you,"
said Velen.
"To watch me?"
At this point, Jiang Fei felt somewhat violated. If specters weren't possessing someone, they could be around you, right beside you even without being noticed.
This guy can become the greatest spy ever,
Jiang Fei thought. He was not the only one that had that thought, yet no one across the cosmic had ever struck a bargain with a specter. They were without form, and could never be influenced by anything. As such, they were without greed and without threat. That was what they had always been. The Watcher of the Universe. A true neutral entity.
Correct. I have always been watching you, and I know that you can enter that special place,
Velen said with a frail smile. He knew well that Jiang Fei didn't want to let anyone know about the 10th dimension yet. As such, he did not break it to everyone then.
"You knew?"
Jiang Fei gasped.
"I am all-knowing,"
Velen stated.
"If you are all-knowing, why do you reveal yourself to me? What do you wish to accomplish here? You ask the most interesting question, Terran. And that is what I want to watch. You are a unique life form, always doing things that goes against conformity. Nevertheless, I wish to continue watching over you. However, I am aware of the recent events and I am here to give you guidance,"
said Velen.
"Guidance? You say?"
Jiang Fei said. He crossed fingers and rested his chin on his hands.
"Captain, listen to the Spectre. Not many have had the chance of ever conversing with a Spectre, and fewer have received their help. There are no records shown that a Spectre had ever harmed anyone."
0541 chimed in.
"All right. I'll accept your guidance."
Jiang Fei accepted. At this point, there was no reason to deny anyone's help, as he had no other means to protect Earth from imminent destruction. Chapter 1270, The Valsarian Commander. With the core of time out of the picture, Jiang Fei's original plan had to be discarded. Now, he had two options. The first was to fight the Valsarians with everything he had, even if it meant death. Second, he could take a small portion of humans on board and leave Earth to its demise. Although the will to live was strong, the will to protect Earth and all of its occupants was stronger. Even so, he could not deny that he was disgruntled fighting for Earth, as it was obviously a lost cause. While he was troubled about this, a specter named Velen had crossed his path, offering guidance. Even though Jiang Fei could not believe the formless being, it was his only option. Velen had not earned Jiang Fei's trust, but 0541 was behaving as if specters were beings that were meant to be worshipped. To be fair, These beings were perhaps the only kind that had no wishes, no greed, no wants or needs. Perhaps their sole purpose was to roam the entire cosmic, to observe and to remember everything that happened and will happen in the future, never to be seen, heard, or disturbed.
Could you help me defend Earth from the Valsaurians?
Jiang Fei jumped the gun and asked.
No. Neither can you. There are only a handful of species in the entire cosmic that can fend the Valsaurians off. Earthlings are not one of those species.
Velen shared the same assumption as 0541. Even with Jiang Fei's power of the 10th dimension, he was sure that Jiang Fei could never truly defend Earth from all Valsaurians.
What sort of guidance do you offer?
Jiang Fei asked.
Truth be told, you could never stop the Valsaurian fleet. But, if you could stop the second wave, there is, perhaps, a chance for Earth to continue spinning,
said Velen.
A chance. You must first stop the second wave. Alexis is already on his way. He is not someone like Balsarus here.
Velen added before Jiang Fei could probe further.
Alexis. Who is he?
Jiang Fei asked. Before Velen could answer, his eyes glowed faintly with a ghastly green light. After that, his presence vanished and Han Tianyu was back.
Ah, Fei.
Han Tianyu was aware the entire time. Velen possessing his body was like him taking over the driver's seat of a car. Han Tianyu experienced everything but was unable to control his own body. Don't force yourself. Rest,
said Jiang Fei, as he helped Han Tianyu to stand. Velen was already gone, and there was nothing Jiang Fei could do to call him back. Specters were undetectable. No one in the entire universe could find them unless they allowed themselves to be found. The Watchers, or so Velen described himself as, could never be detected, found, or sensed, even with the greatest technology or the strongest sensory type being.
Bah! Nothing I could do,
said Jiang Fei to himself. He was helpless, but he had no reason to fear the Watchers. As 0541 explained, they had never harmed anyone, and some had even received the blessings of the Watchers. From the looks of things, Velen might not have any malicious intent toward Jiang Fei. He had only revealed himself merely because he was interested in Jiang Fei, and did not want his journey too soon.
Bella, come with me. I want to talk to Balsarus for a bit,
said Jiang Fei. He needed to know more about Alexis, and he needed to hear it from Balsarus. Judging from how Velen described Alexis, albeit extremely vague, Jiang Fei knew that he would be someone fearsome. Outside the prison room, Balsarus was seen cuffed to the wall with his hands and feet restrained. 0541 would periodically inject weakening poison with Valium to consistently maintain his weakened state.
Why? If it isn't the barbaric Terran of Earth, what pleasure do I deserve to be in your presence?
Balsarus taunted. He was completely fearless, even though Jiang Fei could literally end his life there, and then.
Shut your trap. I'm going to ask some questions, and you will answer them. Who is Alexis?
Jiang Fei snapped.
Lord Alexis? He's coming? Ha! You're doomed. Your fate is sealed now. Terran! Earth is doomed. Ha ha ha!
Balsarus' eyes lit up when Jiang Fei mentioned the name.
Damn it! Who is Alexis, and how strong is he?
Jiang Fei roared.
Might as well, since you are going to die. Lord Alexis is the commander of the 13th Division under the 7th Fleet. If he's coming, your precious planetary system will be destroyed,
Balsarus explained as he laughed tauntingly.
What of his strength?
Jiang Fei asked, frowning madly. If Balsarus was already hard to deal with, and he was just a squad captain, how bad was it going to be with the commander of the fleet?
Commander Alexis' combat power is around 4,500,000,
said Balsarus with a nonchalant shrug.
Combat power?
Jiang Fei turned away.
Captain, combat power is a measurement of standard of strength. The Valsaurians use them to measure the power level of fighters,
0541 explained.
What about you? What is your combat level?
Jiang Fei turned back to Balsarus and asked. He had no idea what was combat power, and what 4 million meant. He was sincerely hoping that Balsarus' combat power would be only slightly lower than Alexis.
Me? I'm just a squad captain. I'm nobody. My combat power is only around 100,000,
said Balsarus, shrugging away again.
F** King Hell,
Jiang Fei snapped. Balsarus was already nearly impossible to defeat, and he was only 100,000. 4 million was 40 times the strength of Balsarus. What kind of monster was Alexis?
Captain, I found this disc on Balsarus. This can be used to measure a fighter's combat level,
said 0541 as he handed the disc via a robotic arm. When Jiang Fei took it, he saw that it was but a small disc-shaped object, roughly the size of a wristwatch.
How do you use this? Tisk, that's a primitive being for you,
Balsarus scorned. Jiang Fei did not listen to what Balsarus said, as he was busy learning the method to use the disc from 0541.
Bella, come,
said Jiang Fei. When Isabella was close, he placed the disc closer to her and started measuring her combat power. The disc started to whirl, and a number came up. 35,000, that was Isabella's combat power.
So low,
Jiang Fei sulked.
Try again,
said Isabella before she activated her domain ability. Energy particles condensed around her, forming claws and dragon scales. The disc whirled again, proccing a number of 120,000. Jiang Fei left the prison room for a while, and started to measure everyone's combat power. Ariel had the lowest at only 10,000. Sylphie and Nina had over 30,000, while Hua Mulan had over 76,000.
F** King H.L. We can't even reach Alexa's combat power with all numbers combined.
Jiang Fei was losing it. Even though combat level didn't necessarily relate to one's fighting capability, having such a large gap just showed how easily they would lose in a fight against Alexis. Chapter 1271, Fear and Instinct.
Darling, what about your own?
Sylphie nudged.
Let's measure your combat power.
Ariel joined in. Jiang Fei might have just ascended into level 5. But he had the power of 2 cores of will. If all failed, he should be the prime fighter to fend off the attack of the Valsaurians.
Here, measure mine,
said Jiang Fei. He handed over the disc and let Isabella measure his power level. With a simple push of a button on the side, needles on the disc started to spin around. When they stopped, a number procced up and Isabella jumped with joy.
Darling, you're so strong. Your numbers are so high,
Ariel cried. Jiang Fei's combat level measured at 65,000. Almost as high as Hua Mulan's.
That's it?
Jiang Fei barked dejectedly. He had expected to have slightly more than just 65,000. To be fair, if told he was this strong before he met Balsarus, he would have been happy, since he had just ascended to level 5. Right now, it was condition critical. Alexis was coming, and he needed at least 10 times more power to fight on par with him.
Not to worry. You haven't activated your domain ability,
Isabella noted. Isabella herself was only about 30,000 combat power before activating her domain. With her domain activated, she gained at least 3 times more power.
What's the use? It's not like I could increase my own power,
said Jiang Fei with the same dejected tone. Alexis was like a huge shadowy presence haunting him. Even if he managed to gain 5 times more power simply by activating his powers, he was still weaker than Alexis.
Just try it. Who knows what would happen?
Ariel chimed in.
True. No harm in giving it a go,
said Jiang Fei. Alexis aside, he was curious about his own power level after activating his domain. Everyone got ready, expecting to be weakened by Jiang Fei's enfeeblement. But when he activated it, nothing changed. Isabella was still brimming with power. Sylphie was still able to walk around unhindered. And Ariel could still sense everything around her, as if nothing had changed.
What's going on?
Isabella was unsure about what happened, or if anything did happen for that matter. Even the measuring disc was not proccing a new number.
Is it broken already?
Sylphie jotted.
0541. Find out what's wrong with this thing,
Jiang Fei ordered.
Starting analysis. Wait a moment here,
0541 said. He then started to diagnose both Jiang Fei's body and the disc.
Captain, congratulations.
0541 returned with a surprise.
Come again?
He was confused. Why would 0541 be congratulating Jiang Fei when his own domain ability was no longer working?
Captain, your domain ability has returned to its original power. Come again? Allow me to explain. I had devised a plan for you to develop your power as well as your domain ability. Unfortunately, when you failed to ascend into level 5, something happened. Even though you weren't a level 5 metahuman, you unlocked your domain ability. It wasn't natural, and so your domain ability became something else. As you know, you have the power to enfeeble others, to weaken your opponents to match your own power level. Now, your original domain ability has returned. Original? What's better than weakening others? If you would allow me to finish,
0541 interjected with a mildly annoyed tone.
Your domain ability is a kind of self-enhancement. Right now, instead of enfeebling others, you will gain enhanced combat power.
0541 explained.
The F***ck is that? How is that better?
Jiang Fei snapped. He was already in a state where his domain ability was activated, yet there were no changes to his combat level.
Please let me finish.
0541 raised his voice a little before laughing it off. He then proceeded to explain the reason why he did not gain any power even though his domain ability was active. Jiang Fei's current domain ability was indeed a self-enhancement skill. However, the amount of buff it provided Jiang Fei was not static. Isabella's domain ability was to increase her physical damage as well as her defense power by a notch. In other words, there was a limit to it. Jiang Fei's power, on the other hand, was unlimited. With powerful skill comes a big price. To gain more power, Jiang Fei must have an equal amount of will, be it from anger, thirst for victory, vengeance, the desperation to save someone else, or simply just to become stronger. Jiang Fei's domain ability needed something in order to grant him strength. In simple words, as long as there was a desire to become stronger, there will be power poured into him. The stronger the desire, the stronger he would become. Hence, technically speaking, it was a power buff with no limit. The readings on the disc showed no changes since Jiang Fei had no desire to fight then. He had only wanted to measure his own strength, resulting in 0 enhancement.
I see,
said Jiang Fei. He then closed his eyes and focused all his concentration into desiring for power.
It's working,
Isabella cried as the needles on the disc started to spin again. It jumped from 60,000 to 100,000.
This isn't enough. We need to find a way to trigger a stronger emotion,
said Hua Mulan. Jiang Fei was the last hope for stopping Alexis from destroying Earth. If he had only 100,000 power, he would only be fodder to be dusted off.
What else is there?
Isabella grunted. Ariel walked forward and thought of something.
0541. Remember those images you showed Jiang Fei before?
Ariel said.
I understand. I'll try.
0541 understood what was Ariel trying to do. He quickly scoured his memory bank and pieced together a few images before projecting them directly into Jiang Fei's mind. What 0541 made Jiang Fei see was the scene where both Ariel and Isabella were killed by the divine light god. That was only one of the traumatic scenes Jiang Fei could never forget. Others included how Isabella was about to die from being struck by Valium.
Arf! No! Ariel! Balala!
Jiang Fei screamed from the top of his lungs. The rage and despair that was once but a scar to him was renewed. The urge to grow stronger rose like vomit in him, triggering his domain ability to grant him more power. Everyone could only stare in awe as the disc could not stop spinning violently. The disc was already showing more than 1 million combat level and did not showing signs of stopping. Noting that the result was not satisfactory, 0541 decided to project false images. Composited, he showed Jiang Fei a scene where the Valsaurians had invaded the solar system and Earth itself. Not only did they destroy Braveheart, they took everyone Jiang Fei knew in custody and slaughtered them all one by one in the most gruesome manner. At this point, Jiang Fei had reached the epitome of wrath. His eyes flung open, blaring with the bright glow of crimson fury. The hate he had for the Valsaurians was so potent that he could just cleave the aliens in half and drink all their blood clean. The disc in Isabella's hand was spinning faster as Jiang Fei's power rose. Before long, the needles finally stopped and the disc showed 4,200,000.
How? How strong? If 0541 is right, and Darling's power has unlimited growth, could he really be invincible?
Ariel gasped. Jiang Fei's domain ability had shot his combat power from a low 60,000 to an astounding 4,200,000, a regular Greenhorn level 5 metahuman to an ultra-powerful Valsaurian commander. Such a power boost was unheard of. Chapter 1272, Call to Arms. Jiang Fei's current combat power, from being excited by means of fear and wrath, was still 300,000 behind Alexis. From a certain point of view, they were almost the same, but 300,000 was such a large number that calling it neck and neck would not make sense. However, at the very least, Jiang Fei would be able to last longer than when he was only 60,000.
0541. His domain ability is supposed to be unlimited. No! Think of other ways to excite him more,
Isabella said.
I understand your logic, but I am out of means to further excite the captain.
0541 gave up. The people he cared most of were the girls around him, and his family back on Earth. 0541 had already made images based on their demise. That was the most he could do for Jiang Fei. Anything else would have to be from Jiang Fei himself.
I don't think this is a feasible way,
said Nina.
What do you mean?
Sylphie asked.
Look at Jiang Fei now, and tell me what you see,
Nina said, pointing at him. He was fuming with rage, and was driven mad by wrath. The current state of Jiang Fei was similar to someone drunk on power. The current Jiang Fei was unconscious, yet he was still far from being on the same level as his enemy.
But if we do not do this, We cannot push him to his best,
Ariel pointed out.
True. That is why I think we should train him before the enemy arrives. He needs to learn how to control his powers instead of relying on external stimuli. I do not believe that relying on anger in exchange for power, sacrificing one's mind, is viable in the long run. Not to mention, it is dangerous. He needs to believe in himself, to hope, and to will for power in order to unlock the domain ability's full potential. I agree with the Saint of the Light,
said Hua Mulan. Even though everyone had told her to change her way of addressing Nina, Hua Mulan had not gotten used to it.
All right, 0541. Please let him go. We'll discuss his training after he had had his rest,
Isabella said. After today's trail, they knew that Jiang Fei had the potential to defeat Alexis. The problem, however, lay with the method to train him. 0541 quickly stopped all the mental images projected into Jiang Fei's mind, and calmed him down using both psychic therapy and chemical medication. When Jiang Fei came to, he dropped to his knees, and his breathing was ragged.
What the hell did you do that for?
Jiang Fei roared before realizing what had happened, and why 0541 did what he did. Even so, those images that he had seen were too horrifying to be forgotten. But it worked for him. It was clearer than ever to Jiang Fei the consequences of his failure, if he could not become strong. And Alexis not stopped. Everything that 0541 showed him, albeit fictional, would come to be true. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei affirmed himself, and when he activated his domain ability, his combat power rose up to 500,000.
Your attempts to save everyone had never failed to amuse me,
said Han Tianyu. It wasn't clear when he arrived, but based on his tone and word choice, everyone knew that the Spectre was here.
Mr. Velen, do you think I can stop Alexis from destroying Earth?
Jiang Fei immediately shot to his feet and asked.
Hard to say,
Velen shrugged.
As you are now, you wouldn't last a minute. But if you could truly master your power, forget Alexis. Even Sofri would bend the knee,
he added.
Sofri? Is he?
Jiang Fei stammered.
In time. Only if you can defeat Alexis will the two of you cross paths,
Velen replied vaguely.
I understand,
Jiang Fei said. Even though Velen didn't explain, Jiang Fei knew that Sofri was someone much stronger than Alexis. The next few days, Jiang Fei trained to increase his willpower. Still, without true threat, he could never truly bring out his powers. Even though he trained and trained, he could not fully master the domain ability, which was aptly named Omnisurge, to push himself above 1 million, much less 4 million. Time was running out, and the dawn of Alexis' arrival was drawing close. He was incredibly nervous, but he was never able to reach combat power of his goal. If Alexis entered the solar system, and Jiang Fei was still unable to push himself beyond 4 million, there would be trouble. Jiang Fei never wanted to wait until someone he loved died in front of him, and used that to become strong. What would it be for him even if he managed to defeat Alexis then? Someone died, and there was no way he could bring them back. The more nervous he was, the more insensitive he became to time. Days passed as if they were hours, and Jiang Fei could feel the arrival of Alexis coming. Still, he had only managed to reach combat level of 1 million. Such strength would only allow him to defeat small fries, like Balsarus, but never high officers, like Alexis. He would be swatted like a fly. During one of his training sessions, while Jiang Fei was trying to figure out his willpower, 0541 sounded the alarm. At that moment, even without 0541's report, Jiang Fei's heart sank. It was the day of reckoning.
Captain, I have detected a vast number of Valkyrie wayfinders coming into the solar system.
0541's report signaled the start of the second wave.
Sigh. It's time,
Jiang Fei said with a heavy heart, even though he was a nervous wreck before. After 0541's announcement of the arrival of the enemy, Jiang Fei found the courage to stand.
0541. Arrange a small ship for me. Take the helm of Braveheart and stay close to the sun's orbit. In case I lose the fight and all hope is lost, you must flee the solar system,
Jiang Fei ordered decisively. He was never the kind to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but when entrusted the responsibility to do so, albeit unwilling, he was never one to desert his duties.
Aye, Captain,
0541 replied. Of everyone then, 0541 was probably the only sentient being that could calculate every possible outcome. He knew Jiang Fei was unable to muster enough willpower to summon enough combat power from Omnisurge. The probability of defeating Alexis was incredibly low. So much so that 0541 did not bother to provide an alternative. To protect Jiang Fei's legacy, leaving the solar system was the optimal option.
I'm coming with you,
Isabella hurried over to Jiang Fei's side and clutched his arm tightly.
Me too. Am with you. Forever. I shall defend you with my life. It shall be an honor to be with you till the end. Let nothing come between us.
Everyone joined the call to arms, making sure they're with Jiang Fei, even though death was almost certain. Chapter 1273, Face to Face.
Calm down. This isn't me saying my final goodbye. Alone, I can at least escape easily. But with you guys, I might actually be forced to fight till my last breath.
Jiang Fei laughed as he retorted. Jiang Fei was only so calm because he still had one last trump card he could use to kill his opponent for certain. The Korrible had already recovered a little bit of energy, allowing Jiang Fei to use its powers to enter the 10th dimension. Even if Alexis was stronger than predicted, he could never chase after Jiang Fei into the 10th dimension. Things would be entirely different if the girls were coming with him. He was not able to protect everyone, and if they were in danger, he would have to buckle up even when he couldn't. The girls were too weak, even the strongest, Isabella, was an ant compared to Alexis. Rather than helping him, they would be causing trouble for him. Everyone understood, and even though they did not want to leave Jiang Fei alone to face an enemy stronger than everyone combined, they had to lest they be deadweight for him. With Jiang Fei's order, the ship disconnected from the moon base and headed straight for the Sun. 0541 controlled the ship to make it orbit around the sun's pole. In the worst case where Jiang Fei failed to defeat Alexis, 0541 would then take the helm and head toward another star system to save the last of Homo sapiens. 0541 had already locked on all humans that Jiang Fei had deemed worthy to live. If Alexis defeated Jiang Fei and had his fleet approach the sun itself, 0541 would forcefully teleport everyone aboard. Even though they would be confused about the situation, 0541 would be able to handle the crowd. Amongst the selected humans were sect leaders with whom Jiang Fei had good relations, level 5 metahumans, and of course, his parents. Teleportation of Braveheart was so powerful that not even level 5 grandmasters such as Bai Shuren could escape from its grasp. They would be saved and sent into the Sea of Stars. Like Noah's ship, an exodus toward salvation.
Oh great Earth! Pray that I will be able to save you,
said Jiang Fei to himself as he took one last look at the blue marble. That would be the last time he had a good look of Earth as he headed toward a certain doom. If he failed, and all was lost, the Valsaurians would surely destroy Earth and the solar system. Now, Braveheart was long gone and Jiang Fei was alone on the moon base with the small cutter prepared by 0541. 5 hours later, Jiang Fei arrived at the asteroid belt and stopped around Ceres, the same place where Isabella fought Balsarus for 7 days straight.
Activate radar system,
Jiang Fei order. The small cutter was not linked with Braveheart, and everything had to be done manually. Its function was incredibly limited, as it was only recently put together to transport Jiang Fei across the solar system. Activating the radar system was a purposeful move, as he wanted to find the Valsaurians and be found by them. He was there to stop them from proceeding further. He could never ambush the enemies since a single one-man cutter could only deal as much damage as a hammer to a building. Jiang Fei sat quietly as he waited. There was no sense of time passing as time meant nothing in the large scale of the cosmos. Even though he was nervous when he arrived, he soon calmed down and awaited the second wave. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the dashboard lit up and showed several red dots across the board. Jiang Fei sucked in a deep breath and prepared for the worst. There were at least 10 wayfinders appearing in space. After the defeat of the first, the enemy had become wary of the threat that lay within this planetary system. In no time, the entire fleet of Valsaurian Ravagers appeared within sight. It was a small fleet of spaceships. Surrounding a larger destroyer-class spaceship was 4 Corvette-class spaceships. The large destroyer was only tens of kilometers long, a minute construction when compared to Braveheart. The others were also very much smaller, but were carrying the latest technology. A far cry from the old and obsolete model that was Braveheart.
Come at me! I'm right here!
Jiang Fei roared as he saw the incoming fleet. They were all surrounding and forming a blockade around Ceres. They had actually found him before he had found them. The only reason being the rest of the universe having had more than 10,000 years to develop their technology, while Jiang Fei was stuck with a 10,000-year-old spaceship.
Hello? Hello? Come down if you can hear me. Or are you expecting a door gift?
Jiang Fei taunted using the ship's communicator via an unsecured public channel. Since Balsarus could speak flawless Mandarin, the rest would surely be able to understand him.
Ha ha ha. Savage of Earth. You've got some guts to be taunting like that.
Alexis laughed. Like the other Valsaurians, Alexis shared the same thirst for combat and violence. How could he reject such an invitation? A flash of light was seen in front of Jiang Fei, and Alexis was teleported there. He was even floating in front of Jiang Fei's ship's turret. The alien was not afraid that Jiang Fei might accidentally pull the trigger.
F***King H, L.
Jiang Fei gasped as he saw the readings on the disc. Balsarus was telling the truth. Alexis was indeed a fighter at 4,500,000 combat level.
Come now. Are you going to stay in the ship and leave me alone out here?
Alexis commented as he glared at Jiang Fei through the front window. The alien had actually gotten interested in Jiang Fei for being able to taunt him like that. But seeing that he was still hiding in his ship, he started to losing interest. As a Valsaurian, Alexis liked those who were brave and strong. He had actually thought that Jiang Fei was someone of the same caliber, and was disappointed when he saw him behaving cowardly.
Humph. Please. You merely caught me with my pants down. Well, since you're so eager, I shall come to you. Stand still and don't piss yourself. I wouldn't want anything disgusting to drift around my backyard.
Jiang Fei retorted. He had always been pretending to be someone stronger than he really was. It was his trademark move even when he was still playing Dawn Break.
TSK. Only 60,000.
Alexis clicked his tongue and grunted when he took a reading of Jiang Fei's combat level. It was an unexpected number, but as a commander of the 7th Division, Alexis was experienced enough to not underestimate him. Or anyone. Space was huge, and there were a plethora of species across the cosmos. They might first appear meek and weak, but once they entered a battle state, they would become something else entirely. Sometimes even the Valsaurians would give up and ran. However, based on public records of the solar system, Earth was the only planet hosting intelligent life form, and the Terrans were nothing but a weak species. Even so, to dare to stand against a small fleet of Valsaurians said Jiang Fei from the rest of the Terrans. While Alexis was examining Jiang Fei was doing the same to him. The alien was almost identical to Balsarus in terms of appearance, having pink-colored, rough skin, a hardened carapace skull and head. As how humans looked slightly different from one another. It would be hard for Jiang Fei to notice the difference between Valsaurians. Chapter 1274, One Against the Enemy.
Interesting. A single man against my fleet.
Alexis snorted after he was done examining Jiang Fei. There was even a mild sense of admiration for the young Terran. The cosmos was huge, and there were more than enough intelligent life forms that had established themselves amongst the others. Many, if not all, and even the Namekians, were informed of the might and terror that were the Valsaurians. Everywhere he had been, Alexis had never seen anyone remain stationary when the Valsaurians arrived. Not until this puny Terran.
You are but a division commander. I expected you to be a veteran in every field. You ought not be condescending here.
Jiang Fei mustered courage and started to act smug. Alexis frowned and flinched ever so slightly when Jiang Fei announced his own rank. That knowledge was not widely spread out, and even if it was, he would have known of his powers. If the Terran knew about him, and still dared to stand in his way, what could he be capable of? Was there a reason behind his pose? At this point, Alexis began to doubt Jiang Fei's strength. The measurement tool might only be picking up his current combat power, but what if he was merely hiding it? Just then, a flash of light came in from nowhere, and another Valsaurian appeared behind Alexis.
Sir, please grant me permission to fight in your stead. This lowly savage must not sully your hands,
said the newcomer.
MHM, go forth and be careful,
said Alexis as he stepped away. He was not in a hurry to destroy anyone then.
You insolent imbecile deserve nothing but death,
the newcomer roared as he charged toward Jiang Fei without expecting a reply.
Sheesh, I can't catch a break now. Can I?
Jiang Fei gasped. When the newcomer arrived, he quickly flicked his wrist to check his power level, and it came out at 300,000.
Know your place,
said Jiang Fei with a scoff as he stood, unmoving against the assailant. He had spent so much time training, and had managed to bring his own combat power to over 1 million with the help of Omnisurge. Before the attack could land on his face, Jiang Fei activated Omnisurge, sending a powerful wave of power to converge around him. The measuring disc on Alexis' wrist started to whirl. A new number appeared, pushing Jiang Fei's previous measurement result to the side, revealing a number around 500,000. This was not even Jiang Fei's full throttle mode. If he had, the number would be higher than 1 million. Without dodging or blinking, Jiang Fei took the attack with his face. It was a true test of power. A test of durability. A test of strength. Before the newcomer could pull his fist off Jiang Fei's face, Jiang Fei held his wrist tight, and planted a firm punch into the newcomer's face.
An eye for an eye. Or rather, a fist to the face.
Jiang Fei scoffed as the newcomer was sent flying. In the vacuum of space, There was still a thin layer of atmosphere on Ceres. Even so, it was enough for generating a powerful current when the newcomer was sent flying over a few hundreds of meters back. He only stopped flying when he hit a small wall of dirt. Without it, the newcomer would have been flung off into space.
My! How many more surprises are you hiding in your sleeves?
Said Alexis when he saw the newcomer was beaten badly. His left arm was completely shattered. Alexis had only had a hunch, but he was happy that he got it right. He knew, even without reading the measuring disc, that Jiang Fei would somehow become stronger and beat the newcomer with ease. As for the injured Valsaurian, Alexis did not bother to send help. Injury of that level was not life-threatening. Given time, he would be able to use that arm again as if nothing had ever happened to it.
Tell me, young Terran, you're not at your full strength, are you?
Alexis asked as he paced slowly back toward Jiang Fei. There was no killing intent, no urge to fight. The atmosphere between Jiang Fei and Alexis was as if they were good friends meeting for a cup of coffee.
I'm impressed. You must be strong to be able to see that,
said Jiang Fei in the same friendly manner.
I had only released a little bit of power. Please forgive me for injuring your subordinate. I'm relieved that he is still alive,
said Jiang Fei. The truth was Jiang Fei had only hit half of his power.
Fifth officer, try and cleave him clean,
said Alexis abruptly. Even though he was still doubtful of Jiang Fei's stature, he did not want to jump into a fight with him just yet. If Jiang Fei was stating the truth, Alexis would not want to participate in a fight of certain doom.
Yes, sir.
A voice rang from Alexis' communicator, and a flash of light came. When the next newcomer arrived, Jiang Fei quickly examined its strength. The new one was stronger, at least double of the previous one, measuring at 900,000. Jiang Fei now faced a challenge. Either he excited himself to the maximum via fear and rage, or die trying.
Bah! Combat level is nothing as it's just skills and pure physical force,
said Jiang Fei to console himself. When those thoughts came to mind, Jiang Fei felt the need to perform better. As such, he would need a weapon. Right now, the best choice of weapon would be the Jianlu sword. He withdrew the weapon from the ring and got ready.
Till the end. Come on!
Jiang Fei roared to psyche himself up. Since there were going to be more and more enemies for him to defeat, he might as well bring everything out.
Humph!
The newest fighter grunted. The second newcomer, of the fifth officer, stood where he appeared and charged his energy into his fist. After learning from the previous fight, he learned the power of Jiang Fei's melee fighting skills. Instead of charging in and fighting an enemy where he excelled at, it was better for him to fight using energy projectiles. The energy in his arms condensed rapidly into his palm, and with a powerful clutch, the newcomer hurled the energy outward, releasing a powerful beam of energy toward Jiang Fei.
I need to finish this fast,
Jiang Fei thought to himself. If he dragged the battle longer, Alexis, the one that he must defeat, would learn everything about himself. With the desire to finish the fight rising up in him, Jiang Fei's domain ability surged and poured in more power into his body. His combat power shot beyond 1,000,000. With speed and strength, Jiang Fei zoomed across the surface of Ceres, and even managed to get behind the fifth officer. The fifth officer responded just as fast. He quickly charged and condensed more energy into his fist and repeated the same beam attack. In close proximity, the battle was immediately sided to the one with better martial skills. Jiang Fei clung his free hands onto the alien's wrist and used it as a holding platform for him to jump to the side and behind him.
You're one too early to fight me,
said Jiang Fei before plunging the Jianlu sword deep into the alien's shoulder blade.
Ugh!
The alien grunted painfully before prying the sword off himself and fleeing away from Jiang Fei. Even though the blade missed his vital organs, it still made contact with his bloodstream. Valium would take effect soon, killing the alien.
Commander, save me!
Cried the fifth officer, as he used all his power to suppress the Valium from flowing to the rest of his body. Jiang Fei stood aside, not preventing or even trying to stop the alien from seeking help. Chapter 1275, Surging Will. After retreating from the wounded fifth officer, Jiang Fei put away his sword and relaxed. The reason he did that was simple. He did not want to kill despite it being so easy for him, since the enemy were the Valsaurians. Moreover, the fifth officer was but a small fry. There was still the top brass, Commander Alexis, he would have to face. Jiang Fei was almost certain that he could not defeat Alexis, and even if he did, there would definitely be other commanders ready to barge in. Why cultivate enmity when he could use this situation to cultivate fear? He could give an impression to the Valsaurians that Earth was not just some random planet in a random galaxy of a random quadrant of space. Earth had fighters, strong fighters such as Jiang Fei to defend it. If Jiang Fei were to actually kill a Valsaurian, it would only give them the motivation to seek revenge, giving them the excuse to destroy all of Earth. That was the last of his plans before he had to opt for his contingency plan. Even now, he still bore hope, wanting to save Earth. 10 billion people were living on Earth, and if Jiang Fei were to choose the wrong path, all 10 billion people would die.
Why didn't you finish the job?
Alexis asked. Up until now, many had fought the Valsaurians and perished. Some that were stronger that managed to put them to the ground were more than eager to kill them. Another reason to kill them, when the opportunity arose, was because of their rapid regenerative ability. As long as they were still breathing, recovery would always be possible.
We are not enemies. Even though you are here on a mission, you have not done anything for me to bear arms against you. Why should I kill him?
Jiang Fei smiled, shutting down his domain ability. Even though he could technically activate and maintain his domain ability for as long as he wanted, he turned it off anyway to show his enemies that he was the kind that would fight at any given chance. In a more important and less noble manner of speaking, Jiang Fei did not want Alexis to know too much about himself.
I see.
Alexis smiled back and said. Jiang Fei's display of sportsmanship had only solidified Alexis' deduction that Earth had powerful fighters. To be fair, even amongst Valsaurians, there were only a handful of them that could possess combat levels exceeding 1 million.
Commander, please forgive my inability,
said the fifth officer as he bowed and apologized. The alien's body was already healed enough to allow him to move around freely. Even though he was not fit to fight Jiang Fei again, he was, by all means, well, that was the first time Jiang Fei had seen someone recover from being stabbed by a god blade.
Enough. Go back. You're only embarrassing me in front of the Terran,
Alexis said.
To be honest, I never expected to witness such a fight coming from a Terran of a savage planet. The reason you're here, alone, is to protect your home planet. No, I am. Yes. Good. We, Valsaurians, admire strength and appreciate the powerful. If you can defeat me and hand over the core of time, I promise you, no Valsaurian will ever set foot into your system,
said Alexis. Jiang Fei was a little confused by his notion. If he were to win the fight, why should he surrender the core of time? Even so, his offer to never set their eyes on the solar system was a generous notion. If the Valsaurians gave their word to not attack the solar system, half of the intelligent species across the universe would share the same thought. They wouldn't want to wrong the entire Valsaurian race and bring doom upon their own.
Let's fight first,
said Jiang Fei. Even though he was calm and composed, he was a nervous wreck. He had been able to defeat the fifth officer easily, but against the commander, he lacked the confidence.
Good answer,
said Alexis, and in the next fraction of a second, he was already in Jiang Fei's face, delivering a punch packed with explosive power. Wham! Jiang Fei was completely caught off guard. The punch was so powerful that it felt like being hit by a bullet train. After spinning and dragging across series, Jiang Fei stood up and spit out a mouthful of blood. The fact that he was still alive after taking the punch without activating Omni-Surge was a miracle. The ring had a barrier that was always activated and deployed around him, and it had helped Jiang Fei to absorb a portion of the damage. As a consequence, the energy crystals in the ring were drained by a notch. Because 0541 was not brought along, Jiang Fei had moved all the energy crystals to Braveheart. The remaining energy crystals inside the ring's space was hitting rock bottom. Right now, Jiang Fei was basically by himself.
So weak,
Alexis gasped after seeing Jiang Fei take such huge damage. He had not expected him to still be at 60,000 combat level when he landed the punch. If he had been without tech, the young Terran would have been vaporized by the punch. Jiang Fei cleaned himself off and started to take things seriously. With a surge of willpower, Jiang Fei activated his domain and his combat power rose to over 1 million.
Now that's more like it. But it's still far from enough,
Alexis chuckled. If Jiang Fei was really only at 60,000 combat power, Alexis would be greatly disappointed and would end the fight there and then. Jiang Fei quickly got into a fighting stance, channeling his origin force to his fist and changed its properties to that of fire. He placed his palms together and charged it with as much power as he could to create a glowing white flame.
Prepare yourself,
Alexis bellowed. Before he could kick off the ground, Jiang Fei unleashed the white ball of flame and discharged it toward Alexis at almost light speed. Even though that attack was supposed to lethal, Alexis stood still and took the hit with only his palm. The ball of white flame gushed away, like powerful tsunami hitting an immovable island, breaking the white projectile into two halves.
Too weak. This is too weak. I expected more. If you're only this strong, I'm afraid Earth would not see the light of another day.
Alexis roared.
Damn it.
Greatly disgruntled, Jiang Fei stopped discharging energy, and before the last bit of flame hit Alexis, Jiang Fei leaped forward, hiding behind the surge of energy, brandishing his sword and ready to slash. His imagination was not as wild as he had expected that white flame attack to be enough to at least injure Alexis. Perhaps, now, the only thing that could hurt him would be the Zhanlu sword. When Jiang Fei burst out at the end of the white flame's tail, Alexis smiled before leaving an afterimage of himself as he flash-stepped and appeared behind Jiang Fei.
Too slow.
Alexis hummed before delivering a simple yet powerful punch to his back. The punch was powerful, but Jiang Fei was now able to take it without sustaining lethal damage. Even then, he was blasted away with supersonic speed. Ceres was now filled with so many craters created from the fight.
Come now. You're better than this.
Alexis bellowed. Cough. Jiang Fei was not doing too well. After taking only 2 hits from Alexis, he had already sustained a great amount of internal damage. He now knew where he was, and he was nowhere close to Alexis' power. His strength, his techniques, his speed, were miles ahead.
This cannot continue. I have to be stronger. I must become stronger.
He built up his courage and summoned every bit of willpower to make him stand again. When he was practicing with the girls, there was never a session where he could artificially induce a powerful surge of battle spirit. There had been no threat to his life, no hostility toward himself. How could he train in a condition where even if he failed, nothing would go wrong? Now, he was literally playing tag with the god of death. If he took another hit from Alexis, he would surely be rendered unfit to fight. The first piece of domino would fall, and the end of Earth would be the last. With such a threat looming over both him and his beloved home, Jiang Fei's desire for power surged. Beep. Alexis was suddenly interrupted by the sudden activation of the measuring disc. Jiang Fei's combat power was rising, and this time, it rose to over 2 million.
This is getting interesting. This Terran has the talent and will to be a true fighter,
Alexis said to himself as he took one last gander at Jiang Fei, who was constantly pushing himself further and stronger each time he fell.
Roar!
With power flowing in his veins, Jiang Fei now possessed strength that he had never dreamed of owning. He glared at Alexis with intense killing intent before kicking off the ground and zooming across Ceres toward him.
Good. You've got the talent. But you're still too naive,
Alexis scoffed. Jiang Fei was getting stronger at every defeat, but he was still only half of Alexis' current power. To be honest, Alexis had only been walking around the park since the beginning. He had not even started to take things seriously.